Songlong Continent, Chu Prefecture Qingyun Sect. Morning light cleaved through the layered treetops like blades scattering mottled rays across the forest. A cool breeze brushed past, leaves spiraling gently through the air, lending a faint chill to heaven and earth. Among the trees a young man and woman stood facing each other, a subtle awkwardness lingering between them. On the left the young girl wore a pale yellow dress, her sleeves fluttering, as if she were a classical little fairy stepping out from a painting. On the right the young man stood straight and tall, his clothes plain, his expression somewhat dazed. Brother Yifeng, thank you for your gift. Yu Yao will accept it, but Yu Yao's heart is wholly set on the Tao, and she has no plans to consider matters of romance for the time being. Why don't we just stay the way we were before? The girl spoke in a soft voice, melodious and heart-stirring. Yet the young man opposite her wore a conflicted expression and remained silent for a long time. Brother Yifeng, since you aren't saying anything, Yu Yao will take it as your agreement. It's getting late, let's head back first. The girl spoke tactfully, and without waiting for the young man's reply, she put away the jade bottle, turned lightly on her heel, and walked away. The next instant, however, the young man suddenly snapped back to his senses and called out to her. Wait a moment. Brother Yifeng, do you still have something to say? The girl glanced back with a gentle smile and asked, that gift, could you return it to me? Yifeng fixed his gaze on the jade bottle in her hand. What? The girl's smile froze at his words, a hint of astonishment flashing across her face. She had thought he was about to plead once more, hoping she would reconsider. Never had she expected him to say such a thing. I mean, this gift is very important to me. Since you will not accept my feelings, then please give it back. Yifeng said, his tone carrying a seriousness he had never shown before. This? The girl's small mouth parted slightly, her face showing utter disbelief. She had never imagined he would be able to say such words aloud. A gift once given to be taken back. She was only putting romance aside for the moment. She had not completely rejected him. Yet reality proved that not only could he say it, he could also follow through. Seeing that the girl did not answer, Yifeng simply took her silence as tacit consent. He reached out and snatched the jade bottle back from her slender hand, gave a casual wave, and decisively turned to leave. Lu Yuyao stared blankly at the incomparably free and easy back in front of her, utterly at a loss for words. Was this still the same brother Yi who obeyed her every word, who would rather go without food or drink just to save spirit stones to buy her gifts? Was this still the same brother Yi who was bewitched by her to the point of losing his soul, whose eyes held only her and no one else? Could it be that the infatuation he had displayed over the past year had all been false? Fortunately, only after walking quite a distance away did Yifeng finally let out a long breath of relief. Just a quarter of an hour earlier he had actually transmigrated from Blue Star to this world of cultivation, into the body of this young man who shared his name, Yifeng. Yet the situation unfolding at this very moment left him feeling both amused and helpless. This young man, named Yifeng, had been in the middle of confessing to the girl he had long admired, even using all the spirit stones he possessed to buy a precious spirit pill as a gift for her. Unfortunately, after Lu Yuyao accepted the gift, she still politely rejected him, just as expected. It reminded him of the miserable experience of his previous life, evoking a sense of shared misfortune. In his previous life, he had pursued the white moonlight in his heart for many years, giving up temptations for her, rejecting every other woman's approach, treating her like a treasure in his hands. Yet she had always kept him hanging with various excuses, neither drawing near nor truly letting go. When he had finally fulfilled all her demands and rushed over in high spirits to propose, he discovered that his white moonlight had already stepped into the hall of marriage on the arm of a greasy, bald, middle-aged uncle. In that moment, he finally understood that so-called devoted affection was utterly worthless before money. And now this young man called Yifeng was walking down the very same old path he once trod. Fortunately, he had stopped it in time. In his eyes, Lu Yuyao was clearly a little green tea type of girl, someone the original host, a neglected, illegitimate son without fatherly or motherly love, could never hope to truly win over. The two of them were both from Huangshe town, though they belonged to different cultivation clans. At the beginning, Yifeng's focused diligence and handsome looks had indeed made Lu Yuyao quite fond of him, even filled her with admiration, and from time to time, she would take the initiative to flirt. For a pure, inexperienced youth like Yifeng, how could he withstand the coquettish teasing of such a bright and charming girl? Very early on, he had fallen hopelessly in love, roots of affection sinking deep beyond any possibility of escape. However, after they entered the sect, as her horizons broadened, Lu Yuyao's heart gradually changed. Within Qingyun sect, there were countless outstanding young talents far beyond anything their small Huangshe town could compare to. From time to time, signs of prestigious families would express their admiration for Lu Yuyao. How could Yifeng, a discarded son of his clan, compete with such people? In order to hold on to her heart over the past year, Yifeng had forced himself to put on airs, taking on the hardest menial tasks in the sect from dawn till dusk to earn spirit stones, which he then spent on gifts for her. He had believed that sincere effort could move even stone and metal, that one day he would touch heaven and earth and win her heart. Reality, however, was that the distance between them never truly changed. Not even once had they held hands. Oh, what a foolish boy, sold off, and still helping to count the money. Yifeng sighed to himself at the thought. Still, it was also because that woman's game was played at such a high level. Never rejecting, never agreeing. Always giving Yifeng hope, while enjoying his devotion with a clear conscience. Now that he had taken over this body, he naturally could not allow himself to fall into the same trap again. He understood very well that some things in this world were meaningless to force, so he had not hesitated in reclaiming this latest gift. That gathering chi pill was worth a full 5 spirit stones, the crystallized sweat and toil of the original host's months of hard work at odd jobs. Giving it to her was far less worthwhile than keeping it for himself. In his previous life, he had allowed love and romance to consume him, squandering his youth and wasting his talents. In this life, he intended to live truly for himself. Walking along the path toward the sect affairs hall, Yifeng's mind was racing as he pondered how to earn his very first spirit stones in this resplendent world of cultivation. Previously, the original host had only mined for others and done odd chores, work that was exhausting and utterly without a future. By contrast, a woman like Lu Yuyao, though manipulative and unreliable, had ample resources backing her. Though she was also an outer disciple, her cultivation advanced swiftly. If he did not work hard, how could he ever hope to surpass her? Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Spirit grain cultivation, 3 spirit stones per month, requires proficiency in first-grade rain technique. Talisman boy, 4 spirit stones per month, requires 2 years of talisman crafting experience. Alchemy apprentice, 5 spirit stones per month, requires a foundation in the pill Dao. Standing within the sect affairs hall, Yifeng silently read the task descriptions on the jade wall before him. Measuring them against his own situation, he felt his heart gradually grow cold. He had never imagined that earning a few spirit stones in this world would prove so arduous. The better paid tasks all required skills he did not possess in the slightest. Although his current identity was that of a scion of a cultivation clan, and his father was even the head of the Yi family, what outsiders did not know was that his mother had been a mere mortal concubine who had mysteriously passed away several years ago. What mattered even more was that his father's principal wife hailed from a powerful aristocratic house wielding tremendous influence. All these years his father had paid him no heed, never providing any resources, while that primary wife, for reasons unknown, had always regarded him as a thorn in her eye. Thus within the clan his days had been nothing short of miserable. With no resources, no backing, and an unremarkable aptitude, rising above the masses was an almost impossible dream. Had he already attained decent cultivation, it would not have been so bad. Yet after bitter cultivation, he had only just stepped into the second level of qi refining and possessed merely the Qingyun sect's most basic introductory qi-guiding technique, with no proper martial skills at all. In this cultivation world teeming with demonic beasts, every step was fraught with peril. Yet to improve his strength, he would have to spend vast amounts of spirit stones to obtain profound cultivation arts and magical treasures, an utterly despair-inducing vicious cycle. Perhaps I should use the Heavenly Secrets disc to divine a way to quickly earn my first pot of gold. The thought of performing a divination suddenly surfaced in his mind. He had obtained this Heavenly Secrets disc by chance in a mysterious cave before his last transmigration, and it now lay hidden deep within his soul, half-real, half-illusory, visible only to him. Yet soon he shook his head and extinguished the notion. The divinations of the Heavenly Secrets disc were indeed astonishingly accurate, granting him the power to rise against all odds in his previous life. Sadly, what had brought him glory also led to his downfall. Each use of that heaven-peering art inflicted immense damage upon his body, so that after employing it merely 3 times in his youth, he became irreparably frail and died before his time. Fortunately, it was precisely because of the Heavenly Secrets disc that his soul did not dissipate like any ordinary spirit, but instead successfully traversed to this new body. Now that he had the chance to live a second life, he naturally cherished his small, fragile life dearly. At this moment, this body was only slightly stronger than in his previous life, and not by much. Unless absolutely forced, he had no intention of ever using that object again. It seemed he could only think of some other way. He did not know how much time had passed when a task description finally caught his eye. Spirit beast feeding. 5 spirit stones a month requires diligence and endurance. Seeing this message tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, his eyes instantly lit up. Enduring hardship was something he had in abundance. In fact, the original owner had spent every day mining, which had been anything but easy. However, spirit beast husbandry was rumored to be filthy and foul-smelling with no future prospects, so few people were willing to take it on. Most of the new disciples who had entered the sect alongside him had leveraged connections. Those with better backing chose professions like alchemy, artifact forging, or talisman crafting, while the less fortunate entered the spirit herb hall or the herb gathering hall. Spirit beast husbandry, however, was a path most people instinctively shunned. Yet in the next instant he gritted his teeth and decided to risk it all. This reward surpassed that of many tasks requiring prior skills, and he needed to amass his first pot of gold as quickly as possible. Without any delay, he expressed his intent to the deacon, received the mission token, and immediately headed toward the address given by the task issuer. The task had been posted for quite some time. He did not know whether they had already found someone suitable. He could only hope there was still a chance. However, as he hurried toward the sect's rear mountain, Yifeng realized the surroundings were growing increasingly desolate. At first, he still glimpsed a few sect disciples, but after the better part of an hour, not a single figure could be seen. What kind of damn task is this, sending me to such a forsaken place? Yifeng silently cursed. He only knew the general direction and had never been here before, and he could not help wondering if he had run into some strange swindler. Fortunately, after more than an hour, he finally arrived at a valley that matched the description almost perfectly. Hulu Valley. This should be it. At the valley mouth, he saw an inconspicuous stone stele with the correct name carved upon it, and the wooden gate at the entrance stood only half closed. Yifeng stepped straight inside. He had to admit the environment within this valley was extraordinarily beautiful, like an immortal paradise, utterly different from the noisy areas where disciples bustled about at the front of the sect. Yet once he walked deeper into the valley, he found it unnervingly quiet. Was no one here? Is anyone there? Yifeng began calling out loudly as his gaze swept about in search. Unfortunately, the valley's interior was quite vast, and after searching for a long while, his calls received no reply. Had he come to the wrong place or been stood up? Yifeng felt rather baffled. He had run non-stop for over an hour to get here, spending both time and effort. He could not simply turn back empty-handed. After some hesitation, he decided to keep searching. He had to find out whether anyone was actually here. He did not know how much time had passed when he finally reached the rear portion of the valley. What is that? Suddenly, after passing through a small grove, Yifeng caught sight of the scene beyond, and his breath abruptly hitched, his entire being falling into stunned stillness. In the open space beyond the grove, within a pristine picture-like pool of clear water, a flawless snow-white female body was leisurely bathing. Within the vapor rising from the pool, a snow-white arm like carved jade suddenly broke the surface, gently wiping her fragrant shoulder. Beads of water slid down her creamy skin, refracting dazzling light beneath the sun. I'm doomed. Yifeng wrenchingly tore his gaze away from that graceful back and turned to flee at once. He knew that if his current behavior were discovered, he would certainly suffer dire consequences. But as ill luck would have it, his foot stepped on a branch which snapped with a crisp crack that sounded painfully loud in the surrounding silence. With a splash, the sound of water in the pool abruptly ceased. The woman, who had been quietly lost in thought, abruptly lifted her head and looked over. The hairs on the back of Yifeng's neck stood on end. He could already foresee the fate that awaited him. Sure enough. Die, you little thief. In the next instant, a cold, icy rebuke swept toward him. Yifeng jolted violently, and like a donkey rolling dove forward, scrambling behind a nearby boulder. The very instant he left his original spot, a volley of water droplets shot forth like arrows, striking the stone ground where he had just been standing with such force that they produced sharp, penetrating thuds. Hiss! Witnessing this, Yifeng's heart quivered, and he could not help but silently wipe a cold sweat. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been riddled like a sieve. This woman's strength seemed unfathomable. He had to escape. In that instant, Yifeng made up his mind. Yet just as he tried to get up and flee, he saw that the woman's figure had at some unknown moment already appeared before him, a long sword in hand. In the blink of an eye, she stood in front of him, the icy blade pressing directly against his throat. Senior sister, wait. I am here to apply for the spirit beast servant position. Yifeng hurriedly pulled out the token given by the steward, clutching it like a drowning person grasping a last straw. At this moment, he finally got a clear view of the woman's face. She was an enchanting fairy with a flawless fair complexion and a graceful figure. Unbeknownst to him, she had wrapped herself in a green dress that made her look exceptionally lovely. Compared to the previous Lu Yuyao, this woman was of an entirely different caliber. Applying for a servant position. That doesn't justify your peeking at me. The green-clad woman spoke in a crisp voice, her eyes blazing with infinite fury. The 3-foot spirit sword in her hand flickered with light, poised to unleash a fierce attack at any moment. She never expected that her body, cherished for over 20 years, would be seen by someone due to such carelessness. "Hey, senior sister, could you please be reasonable? You summoned me here in broad daylight and then disappeared. I haven't even accused you of dirtying my eyes. Besides, isn't it against the sect rules for fellow disciples to harm each other? Are you truly willing to violate the sect's regulations?" Hearing this, Yifeng immediately felt discontented. What did she mean by peeking? A gentleman may be killed, but cannot be insulted. Did she really think he had nothing better to do than deliberately watch her bathe? Wasn't it because she had stood him up? Encountering such a situation inexplicably, he felt a surge of anger. What did you say?" The green-clad woman's eyes widened in disbelief at his words. How dare he say she had sullied his eyes? Was there really such shamelessness? Did this kid think her sword was just for show? "Senior sister, go ahead and make your move. I came here with the steward as a witness. If anything happens, you won't escape responsibility." Yifeng suddenly straightened up, abandoning his resistance. If she truly intended to kill him, begging for mercy would be useless, and besides, he was not that kind of person. Having died before he thought it worst, he could just be a hero again 18 years later. The green-clad woman was enraged by his expression of willing sacrifice, her chest heaving with fury. Did this guy really not fear death? A dangerously fierce glint flickered in her eyes, wishing she could slice him in two with her sword right away. However, after hesitating for a moment, she ultimately dared not to strike with lethal force. After all, killing him was easy, but handling the aftermath would be troublesome. Her young lady was currently in the spotlight. If anything else happened, who knew what chaos would ensue? Although her appearance and qualifications were commendable compared to her young lady, there was simply no comparison. Phew. After waiting a moment, Yifeng noticed that she made no further moves and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had gambled correctly with this desperate strategy. "Senior sister, since you're not going to attack, I won't hold you accountable for making me run here for nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The next moment, seeing that she still made no move, Yifeng began to walk around the sword, mustering his courage to leave. He could not guarantee when this woman would change her mind, so it was best to quickly distance himself from this troublesome place. However, just as he took a step, the green-clad woman suddenly called out to him. "Wait, did you say you came to apply for a servant position?" The green-clad woman fixed her gaze on Yifeng, her beautiful eyes flashing with amusement. "Indeed." Yifeng nodded. "All right, the assessment is in the valley over there. You can go." The green-clad woman sheathed her sword and pointed to another valley nearby, speaking indifferently. "This gourd valley is divided into a large and a small one. The larger valley is inside this." Yifeng hesitated, unsure of how to decide. His inner voice told him that this place was dangerous and that he should leave quickly, but if he just walked away, wouldn't that imply he was guilty? Moreover, there was the task that promised 5 spirit stones as a reward. Thinking of this, he ultimately gritted his teeth and stepped toward the valley. No matter what, having wasted most of the day, he had to give it a try. To his surprise, he found that the entrance was surrounded by several tall spiritual wood fences, the purpose of which was unclear. Entering through the wooden door at the valley entrance without any obstruction, as he clearly saw the layout inside, Yifeng suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes as a massive white figure sprang out from who knows where, pouncing directly at him. What the hell? This was a gigantic demon tiger. A demon tiger with an unfathomable aura. As Yifeng caught sight of the white figure, his pupils abruptly constricted. The demon tiger was at least 2 zhang long, with pure white fur all over its body and a blue lightning-like stripe flickering on its forehead. Its sharp claws were incredibly deadly. Before it even reached him, the sharp sound of wind from its powerful charge pierced his eardrums painfully. He could clearly see the drool dripping from the demon tiger's mouth and the bloodthirsty glint flashing in its deep blue eyes, as if it had already regarded him as its next meal. Roar! The speed of the demon tiger's attack was astonishing, accompanied by a deafening roar. It went from several zhang away to being right in front of him in the blink of an eye, its glimmering claws within reach. "It's over." Yifeng instinctively flew backward, wanting to escape, but he quickly realized that this was just a futile effort. With such a formidable demon tiger, how could he, with his newly acquired skills, possibly escape? Sure enough, the next moment, with a loud bang, he was sent flying by a massive tiger paw. Fortunately, it seemed that the demon tiger did not truly intend to harm him and had held back a lot of its strength. However, this strike still left him in excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to fall apart. Ouch! So painful. Yifeng fell to the ground, unable to restrain himself from gasping. The force of this blow was no less than that of a 1,000-pound hammer. That woman, unwilling to make a move herself, actually sent her spirit beast instead. This little brat, I remember this. Yifeng simmered with anger inside. However, before he had a chance to catch his breath, he saw that the demon tiger was charging at him once again. Instinct for survival compelled him to grit his teeth, roll, and quickly get back up, channeling his spiritual energy to dodge. However, it was still of no use. He was once again swatted away like a sandbag. Giggling. Seeing Yifeng being tossed around like a toy, the green-clad woman, watching from outside the valley, couldn't help but cover her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. At last she felt relieved. Although sect rules prohibited disciples from harming each other, she really couldn't let him leave just like that. Moments later, Yifeng emerged from the valley, his face dark and looking extremely disheveled. Fortunately, the white tiger had no real intention to injure him. It merely caused him some superficial pain. Are you happy now? I'm leaving. Yifeng did not expect that such a beautiful woman could hold such a grudge. Even without acting herself, she could still find ways to torment him. He truly believed her nonsense. But now with his lowly strength, he thought it best to let it go. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. He would treat it like being bitten by a dog. Wait just a little more, and you'll be able to secure a job earning 5 spirit stones a month. Are you sure you want to give up? The green-clad woman suddenly called out to Yifeng with a bright smile. What do you mean? Yifeng paused his steps upon hearing this. I mean, that was the spirit beast mentioned in the task. As long as you can feed this to the white tiger, you will be immediately hired. And I can let go of what happened earlier. The green-clad fairy said, tossing a piece of spirit meat from her. However, an unkind smile flashed across her delicate face inadvertently. You're not deceiving me, are you? Yifeng found it hard to believe. Is this assessment really that simple? A monthly salary of 5 spirit stones is no small amount. I absolutely won't deceive you. The green-clad woman said with utmost certainty. All right, you said it. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and ultimately decided to give it a try. After all, it's tough for a hero to go without money, and he was currently broke. Fine, I'll endure. In the next moment, Yifeng was running back to the valley with the spirit meat in hand. However, when he got close to the demon tiger again and offered the spirit meat, the tiger merely bared its teeth at him, showing no interest in looking at him further. Hiss, is it really this hard? Yifeng's face turned incredibly stiff upon seeing this. It seems this task is indeed not as simple as it looks. I knew that woman couldn't be so kind. However, he did not give up easily. Instead, he continued to coax and deceive, patiently trying other methods. After all, they were at the final step, and he couldn't give up halfway. Seeing this scene, the green-clad woman couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Does she really think this task is so easy? This demon tiger is of a noble breed, but unfortunately it is still in its juvenile phase, playful and mischievous. The reason she needed to hire help was to feed this demon tiger. However, the tiger refused to eat the food offered by anyone except its own young mistress. But both she and her young mistress couldn't stay at the sect all the time to cater to this little lord, so they had to hold a wide selection to find someone to feed it. After a quarter of an hour, Yifeng, having tried countless methods, finally accepted that he couldn't get the demon tiger to speak. This big cat is truly hard to please. Yifeng felt extremely annoyed. But thinking about the 5 spirit stones monthly salary, he felt a bit reluctant. If he just left like this, wouldn't all the hardships he endured today be for nothing? Let me try one last method. If that doesn't work, I'll just head back home. Finally, Yifeng gritted his teeth and asked the green-clad woman for some seasoning and fired jade. He ignited it with spiritual energy and began to roast the spirit meat according to a secret recipe he had seen in the heavenly machine disc in his previous life. He made several cuts on the piece of spirit meat, skewered it, and skillfully controlled it as he placed it above the pale yellow flames, continuously rotating it. The surface of the spirit meat gradually turned golden and the fat dripped, making a sizzling sound that was particularly clear in the quiet valley. Once it was nearly done, he sprinkled the freshly mixed seasoning powder, creating beautiful arcs in the air, which landed precisely on the surface of the spirit meat. In an instant, an incredibly enticing aroma spread all around. Roar! The demon tiger, which had been lazily lounging, suddenly stood up, twitching its nose as a strange light flashed in its blue eyes, staring at Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng hurriedly took down the roasted spirit meat and tossed it towards the demon tiger. The tiger leaped forward, accurately catching the meat, and after a tentative bite, swallowed it in a few quick bites. So smooth. This creature actually agreed to eat. The green-clad woman, observing from the side, covered her mouth in disbelief as she watched this scene. She clearly remembered that the spirit meat she had carefully prepared before was merely sniffed at by the beast before it walked away, which had greatly discouraged her. But at this moment, the demon tiger showed no signs of disdain. However, even after she stubbornly approached to confirm several times, she found that the spirit meat had indeed been consumed. Sister, what do you say now? Once everything settled down, Yifeng finally turned his gaze back to the woman beside him. You have some skill, give me the identity token. The green-clad woman gritted her teeth and said. Although she felt angry every time she saw this kid, the matter was urgent, and she couldn't find anyone else at the moment. Thank you. Yifeng finally let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although the process was painful and the future might be tough, he couldn't back down. After all, this job is too important for him. Without family support, relying solely on the meager income from mining, saving 2 spirit stones a month was already the limit. As far as he knew, most of the outer disciples who entered at the same time as him could earn 7 or 8 spirit stones a month for cultivation resources, with some even having advanced to the 3rd layer of chi refining. If this continued, there would be a huge gap between him and those peers. In contrast, as long as he endured for a few months here and earned dozens of spirit stones, he would have his first batch of startup capital. At that time, the sky would be the limit and he would have many more opportunities. At noon, Yifeng returned to pack a few things, and then came to the Gourd Valley again. The Gourd Valley is far from the bustling area of the sect, overall presenting a gourd shape. The small valley at the front is about a few miles round, empty and desolate, while the larger back valley is much more spacious, spanning over 10 miles, surrounded by sturdy spiritwood fences. Sister, do you know where I will stay? Yifeng looked at the green-clad woman and asked. Here, just find a place nearby to stay. Every month someone will deliver a batch of spirit rabbits to you. You only need to feed one each day, but you must ensure it eats. The green-clad woman pointed to the empty area in the small valley and said, Understood. Yifeng, upon hearing this, put down his bag and began measuring the size and digging the foundation on one side of the small valley. At this time, he only had a low-grade black iron sword, which was the basic weapon provided by the sect for new disciples. In his bag, he had a few sets of clothes and a gathering chi pill. This was all he owned at the moment. Fortunately, he had a strong practical ability. As he chopped down and dragged back the hardwood, after half a day's work, a simple wooden house was finally completed. Though the house was not exquisite, it was enough to shield him from the wind and rain. As Yifeng was about to finish up, in the distance atop a mountain peak in a white jade palace, 2 graceful figures were also paying attention to his every move. The leading figure wore white with long hair flowing and skin fairer than snow, resembling a true fairy descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of cold elegance with every gesture. The other figure was beautiful and graceful, unmistakably the green-clad woman who had just left the valley. If Yifeng saw this, he would be absolutely shocked. He thought the green-clad woman was already a breathtaking beauty, but this woman in white was even more heavenly. Yin Shu, is that the hired help you found? The white-clad woman's voice was as ethereal as a melody spoken softly. Exactly what does the young lady think? The green-clad woman asked with a hint of pride on her face. Yifeng was someone she had worked hard to wait for during this time, and she felt she had gained a significant advantage. He looks all right, but isn't his cultivation a bit too low? And his physique seems weak too. The white-clad woman frowned slightly as she sensed the aura of the person in the valley. He's only at the 2nd layer of chi refining. Is he just starting to practice? There's nothing I can do. Oh, after so many days, he's the only one who meets the requirements, the green-clad woman said with some helplessness on her face. It's all that big white cat's fault. Doesn't she want to find someone with higher cultivation and better talent? Maybe in the future she could nurture them into a trusted aide. But that lazy cat doesn't pay attention to anyone else. Only this kid will feed it, and it'll eat some. Well, let's just go with this for now. The white-clad woman sighed, choosing not to say more. She was about to go out for training and didn't have time to be picky, so she had to settle with this arrangement as long as the big white doesn't go hungry. Big white is currently in a growth phase, and if the supply of spiritual food is insufficient, it will greatly affect its future potential. As for placing the white tiger in the sect's spirit beast garden, she had tried that as well, but the trainers there were equally unable to handle the white tiger. In the valley, with the last piece of furniture completed, Yifeng finally set down the black iron sword and sat on the wooden bed. The feeding task hasn't started yet. Tomorrow will be the first day. He needs to take this opportunity to rest well, or else he wouldn't know how the demon tiger would torment him later. Although he knew the demon wouldn't really eat him, given its mischievous nature, he was almost certain he would suffer quite a bit. However, the gathering chi pill he had retrieved from Liu Yao was still in his bag, which he took out seriously. According to the original owner's memories, this gathering chi pill is extremely useful for disciples in the early stage of chi refining. He planned to take it right now. After all, the sooner he improves his strength and enhances his physique, the sooner he can use the heavenly machine disc and escape from this sea of suffering. Hiss! It's that powerful. As the spiritual pill entered his mouth, Yifeng couldn't help but be secretly astonished. This gathering chi pill is indeed worth 5 spirit stones. As soon as he swallowed it, he felt a surge of spiritual power rising in his dantian, flowing toward the 8 extraordinary meridians. This was many times more than what he usually absorbed during cultivation. He quickly activated the chi guiding technique to guide this surge of spiritual power, slowly absorbing and digesting it. Bits of medicinal power permeated from the meridians to the internal organs, being absorbed by every cell, continuously transforming his body. When the effects of this spiritual pill were completely digested, he felt that the amount of spiritual power within him had increased by nearly a quarter compared to before. This is truly a good thing. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. If he had a few more of these spiritual pills, wouldn't he quickly be able to break through to the 3rd layer of chi refining? However, it was already late, so he didn't do much else. After a simple wash, he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared, the valley came to life with the sounds of birds and insects. Yifeng woke up, quickly climbed out of bed, tidied himself up, and pushed open the wooden door, taking his black iron sword to the open area ahead. Let's start practicing the sword. He took a deep breath, gripped the long sword tightly, and prepared to practice the basic sword techniques provided by the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect gives each newly admitted disciple a basic sword technique, which only includes a few simple moves, such as sweeping vertical cuts, diagonal slashes, and spins. Only slightly better than mundane martial arts, but still better than nothing. However, this was the only martial skill he currently possessed, so of course, he had no right to be picky. As streams of spiritual power flowed into the black iron sword, the sword immediately emitted fierce energy, the sword wind howling as it cut through the surrounding vegetation. However, after a quarter of an hour with his spiritual power depleted, he had to stop. At his current cultivation level, he could only sustain this level of output for a limited time. Fortunately, after a quarter of an hour of exercise, he felt his body had become a bit more resilient. Given time, a qualitative change was bound to occur. Suddenly, a sound of gurgling came from afar, and a beast cart carrying dozens of spirit rabbits began to drive into the valley. Seeing this scene, Yifeng knew that his arduous days were about to officially begin. The ones transporting the spirit rabbits were a steward and several helpers from the spirit beast garden, all robust and strong. Following the beast cart was the green-clad woman from yesterday, seemingly named Lu Yinshu. As he observed the spirit rabbits in the cart, Yifeng was secretly astonished. There were about 30 spirit rabbits, each appearing to weigh over 10 jin, quite robust and plump, and their value seemed considerable. The original owner had seen such spirit rabbits in the market before. They contained a lot of spiritual energy, and each could sell for 7 or 8 spirit stones, a price even higher than that of gathering chi pills. If he could eat a few, he might quickly ascend to the next level. Unfortunately, judging by the quantity, it was just enough for the monthly consumption of the demon tiger, and he knew he couldn't fatten his own pockets. However, he wondered if there was any way to make them breed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Unlike ordinary wild beasts, breeding spirit beasts was quite difficult. Perhaps there were such secret methods in the spirit beast hall, but ordinary people couldn't access them. Could he find something in the heavenly machine disk? He wasn't sure. You, the kid named Yi, I will be going out with a young lady today, so you must take good care of that white tiger. Moreover, the spirit rabbits are only provided in limited quantities each month, so you can't steal any. The green-clad woman began to worry as she looked at Yifeng. The white tiger was the beloved pet of the young lady, and nothing could go wrong. Rest assured, but can you advance the spirit stones for the next 3 months? Yifeng fixed his gaze on the green-clad woman, feeling a bit anxious. At this moment, he already had a bold plan in mind. If he could get an advance on the spirit stones, it would greatly accelerate his progress. You want to be paid before the job even starts? The green-clad woman was taken aback by his request. Was this kid really here to be a helper? Lu Xinzi, look at how low my cultivation is. If I could improve a bit, I could serve the big white tiger better. Don't you agree? Yifeng did not easily give up. Since he could make a request, he might as well make it. Alright, I'll give it to you first. After some consideration, the green-clad woman ultimately took out 15 spirit stones from her storage bracelet and handed them over. This was merely a trivial matter. She wasn't worried that he would dare to play tricks on her. After all, with her young lattice status in the sect, no one would dare to poke the tiger's whiskers. Thank you. Upon receiving the 15 crystal-clear spirit stones, Yifeng's smile instantly grew much warmer. Finally, he had some capital. However, he still had to finish today's tasks. After watching the green-clad woman and the spirit beast hall personnel leave, he swiftly grabbed a spirit rabbit from the beast cage and began to prepare it. It wasn't boasting, he had an innate talent for cooking with a unique method for combining various flavors. Moreover, in his past life, he had used the heavenly machine disc 3 times, one of which was to find secret recipes for delicious food, so he was quite knowledgeable in this area. Not long after, he skillfully roasted a spirit rabbit and carried it towards the nearby Grand Valley. However, his heart was in his throat, wondering if that white tiger would cause any trouble again today. As he opened the thick spirit wood door at the back of the valley, he cautiously stepped inside. The valley was vast, and simply tossing it in wouldn't do. He had to find that white tiger and personally watch it finish eating to consider it a task completed. This was a clear requirement of the task. Here it comes. Seeing a white shadow suddenly emerge from who knows where, rushing towards him like lightning, Yifeng quickly dodged with all his might and hurled the roasted spirit rabbit away. Unfortunately, the white tiger ignored the rabbit meat and continued to aim at him. This creature, here we go again. Yifeng's heart sank to the bottom. He knew this demon tiger would undoubtedly torment him. If he didn't take care to protect himself, he might end up injured for several days. Sure enough, with a loud bang, a massive tiger paw struck out, and he was heavily sent flying. I won't let this go. Yifeng was filled with annoyance. Fortunately, he had timely dodged the vital spots and his injuries weren't too severe, but he still ended up covered in dust. After a quarter of an hour and several twists and turns, once the spirit meat was finished, Yifeng finally limped out of the white tiger's territory. At last, he had completed the major task, and luckily the allure of food prevented him from being tormented too badly today. However, if this continued every day, it would indeed be quite difficult to endure. After circulating his spiritual energy to simply adjust his injuries in the wooden house, Yifeng gritted his teeth and decided to activate the heavenly machine disc right away. He needed to earn his first bucket of gold as soon as possible and bid farewell to this miserable life. He had used the heavenly machine disc in his past life. It could peek into heavenly secrets and assess fortune and misfortune. After coming here, he wasn't sure if it would still be effective, but since it had brought him here, it shouldn't be an ordinary item, right? In the next moment, he waved his hand and a smooth hexagonal gemstone resembling blue crystal was summoned from who knows where. The surface of this gemstone had a layer of mysterious trigram patterns exceptionally profound. With a thought, a powerful suction force suddenly came, and in the blink of an eye, his spiritual energy and bodily vitality surged towards the blue gemstone-like heavenly machine disc, and over half of it was instantly absorbed. When the absorption power ceased, he felt weak as if a balloon had deflated. This divination was still such a huge drain. Fortunately, this time it absorbed over half of his spiritual energy, and the damage to his body was significantly less than before. As these essence energies completely merged into the smooth and transparent surface of the heavenly machine disc, several lines of text immediately appeared. He endured the feeling of weakness and began to concentrate his mind to check the information within. Ordinary spirit rabbit main diet includes wild vegetables, wild grasses, and wild fruits. Reaches sexual maturity at 6 months, can produce 2 litters per year with 8 to 10 in each litter, and a spirit production rate of 40 to 60%. Primary breeding method: soak 10-year-old green wood radishes in bamboo liquid, feed 2 tails daily for 10 consecutive days, with a 10% chance to promote breeding. Intermediate breeding method: soak awakening spirit grass in bamboo liquid, feed 1 stalk daily for half a month, with a 20% chance to promote breeding. Advanced breeding method: soak jade dew grass in bamboo liquid, feed 1 stalk daily for 20 days, with a 50% chance to promote breeding. Greenwood radish awakening spirit grass, jade dew grass. Upon seeing these spiritual materials' names, Yifeng's eyes sparkled. The first 2 types of medicinal materials seemed to be available in the market, and bamboo liquid could also be found in the nearby forest, easily obtainable. However, the last one he hadn't heard much about. However, the awakening spirit grass was said to cost 1 to 2 spirit stones per stalk, and feeding it for half a month would be a huge expense not worth it. On the other hand, greenwood radishes were cheap, with 1 spirit stone buying over 10 gene, so they seemed worth considering. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Yifeng finally regained some energy. He decided to go shopping right away. In Qingyun sect, within the outer disciples area, there was a temporary market formed spontaneously by lower-tier disciples selling some miscellaneous supplies. According to his memory, Yifeng jogged from the back valley along the mountain path and reached this market in less than half an hour. By this time, it was almost noon, and the sun was high in the sky. In the market, outer disciples were setting up their wares under the shade of trees, waiting for fateful customers to arrive. Most of the items were surplus pills, obsolete magical artifacts, or unusable materials. Of course, there were also plenty of everyday ingredients and supplies. There were even quite a number of cultivators casually browsing around, totaling hundreds of them. Yifeng didn't waste time and directly headed towards the area selling spirit vegetables and spirit fruits. The greenwood radish was one of the favorite low-level spirit vegetables among lower-tier disciples. It could replenish vitality and blood, and although it didn't contain much spiritual energy, it was priced cheaply. However, as he passed a stall, someone suddenly waved at him. Zhang Xiong, what are you doing here? Upon recognizing the person greeting him, Yifeng's mind raced. The handsome student who called out to him was named Zhang Juanqing, a fellow outer disciple who had entered the sect at the same time. He was one of the few friends with whom the original owner had gotten along well. He didn't expect that the other party would be setting up a stall here at this moment. Haha, I just came back from home and brought some spirit grasses and materials to sell for some spirit stones. Zhang Juanqing was also quite pleased to see Yifeng. His family was not far from Huangshe town, and when they entered the sect together, they were quite close. By the way, why haven't I seen you around these days? Where have you been? Zhang Juanqing was somewhat curious about them. As new disciples, they had always lived in the same area. However, after Zhang Juanqing returned home yesterday and looked for Yifeng, he hadn't seen him at all. I found a job in the back helping to take care of spirit beasts, Yifeng smiled. Taking care of spirit beasts? Why didn't you find a better job? Zhang Juanqing was surprised upon hearing this. As far as he knew, Yifeng came from a prominent family. Why was he doing such dirty and tiring work with no future? Other cultivators from noble families either focused on cultivation or sought jobs where they could learn skills, and only those from poor backgrounds with no connections would consider such jobs. So I am not as valued as you. Yifeng sighed slightly. He merely held the title of a family descendant, but in reality his situation might be even worse than that of common cultivators. That's true. Zhang Juanqing felt some sympathy upon hearing this. As the heir of the family head, he was naturally valued, and every time he returned to the sect from his family, he was loaded with goods. Are these greenwood radishes yours? How much are you selling them for? After some simple pleasantries, Yifeng quickly focused his attention on the other party's stall, which had several spirit vegetables and fruits, among which were exactly what he needed. Of course, if you want them, I'll sell you 15 jin for 1 spirit stone. Zhang Juanqing generously offered. He had brought over 100 jin of greenwood radishes this time, and since he couldn't eat them all, he intended to sell some. All right, give me 30 jin. Yifeng was not polite. The other party was clearly offering a discount, but he was currently quite strapped for cash and took the opportunity to save some money. 30 jin feeding 3 jin daily, he would try it for 10 days first. Just 2 spirit stones, even if it failed, he could afford to lose. By the way, your big brother, I heard he has already advanced to the 6th layer of chi refinement and will soon become an inner disciple. If you run into him in the sect, be careful and don't get into any conflict. As they parted ways, Zhang Juanqing couldn't help but remind him. He was one of the few who knew about Yifeng's situation and was worried that his friend might accidentally suffer a great loss. Oh, Yifeng's heart sank upon hearing this. His half-brother Yitian was only 2 years older than him and was also cultivating in Qingyan's sect. He didn't expect his cultivation speed to be so fast. Thank you. In the next moment, carrying the greenwood radishes, Yifeng no longer hesitated and started to return from the market. This news inexplicably filled him with a sense of urgency. There was once a master who predicted that the Yi family would produce a dragon every 10 generations, while the rest of the descendants either died young or became indistinguishable from the common folk. He and Yi Tian were the 10th generation. Yi Tian had always been domineering and considered himself the chosen one. Although he wouldn't openly act against him due to his reputation, that didn't mean he wouldn't do so in private. After all, during their time in the Yi family, the other party had always looked down on him. No one harbors ill intentions towards a tiger, yet the tiger has a heart to harm others. Even if he had never thought of competing for anything, he would likely be seen as a potential threat and thus suppressed and targeted. He had to be prepared. For this, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, not expecting that the identity of the original owner would come with so many pitfalls, making it less favorable than that of an ordinary citizen. However, thinking of his plan gave him a bit of confidence. As long as the spirit rabbits could successfully breed, he would eventually have enough strength to protect himself. The feeding process went smoothly. The diet for these ordinary spirit rabbits was quite varied. When he cut the greenwood radishes into pieces, soaked them well, and tossed them into the cage, they were quickly snatched up by the group of spirit rabbits. However, it took at least a month for the rabbits to go from pregnancy to giving birth, and since the white tiger ate one each day, it would finish all the spirit rabbits in a month. So normally he wouldn't have enough time for the rabbits to give birth. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and received an advance on 3 months' wages. He had already planned to feed the remaining 20 or so spirit rabbits, and if any were lucky enough to get pregnant, he would just buy one more with his own spirit stones to replace it. As long as any spirit rabbits successfully gave birth, he would have the capital to continuously develop. After properly storing the remaining radishes, he noticed that the spirit rabbits were too crowded in the cage, making him worry that the dirty and chaotic environment might affect the breeding results. Would it be better to let the spirit rabbits out to move freely? Without hesitation, the next moment, he grabbed his black iron sword and began to chop wood and gather stones around the valley. He planned to use hardwood and rocks to build a spirit rabbit breeding ground in the vacant space in front of the wood. Low-level spirit rabbits had no attacking power. Compared to ordinary rabbits, they were just more agile and faster. He wasn't worried about them causing any damage to the breeding ground. Of course, the enclosure had to be built higher and sturdier, and a layer of hard stone slabs needed to be laid at the bottom. Skillfully digging the foundation, laying rock layers covering them with soil, then cutting thick hardwood into sharp points, and driving them into the ground one by one, and installing cross beams in the gaps, Yifeng completed the construction of this breeding ground in less than 2 days. The breeding ground was as large as a football field with protective fences nearly a yard high, and the ground had sufficient depth and hardness. According to his estimates, it should be enough. Carrying the beast cage out and opening it in the breeding ground, once the spirit rabbits emerged, they immediately dashed joyfully across the open space in the valley. Upon encountering the fence, the spirit rabbits were quite displeased with this obstacle, repeatedly attempting to leap over it, but unfortunately, they could not succeed at all. Seeing this, Yifeng finally sighed in relief. With the fence surrounding them, he no longer had to worry about them running away. After tidying up his tools and locking the wooden door of the breeding ground, Yifeng turned his gaze toward the nearby forest. To ensure the spirit rabbits had sufficient nutrition, he still needed to gather some wild vegetables and fruits that the rabbits loved to eat. Currently, he only had a bag of grains provided by the spirit beast garden as rabbit feed, but it was too dry and not a long-term solution. He planned to get some fresh and tasty food. The busy days passed quickly, and when Yifeng had cultivated 2 vegetable gardens filled with produce in the valley in the blink of an eye, the Tendui period had approached. He had no choice but to come to the breeding ground every day after his training, closely observing each spirit rabbit's changes, hoping to see the abnormalities he anticipated. Unfortunately, even after the 10th day had passed, and he had completely fed the Qingmu radishes, he found nothing unusual. What could be going wrong? Was the heavenly machine plate ineffective, or was the feeding time insufficient? Seeing this result, Yifeng's heart sank to the bottom. Completely unaware of where the problem lay, with the Qingmu radishes now finished, if he wanted to continue experimenting, he would have to spend spirit stones to buy another batch. He wasn't sure if it was worth it. However, after a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to feed for another 10 days. If it still didn't work, it would mean the Qingmu radishes were truly ineffective, and he would just have to accept it. No, I mean, what do you need so many radishes for? In the outer sect disciple area, Zhang Junqian found it quite strange when Yifeng came to him again. No matter how delicious the Qingmu radishes were, they couldn't be eaten as a meal, could they? He hadn't eaten this many. How could the other party finish them? If they have other uses, just say whether you want to sell them or not. Sell. Of course he'll sell. But this is the last bag. If you want more, you'll have to wait until next time. Zhang Junqian said this while carrying his last bag of Qingmu radishes out from the house and placing it in front of Yifeng. He had already sold his surplus earlier. This remaining bag was meant for himself to eat slowly, but unexpectedly the other party wanted it. However, his family had plenty, so he wasn't stingy. All right, thank you. After paying with spirit stones, Yifeng did not linger and carried it back to the valley to continue feeding. However, his mood was extremely anxious. If he failed again this time, it would be a significant blow to him. Fortunately, on the morning of the 13th day, when he routinely checked on the spirit rabbits, he suddenly froze. Is there something unusual? He suddenly noticed that 2 of the spirit rabbits had slightly swollen bellies. Are 2 of them pregnant? Am I seeing things? He widened his eyes somewhat, unable to believe it. However, when he quietly approached and examined them closely, he found it to be true. At that moment, he had deeply engraved the condition of each of the remaining more than 10 spirit rabbits in his mind, so he could see any changes. At this moment, the 2 mother rabbits ahead indeed had slightly larger bellies than usual. The key point was that the 2 rabbits were also exhibiting nesting behavior. In an instant, excitement surged in his heart, and he understood that the heavenly machine plate's indication was perhaps not wrong. It was just that the previous time was too short to see any signs, even if they were pregnant. However, soon he became a bit troubled. He had thought that being able to induce pregnancy in 1 would be very good. Unexpectedly, he could induce pregnancy in 2. He only had 11 spirit stones left in hand, enough to buy a replacement for 1. What should he do? After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth, picked up his Xiantai sword, and went out again. Since it was confirmed that this method was effective, he no longer planned to play small. He decided to take a gamble. Brother Zhang, is there any way to sell this Xiantai sword at the fastest speed? Half a day later, Yifeng found Zhang Junshin again seeking help. This guy had been mingling in the market for a long time, so he might have the right connections. What? You want to sell the Xiantai sword? Hearing this, Zhang Junshin was quite surprised. This Xiantai sword was a significant benefit given to new disciples by the sect. It could be said to be the most valuable and important item for most new disciples. How could the other party want to sell it? Ye, my young brother, have you encountered a problem? If you need spirit stones, I can lend you some. Zhang Junshin couldn't help but show a hint of concern. Although he usually spent lavishly, his family's resource supply was sufficient, so lending out a few spirit stones shouldn't be a problem. No need, I need quite a bit, so I appreciate the kind offer. Brother Zhang just needs to help me contact a buyer. Yifeng smiled, expressing some gratitude. There weren't many people who treated him this way. All right, then I'll help you ask around. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junshin finally stopped trying to persuade him. Although he didn't know what the other party needed the spirit stones for, he understood that the person was someone who knew their limits and wouldn't act recklessly. Although this Xiantai sword from the Qingyun sect was only a low-grade, low-quality artifact, its quality was good. Perhaps no one valued it in the sect, but it was quite popular outside. Some even specialized in buying second-hand Xiantai swords within the sect to sell outside, making a profit from the price difference. Thus, under Zhang Junshin's guidance, Yifeng quickly found a buyer and sold the Xiantai sword in his hand, exchanging it for 80 spirit stones. Now he had a total of 91 spirit stones. After thanking his friend and bidding farewell, Yifeng immediately rushed to the spirit beast garden of the sect and bought a total of 10 spirit rabbits of the same breed to raise in the breeding ground. These spirit rabbits were bound to be purchased sooner or later. Buying enough at once would yield benefits sooner. Additionally, he also purchased another 100 pounds of Qingmu radishes. The 10 spirit rabbits were mainly female. Each sold for 8 spirit stones, and with the rabbit feed and Qingmu radishes, he spent a total of 90 spirit stones. It could be said that he had invested all his wealth into this. But as long as these 10 spirit rabbits could be replaced with pregnant rabbits and successfully give birth, he would strike it rich. Spirit rabbits could produce at least 2 or 3 young rabbits per litter. After raising them for another 6 months, he would have dozens of spirit rabbits, which could sell for several hundred spirit stones. However, just as he was filled with anticipation, it puzzled him that for the next half-month, continuing to feed Qingmu radishes only resulted in 1 more pregnant rabbit. As the number increased, the nurturing effect also grew in tandem. In just 10 days, a new batch of spiritual rabbits gave birth to 2 pregnant ones. On this particular morning, before the sky had fully brightened, a thin layer of mist lingered in the valley. Yifeng calculated the time and waited early outside the specially built delivery room, quietly observing. Inside the delivery room, the 2 pregnant rabbits seemed to sense something, displaying extreme unease as they scratched the ground with their 4 limbs. Their bellies were already swollen, and the veins within could be faintly seen intertwining like a spider's web. It's coming. Yifeng held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the movements inside the delivery room. Sure enough, after a short while, one of the pregnant rabbits suddenly trembled slightly, letting out a low whimper. Crack! A faint sound emerged as the first cub was successfully born. It was wrapped in a layer of pink fetal membrane, its limbs curled up slightly, appearing exceptionally fragile. As the umbilical cord and fetal membrane were chewed off by the mother rabbit, the cub's body was immediately exposed to the air, the size of a palm, yet still devoid of fur, its flesh soft. The key point was that Yifeng sensed a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. This was a spiritual rabbit cub. Wonderful. Following that, the second and third cubs were born in succession. The atmosphere inside the delivery room was filled with immense tension, as if the very air had thickened. However, the next 2 cubs showed no signs of spiritual energy, merely the most ordinary of rabbits, causing his heart to sink slightly. This was undoubtedly somewhat disappointing. However, he wasn't too disheartened. The concept of a breeding rate for spiritual creatures exists, just like with human cultivators. Even 2 high-ranking cultivators could produce offspring without spiritual roots. It's simply a matter of probability. Fortunately, among the subsequent cubs, spiritual rabbits and ordinary rabbits alternated in birth, as if an unseen force was guiding it all. However, at the last moment, he suddenly caught sight of a figure with slightly fiery red fur poking its head out. What was this? A mutated spiritual rabbit. Yifeng's heart jolted with excitement. He could confirm without a doubt that this was a mutated spiritual rabbit. From it, he sensed a rich aura of fire attribute spiritual energy. To think his luck would be this good. He was striking it rich. In the end, the delivery concluded with the 2 pregnant rabbits giving birth to a total of 17 cubs, 8 of which were spiritual rabbits and 9 were ordinary rabbits. With nearly half of them being spiritual, it wasn't too high, but the presence of a mutated spiritual rabbit brought him immense joy. He certainly planned to nurture these 8 spiritual rabbit cubs well. As for the ordinary rabbits, they could only be released once they grew a bit. The spiritual rabbit cubs had now opened their eyes, their red pupils sparkling with lively light. They seemed full of curiosity about their surroundings, occasionally pawing at the surrounding hay with their tiny pink paws. In contrast, the 9 ordinary rabbit cubs lacked such vitality, simply curled up quietly in the corner of the delivery box. Seeing this, Yifeng slowly retreated, not wishing to disturb these families. He needed to prepare ample nutrition for the mother rabbit to prevent the newly born little rabbits from going hungry. With these 8 spiritual rabbit cubs, as long as he could successfully nurture them, all his investments during this time would be recovered, and he might even make a profit. However, his goals were certainly not limited to this. He aimed for wealth and prosperity. In the days that followed amidst his busy schedule, he frequently visited the sect to check the scriptures, seeking rearing experience. Oh, why have so many little rabbits appeared here? A new month had begun, and when the steward of the spiritual beast park, a slightly plump middle-aged man, transported another batch of spiritual rabbits, he was astonished to see over 10 newly born spiritual rabbit cubs in the valley. He was aware that the other party had recently purchased spiritual rabbits from the spiritual beast park, and those 10 spiritual rabbits were handpicked by him. However, he thought the other party only wanted them as meat, not realizing they were for breeding. At this moment, on the grass inside the valley's enclosure, fluffy spiritual rabbit cubs were bouncing around, their fur shimmering with a faint silver under the sunlight, undoubtedly of the same quality as those from the spiritual beast park. Haha, my family has relevant breeding scriptures, so I decided to experiment a bit, and to my surprise it succeeded. Yifeng had already prepared his explanation, casually elucidating. I see. It seems that your family is not simple possessing such a secret method. Your future is boundless. The slightly plump steward, while surprised, also showed a hint of relief and became much warmer towards Yifeng. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why someone like the young lady would seek out such a small cultivator to care for the white tiger, not expecting this person would possess exceptional skills and family heritage. The other accompanying servants, hearing this explanation, couldn't help but show envious expressions. In the spiritual beast hall, the secret methods for breeding spiritual rabbits were incredibly profound. At their current level, they lacked the qualification to learn it. Only by becoming high-ranking stewards could they have a chance, but they would also be ordered not to pass it on. To think that the other party, so young, had already mastered this secret technique, it was truly infuriating. However, they quickly regained their composure. This Yishidi was likely not an ordinary person. They had previously applied for the job of caring for the white tiger, but were utterly incapable. Unexpectedly, someone could actually manage it. Haha, it's just average. Yifeng replied modestly. However, he secretly scoffed in his heart, thinking that if he relied on his family, he would have probably starved to death by now. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from using it to bolster his own status. Why not take advantage of it? By the way, steward, how is the quality of this new batch of spiritual rabbits? It wouldn't be old rabbits with weak vitality, would it? Quickly, Yifeng shifted the topic. He had high hopes for these spiritual rabbits and absolutely could not accept older sterilized ones. Hearing this, the plump steward immediately patted his chest, smiling. Rest assured, young master, this batch of spiritual rabbits was personally selected by me. Each one is top quality. Look at their fur, their physique, absolutely delicious meat with abundant spiritual energy. This was meat prepared for the young lattice spiritual beast. How could he be careless? Then thank you very much, steward. Yifeng's gaze swept across the rabbits in the cages, noticing that indeed each was robust and in excellent spirits, and couldn't help but smile, slightly filled with gratitude. I am Zhang Fu, and the care of the white tiger is of utmost importance, so please take extra care. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me in the spiritual beast. I am Zhang Fu, and the care of the white tiger is of utmost importance, so please take extra care. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me in the spiritual beast hall. All right, thank you. Yifeng nodded. He would treat the white tiger with utmost care without needing to be told. The slightly plump steward, after delivering the spiritual rabbit, checked the condition of the white tiger and, finding everything normal, began preparing for the return journey. However, suddenly a small rabbit with fur as red as flames crawled out from a cave, and everyone was stunned, their gazes drawn towards it. This is a scarlet flame rabbit. Brother Yi, did you breed this? The slightly plump steward looked at Yifeng, incredulously asking. The other attendants also widened their eyes, staring intently ahead. This little spiritual rabbit was simply too stunning. Hee, I was lucky to breed one. Yifeng smiled. Is this one for sale? Our spiritual beast hall wants it. The next moment, the slightly plump steward made a swift decision. The mutation of this spiritual rabbit depended entirely on luck, so even in the spiritual beast hall such rabbits were rare. He never expected to find one here. Right now. Yifeng was a bit stunned upon hearing this. Of course he wanted to sell the spiritual rabbit, but it was so small already, and someone wanted it. Yes, right now. Brother Yi, to be frank, this is a rare breed and very hard to raise. It would be safer to leave it to our spiritual beast hall. I want cheat you 100 spirit stones. How about that? 100. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, a bit shocked. The price of this mutated rabbit was so high. Ordinary spiritual rabbits, even when raised to adulthood, only sold for a few spirit stones each. This scarlet flame rabbit was just a cub, yet priced over 10 times more. Little did he know the scarlet flame rabbit, upon reaching a certain age, could spout flames and possessed considerable lethality equivalent to a chi refining stage cultivator. It was quite favored by female cultivators, some even using it as a battle pet. Moreover, consuming a scarlet flame rabbit was also a great supplement for fire attribute cultivators. Thus this price was merely considered standard. Alright, I'll sell it. The next moment Yifeng made his decision. Raising the scarlet flame rabbit to maturity would take a considerable amount of time, and it might perish midway. Securing the spirit stones now was the best choice. However, if he were to acquire the relevant nurturing techniques in the future, he definitely couldn't let it be like this again. Watching the figures of the spiritual beast hall disappear beyond the valley, Yifeng finally slowly withdrew his smile. The performance of the spiritual beast hall members today left him feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. It seemed that continuing to raise spiritual rabbits here wasn't a long-term plan. Although he could pass it off with the family secret method this time, if someone who knew him saw it, they would surely suspect. But at present conditions were limited, and he had no better options. Yet if one day he earned enough spirit stones, he would definitely secure a piece of territory for himself. But what would he use this 100 spirit stones for? For a moment he fell into deep thought. What he needed most right now was a dodging technique, otherwise enduring daily harassment from the white tiger would be quite difficult. Time flew by, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, with the first batch of spiritual rabbit cubs maturing in the valley, Yifeng finally revealed a relieved smile. During this time no one knew how he had managed. The spirit stones were long gone, and his monthly salary was barely enough to buy radishes. He had sold everything he could for spirit stones. Fortunately, after hardship comes sweetness. Although no more mutated spiritual rabbits appeared, the number of spiritual rabbit cubs in the valley had reached over 70, meaning that every month he would have a dozen spiritual rabbits reaching maturity. One could say that life had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Additionally, the footwork technique, drifting dragon steps, he had purchased previously had been practiced vividly under the white tiger's urging. At this moment his speed was entirely incomparable to before. In the early morning he selected more than 20 spiritual rabbits from the breeding ground, placing them into a rabbit cage, and Yifeng prepared to carry them to the sect's market. The reason for selecting more than 20 was partly because he had 10 that were previously bought for replacement. On the other hand, considering that there would be a continuous birth of adult spiritual rabbits, he had already prepared enough food for the white tiger and didn't need to reserve too much. Thus this time he planned to sell a bit more at once. However, before he could set off, he suddenly heard a beast roar from nearby. Following the sound, he discovered that the white tiger, which had brought him nightmares every day, had actually leaped over the internal valley wall and jumped down. Why is this creature out? Yifeng couldn't help but shiver at the sight, instinctively preparing to dodge. The surrounding walls, towering several meters high, could not contain this white tiger, which was at least in the foundation establishment stage. The purpose of enclosing the valley was merely to provide it with a quiet environment to avoid disturbances. For the past 6 months, to reduce his suffering, he had been diligently training his footwork and spending a lot of time researching diet, carefully crafting more delicious roasted meat to feed it all to ensure it would show some mercy. It proved that this strategy was extremely effective. Recently, every time he tossed out spiritual meat, the white tiger often became too preoccupied with devouring it to chase after him, which spared him from much suffering. However, he couldn't understand why this usually reclusive white tiger would voluntarily come out today. The spiritual rabbits around the breeding ground, upon hearing the beast's roar, immediately became trembling and froze in place, not daring to move. Fortunately, seeing that the demon tiger showed no further actions, they gradually returned to normal. Yifeng saw this, and also let out a slight sigh of relief. He wasn't worried that the white tiger would have any designs on these spiritual rabbits. After all, if it wanted to eat raw food, it would have done so long ago without needing him to serve. However, seeing the white tiger staring intently at him made him feel uneasy. Was this creature wanting to eat something? It was indeed a rare occurrence. The next moment, he put down the rabbit cage, grabbed an adult spiritual rabbit, and began to roast it briskly. No matter what, he would first complete today's task. As expected, once he started the fire, the white tiger slowly walked over quietly, waiting in front of the fire pit, until he finished roasting the meat and tossed it over before leaving. Hee. I never expected this creature would actively come to ask for food one day. It's truly a rarity. Yifeng couldn't help but reveal a hint of a gratified smile. It seemed that the taste was to its liking. The next moment, he no longer hesitated, shouldering 2 rabbit cages, and started walking straight towards the sect's market. Selling spiritual chickens. Premium spiritual chickens, 5 spirit stones each. Selling pills produced by the sect's spiritual pill hall, 3 spirit stones each. Fellow brothers and sisters, don't miss out as you pass by. Selling spiritual fruits, 3 spirit stones, each. Abundant spiritual power. Inside the temporary market, various shouts filled the air. Yifeng lifted the rabbit cage to the spiritual meat selling area, placed it under a large tree, sat down, and began to call out as well. This time he brought so many spiritual rabbits, but he was unsure if he could sell them all and enjoy a luxurious meal. Whether he could do so depended on the present moment. If he could sell them smoothly, it would greatly improve his financial situation. A moment after setting up, a young female cultivator dressed in orange approached curiously and asked, "Junior brother, your spiritual rabbits seem to be of good quality, comparable to those from the sect's spirit beast hall." Yifeng replied, "Sister, you have a good eye. These spiritual rabbits are indeed ones I just bought from the spirit beast hall, but due to a lack of spirit stones, I'm selling them. If you want, I can sell them to you at cost for 8 spirit stones each." Seeing a customer approach, Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to greet her. "Oh, is that true?" The young female cultivator seemed somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. The spiritual rabbits produced by the sect's spirit beast hall are known for their excellent quality with tender meat and high spiritual energy, which greatly aids in cultivation. If these truly are from the spirit beast hall, then buying them for 8 spirit stones each is undoubtedly a bargain. However, if this is the price, she might as well go directly to the spirit beast hall to buy them, even if it would be a hassle to compete for them. "Can you make it a bit cheaper? How about 7 spirit stones each? If that's possible, I'll take 2. Finally, the young female cultivator gritted her teeth and said she still wanted to give it a try. In the market, the ordinary quality spiritual rabbits sold for this price, so if she could get such a well-presented one for 7 spirit stones, it would be a good deal. "All right, fine, I'll sell them to you." After some consideration, Yifeng ultimately agreed. Although these rabbits were indeed sent directly from the spirit beast hall, selling them from his hands lacked credibility, and it was normal for the buyer to have reservations. This first deal was crucial for him to recoup funds, so he treated it as a discount, especially since he was currently broke. Deal. The young female cultivator happily paid the spirit stones, picked up 2 spiritual rabbits, and left swiftly. Phew, they finally made a sale. Yifeng let out a slight sigh of relief. With 14 spirit stones, his breeding operation could function normally for a while. Next, less than 15 minutes later, another young male cultivator in splendid robes passed by the stall. This male cultivator exuded a strong aura, appearing to be at least at the late stage of chi refinement. "Senior brother, I have excellent spiritual rabbits that I just bought from the sect's spirit beast hall. Would you like to buy 2? Yifeng hurriedly greeted him. "Oh, how many spirit stones for each?" The male cultivator showed a hint of interest upon hearing this. Among all the stalls selling spiritual rabbits nearby, this one undoubtedly had the best quality. 8 spirit stones each, or 15 for 2. Yifeng proactively lowered the price, knowing that it was unlikely he could sell them at the same price as the sect. "All right, give me 2. The male cultivator did not haggle further and said decisively. In his view, these spiritual rabbits were definitely worth it. Another 2 sold. Watching the male cultivator leave, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed there were quite a few well-off cultivators. These young masters from wealthy families could easily spend 10 spirit stones without blinking, even too lazy to haggle, unlike him, who had to split 1 spirit stone into several parts to use. In the following 2 days, customer traffic was better than Yifeng had expected, with people coming to inquire from time to time, but the selling price remained low. After all, as a small vendor, he couldn't compete with the sect's spirit beast hall. By noon on the second day, Yifeng sold his last spiritual rabbit, earning a total of 159 spirit stones, which could be said to have made him a small fortune all at once. With such a large sum, his mind raced with thoughts on how to utilize it efficiently. A decision made now could greatly influence his future plans. First, he couldn't let his cultivation lag behind. Over the past 6 months, due to the scarcity of spirit stones, his cultivation progress had suffered significantly. He needed to make up for it immediately, so he first bought 5 gathering spirit pills, preparing to enter seclusion and break through to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. After half a year of hard cultivation, he had accumulated a decent foundation, only needing a final push. Additionally, he needed to ensure the valley's spiritual rabbits, and buy more Qingmu radishes and rabbit feed, purchasing over 100 pounds again. In this way, he spent a total of 35 spirit stones. As for the rest, he planned to wait until after the breakthrough to decide. That night in the wooden house, Yifeng, resembling a meditative monk, sat down cross-legged and began to consume the pills. It wasn't that he didn't want to directly eat the spiritual rabbit meat for assistance, but the efficiency of pills was much higher and he had limited funds, so he had to be frugal. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. As the effects of the gathering spirit pills exploded in his dantian, Yifeng closed his eyes tightly, repeatedly circulating his spiritual energy to launch an assault on the bottleneck. Unfortunately, despite being well prepared, he faced several failures in the earlier attempts. However, he didn't give up and continued to grit his teeth and persist. This was only the first hurdle. There would be many more difficulties ahead. At some point, as a voice only he could hear resonated, all of a sudden his entire Buddhist spiritual energy seemed to find an outlet and rapidly leaked away. Success! Yifeng's gaze slightly flickered as a hint of excitement appeared on his face. The situation was better than he had expected. After consuming the 4th gathering spirit pill, he successfully broke through, saving him quite a few spirit stones. Upon entering the 3rd layer of chi refinement, he felt that his entire Buddhist spiritual energy reserves had increased by nearly half, and his physical constitution had also been correspondingly enhanced. With this, he could proceed to the next step of his plan. With over 100 spirit stones remaining, he pondered for a moment and decided to get himself a good weapon first. Since selling the Xian iron sword, he had been practicing his swordsmanship with a wooden sword for the past 6 months, which inevitably affected his progress. However, he needed to think carefully about where and how to buy one. The next morning, after borrowing a half-spiritual horse from the sect's spirit beast hall, Yifeng set off with over 100 spirit stones, racing towards the largest city closest to the Qingyun sect. This city, named Yanbei City, is one of the 7 cities under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect, bustling with many cultivation families and numerous casual cultivators. The entire city was neatly planned into square blocks with large luxurious commercial buildings distributed in the city center, frequented by many cultivators. Yifeng aimed for a large commercial building known for its affordability, walking straight in. He planned to buy a good sword there and take it back. However, just as he was about to step into the large commercial building, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from beside him. "Oh, Yu Yao, isn't that your crush?" Turning around, Yifeng saw Lu Yu Yao being accompanied by a young woman dressed in pink, walking gracefully towards him. Both women were dressed with exceptional care today. Lu Yu Yao wore a pale violet gown that accentuated her porcelain-smooth skin and lent her features an alluring, captivating grace. The young woman in the pink dress radiated youthful vivacity. Yifeng vaguely recalled she was among the same cohort of female disciples who had entered the sect alongside him. Yet upon recognizing her, Yifeng did not pause, merely offering a faint, indifferent nod before striding directly into the Baibao trading hall. As for this woman, once the object of his predecessor's obsessive longing, he felt neither affection nor admiration to him. She was little more than a passing stranger. Lu Yuyao, startled to see Yifeng in person, faltered ever so slightly, her expression flickering with complexity, before swiftly hardening into icy detachment. "Don't speak nonsense. That's your sweetheart, not mine." Her tone carried a trace of disdainful rebuke. "What's wrong? Weren't you two quite close before?" The girl in pink, sensing their interaction was markedly different from usual, couldn't suppress her curiosity. Their rapport had once been warm and effortless, so what had changed? "Ugh, don't even ask. He's penniless and stingy beyond belief." Lu Yuyao's voice dropped, edged with irritation. Tell me. The pink-dressed girl leaned in. Could there be gossip she'd missed? "You wouldn't know. He rarely gifted me anything, not even once a fortnight. And when he finally did, he snatched it back." Resentment colored her words. His recent demeanor toward her stood in stark, jarring contrast to how he'd behaved before. Among her many admirers, she had secretly favored him most. His appearance aligned perfectly with her aesthetic ideals. Yet she'd hesitated, wanting to compare further, until his recent conduct began casting doubt on his sincerity. No way. Could that really be true? The girl in pink widened her eyes in disbelief. Yifeng had always appeared devoted and impeccably courteous. How could he possibly do such a thing? But where is he going now? To buy a magical artifact. She gasped aloud upon seeing Yifeng step confidently into the imposing, well-appointed artifact emporium before them. Uff, do you think he can afford anything here? I'll wager he's only window shopping. Lu Yuyao dismissed the notion instantly. After all, she knew his circumstances intimately. There was no way he possessed that many spirit stones. Watching Yifeng disappear inside the grand hall, she clenched her teeth and whispered fiercely to her friend, "Let's go in too. I want to see exactly what he's up to." "All right," her companion replied, equally thrilled, gossip igniting like wildfire within her. Heh. Yifeng, of course, overheard their hushed whispers, but merely smiled faintly and thought nothing of them. His full attention was riveted on the treasures before him. Truly worthy of its reputation as a premier emporium, the hall dazzled with opulent ornamentation. Even this single floor's artifact section displayed over 1,000 enchanted items: swords, spears, staffs, maces, shields, boots, bracers, each priced around several hundred spirit stones. He strode purposefully toward the eastern section dedicated to black iron swords, scanning each blade with meticulous scrutiny, determined to select the one offering the finest balance of quality and value. Every sword here surpassed his old one significantly, and none were prohibitively expensive. Yet after examining them all, he found each uniquely commendable, making choice unexpectedly difficult. He hesitated, caught in profound indecision, until almost instantly he resolved, "Fine, let intuition guide me. It's only 120 spirit stones after all." Finally, his gaze settled on a sleek obsidian black longsword displayed in the showcase, the one most harmonious with his aesthetic sensibility. Priced at 120 spirit stones, the blade appeared unassuming, dull, lusterless, its surface marred by faint hairline fractures, yet exuded an unmistakable refined solidity. Without delay, he called out to the attendant, "Brother, please retrieve this sword for my inspection." "An excellent choice, honored guest. Though this Highland sword is a flawed piece, it bears the mark of a renowned master, exceptionally sharp and capable of amplifying spiritual energy output." The attendant beamed enthusiastically. "A truly exceptional bargain." "Oh, a flawed work by a celebrated master." Yifeng nodded inwardly. Now it made sense why such a blemished artifact graced the display. A master's flawed creations were still coveted rarities. Mastercraft artifacts were exceedingly scarce, so even imperfect ones attracted eager buyers. After another careful appraisal, confirming the fissures were superficial, he withdrew 120 spirit stones from his robe and placed them neatly on the counter. "I'll take the Highland sword." The attendant blinked, then erupted into effusive smiles. "Right away, sir. Please wait just a moment while I wrap it for you." "Thank you." Yifeng gave a curt, polite nod. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyao and her friend entered the hall, and like countless others before them, were instantly captivated by the dazzling array of treasures wandering about with wide-eyed wonder. Though born into a cultivation family, theirs was but a modest one nestled in a provincial town. Such grand metropolises were rare treats. Yet within moments their attention inevitably drifted back to Yifeng. "Wait, Sister Lu isn't that? He actually has spirit stones?" The girl in pink, having just admired an exquisite jade hairpin, turned to see Yifeng paying for the artifact, and her astonishment was palpable. Fresh initiates were universally strapped for resources, even she hadn't yet replaced her sect-issued weapon. Lu Yuyao, glancing over, froze, her face paling then flushing crimson, utterly incredulous. Were those truly over 100 gleaming spirit stones? How could he possibly possess so many? And from where? Just recently he'd balked at spending 5 stones on a chi-accumulating pill. Yet before they could recover from their shock, Yifeng had already secured his purchase and turned to leave, when Lu Yuyao, jaw clenched, suddenly called out, "Wait. Something urgent." Yifeng halted, gazing at her with detached calm, curious though unimpressed as to what this woman, once obsessively adored by his predecessor, might want. Why haven't you come to see me lately?" Lu Yuyao's voice tightened, stung by his cold indifference. He was now spending lavishly, yet hadn't spared her a thought, unlike before. "Didn't you already refuse me? Why would I seek you out?" Yifeng almost chuckled. Her logic, he mused, was astonishingly peculiar. "I just said that I'm not considering it for now, not that I will never consider it." Lu Yuyao suddenly felt that the situation had completely exceeded her control, and she found herself at a disadvantage. No need for that. As you said, I am indeed a poor wretch who cannot afford to climb higher, so I have already given up." Yifeng chuckled and turned to leave without hesitation. The other party was clearly eyeing his spirit stones. Did they really think he was a fool? "You? All right, don't come to regret it." Lu Yuyao was instantly enraged upon hearing this, blurted out a harsh remark and no longer cared about her image as a fairy. All this time, she had held an absolute advantage between them, while the other party had only been pursuing her desperately. But now, after she had finally taken the initiative to speak, the other party actually dismissed her. The girl in pink stood by watching this scene, equally at a loss for words. How did these two end up like this? Is this still the calm and indifferent Lu Yuyao that she knew? Is this still the Yifeng who had always been so cautious in trying to win her favor? How did everything become so chaotic now? On the way back, Lu Yuyao grew increasingly silent. She couldn't understand how someone who had once been so infatuated could change so drastically in such a short time. She only wanted to test the other party, but did not expect them to be so insincere. Had this happened before, she might have been pleased, as it would help create some distance. But now she couldn't feel happy at all. Instead she felt a sense of abandonment. Yuyao, don't be angry. All these nasty men are despicable. We can always find another. The girl in pink continued to comfort her, but Lu Yuyao's expression remained grim. Did she not want to find someone else? But it was hard to swallow. Tell me, how can a person change so much? After a moment, Lu Yuyao finally spoke. Well, I don't know. Perhaps he is playing hard to get. The girl in pink was equally perplexed. Yifeng's behavior today had completely exceeded her expectations. Playing hard to get? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyao suddenly had a realization, as if she had grasped something. This is a tactic men use to seize the initiative. They start off with fiery enthusiasm, then suddenly turn cold, making you anxious. Do you think he can actually let go? The girl in pink began to coax her gently. He probably can't. Lu Yuyao was still quite confident in her appearance. The infatuation displayed by the other party couldn't possibly be an act. Then that's it. It's likely just as you said, those who take it seriously lose. The girl in pink became increasingly convinced that she had unraveled the truth. Also, those spirit stones from today were probably borrowed to provoke you, right? Otherwise, how do you explain that as soon as we walked past there, he also happened to appear? The girl in pink continued to speak. I see. Lu Yuyao nodded, instantly regaining her previous calm. She never expected that someone who had been so honest before could be so cunning. In that case, let's see who gets anxious first. Yifeng, unaware of Lu Yuyao's thoughts and uninterested in knowing them, returned to his sect's Hulu Valley and immediately took out the black-scaled sword, beginning to practice sword techniques in the valley. This black-scaled sword was indeed the work of a master. Even as a defective product, it was far superior to the standard black iron swords issued by the sect, both in terms of texture and sharpness. If it weren't for the cracks on it, this black-scaled sword might sell for over 200 spirit stones, and it might not even be available. With the sword wind howling after practicing vigorously, he caught a spirit rabbit to prepare a meal for the white tiger. With a new sword, it was just the right opportunity to show off. However, just as he cut open the spirit rabbit's abdomen with the black-scaled sword, he felt a faint stream of spiritual power coming from the sword, flowing into his body from his palm, alleviating the previous feeling of spiritual depletion. What is this? Feeling this anomaly, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. This black sword has a property of absorbing spirit. Wouldn't that mean he hit the jackpot? This property is quite useful in battle and is said to be extremely rare. It's hard to find in ordinary magical artifacts. If that's the case, he could say he was incredibly lucky. The next moment, he continued to verify with the black-scaled sword. Sure enough, as the sword pierced the spirit rabbit's body again, another trace of spiritual power was absorbed. He really did make a good purchase. He silently marveled, not expecting that something he casually picked up would turn out to be a gem. However, why was this sword sold so cheaply? Could it be that the master craftsman noticed a flaw in the forging process and let it be treated as scrap without testing it? After all, a sword with this property wouldn't be available for less than several hundred spirit stones. The absorption property wouldn't be discovered without personal experimentation, so the truth was likely this. In an instant, Yifeng's expression changed. After the successful test, he didn't let the black-scaled sword continue to absorb. After all, these spirit rabbits were the source of nutrition for the white tiger and couldn't be affected. He planned to use it to have some fun whenever he encountered other beasts in the future. Heavens, why are there so many spirit rabbits in this valley? This morning, suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the wooden house. Yifeng hurriedly opened the wooden door and stepped outside. "Seen your sister, you're back." Seeing the green-clad girl standing tall in the valley, Yifeng was a bit surprised. She had been gone for several months. What's going on with the spirit rabbits in this valley? You haven't been hoarding them for yourself, have you? The green-clad girl scanned the valley with suspicion. She clearly remembered that she had only asked the Spirit Beast Hall to send 30 spirit rabbits a month to ensure the white tiger's daily supply, But how did the number suddenly rise to over 60 in the valley? And there were many little rabbits among them. Cough cough, senior sister is joking. These are some of the younger brother's personal possessions. The white tiger's meat is over there. Yifeng pointed to another breeding area and said. To avoid confusion, he had long since separated the two batches of spirit rabbits, only replacing them when pregnant rabbits appeared. Personal possessions. Is that true? The green-clad girl's exquisite and beautiful face still showed some disbelief. This kid had only joined the sect not long ago. How could he have so many personal possessions? This matter can be verified by Deacon Zhang Fu. Senior sister can go and inquire about it. Yifeng quickly brought up the deacon of the spirit beast garden. All right. Seeing this, the green-clad girl finally believed a bit. After all, that deacon was one of their trusted aides, and with him keeping watch, she felt at ease. By the way, since senior sister is back, does that mean my task is considered completed? Yifeng suddenly changed the topic and asked. He now earned dozens of spirit stones monthly, rendering the meager 5 spirit stone reward beneath his notice. Moreover, the number of spirit hairs in the valley was steadily increasing. Too many witnesses risked drawing unwanted attention and covetous eyes. He resolved to relocate them to a private, secluded place. Completed. Not a chance. We're only returning for a brief rest. Upon hearing this, the green-robed woman immediately refused. Their current return was merely an interlude, not the conclusion of their assignment. Yet inwardly she felt deeply puzzled. Why was this young man so eager to leave? Shouldn't he be clinging, desperately begging to stay? After all, he was serving a stunning beauty like herself, and behind her stood her young mistress, a peerless genius among celestial prodigies. So, how long must I wait? Yifeng frowned at her words. The original contract had clearly stated the mission would not end until the employer declared it so. He was thus utterly powerless. I cannot say for certain, but will likely rest for 2 or 3 months. Here, take this transmission token. Oh, I'll send word when needed. Without waiting for a reply, the green-robed woman withdrew a token from her sleeve and thrust it into his hands. Senior sister, to be honest, your junior brother feels wholly unqualified for tending spirit beasts. Perhaps you'd consider dismissing me and finding someone more capable. Yifeng suddenly declared, his expression earnest and grave. Resting for 2 or 3 months only to return. Did she truly imagine he had nothing else to do? He already possessed his own burgeoning enterprise and had no intention of continuing to serve that arrogant white tiger. Stuck in this limbo, he stood to lose untold spirit stones. Dismiss you? Humph, don't even dream of it. Keep doing your duty, diligently. At these words, the green-robed woman let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Though she could not fathom the mystery behind the spirit hairs flourishing in the valley, her instincts whispered a connection to the 30 spirit hairs delivered monthly by the Spirit Beast Hall. Such minor gains held little allure for her, yet she never expected this youth, having reaped unexpected benefits, to try abandoning his post outright. If she had already found a better replacement, it would be one thing, but she hadn't. Yifeng, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered. He blamed himself in his eagerness to secure the assignment. He had accepted its terms without due scrutiny, and now found himself ensnared by that very clause. Then tell me, will I receive my stipend during this rest period? Without hesitation, Yifeng pressed again. You expect payment while resting? The green-robed woman stared incredulous. This youth truly knew no restraint. One cannot speak so absolutely. Consider, for these months your junior brother will be unable to pursue other opportunities. He must simply wait, forfeiting countless potential spirit stones. Correct? Yifeng retorted, exasperated. He had no desire to exploit this loophole. If dismissal were possible, he would welcome it wholeheartedly. Fine then. I'll grant you 3 months' stipend in advance. Though irritated, the green-robed woman paused to reflect and found his logic sound. For now, retaining him was the wiser course. Yet if a superior replacement ever emerged, she vowed she would dismiss him without mercy. Haha. Clutching 15 spirit stones, Yifeng's mood brightened considerably. Young Mistress Bai Da has arrived. Please inspect how well this youth has tended him. Did he cut corners or skimp on care? Half a moment later, the green-robed woman rode the white tiger at full gallop back to the White Jade Palace atop the mountain peak. Though the youth had sworn solemnly he'd kept no profits for himself, and though she granted him partial credence, she remained unconvinced. Regrettably, she lacked the expertise to assess the white tiger's condition. Only her mistress, as its true master, could discern the truth. She intended to have her mistress conduct a thorough examination. If the youth had indeed been negligent, she would flay him alive. I'll take a look. In the courtyard, a figure draped in flowing white robes, ethereal, transcendent, emerged from quiet contemplation and approached the white tiger, observing him with meticulous care. And the white tiger, recognizing his mistress, displayed unprecedented docility. He wagged his tail, gently nuzzled her cheek with his muzzle, and wore an expression of profound, tender affection. It seems rather satisfactory. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed the white-robed woman's exquisite face. Truly, truly, has his cultivation suffered not a jot? The green-robed woman's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked. Yes, based on current observation, there is no issue whatsoever. In fact, his condition rivals what I myself would achieve through direct care. The white-robed woman gave a slight, graceful nod. Hee, young mistress, I told you he'd prove reliable. A note of triumph colored the green-robed woman's tone. Unexpectedly, this youth possessed real skill. Yes, yes, this accomplishment shall count as your singular merit. The white-robed woman shot her companion a playful, exasperated glance. Truth be told, a quiet sigh of relief escaped her. Before departing, her greatest anxiety had been the white tiger. Entrusting his care to a mere chi-refining second-layer menial seemed perilous. Yet astonishingly, no mishap had occurred. After a brief, affectionate frolic with the white tiger, the white-robed woman retired to her chamber to resume cultivation, while the green-robed woman, brimming with enthusiasm, retrieved a spirit chicken to prepare her latest culinary experiment. Since her mistress was satisfied, she decided, for now, not to replace him. Let the youth continue his duties. Yet a stubborn disbelief still lingered within her. She had long brooded over the white tiger's rejection of her previous cooked meals, and had spent these recent days diligently refining her craft, determined to reclaim her dignity. Now, if even this youth's cooking pleased the white tiger, she refused to believe her own efforts would fail. Yet half a moment later, when she proudly presented her meticulously roasted spirit chicken before the white tiger, he merely sniffed once and turned away. Her indignation flared instantly. Hey, you insolent beast! Still refusing to eat? Just watch me beat you senseless. She yanked the white tiger's ear and brandished her delicate fist, attempting to drag him back and force-feed him. Alas, the white tiger merely gazed at her with pitiful, pleading eyes and steadfastly refused to open his mouth. After exhausting herself in futile efforts, the green-robed woman finally sighed in resignation. Fine, you may go tend to whomever you please. I'm done playing nursemaid. At dawn the next day, as the eastern sky blushed with the first pale light of dawn, the crisp, sharp whistle of sword blades cleaving the air echoed across Gourd Valley before the wooden cottage. Yi Feng gripped the black scale, sword unleashing wave after wave of razor-sharp sword chi. Within seconds, surrounding trees splintered and toppled, limbs scattering like rain. Only after several rigorous repetitions did he sheath his blade, standing tall and gently wiping the fine sheen of sweat from his brow. This foundational sword art appears imposing, but is likely little more than dazzling spectacle, Yi Feng murmured, wrapping the black scale sword in cloth, a faint regret coloring his thoughts. He lacked much: a ranked sword technique, a more efficient cultivation manual, protective artifacts, a spirit beast mount. None yet graced his possession. Yet watching the spirit hares gambol joyfully across the valley, a quiet satisfaction softened his features. Once these hares matured successfully, prosperity would follow, step by step. His most urgent task now was securing land truly his own. Under the watchful eyes of many, he found it inconvenient to act on several matters, especially if his elder brother were to find out, which would lead to significant trouble. Thus, he planned to take a stroll outside today to see if there were any good options available. Hastily exiting the valley and arriving at the station outside the sect, Yi Feng rented a snow-white, semi-spiritual horse. With a leap, he mounted the horse, which neighed and galloped swiftly outside the sect. This semi-spiritual horse was not slow and possessed considerable endurance, its hooves stirring the wind, making it one of the most commonly used modes of transport for low-level cultivators. However, when he arrived at a fork in the road at the foot of the mountain, he did not head directly to the nearest city, but instead turned towards a small village at the foot of the mountain. The village was small, with houses arranged in an orderly manner. At the entrance, several young men armed with bows and arrows kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Clearly, in this world teeming with demonic beasts, even near the Qingyun sect, peace was hard to come by. Seeing Yi Feng dressed in the outer disciple robes of the Qingyun sect, the young men did not dare to obstruct him, instead showing an unusually respectful attitude. Familiar with the path, Yi Feng traversed the village's narrow lanes and arrived at a secluded house. He dismounted and gently knocked on the wooden door. "Who is it?" A moment later, a deep voice came from inside. "It's me, Yi Feng," he replied softly. The door creaked open, revealing a strong young man. The young man appeared to be around 30, with a resolute face and sharp eyes like an eagle. Though there were no fluctuations of spiritual power, he emanated a fierce aura. This man was Zhao Jun, a trusted confidant and bodyguard left to the original host by his mother. Yifeng looked at the man before him and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Although the original host's mother was merely a mortal, she came from a prominent family in the mundane world and had handmaidens by her side. Zhao Jun was one of the most loyal attendants. Zhao Jun had once been a wandering knight skilled in martial arts. He was severely injured and on the brink of death when the mother saved him, thus becoming her right-hand man. Though the mother had passed away years ago, Zhao Jun had never left her side, instead following Yifeng selflessly and residing near the Qingyun sect. Such a loyal person was wasted on the original host, who was preoccupied with love affairs and failed to utilize him effectively. "Young master, what brings you here?" Seeing Yifeng, Zhao Jun's eyes lit up with surprise as he hurriedly welcomed him inside. "Uncle Zhao, I've recently learned some methods for raising spiritual rabbits and plan to find a place to do so. Since you're familiar with the area, do you have any good locations to recommend?" "Spiritual rabbits? How large of an area are you looking for? What are your requirements?" Zhao Jun was a bit taken aback to hear that his young master had acquired such skills. Is that true? However, he did not pursue the matter further and instead asked the most important question. "At least a dozen acres, right? The place needs to be sufficiently hidden and the spiritual energy shouldn't be too poor. The breeding ground will surely expand, and if the area is too small, it will need to be relocated in the future, which is troublesome. It's better to get it right the first time," Yifeng said. "Young master, such places are quite hard to find. In this area, the prime and safe spots have long been claimed by various families, making it impossible to find vacancies. There are only a few remote areas near the Beast Mountain range left, but they tend to be more dangerous." Zhao Jun pondered for a moment before providing an honest answer. "Not a single spot." Yifeng was puzzled, not expecting this task to be so difficult. "Perhaps in a few years there will be some options, but I haven't heard of any at the moment." Zhao Jun shook his head. "Very well, tell me about the remote ones." In the end, Yifeng had to relent on his requirements. The urgent matter was to find a place to settle down first. Yes. Soon Zhao Jun began to mention several locations he knew. Chuzhou is mountainous, and near the Qingyun sect's influence, many valleys at the edges of the mountains are available for rent, some even close to cultivation towns. However, after years of development, these spiritually rich areas have mostly been divided up by major cultivation families, either cultivated into spiritual fields or used for other purposes. Outsiders wishing to intervene need considerable financial power, which is extremely difficult. However, near the Beast Mountain range, due to the threat of demonic beasts, there are still a small number of remaining plots that have not been contracted. If one wishes to lease these valleys, they only need to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to the Qingyun sect for official permission, but safety cannot be guaranteed in those areas. Of course, if one is willing to pay some spirit stones as a reward, they can also request support from the local branch of the Qingyun sect for a certain level of protection, but that price is not cheap at all. The places you mentioned can all be considered. Time is of the essence. Oh, let's go take a look at them in person. Soon Yifeng stood up and said. Given the circumstances, he could only choose one from these options. All right. Zhao Jun said nothing more, casually picked up a steel sword and summoned a mundane horse from somewhere, riding alongside Yifeng as they dashed towards the village exit. The distance from the foot of the Qingyun sect to the vicinity of the Beast Mountain range was not far. They rushed through many human cities and wound through the mountains on narrow paths. After half a day, the two finally stopped in front of a certain valley entrance. Young master, this is the most secluded and hidden of the remaining valleys, Qinke Valley. It is of moderate size and possesses good spiritual energy. However, the price may be somewhat high, Zhao Jun began to introduce. Yifeng surveyed the valley before him and couldn't help but nod inwardly. The terrain here indeed meets his requirements, situated among the mountains, winding with many twists and turns, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. More critically, in this place, he felt a faint trace of ethereal chi, though he couldn't tell if it was mere. Since acquiring the heavenly mechanism disc, he often sensed energies that others could not, though he was still unaware of their purpose. However, he did not make an immediate decision and followed Zhao Jun to the other locations. After 2 busy days, he finally finished inspecting the various options. Unfortunately, the other locations, aside from being cheaper, had various shortcomings, with only Qinke Valley being slightly better. Ultimately, Yifeng gritted his teeth and decided to rent the place called Qinke Valley. Uncle Zhao, the rent for Qinke Valley is 5 spirit stones per month. Can we truly afford that? Zhao Jun expressed some concern. In Zhao Jun's view, this Qinke Valley was undoubtedly the best, but the price was quite steep, and he never expected his young master to choose this place. He was merely a mundane martial artist. Spirit stones were something beyond his reach, so he felt power. Rest assured, I've recently made a profit, so it's manageable. You just need to find some reliable people to help me keep an eye on the valley. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. With the 4 spirit stones left over from before along with the 15 spirit stones recently advanced from his salary, he currently had as many as 19 spirit stones in hand. Additionally, a new batch of spiritual rabbits would soon reach maturity. If he was in urgent need, he could also consider selling some. Exiting the mountains, he found the Qingyun sect's service point in the nearby large city Yunqi City and directly expressed his intention to lease. Are you looking to contract the Qingke Valley? May I ask about your background and personnel situation? The service attendant asked in a businesslike manner. The Yi family from Huangshe Town, an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. Currently, the personnel consists of just the 2 of us. Yifeng replied honestly. You 2 wish to contract the valley. You are likely unaware that the valley is a favored haunt for beasts. Without sufficient strength, how can you withstand the yearly beast turmoil? The attendant looked up with a hint of disbelief. Contracting the valley was typically done by larger powers, yet these 2 seemed like mere kittens with only 1 foundation-level cultivator, hardly a force to be reckoned with. The beast turmoil. Isn't that still several months away? Yifeng retorted, aware of the dangers during the beast turmoil period, which generally occurred in spring and was still half a year away. Not too long, but if you want to stir things up, the monthly rental is 5 spirit stones. The attendant finally stopped speaking further as he was merely offering a friendly reminder. All right, thank you. After paying for a month's rent, Yifeng quickly received the usage token for the valley. Phew. Finally, he had a private territory. Stepping out of the Qingyun sect station, Yifeng let out a long sigh. This territory was protected by the Qingyun sect, and outsiders were not allowed to intrude. As for the turmoil period mentioned by the attendant, he wasn't too worried. Other powers could not relocate their spirit valleys, which indeed posed a significant impact, but he could raise spirit beasts and simply move later if needed. After arranging a time to meet again, with Zhao Jun, the 2 parted ways. Back at the Qingyun sect in the Hulu Valley, Yifeng returned and bought some supplies, then began crafting rabbit cages and arranging for the migration of the spiritual rabbits. The current batch of spiritual rabbits belonged to him, totaling over 58. Attempting to relocate all of them at once would undoubtedly be somewhat challenging. Fortunately, he had bought 2 ordinary horses with the gold and silver Zhao Jun provided. He planned to build a cart to transport them together. Additionally, he needed to consider the confidentiality of the breeding secret technique. The Qingmu radish was not the key to this breeding method, and it couldn't be hidden. The essence of this secret technique lay in the reaction produced by soaking Qingmu radish in Qingzhu liquid. He planned to concoct a mysterious liquid that was indistinguishable, keeping it under his control while presenting the Qingmu radish as regular feed. Several days later, after finishing the cart and 6 rabbit cages, Yifeng finally paused his work. Almost done, he said, putting down the wooden hammer and wiping the sweat from his forehead. The sturdy wooden cages before him, while not exquisitely crafted, were durable enough to handle the short-term transport of the spiritual rabbits. Each cage could comfortably hold 10 medium-sized spiritual rabbits. However, he still needed to prepare some wild vegetables and rabbit feed. Fortunately, there were plenty left from before, and he quickly got everything ready. Seeing this, Yifeng wasted no time and carefully loaded the spiritual rabbits into the cart, driving towards the least Qingke Valley at a brisk pace. What is this? After racing for some time, when his figure finally appeared at the entrance of Qingke Valley, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. He saw several people gathered near the valley's entrance. 2 men and 1 woman, all around 20 years old, their faces quite familiar, busily constructing a wooden house. The framework of the wooden house was taking shape, with 2 men working together to erect thick wooden beams, while the woman assisted by passing materials the scene orderly. Young master, you're here. Zhao Jun spotted Yifeng from a distance and immediately came over. Yifeng jumped down from the cart a bit puzzled. Uncle Zhao, who are these 2? Zhao Jun explained with a smile. Young master, you must be familiar with them. These 2 are the handmaidens and guards who accompanied Madame during her marriage. Had it not been for the hardships they faced in the Yi family over the years, they would not have left. Now, hearing that the young master needed assistance, they all hurried over. But rest assured, young master, both have received great kindness from Madame, and you can definitely trust them. Zhao Jun said, patting his chest. Had it not been for his young master's insistence on needing absolutely trustworthy individuals, he could have found more. Good, good. Yifeng felt a wave of emotion at Zhao Jun's words. The man and woman were undoubtedly familiar faces. Although their clothing was not luxurious, their expressions appeared simple and honest, exuding loyalty. Noticing Yifeng's arrival, the other 2 in the valley also came forward to greet him. The elder sister-like woman stepped up with a smile, saying, Young master, I am Qiu Yu, I wonder if you still remember me. When you were young, I even held you. Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. She was only in her 20s. If she held him when he was young, that meant he had been seen in his entirety. Another burly man clasped his fists and said, "Haha, young master, I am Li, who once a guard for madam. Although I have not been by your side these years, I have always remembered you and have come today to serve you." The two introduced themselves one by one. Yifeng nodded and smiled in response, feeling deeply moved. He hadn't expected that given the danger here, these two would come without hesitation. Although their numbers were a bit few, he was extremely satisfied. "You've all worked hard. I will ensure that you are well compensated for your kindness." Yifeng looked at everyone, including Zhao Jun, and made a solemn promise. "All right." The three cheered in unison, each wearing invigorated smiles. They didn't really care about anything else, they just wanted to help the young master. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone began to work under Yifeng's guidance. Li Hu continued to construct the wooden house with tools, while Qiu Yu began clearing the weeds in the valley, preparing to establish the spiritual rabbits activity area. Zhao Jun took a mountain knife and started digging the foundation in the clearing in front of the wooden house to build a fence for the breeding farm. Yifeng was also busy. He personally unloaded the young spiritual rabbits from the cart and placed them into the makeshift cages. Then he took out a bag of rabbit feed along with wild vegetables and fruits, handing them to Qiu Yue. "Sister Qiu Yue, these are the feed and vegetables for the spiritual rabbits. Be careful with the portions, don't let them eat too much. Additionally, these fruits can also be planted in the valley." Qiu Yu accepted the supplies with a nod and said, "Young master, rest assured, I will remember." Yifeng then said to Li Hu, "Uncle Li, once the wooden house is built, you should start constructing the fence from this side. It must be at least 6 feet high and 3 feet deep, with a layer of hard stones laid down to prevent the spiritual rabbits from escaping." Zhao Jun was already aware of this requirement and worried that the other party might not understand. Li Hu clasped his fists and said, "Young master, rest assured, I will definitely follow your orders." Once everything was instructed, Yifeng also joined in the construction of the fence. As a cultivator, his strength and endurance were undoubtedly beyond that of ordinary people, allowing the construction pace to be equivalent to 3 men working together. "Young master, your strength is truly impressive." Qiu Yue, standing aside, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How different he was now from that frail young man after just 2 years of cultivation in the Immortal Gate. "Indeed, if only we could also cultivate." Li Hu nodded, revealing a hint of longing. They were not lacking in aptitude, but simply had no access to that level, so they didn't even understand whether they had spiritual roots. If they had the opportunity and resources to cultivate, perhaps one day they could become lofty immortal beings. "Don't worry, as long as things develop well here, there will be opportunities in the future," Qiu Yu said with. For some reason, she felt that the young master was already different now. Following him might truly offer a chance to rise above. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in Qingke Valley. Everyone gathered around, enjoying simple meals and chatting about past amusing stories. Sitting by the bonfire, Yifeng listened to everyone's laughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, a slightly smaller breeding area had been completed through everyone's collective effort. The nearly 60 spiritual rabbits were already placed in the breeding ground. Upon seeing the open grassland, they immediately began to jump around, excitedly foraging for food. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of relief, thinking that as long as this batch of spiritual rabbits grew successfully and were sold, the conditions in their valley would significantly improve. "Young master, you should rest well tonight. Leave the patrols to me and Uncle Li." After eating and drinking his fill, Zhao Jun took the initiative to say, "Yes, with me and brother Zhao keeping watch, there will be absolutely no problem." Li Hu also patted his chest and said, "They were quite skilled in guarding the house. All right. Notify me immediately if anything unusual happens." Yifeng nodded, not rejecting their kindness. If a beast were to attack, he would undoubtedly be the primary force, so he needed to conserve his energy first. As for ordinary wild beasts, Zhao Jun and Li Hu were more than capable of handling them. Fortunately, that night was relatively peaceful. Zhao Jun and Li Hu took turns keeping watch, not discovering anything unusual, and everyone peacefully passed through that night in the wild. The next day, Zhao Jun and Li Hu began working on building a sturdy wooden defensive fence at the valley entrance and constructing 2 lookout arrow towers. This valley was surrounded by steep mountains on 3 sides, with only one exit, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Thus, blocking the valley entrance would suffice for safety. Qiu Yu was responsible for cultivating the vegetable garden and specific breeding matters. Yifeng was also busy driving the cart back and forth between the valley and Yunqi City outside the mountain, purchasing various iron tools and living supplies for everyone. Although there were prey for meat near the valley, they still lacked daily necessities like firewood, rice, and oil. Fortunately, there was a natural waterfall pool in the valley, solving the most critical water source problem. The four of them worked together, and the breeding ground operated with high efficiency. However, on the night of the third day, with a wolf howl echoing, everyone was instantly drenched in cold sweat and hurried out of the wooden house. Yifeng immediately rushed to the simple arrow tower at the valley entrance to keep watch. "Young master, what do you think this howl is? Is it a beast or a normal wild animal?" Zhao Jun tightly gripped his steel sword, his expression exceptionally grave. He could distinguish ordinary wild beasts, but this wolf howl was slightly different from regular animals, so he couldn't be sure. "It is very likely a beast that possesses a trace of demonic energy," Yifeng said with certainty. When he previously visited the sect's spirit beast garden, he had encountered demon wolves there, and their howls were very similar, carrying an unsettling power. Thus he could immediately conclude that this was a beast that already had demonic power, albeit much weaker compared to the true beasts in the sect. He originally thought that beast attacks would only occur during the restlessness period, but he never expected to discover the presence of beasts after just 2 days here, which completely exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Jun and the newly arrived Li Hu's hearts sank. They were not afraid of ordinary wild animals, but demonic beasts were different. Even though they had decent martial skills, they might not be able to withstand these feral creatures. Qiuyu instinctively revealed a hint of panic. She had previously witnessed the devastation caused by demonic beasts, where over 10 ordinary warriors attacking together could do nothing. However, seeing her young master here eased her worries a lot. He was already a cultivator, so surely he could withstand it, right? Everyone anxiously awaited the arrival of the demonic beast. Fortunately, the wolf seemed to be at a considerable distance, and it did not appear in the valley that night, which relieved them all. In the morning, Yifeng pondered for a moment, finally taking out a thin booklet from his pocket and handing it to Zhao Jun. "This is the introductory cultivation method. I practice qi induction technique. You can try it out. Although I don't know if you have spiritual roots, practicing this method can strengthen your body and enhance your power." "What? Cultivation method?" Zhao Jun took the booklet, his body trembling violently. Li Hu and Qiuyu both displayed expressions of immense shock. As ordinary people, they certainly understood how precious cultivation techniques were. All cultivation secrets were controlled by large families and powerful forces, and ordinary people had no way to access them. Just recently, they were still hoping for a chance to cultivate, but unexpectedly, it was about to be realized so soon. "This isn't a dream, is it?" "Yes, but remember, you must not leak this out, or it will lead to fatal consequences," Yifeng solemnly warned. Originally, he planned to delay this matter, but now for the safety of the valley, he couldn't afford to wait any longer. When he first entered the sect, he was indeed required to swear on his soul not to disclose the cultivation techniques taught by the sect, but that oath was made by the original owner, so he had no such concerns. However, the premise was that they must not be caught by the sect, otherwise once discovered the consequences would be unimaginable. "Young master, this is too precious. Please take it back." Zhao Jun suddenly recalled something and quickly snapped out of his shock. Although the technique is excellent, any sect would require that it not be leaked. He immediately understood the great danger his young master was taking. "Yes, young master, please take it back." Li Hu and Qiuyu also realized something, and without hesitation they quickly spoke up. The trust his young master showed in teaching them the sect's techniques moved them deeply. They indeed yearned for it, but they couldn't allow their young master to be in danger. "No, since I dare to present it, I naturally have a foolproof plan. You only need to keep your lips sealed. Besides, we are on the same boat now. Your strength must increase so you can better assist me," Yifeng said with great seriousness. "Well, very well. A great favor need not be thanked. I will not be polite. I, Zhao Jun, vow here that from this day forth in life I am the young master's man, and in death I am the young master's ghost. I will go through fire and water for the young master without hesitation." Zhao Jun, having heard this, no longer hesitated, kneeling on one knee and solemnly making his vow. He had scoured the world for most of his life, risking his life without obtaining even a fraction of a cultivation technique. Now that the opportunity was right before him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Li Hu and Qiuyu followed suit, swearing to the heavens, both extremely excited. Were they not also dreaming of cultivating immortality? Seeing this, Yifeng quickly helped everyone up. "There is no need for this. You just need to focus on your cultivation and keep an eye on Qingke Valley for me." This matter he had undoubtedly considered deeply. The valley was his foundation, but he could not always guard it himself, so he had to cultivate everyone. In this unfamiliar world, the people he could rely on were few, only these three before him. If he could not trust them, how could he discuss anything further? Rest assured, young master, as long as I live a day, there will be no mishaps here. Zhao Jun immediately patted his chest and said, Yes, young master, don't worry. We will definitely improve our strength and guard this place well. Li Hu and the others also promised earnestly. After spending an entire day demonstrating the qi induction technique over 10 times, he finally taught the three of them the correct breathing method. Then Yifeng turned his gaze to the spiritual rabbits in the valley. In front of him, there were only 15 adult spiritual rabbits, most of which were nursing females and breeding males. The remaining 40 or so were juvenile rabbits, some of which had just been born. 6 months of growth was still too long and could not allow them to increase their strength in a short time. Only 2 days had passed, and a wild wolf of beast level had appeared. What of the future? Would there be even stronger ones? This filled him with an inexplicable sense of urgency. Should he ask the heavenly machine disk how to upgrade and mutate the spiritual rabbits? The memory of selling that recently born crimson flame rabbit for 100 spirit stones was still fresh in his mind. This was crucial for his ability to establish himself here, and once this thought arose, he could not suppress it. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. A familiar feeling of weakness surged through him as more than half of his spiritual power and vitality were instantly drained away. Fortunately, with his cultivation level rising this time was a bit better than the last, but it still had a significant impact. He endured the discomfort and began to focus on browsing the information displayed by the heavenly machine disk. Ordinary low-level spiritual rabbit, main diet wild vegetables, wild grasses, and wild fruits, can produce 2 litters each year with 8 to 10 offspring per litter with a spiritual rate of 40 to 60%. Conditions for mutation and promotion: feed a pregnant female rabbit 1 stalk each of 10-year-old with spirit grass and alchemy grass for 3 consecutive days with a 10% chance of producing a mutated Qingling rabbit. This breed of spiritual rabbit can perform low-level entanglement techniques and unleash wood attribute attacks. Feed a pregnant female rabbit 1 stalk each of 10-year-old fire spirit grass and alchemy grass for 3 consecutive days with a 10% chance of producing a mutated crimson flame rabbit. This breed of spiritual rabbit can spit fire and unleash burning attacks. Feed a pregnant female rabbit 1 stalk each of 10-year-old ice spirit grass and alchemy grass for 3 consecutive days with a 10% chance of producing a mutated Xianbing rabbit. This breed of spiritual rabbit can release cold air and unleash ice attribute attacks. Feed a pregnant female rabbit 1 stalk each of 10-year-old blood spirit grass and alchemy grass for 3 consecutive days with a 10% chance of producing a mutated blood spirit rabbit. This breed of spiritual rabbit has delicious flesh rich in vitality essence, and consuming it can strengthen the body. Qingling rabbit, crimson flame rabbit, Xianbing rabbit, blood spirit rabbit. Upon seeing these grand names, Yifeng's eyes sparkled, and his mood could not settle for a long time. No matter which breed it is, as long as it can truly be cultivated, it will definitely sell for a high price. However, at this moment his energy consumption was too great and night had fallen, so he couldn't do anything for the time being. He swallowed the remaining qi gathering pill and began refining it in the wooden house. This elixir was highly effective, as spiritual power surged and the feeling of weakness in his body vanished by more than half. It seems that this heavenly machine disk should have originally belonged to the world of cultivation. In his past life, he had no cultivation at all, yet he struggled to use it entirely, joking with his life. That night, everyone in Qingke Valley was restless. Except for those on night watch, the rest could not wait to begin practicing breathing techniques, staying awake all night. How many times had they dreamed of having a cultivation technique and stepping onto the path of immortality? Unfortunately, all cultivation techniques were monopolized by powerful families, and ordinary people could not access them at all. Zhao Jun had once nearly lost his life fighting for a half portion of a low-level cultivation technique, but had not succeeded. He never expected that he would finally have his wish fulfilled now. Early the next morning, having recovered some energy, Yifeng led a common horse preparing to head outside the valley. He planned to go to Yunxi City today to purchase supplies and quickly bring forth the mutated spiritual rabbits. However, before he could set off, he suddenly heard the sound of hooves coming from the valley entrance. What's going on? Yifeng frowned slightly. Young master, someone has come to visit from outside the valley, Xiaoyu quickly reported. Oh. Yifeng was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. How could anyone come to such a remote place? As he pondered, he followed Xiaoyu quickly to the valley entrance. Before they arrived, they saw a delicate beast cart parked at the entrance, pulled by 2 true spirit steeds with pitch-black fur. At this moment, 2 people were standing beside the beast cart. The leader was a young woman in a blue dress, quite beautiful, and beside her was an elderly man with gray hair resembling a butler. Although the young woman and the gray-haired man did not exude any spiritual energy, they gave off an unusual feeling. Zhao Jun, who was on guard, held his sword tight, his gaze warily fixed on the two. "Are you the master of this valley?" Upon seeing Yi Feng emerge, the young woman and the elderly steward were clearly taken aback. They hadn't expected the valley master to be so young. He looks to be around 17 or 18 years old, and judging by his attire, he seems to be an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect. "Indeed, may I ask what brings you both here?" Yi Feng displayed a hint of confusion. It was evident that these two came from a prominent family, yet he believed he had never seen them before and had no prior interaction, leaving him puzzled as to why they had come to visit. "Can you relinquish the lease on this valley and give it to me?" The young woman wasted no time with pleasantries and directly asked in an authoritative manner. She had been eyeing this Qingke Valley for some time, but back then she was uncertain about the feng shui layout. After researching some texts, she did not expect to find that someone else had already taken it upon her arrival. In this world, the art of star divination and geomancy is a highly profound and mystical skill, allowing cultivators to touch upon the will of the heavenly Tao to understand the trajectory of fate. Some highly skilled practitioners, when facing a critical moment of breakthrough, may pay a hefty price to seek the assistance of a master of this art to perform divination, attempting to glean insights from the hexagrams to find opportunities for transcendence. The family she belongs to is one of the few in Chuzhou that conducts research in this area. "Fair, you jest. This valley was painstakingly selected by me. How could I possibly let it go?" Yi Feng shook his head, decisively refusing. Though the woman was extraordinarily beautiful and had a pleasant voice that mattered little to him. This was related to his grand ambitions. He could not afford to compromise. "They'll give you 50 spirit stones as compensation. How does that sound? It's quite dangerous here, and with your limited strength you can't possibly defend it. A short-term lease would be a waste of this fine place." The young woman did not expect the opponent to be so difficult to deal with, so she had to raise the stakes. She certainly understood that since he had already leased it, he would not leave easily without some benefits. "Who says I am only leasing short-term? You won't know unless you try to defend it. If there's nothing else, please take your leave." Yi Feng showed no signs of being swayed. The most important reason he chose this place was its secrecy. For any other location, no amount of spirit stones would entice him. 100. The young woman gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. This was already her bottom line. After having a falling out with her family, she had very few spirit stones left. That's still not acceptable. "You can't be greedy." Upon hearing this, the young woman's charming face tightened. If it weren't for her late arrival, would it be her turn now? All her plans had been meticulously laid out, and if she could not secure the lease, wouldn't that mean all her efforts were in vain? "Fairy, please stop speaking further. I have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell." Seeing this, Yi Feng said no more and directly mounted his horse, heading straight towards Yunqi City. He had important business to attend to today and had no time to waste arguing with the two. Watching Yi Feng's indifferent and carefree retreating figure, the young woman bit her delicate lip, her expression quite displeased. She had not anticipated that her request as a stunning beauty would be so easily ignored. She did not believe that he understood anything about geomancy, so he must be unaware of the value of this place. "Miss, let's head back for now. There are plenty of other valleys available. There's no need to cling to this one." The elderly steward, seeing the person in charge had already walked far, could only offer his advice reluctantly. The opponent had formal authorization from the Qingyan sect, and they had no way to pressure him into relinquishing it. "No, I've set my sights on this place," the young woman said with a stern face. She had left her family intending to achieve something, and this was the feng shui treasure land she had painstakingly found over the past few days. How could she easily give it up? "Then shall we wait a bit longer? With only this few people, they cannot possibly withstand any beast attacks. If the miss insists on this valley, perhaps we only need to wait for 10 days or half a month." The elderly steward glanced at the few people in the valley and continued to reassure. With his insight, he could tell that aside from that young man, the others were merely mortals. Such a defensive force, how could they possibly withstand the threats near the Beast Mountain range? However, he did not dare to act overtly as they planned to develop here long-term, so the best approach would be to wait for that young man to voluntarily withdraw. "We can't just wait idly. Are there any other valleys nearby available for lease?" The young woman turned her gaze toward the elderly steward. "There is a valley opposite Qingke Valley that seems to be called Qishao Valley. Although its terrain is not as favorable as Qingke Valley, it is still decent. But it's too close to Qingke Valley." The elderly steward replied honestly. "All right, we will lease Qishao Valley for now." The young woman gritted her teeth and made her decision. "Miss, isn't this too hasty? The elderly steward showed some hesitation upon hearing this. The proximity is good. Oh, I want to be the first to know when that young man decides to relinquish the lease. I hope he comes to plead with me. A hint of coldness appeared on the young woman's face. After bidding farewell to the two, Yifeng wore a somewhat serious expression. He hadn't expected that just after settling in this valley he would already attract attention. Truly, he was caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. However, he was not overly worried. After all, this was the territory of the Qingyun sect, and he was a disciple of the Qingyun sect. The opponent should not dare to act against him. Soon, having crossed the mountains, Yifeng arrived at Yunqi City near the Beast Mountain Range in under an hour. The Beast Mountain Range is a vast expanse of mountains on the western side of Chuzhou, stretching an unknown number of miles, filled with numerous beasts and countless medicinal herbs. Yunqi City is the closest town to the Beast Mountain Range belonging to the Qingyun sect and serves as the first line of defense against beast incursions. This is a gathering place for scattered cultivators entering the mountains to hunt beasts, with constant flow of various cultivators transiting here to procure necessary supplies before venturing into the boundless Beast Mountain Range. Naturally, every day a large number of cultivators return from the Beast Mountain Range selling the materials and herbs they have acquired. However, these cultivators often return with varying degrees of fatigue or injuries, and many have even perished within the Beast Mountain Range. Yet despite knowing the dangers of the Beast Mountain Range, many scattered cultivators still seek opportunities and do not shy away. After all, this is the only place that offers them a chance to strike it rich. Passing through the city gate and entering Yunqi City, it was already bustling with people as many scattered cultivators began setting up stalls to sell their goods. Yifeng did not delay and directly headed to the central area of the market where herbal medicine was being concentrated, searching from left to right, visiting various spirit herb shops. He had 14 spirit stones left with him and planned to buy several sets of the materials required for the transformation of the spirit rabbit. Shopkeeper, how much are your 10-year-old fire spirit herbs? A quarter of an hour later, Yifeng approached the counter of a spirit herb shop and asked straightforwardly. The 10-year-old fire spirit herb is 1 spirit stone per stalk. May I ask how many you need? The shopkeeper was a middle-aged cultivator, his movements calm and unhurried. Give me 6 stalks, please. Also, do you have any refining demon herbs for sale? Yifeng continued to inquire. The price for the fire spirit herbs was acceptable, but he was curious about the refining demon herbs. The demon herb. This herb is quite rare, and we currently do not have any. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head. The demon herb is a rather obscure spiritual herb, not widely used, so he was hesitant to purchase it, fearing it would be a bad investment. After all, in his herbal shop, he had to consider the efficiency of turnover. Thank you. Once the shopkeeper had gathered the fire spirit herb, Yifeng paid with spirit stones, packed it in a jade box, and continued on to the next shop. This fire spirit herb was about an inch long, entirely flamed constantly, emitting a faint aura of fire spiritual energy, and it looked quite fresh, clearly indicating that the herbal shop had special preservation measures. Continuing forward, unfortunately, he did not find any demon herbs after visiting all the herbal shops, though he did come across quite a few ice spirit herbs. Is the demon herb really so hard to find? He felt a bit disappointed. The demon herb was the core material for inducing mutations. Conversely, without the fire spirit herb, he could still purchase ice spirit herbs, wood spirit herbs, and so on. Fortunately, there were still many stalls run by rogue cultivators in this city. Although the quality was not guaranteed, there was a wide variety. After a long search, he finally found 4 demon herbs at the stall of a burly man. These demon herbs were not high-grade spiritual herbs either. They cost 1 spirit stone each, but they were quite niche. After some haggling, he finally bought the 4 for 3 spirit stones, which meant that his reserve of spirit stones had suddenly decreased by more than half. However, 4 herbs could only make up 1 batch of materials, which was not very reliable. Friend, do you know if there are any more demon herbs? When will there be more? After packing the herbs into the jade box, Yifeng turned his gaze back to the burly man. Having finally encountered a stall with demon herbs, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Sorry, I won't be going back into the mountains anytime soon. If you want some, you'll have to collect them yourself. The burly man shook his head. He had obtained those demon herbs by chance while passing through and had sustained significant injuries. It was impossible for him to revisit that place. Oh, do you know where I can find them? Can you tell me? Upon hearing this, Yifeng quickly took out a spirit stone as a tip and handed it to the man. It wasn't that he was generous, but this herb was crucially important to him, and he needed precise information. The burly man looked at the spirit stone in front of him, slightly tempted. All right, I'll tell you. There are some in the southwestern direction of the Beast Mountain Range near the Pan Snake Ridge, but I suggest you bring more people with you. After accepting the spirit stone, the burly man kindly reminded him. At his cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement, he had suffered greatly in that area, let alone someone at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Thank you very much. Yifeng clasped his fists in gratitude, and then turned to leave. Although he had obtained the general location of the demon herbs, his expression remained grave. He had never anticipated that the demon herb would be so hard to find. As it stood, even if he had spirit stones in the future, he would not be able to expand his operations. However, overthinking was pointless. He needed to take the herbs he had back home first. Young master, you're back. In the evening, as Yifeng rode into the valley, he saw Li Hu and Xiao Yu both coming out to greet him. Where is Uncle Zhao? Yifeng dismounted, revealing a hint of confusion. Usually Zhao Jun would be the first to greet him. Young master brother, Zhao has been practicing diligently all day, and apart from taking turns on guard duty, he hasn't come out much, Li Hu replied with a smile. So he's working so hard. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. He could understand the other's urgency. After all, it had taken many years to wait for this opportunity. However, he knew that one could not rush such matters. Cultivation required a gradual approach. Even if one had spiritual roots, it often took half a month of practice to feel the flow of qi. It was impossible for someone to see results in just a day or two. By the way, do you know if there have been any developments with those 2 people from this morning? Soon Yifeng thought of another matter. Yes, it seems they have rented the valley across from us. So they're still being a nuisance. Yifeng's brows furrowed involuntarily upon hearing this. Clearly those 2 were still unwilling to give up. He had also looked at the valley across from them. The terrain was not particularly good, and it was evident that they were not interested in the location itself, but were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. However, where they rented was their own business, and he had no right to interfere. Xiao Yu, do you know how many pregnant rabbits we have now? Yifeng unloaded his pack and asked. The pressing matter was to quickly increase their strength. Although the spiritual herbs were preserved in the jade boxes without an array to assist, it was best to feed them as soon as possible. Young master, there are currently 2, one of which was just discovered today, and the other has been pregnant for a while. Xiao Yu reported, a hint of joy on her face. At this moment, she was secretly astonished. She had previously heard that it was very difficult for spiritual creatures to reproduce, but she did not expect that her young master would have one pregnant in just a few days. Let's go, take me to see. Yifeng's spirit lifted upon hearing this news. In the next moment, he hurriedly arrived at the spiritual rabbit breeding area. The 2 pregnant spiritual rabbits had been placed in a small breeding area nearby and were being specially cared for. One of the rabbits had a slightly bulging belly, while the other was already quite obvious, indicating that its delivery time was approaching. Seeing this, he hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to feed the one that was about to give birth right now. As for the one that had just become pregnant, he would deal with it later. He needed to know the results quickly. Returning to the wooden house, he took out one of each of the demon herb and fire spirit herb, cleaned them, crushed them into feed, then personally fed the pregnant rabbit. These herbs were extremely precious and could not be wasted. When the first portion of herbal feed was consumed, the mother rabbit appeared very lively and seemed to still want more, her eyes fixed on Yifeng, eager for more food. However, Yifeng obviously would not give her any more. After inspecting the area, he finally began to return to the wooden house to cultivate. Currently, he was sharp of hearing and sight. He could sense any disturbances outside in a timely manner. In the center of Qishao Valley, after the woman in blue rented this valley, she soon recruited a large number of workers and began a frenzied construction. Although this valley was only temporary, she did not intend to take it lightly. The construction progressed rapidly, with an experienced elder steward coordinating everything. By the end of the first day, they had built a simple camp, and on the second day, they began constructing 2 protective walls. However, the gaze of the woman in blue remained fixed on the valley across from her, unwilling to move away. She found that the valley across grew more and more appealing as a land of fortune. The nearby mountains meandered like a dragon, and in front the Qingke Valley just happened to be in the position of the dragon's head. If what she thought was true, then in this valley, whether for developing her career or personal cultivation, everything would flourish, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Unfortunately, her skills were not yet sufficient, and she still could not fully ascertain this. However, she believed that soon she would be able to occupy that valley and explore it thoroughly. Miss, there are 2 exits in this valley, and our defense personnel are insufficient. Should we recruit some wandering cultivators from outside? The white-haired old man inquired. Currently, the 10 or so people in the valley were merely young and strong mortals, only capable of performing manual labor. The only cultivators present were him and his young lady. If they encountered a beast attack, it would be difficult to manage both fronts. It's possible, but our spirit stones are limited, so we should only recruit a few people, and the pay can't be high, Su Zian pondered then said. She rented the valley to brew spiritual wine, and brewing required purchasing a considerable amount of spiritual fruits and herbs, which was a significant expense. With less than 1,000 spirit stones on hand, brewing would take more than half a year, and she still needed to wait for the sales, so she had to conserve every bit of her resources. All right, but we must keep this secret recipe confidential. If the price is too low, we probably won't attract anyone, the white-haired old man expressed a hint of concern. To keep it confidential, they would have to require the other party to swear an oath and even sign a lifetime contract. Without sufficient rewards, no one would be willing. No problem, just say it's work for the eldest lady of the Su family in Anyang City. Those willing can come, and those unwilling won't be forced, Su Zian said calmly. If the others knew that the one they would serve was such a beautiful woman with her looks, she believed very few could refuse. However, she didn't think highly of the wandering cultivators here. Recruiting too many would complicate things. Yes, the white-haired old man nodded. If his young lady was willing to reveal her name, it certainly wouldn't be too difficult. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Yi Feng remained vigilant against beast attacks and the schemes of his new neighbors in the valley. However, what surprised him was that everything seemed normal during these 2 days. The opposite valley appeared to be busy, and the two families did not interfere with each other. On the morning of the 3rd day, as Yi Feng stepped out of the wooden house to practice his sword techniques, he saw Qiyue rushing over with an excited expression. Young Master Zhao Ge said he can feel the qi now. What? So soon? Yi Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. If this were true, it would undoubtedly be a great joy. The next moment, he led the way quickly to the wooden house, where Zhao Jun was. Inside the wooden house, Zhao Jun was currently repeatedly practicing the qi induction technique to strengthen his cultivation, while Li Hu stood beside him aiding in his protection. Yi Feng's gaze scanned Zhao Jun up and down, and his face lit up with joy as he could clearly sense a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from him. It seemed that this matter was almost certain. A moment later, Zhao Jun slowly finished his practice and opened his eyes. Uncle Zhao, how do you feel now? Yi Feng asked hurriedly. Very good. I feel better than I ever have. Zhao Jun's face was filled with undeniable excitement. At that moment, he realized that his body was filled with strength and all the hidden injuries he had suffered from his adventures were completely healed. It seems your aptitude is quite good. However, do not become arrogant. The road ahead is still long. Yi Feng patted Zhao Jun's shoulder, smiling as he encouraged him. Having an additional strong ally would undoubtedly enhance the safety of the valley significantly. Yes, I will remember that. Zhao Jun replied solemnly with clasped fists. If it weren't for his young master, he might never have reached this point in his life, so he was extremely grateful at this moment. Li Hu and Qiyue were also equally overjoyed at this scene. With Zhao Jun's success, their confidence increased a bit. Even if beasts came, they wouldn't be as worried. However, stimulated by this, both of them secretly resolved to work harder. After demonstrating the foundational sword techniques of the Qingyun sect to Zhao Jun a few times and explaining some key points, Yi Feng headed to the breeding garden to check on the status of the pregnant rabbits. This foundational sword technique requires spiritual energy to be effective, otherwise it is no better than mundane martial arts. Therefore, he hadn't taught it to Zhao Jun beforehand to avoid wasting energy. But now it was different. Surprisingly, Zhao Jun's comprehension of the sword techniques was exceptionally swift, which was undoubtedly another pleasant surprise. Just thinking about the pregnant rabbits made Yi Feng a bit anxious. After being fed for 3 days, the first pregnant rabbit was about to give birth, and he wondered if it would successfully produce a mutated variety. Knowing that Zhao Jun possessed a spirit root, he certainly needed to prepare more resources to cultivate him quickly. Otherwise, when he went out on missions, the valley's safety would be at stake. And there are actually babies. Upon entering the specially made delivery room and digging through the straw, he found that beside the mother rabbit were 7 or 8 plump little rabbits, a few of which surprisingly had traces of spiritual energy. But Yi Feng scanned the little rabbits, but found none of the abnormal traits he had hoped for. It seemed that the probability was still too low. A hint of disappointment appeared on Yi Feng's face. However, thinking about it, how could success come so easily? Uncle Zhao will be out for a few days. This valley will be under your care. A few days later, after Zhao Jun got the hang of the sword techniques, Yi Feng took his black scale sword, mounted his ordinary horse, and left the valley. He planned to search for the demon refining grass today for another experiment. Young master, rest assured it will be safe. Zhao Jun opened the wooden door of the valley and patted his chest as he said. He had already learned about his young master's intentions. Although he was very worried seeing that the other party was determined, he didn't say much more. Walking along the mountain path outside the valley, Yifeng looked up and surveyed the opposite valley. He saw that a tall stone wall had been built in the opposite valley with several heavy crossbows gleaming coldly on the wall, and beside the crossbows stood several fully armed warriors. Further up the mountain, there was a pavilion where a woman in blue was gazing out. These young masters from the noble families are indeed financially robust. In just a few days they have built it like a city wall. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. His valley had limited manpower and only a row of crude wooden fences. However, he didn't dwell on it, and quickly returned his gaze rushing straight towards Yunqi City. To enter the Beast Mountain range, he must first go to Yunqi City to see if he could form a team, otherwise it would be too dangerous alone. At the high point of Qixiao Valley, in the exquisite pavilion, the blue-clad woman Su Zian also saw Yifeng, but upon discovering that the opposite side remained unharmed, she felt a bit puzzled. Fubo, why is the Beast Mountain range so peaceful recently? According to the news she had learned previously, beasts would occasionally emerge from the Beast Mountain range, wreaking havoc on the nearby villages. Their area was generally the first to suffer, often plagued by beast disturbances. Yet as the days passed, everything remained calm here, and she still did not wait for that day to arrive. Miss, I do not know either, but once the stirring period begins, demonic beasts will surely emerge. You need not worry. The old man with flower-like hair felt quite puzzled as well. However, he was not overly concerned. It was merely a matter of time. Very well, then let us wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, the woman in blue finally ceased to say more. She too thought it impossible for things to remain this way indefinitely, otherwise this valley would have long been occupied by others. Once the demonic beasts appear, how could that boy manage with such rudimentary facilities? In contrast, her Red Cloud Valley was nearly completed, so she had little to worry about. Half an hour later, as the mist had not yet dissipated, Yifeng rode his yellow-maned horse and arrived early at the entrance of Yunqi City on the edge of the demonic Beast Mountain range. At this moment, as the morning sun just rose, many cultivators preparing to enter the mountains were already bustling about within the city. However, he was completely unaware of where to form a team or what to pay attention to when entering the demonic Beast Mountain range. Charging in blindly would be almost tantamount to seeking death. After all, the demonic beasts inside would not show him any mercy like the white tiger. After scanning the area, he pondered for a moment before heading to a gathering area where many cultivators were present seeking to form a team. This, brother, are you looking to enter the mountains and still need someone? Friend, my strength isn't lacking. Could you take me? Uncle, do you still need help? I am diligent and efficient, and I ask for no share, just to visit the Pan Snake Valley. In this gathering area, many came and went seeking to form teams and waiting for their turn. After all, this was the prime time for entering the mountains. Yifeng inquired with each team, but unfortunately, when they saw his cultivation level of only the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, they all shook their heads. With such strength, he would merely be a burden inside the demonic Beast Mountain range. After half a day passed, the personnel in the gathering area gradually dispersed, and Yifeng still had not found a team willing to accept him. It was surprisingly difficult. Even if he was willing to work for free, seeking merely a guide, no one was willing. It seemed he would have to venture in alone. Just as he was about to despair completely, a young female cultivator in green suddenly stopped before him. Are you saying you want to go without a share and just wish to pass through Pan Snake Valley? The young woman in green fixed her gaze intently on him. Indeed, may I ask if senior sister can take me along? Yifeng's eyes, which were previously filled with disappointment, glimmered with a hint of hope upon seeing the person before him. This young woman in green had a remarkable figure. Despite not being much older than him, her aura was considerably stronger. More importantly, she was wearing the outer sect attire of the Qingyun sect, which instinctively gave him a sense of familiarity. You are also from the Qingyun sect, aren't you? What is your name? Which peak are you from? Upon hearing this, the young woman in green immediately continued to inquire. She had noticed him when she passed by earlier, and normally someone with such strength would not catch the eye of any team. However, if he was just helping out without seeking a share, bringing him along seemed manageable. After all, it was not easy for newcomers these days. Most importantly, she had been to Pan Snake Valley before, and the destination of this team was not far from there. I am Yifeng from the Cuiyun branch. Yifeng spoke honestly. Alright, if you really want to go in, I can recommend you, but your strength is too low. Whether or not you can come along still depends on our team leader. The young woman in green explained calmly. She was fortunate to have joined her current team, and she did not have much say inside. Then I will trouble you. I am immensely grateful. Please rest assured, if there is any danger, I will not be a burden to you. Yifeng immediately patted his chest and said, Oh, that certainly makes things much easier. Hearing this, the young woman in green felt relieved. The fact that he could think this way indicated that he at least had self-awareness, otherwise, even with her assistance, success was not guaranteed. Yifeng bought a few detoxification pills and followed the young woman in green straight to the team's gathering point. The gathering point for her team was outside the city in a grove leading to the demonic Beast Mountain range. When Yifeng arrived at this place, he saw that several teams were already assembled and ready to go within the grove, with numbers ranging from 4 to 7 people, each possessing a much stronger aura than his. These individuals were indeed those brave enough to venture into the demonic Beast Mountain range. They all had a cultivation level of at least the 4th layer of chi refinement, and each possessed at least 2 or 3 magical artifacts. In contrast, he currently only had a black-scaled sword on him with no shield or armor, and his cultivation was hardly impressive. Fortunately, he was only tagging along to gain some experience. Continuing forward for half a cup of tea's worth of time, the young woman in green finally stopped in front of a team. This team consisted of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. A young man with a horse-like face, a stout and honest man, and a petite woman, all in their 20s, dressed in polished armor. Chung, junior sister, you finally arrived, but why did you bring a young lad with only 3rd layer chi refinement? Upon seeing the two, the young man with a horse-like face asked with a sour tone. Isn't this your romantic interest? Though he is handsome, isn't his cultivation a bit too low? The petite woman chimed in with a teasing tone. Don't talk nonsense, this is my little junior brother, he seeks no share, and is just here to help out. The young woman in green's face turned crimson as she shot the two a glare. Oh, just helping out. That's not bad. What we lack the most is skilled fighters, and we just need someone to help. The stout man and the petite woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Usually the two of them took turns doing the chores. Now having a dedicated assistant would undoubtedly make things much easier. Although the young man with a horse-like face was somewhat displeased, he couldn't find anything to say against it for the moment. By the way, where is senior brother Zhong? The young woman in green suddenly asked. Over there taking a nap, replied the young man with the horse-like face, pointing to a figure lounging on a nearby large tree. All right. The young woman in green, seeing this, led Yifeng directly to the handsome figure lounging on the tree. This so-called senior brother Zhong was also an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun sect, but his strength was clearly a cut above the others. Senior brother Zhong, this junior disciple wishes to join our expedition into the Demon Beast Mountains to gather herbs in Panchi Valley. He only asks to be brought to the place and will claim no share of the spoils. Do you accept him? The blue-robed woman, knowing he was awake, came straight to the point. Whether this could be permitted ultimately depended on his decision. Chi refinement stage 3. The handsome figure opened his eyes and cast a scrutinizing glance. Exactly, the blue-robed woman nodded, a trace of worry flickering through her heart. Such a level was difficult to admit. Under normal circumstances we would not accept him, but since junior sister Chung has spoken, let him come along. After a moment of deliberation, senior brother Zhong, as if bestowing a favor, replied in a loft. Although he was loath to agree, he restrained himself and spoke the words against his will, for he must preserve the face of his comrades. Hear that now, go. Thanks, senior brother Zhong. The blue-robed woman pleased nudged Yifeng to signal her. In that instant, the anxious knot in her chest finally loosened if for some reason she still wished to aid this young junior disciple. Thank you, senior brother Zhong. Yifeng understood and cupped his fist solemnly. When the senior had glanced his way earlier, he had feared rejection, so this turn of events astonished him. Very well, since everyone is present, let us depart. The handsome man nodded without expression and began issuing orders. After a short while, Yifeng followed the team, threading through the undergrowth and entering the vast expanse of the Demon Beast Mountains. The range was immense, ancient trees towering like pillars of the sky, and within those mountains humans seemed no larger than ants. He had not expected to hitch a ride at last at the rear of the column. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings and breathed a private sigh of relief. This opportunity had not come easily. He was fortunate to have met the blue-robed woman. Yet the mountain's dangers made him clutch his black-scaled sword all the tighter. He placed the antidote pill against his chest, kept it close, and cautiously followed the party deeper into the range. He wore no armor. As an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect, his robes offered little protection beyond cleanliness and durability. If a beast's claw found him, he would be in great peril, so he had to remain constantly alert. No matter how vigilant he was, half an hour later, passing through a mischieved thicket, he felt lightheaded and his limbs grew weak. He had not expected the miasma here to be so potent. Yifeng was inwardly shocked. Without witnessing any obvious signs, he had already been poisoned. Fortunately, the blue-robed woman timely reminded him to take the antidote. Seeing her already swallow the pill, he calmly produced one himself, let it dissolve on his tongue, and continued with the group. When he had bought the pills, he had asked about their use and precautions, so he knew exactly which to take. As the pill took effect, a cool clarity spread through him, and his mind sharpened considerably. Yet the perils of the demon beast mountains clearly extended beyond this incident. He dared not afford the slightest lapse in vigilance. To his surprise, senior brother Zhong proved truly seasoned, guiding the team around many dangers, so they traversed a long stretch unharmed. Suddenly, without warning, a gray-black silhouette burst from the thicket, and claws flashing lunged at the party with terrifying speed. A cat demon. Seeing that shape, Yifeng's pupils contracted. He had not imagined even a cat here could be so fierce. Had it struck from ambush, he would have suffered grievous injury. Luckily, the beast had not reached the group before the handsome senior in front swept his long sword. A blade of light streaked forth and struck the gray form with surgical precision. The cat demon screamed and was flung backward, vanishing into the undergrowth in a heartbeat. The whole episode lasted less than a breath. The blow left everyone startled, so swift, so precise, truly the work of their captain. But unlike the others' astonishment, senior brother Zhong, who had driven off the cat demon, walked on as if nothing had occurred. Well, isn't senior brother Zhong formidable? He has reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement stage 5, an elite among the outer disciples. Cheng Susu approached Yifeng with a hint of admiration and whispered the introduction. She had recommended him and could not simply abandon him, so she offered occasional guidance. Indeed formidable, Yifeng nodded as he observed senior brother Zhong's graceful bearing and peerless skill. That sword stroke in both power and precision was beyond his reach. Do not be discouraged. Practice another 7 or 8 years, and perhaps you may attain it. The blue-robed woman, as if fearful of crushing his spirits, offered that consolation. 7 or 8 years was her most optimistic estimate. In truth, such a sword technique could not be purchased without thousands of spirit stones. An ordinary outer disciple, without family backing, would find it difficult to amass so many spirit stones. One would still have to practice countless repetitions, and the difficulty was considerable. I hope so, Yifeng replied with a bitter smile. Under normal circumstances, 7 or 8 years might still not be enough to catch up. Fortunately, he had no desire to compare himself to others. On this journey, he sought only to return safely. As for improvement, spirit stones would allow gradual progress. In the following hours, the other members all displayed capable martial skill, none lacking. The horse-faced youth in particular seemed electrified, performing brilliantly and becoming the clear second in command. Though the blue-robed woman's magical implement was of lesser grade, her swordsmanship was consummate. Yifeng could only watch and help shoulder the party's prizes. By comparison, he found his basic swordplay utterly wanting and refrained from making a fool of himself. At dusk, they reached a dense grove, and the group finally halted to rest for the night. Yi, it's your turn to perform. The horse-faced cultivator sat down and began to boss him about without courtesy. The kid, surnamed Yi, whispered with junior sister Cheng from time to time, which rankled him greatly. Though junior sister Cheng came from humble means and bore a blemish on her face, her figure and temperament were impeccable. He had long coveted her, but never succeeded in winning her. That kid is only a gopher, yet he laughs with junior sister Cheng, which makes me uneasy. No problem. Yifeng said nothing and promptly set to work using his black-scaled sword to process a raccoon-like demon beast they had taken that day. Had the others not taken him along, his current strength would never have brought him here, so these tasks were only fitting. Moreover, assisting with the beasts brought him some discreet gains. After a while, skewers of spirit meat were roasted and distributed among the group. Yifeng did not partake, content to chew on the dried flatbread he had brought. After all, that spirit meat held value, and without the group's permission, he had no right to eat. The kid can actually cook quite well. At the first bite, everyone was secretly astonished. The boy's culinary skill was better than expected. A glint of surprise flashed in the blue-robed woman's eyes. With such cooking skill, bringing him along seemed an even wiser choice. The horse-faced cultivator's face darkened further. The more merits the kid revealed, the more threatened he felt. From then on, the horse-faced youth repeatedly ordered him about, entrusting Yifeng with setting up camp and the midnight watch, practically all the chores falling to him. Yet Yifeng bore no complaint, and even took pleasure in the tasks, which left the horse-faced cultivator feeling as though he had struck at air. 2 days later, the team finally arrived at the entrance of a perilous valley. Everyone, this is our destination. There is a demon bear inside, possessing the cultivation level equivalent to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Everyone stay alert. The team leader, senior brother Zhong, arranged the formation and took out a longbow from his storage bag, igniting an arrow and shooting it toward the valley. Moments later, a roar echoed as a demon bear sprang out of the valley. Hiss! Is this the beast they are here to hunt? Seeing the ferocious beast with its overwhelming aura and the earth-shaking force of its charge, Yi Feng was secretly shocked. Even from a distance, he could feel a suffocating sense of oppression. Fortunately, he did not need to face it head-on. As the demon bear approached senior brother, Zhong seized the moment and charged forward, a brilliant sword light slicing through the air. Demon breaking slash. The sharp top-grade black iron sword glowing red struck heavily against the demon bear's thick hide. Puff! A spray of blood erupted from the bear's shoulder. However, the next moment the bear's paw swung, sending the Zhong disciple flying along with his sword. Fortunately, the Zhong disciple was wearing finely crafted inner armor and had avoided the vital points early on, quickly stabilizing himself. After that, the other members also began to attack, wielding swords and knives against the demon bear, leaving numerous wounds on its body in less than half a quarter of an hour. But the demon bear was also incredibly fierce, and its terrifying strength alone caused several people to experience intense pain in their hands from the backlash. Fortunately, all of this was within their expectations. However, as the battle progressed, at some point the demon bear suddenly erupted in fury, its eyes turning crimson and its aura soared dramatically. What the hell is going on? The Zhong disciple, caught off guard, collided head-on with the demon bear and was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up blood. This scene left the remaining people dumbfounded. Just moments ago, that demon bear was clearly on the verge of exhaustion. How could it suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that this is a bear with an ancient bloodline? It is extremely rare for demon beasts to awaken such bloodlines. What a coincidence to encounter one. All the preparations they had made were only against ordinary demon bears. At this rate, they would stand no chance, and even escape might become impossible. Sure enough, the burly man thought to take advantage of the moment with a sword strike, but he too was heavily struck back. The key was that the demon bear's speed had also suddenly increased significantly. In an instant, the formation collapsed, and the group was thrown into disarray. Retreat. The moment the Zhong disciple got up from the ground, he decisively turned and fled. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Years of hunting experience made him disregard everything else. As long as one survives, there will be more opportunities. The others also fled in a panic. Only the girl in blue failed to withdraw in time, and when she prepared to escape, she was predictably targeted by the demon bear. The demon bear chased after the girl in blue, who was the closest. Senior brother Zhong, save me. Feeling the demon bear's speed was even faster than hers, the girl was instantly terrified, her face paling as she rushed toward the handsome disciple while calling for help. If there was anyone here who could save her, it would undoubtedly be that handsome senior brother. However, at this moment, that Zhong's senior brother seemed to act as if he hadn't heard, instead quickening his pace. It wasn't that he didn't want to help her, it was that he had already sustained significant injuries and lacked full confidence. He usually held himself in high regard, and if the other party truly resembled a celestial being, he might have rushed to save her, but in reality that was not the case, so he decided against it. Though he felt it was a pity, as long as he stayed alive, there would be many beautiful women in the future. Seeing that senior brother Zhong did not respond, and even fled faster, the girl in blue's face instantly drained of color as she turned to call for the horse-faced disciple in another direction. However, at that moment, the horse-faced disciple was already terrified, ignoring her completely. The woman might be good, but one must be alive to enjoy it, and moreover, that woman often treated him with indifference. Seeing this scene, the girl in blue felt her heart turned to ashes, revealing an unprecedented despair. At this moment, she had already burned her spiritual energy, barely keeping pace with the demon bear's speed, but she knew that once her energy was depleted, she would certainly meet the fate of being torn apart by the bear. She never expected that at such a young age, with so much left to do, she would wither away like a flower. At this moment, the one she was most worried about was her mother, who was waiting anxiously at home. If she had known, she would not have come out. On the other side, Yi Feng was also desperately fleeing. In this battle, he actually hadn't exerted much effort. However, he suddenly recalled that it seemed only that girl knew the route to the Pan Snake Valley. Had the others never been there? Moreover, he had never been here either and didn't know how to get out. At this moment, the others had already disappeared from sight. If he didn't save that girl, wouldn't he be doomed to wander aimlessly alone? Damn it, teaming up with this bunch of useless people, what a loss. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and Sister Ching, over here. The next moment, feeling the girl in blue slowing down, Yi Feng shouted, "What?" Hearing this shout, Ching Susu, already drenched in sweat, couldn't believe it for a long time. Among so many teammates, it was actually the least powerful Yi Feng who came to her aid. "Hurry up." Seeing that she was slow to react, Yi Feng couldn't help but shout again, while he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Ching Susu saw this and suddenly felt her eyes redden. She never expected that someone with such low cultivation would bravely come to save her. As the demon bear was less than a yard away from her, she finally couldn't worry about anything else. Forget it, let's trust him once. If they really can't avoid it, they can die together. At least they would have a companion, and they could repay it in the next life. Soon the two met, and Yifeng unleashed a burst of sword energy, successfully provoking the demon bear. Then the enraged demon bear pounced on Yifeng like a mountain crashing down, but Yifeng suddenly turned, using the surrounding trees as obstacles, skillfully dodging with the dragon step. Bang! 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 Next, massive trees were smashed into pieces by the demon bear's giant paw. However, these attacks failed to inflict significant harm on Yifeng. He actually dodged it. On the other side, Cheng Susu, who was already gasping for breath, stared blankly at this scene. Yifeng's speed wasn't particularly fast, but his evasive maneuvers were exceptionally effective, and he remained calm. In a moment, the enraged demon bear was toyed with like a monkey, continuously crashing into the trees, unable to accelerate. Being inherently cautious, she naturally had recovery pills prepared, but she simply hadn't had the opportunity to use them until now. After all, just a moment's distraction could lead to being struck by the giant paw of the demon bear. As the medicinal power of the pill erupted in her dantian, her nearly desiccated meridians finally received nourishment, and a bit of color returned to her pale face. Feeling somewhat better, she immediately dashed after Yifeng. Junior brother, ye catch. A bottle of recovery pill was accurately thrown towards Yifeng, while Cheng Susu simultaneously unleashed a sword chi that heavily struck the demon bear, successfully diverting its attention once more. Yifeng did not expect that the woman in blue would return, leaving him somewhat surprised. However, he truly needed the pill she provided. Sister Cheng, there's a large river ahead. Let's take turns leading it that way, perhaps we can escape. After swallowing a pill, Yifeng quickly began to direct the situation. That river was the greatest assurance that allowed him to return and offer assistance. His strength was low, and he had briefly surveyed the surrounding terrain upon arrival, devising various escape routes for emergencies. All right. Upon hearing this, Cheng Susu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she charged forward with the demon bear. This demon bear's claws were faintly laced with flames, clearly indicating a fire attribute, likely making it fear water. After a quarter of an hour, the two indeed spotted a surging river with a width of nearly 100 zhang. 2 splashes rang out. Without hesitation, both jumped into the water together. The enraged demon bear frantically pounded the riverbank, but ultimately did not dare to step into the water. Puff! Puff! After an unknown amount of time, the two finally surfaced beside a stretch of riverbank, spitting out some water as they climbed up onto the shore. However, at this moment, both were completely drenched and in a messy state. Fortunately, the demon bear had indeed stopped its pursuit, allowing them to evade a crisis. Hey, your skills are quite composed. Is this really your first time here? Once she regained her senses, Cheng Susu immediately fixed her gaze on Yifeng, voicing her confusion. She felt that he seemed much more adept at dealing with demon beasts than even seasoned veterans. Indeed, it's my first time here, but I was responsible for raising spirit beasts in the sect, so I practiced for a while. Yifeng quickly explained. No wonder. Hearing this, Cheng Susu finally felt a bit relieved. If he had spent years interacting with demon beasts, it was indeed possible he possessed such skills. Oh, did you disguise yourself before? Suddenly, Yifeng fixed his gaze on her fair, delicate face, unable to look away. Previously, there had been a bruise on her face which marred her beauty, but now, after being soaked in the river for a while, it had mostly washed away, revealing an exquisite visage. Moreover, her skin appeared even fairer and more radiant than before, almost glowing. Oh, this is bad, you've seen me. Upon hearing this, Cheng Susu immediately realized the gravity of the situation and quickly covered her face. However, such an obvious attempt to hide only piqued Yifeng's curiosity further. Hey, are you still looking? Seeing Yifeng staring at her, as if she were a monster, Cheng Susu's face flushed, and she couldn't help but poke his forehead with a hint of annoyance. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Yifeng finally awkwardly averted his gaze. Oh, fine, if you want to look, then look, but you have to swear to me not to tell anyone. Cheng Susu seemed to recall something and finally lowered her fair hand, no longer concealing her face. Since her life was saved by him, what was there to be ashamed of? She hadn't expected that her moment of kindness in bringing him in would turn out to be her lifeline. All right, I swear. Yifeng quickly agreed with a smile, though he was quite perplexed. Actually, you look very beautiful now. Why would you make yourself look like a monster? Isn't it because you men are too terrifying? Cheng Susu shot Yifeng a glare in annoyance. How she wished to live normally, but lacking power and background, she had to cover up, otherwise just dealing with daily prying eyes would drive her mad. However, I'm really grateful to you for coming back to save me. Cheng Susu said with a look of deep gratitude. Having relied on her mother since childhood, if anything were to happen to her, she truly didn't know how her mother would manage all alone. You're welcome, it's the least I could do, Yifeng said humbly. This is hardly a small matter. It involved a great deal of danger. If not for you, I truly wouldn't know what I would have done. Cheng Susu's expression was extremely complex. She hadn't expected that he would save her without a second thought, while those teammates of hers had all fled at the first sign of danger. Hee. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. So how do you wish to repay me, sister? Cheng Susu suddenly asked seriously as if she had made a certain decision. Anything goes. Yifeng's spirits lifted at this. Anything. Works. Cheng Susu bit her lip and shyly nodded. The other party did not realize what this meant for her, but she understood that this not only saved her life, but also her mother's life. She was her mother's only hope. If something were to happen to her, her mother would absolutely not survive alone. Thus, this was a tremendous favor. If the other party truly liked her and was sincere, she would agree, even if it took some resolve. Then can you take me to the Pan-Snake Valley? Yifeng asked hesitantly. Now that it was just the two of them, the danger increased significantly, and he was unsure if she would still agree. Just that. Cheng Susu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Yes, just that. All right. Don't regret it. Cheng Susu had not expected that Yifeng would have such a simple request, as she let out a long breath, while her emotions were exceedingly complicated. The other party seemed different from other men, after all he had seen her true appearance. But she didn't say much more, as she couldn't just hint at anything herself, could she? After they had eaten and drank their fill and determined the direction, she began to cautiously lead Yifeng towards the Pan-Snake Valley. The Pan-Snake Valley, as its name suggests, would occasionally have venomous snakes appearing. Fortunately, she had already reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement and had prepared ample antidotes, so she was not overly fearful. A day later, they arrived successfully. Is this really the Pan-Snake Valley? Yifeng felt his scalp tingle at the sight of the valley. Inside the damp, foul-smelling valley, there were serpents winding everywhere. Although these were not demon beasts, their sheer numbers posed considerable danger. Even the air was filled with a toxic miasma. After just a few breaths, Yifeng felt a bit short of breath. Fortunately, Cheng Susu quickly handed him a specially made antidote pill and said, "Take this pill now." "Thank you." Yifeng did not stand on ceremony. He swallowed the pill and felt his spirits lift considerably. Treading carefully on a slightly cleaner patch of ground, the two began to search along the valley. The valley stretched vast and narrow like a great fissure choked with wild grass as far as the eye could see. Where was the lianyao grass? The two scanned the valley warily, blades at the ready to cleave any venomous snake that dared approach. Yet after a quarter of an hour of searching, they had found nothing. But Yifeng did not give up. Having come so far, he would not return empty-handed. This could determine his grand ambition. He began to comb from east to west, inch by inch. Finally, after half an hour, he spotted several verdant blades of grass nestled between two boulders. They matched the characteristics of lianyao grass perfectly. Hidden remarkably well, Yifeng murmured. He cautiously flicked a flying pebble toward them. When nothing stirred, they began to approach gingerly. But before they reached it, some grit beside a boulder suddenly shifted. A mud-gray venomous python, its hue identical to the surrounding stones, sprang from the gravel and lunged at them with terrifying speed. The viper moved with such swiftness that it seemed to possess demonic energy, its strength even slightly surpassing that of a refining Qi level 3 cultivator. A metal clang rang out. Fortunately, Cheng Susu had been alert. Sensing the ambush, she slashed at once, precisely deflecting the python's strike. Yet the force of the attack was great, and she felt numbness spread across the tiger's mouth of her hand. Yifeng had not expected the venomous demon python to be so cunning. It had buried itself in the rubble, with only a sliver of its head exposed, camouflaged to match the gravel. Undetectable, which sent a cold sweat down his spine. A close call. Once exposed, the python's advantage vanished. After two fruitless lunges, it slithered away in haste. Cheng Susu did not pursue. The valley could be riddled with ambushes, and rash action would be unwise. Junior brother, continue gathering the herbs. Leave the rest to me. A moment later, she spoke with a grave expression. All right. Without hesitation, Yifeng pressed forward and dug up 7 or 8 clumps of lianyao grass, roots and all. They continued searching in one direction, laboring until dusk. As night fell, they finally emerged from Panchi Valley. It wasn't that they didn't want to go deeper, but the deeper they went, the greater the danger. Better to quit while ahead. 1 herb, 2, 3. 17 in all. They had struck it rich. Outside the valley, Yifeng counted their haul and could not hide a buoyant smile. It had been well worth the trip. Is that enough? Chung Susu, seeing Yifeng's expression, felt a twinge of envy, utterly unsure of his thoughts. After saving her life, he showed no interest even in this beauty, only in those spirit herbs. Yes, it's enough. Let's go, Yifeng nodded. Every extra minute increased the risk. He would not be greedy. A few days later, the two reappeared beyond the outskirts of Yunqi City. Seeing the familiar ramparts felt as if they had returned from another world. This trip had nearly cost them their lives. Fortunately, they returned safely. Junior brother, the Beast Mountains are perilous. Don't come here lightly in the future. If you must, come bring your senior sister. After briefly handling their spoils, Chung Susu offered the admonition solemnly as they parted. Though they had only spent a few days together, she felt like an old friend and did not wish him harm. She knew his footwork was decent, but his martial skill was lamentable. All right, thank you. If I need anything, I won't be shy, Yifeng said gratefully and prepared to leave. You have nothing to say to me? Chung Susu blurted out unexpectedly. What would that be? Yifeng asked, puzzled. Never mind. I'm leaving, until we meet again. Her mood flickered at his words. Without further hesitation, she turned and left with brisk decisiveness. Watching her go, Yifeng felt puzzled, but did not dwell on it. He regarded their rescue as a simple, mutually beneficial exchange common enough in this world. Back in Yunqi City, Yifeng purchased 15 hualing grass before leading his ordinary horse to return to Qingke Valley. This foray into the Beast Mountains yielded more than lianyao grass. They found several other spirit herbs, and even joined forces to kill a refining Qi level 2 demon python. After selling the herbs and the python's parts at the market, they earned over 40 spirit stones. Chung Susu promptly gave him 30. Thus, after buying the 15 hualing grass, he still had 15 spirit stones. Should he buy some pills for Zhao Jun and the others? Li Hu and Xiu Yu were unsure whether they had induced qi into their bodies, while Zhao Jun had succeeded, but his foundation remained weak. Resolute, he stepped into an apothecary and bought 3 Kigathering pills before emerging. Qingke Valley at the mouth. Zhao Jun stood on the arrow tower with his iron bow vigilantly scanning for any threat. With the young master gone, the valley's defense rested squarely on him. The herd of spirit rabbits in the valley was exceedingly valuable, their lifeline, and hungry predators had been eyeing them, rival valleys, even since scouts, so his burden was heavy. Regrettably, despite daily practice of the kind-inducing method, Li Hu and Xiu Yu had shown no sign of success. If they had more hands, or another cultivator, he would be much relieved. He hoped the young master would return soon, and once he did, the valley's strength would increase markedly. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came. He looked up to see a figure riding a yellow-maned horse racing down from. Yifeng smiled as he approached the valley. Rest assured, young master, all is well. Zhao Jun quickly opened the central wood. Yifeng smiled as he approached the valley. Rest assured, young master, all is well. Zhao Jun quickly opened the central wooden gate and led the horse inside. Good. Yifeng dismounted, secured the horse in the stable. Presently, Li Hu and Xiu Yu also came out to meet him. Yet both wore awkward expressions. What's the matter? Yifeng asked. Young master, despite our practice, we still haven't induced qi into our bodies. We have failed your expectations, Li Hu said with deep dejection. He spoke first, his spirits very low. He had not expected so many days to pass without progress and felt utterly ashamed. Yes, perhaps I lack a spiritual root. Xiu Yu could not hide her disappointment. She had moved from initial hope to lingering doubt over these past days. Don't lose heart. This is normal. Even sect disciples may take over half a month to sense qi. Be patient and take it slowly. Yifeng was completely unconcerned. He himself had practiced for nearly a month before successfully drawing qi into his body. However, he still took out some gathering qi pills to share with the two. These are 2 gathering qi pills. Do try them out. Who knows, you might be able to draw qi into your body smoothly right after absorbing them. Young master, how can this be? Upon hearing this, both Li Hu and Xiu Yu revealed expressions of disbelief. Their young master not only did not scold them for their disappointment, but instead gifted them spiritual pills. What's wrong with that? You are all serving me. Providing you with cultivation resources is my duty, Yifeng said with a serious face. This? Well, rest assured, young master, even if I cannot cultivate, I will serve you as a devoted servant for life. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. Xiu Yu and Li Hu did not expect to be fortunate enough to consume the precious gathering qi pills. After receiving the pills, they immediately began to enter seclusion, following the qi drawing technique to absorb and refine them. Zhao Jun was also exceedingly excited. He had received a pill as well. How many spirit stones was that worth? However, he didn't say much and also began to concentrate on refining it. He knew that quickly improving his strength to guard the valley for his young master was the most important task. While everyone was busy, Yifeng also started feeding the pregnant mother rabbit. With the 3 remaining fire spiritual grasses and 1 refining demon grass from before combined with the spiritual grasses he had just purchased, he had gathered 6 catalyzing materials, enough for short-term use. Currently, there were only 3 pregnant rabbits. He unhesitatingly fed all 3 of them at once and closely observed and recorded their conditions. The next day, when the first rays of morning sunlight shone into the valley, an incredibly joyful voice suddenly came from Chiao Yu's room. "Young master, I have drawn Qi into my body." Chiao Yu emerged with tears of joy, rushing into Yifeng's embrace and holding him tightly. Coming from a poor background, she thought it was a great fortune just to become a maid in a wealthy household, never expecting that one day she could become a high-ranking cultivator. Cough, cough. Don't get too excited, it's just the first layer of Qi cultivation. Yifeng felt the soft body in his arms and quickly distanced himself politely. It was early morning, and with Qi and blood just starting to circulate, if he let her continue holding him like this, he might embarrass himself. "Young master, even if I remain at the first layer of Qi cultivation for life, I will have no regrets." Chiao Yu did not notice his anomaly and continued excitedly. "Even being a first-layer cultivator is far better than before, and all of this is given to me by you, young master." "That won't do. Being just a first-layer cultivator won't be of much help to young master," Yifeng replied with a hint of reproach. His goal was not just this small valley. True. Chiao Yu suddenly felt that she should set her sights higher. Her wish had been fulfilled, but what about the young masters? She needed to help the young master achieve his goals too. After demonstrating sword techniques to Chiao Yu for half the day until she could manage, Yifeng turned his gaze toward Li Hu's room, sighing slightly. Li Hu had not come out for a long time, and he probably had failed. Indeed, when Li Hu emerged from the wooden hut at noon, there was an added touch of dejection on his face. "Young master, I have let you down. It's fine. Even if you cannot cultivate, you can still refine your body. I will look for body refining techniques for you another day." Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but offer more reassurance. In this world, not everyone would have spiritual roots. On the contrary, those with spiritual roots were a minority, so he had already mentally prepared for this. However, as long as there were resources, there were still many ways to improve one's strength. "Young master need not worry about me. I practice breathing exercises every day. Even if I cannot cultivate, I can still live a long life, which is enough." Li Hu was taken aback that the young master still wanted to find him a technique and quickly declined. Yet Yifeng did not easily give up. "It's no trouble at all." More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the valley was operating in an orderly manner. This day, when Yifeng checked on the pregnant rabbits again, he found that there were several chubby little ones in the specially made birthing box. The key was that one of them had a coat of fiery red fur. Seeing this, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, and then he sighed in relief. Finally, a mutation occurred. In an instant, countless plans flashed through his mind. Since it was confirmed to be effective, he needed to collect as much refining demon grass as possible. Undoubtedly, this was a quicker path to prosperity than waiting for spirit rabbits to breed and grow. Once he had a large quantity of refining demon grass, he could continuously obtain mutated spirit rabbits, and that woman on the opposite side would surely be disappointed when she tried to mock him again. "Young master, what kind of spirit rabbit is this? It's so beautiful." Not long after, Chiao Yu, who had shed her former plainness, came over with rabbit food, and upon seeing this unique little rabbit, she couldn't help but exclaim. This fiery red little rabbit was simply too adorable. "Can you guess?" Yifeng asked with a cheerful expression. "Could it be a more precious rare breed?" "Exactly. That's wonderful." Upon receiving confirmation, Chiao Yu immediately became excited. She had indeed heard that many spirit beasts bore traces of noble bloodlines and could have a certain chance of breeding rare varieties, but they were extremely rare. To think she was fortunate enough to see one. Before long, Zhao Jun and Li Hu were also drawn over, staring in surprise at the fiery spirit rabbit cub. They couldn't believe their young master really had a knack for raising these spirit rabbits. Especially Zhao Jun, to be honest, he hadn't been optimistic when the young master said he wanted to set up a breeding farm. After all, he knew better than anyone how capable the young master was. Even the large cultivation families in the city found it extremely difficult to obtain the methods for breeding spirit rabbits. How could the young master get them? He never expected that not only had the young master succeeded in breeding, but he had also produced mutated spirit rabbits, which suddenly instilled him with immense hope. "Young master, how should we raise this rabbit?" Chiao Yu suddenly thought of something and showed a hint of worry. She felt that the feeding methods for such a noble breed would definitely not be the same as ordinary spirit rabbits. "I'm not too clear yet. I plan to sell it as soon as possible." Yifeng revealed his plan. For the fiery spirit rabbit, he had recently gathered some information. The feeding was quite demanding and required some specialized rabbit food. He intended to wait until conditions allowed before slowly raising it, but for now he would use it to exchange for spirit stones to solve the most pressing problem. Isn't this a bit too much of a pity? Qiuyu instinctively felt a bit reluctant. She had fallen in love with this little creature at first sight. There's nothing to be sorry about. There may be even more in the future. Yifeng smiled. Having learned the cultivation method, as long as there is an abundance of spiritual herbs, all that remains is time. While Yifeng and the others were thrilled by the birth of the Crimson Flame Rabbit in the spacious brewing workshop located in the middle of the Qixiao Valley, a woman in blue was diligently inspecting, her gaze fixed intently on the actions of each servant. After days of construction, all the facilities required for brewing had been prepared, and a substantial amount of spiritual fruits, herbs, and grains had been purchased. The brewing workshop was finally about to commence its operations. Inside the workshop, plates of spiritual rice, fruits, and herbs were being cleaned and steamed by the servants, arranged orderly into large jade wine jars, then infused with spiritual spring water and specially made yeast before being sealed and stored. Every step of the process was under her strict scrutiny. After all, the quality of the wine determined her future, so she paid meticulous attention. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair hurried into the workshop, approaching the woman in blue and whispering, "Miss, I have observed that there seems to be another cultivator in the opposite valley." What happened? The woman in blue paused in disbelief upon hearing this. It is that woman named Qiuyu. For some reason, she already possesses spiritual energy. The elderly man expressed his confusion. Qiuyu? That mortal woman? How is that possible? Su Xian's body trembled, her eyes flashing with shock. Although the two families had always been at odds, there had been occasional interactions. She had already found it surprising that Zhao Jun could become a cultivator, but to think another cultivator had emerged so soon was beyond her expectations. Miss, this is absolutely true. A few days ago, Yifeng went out, and this is likely related. The old man asserted confidently. It seems that kid has some skills. I underestimated him. Su Xian's expression became extremely serious upon hearing this. To think they have gained 2 cultivators in less than a month, it will not be easy to drive them away in a short term. Fubo, the next time that kid goes out, discreetly asked Qiuyu and Zhao Jun if they would be willing to come over. We at Qixiao Valley are willing to offer a monthly salary of 2 spirit stones and provide subsequent cultivation methods for free. With only 2 or 3 subordinates, if I can recruit them, I believe he won't be able to bounce back. The previous 2 were mediocre, so I didn't think about this aspect, but now it's different. Miss, is this really? The old man hesitated upon hearing this. Given the Su family's reputation, he was not worried that the 2 would refuse, but 2 spirit stones a month was quite a lot, not to mention providing subsequent cultivation methods. Such conditions could attract quite capable loose cultivators. As long as we can acquire the Qingke Valley, everything is worth it, Su Xian said lightly. After observing for these days, she had increasingly believed that the feng shui of Qingke Valley was indeed excellent. Otherwise, how could she explain the rapid development of the opposite side? In Qingke Valley, Yifeng was unaware that Qixiao Valley had already set its sights on poaching him. After raising the Crimson Flame Rabbit to a slightly larger size, he packed it in a box filled with straw, mounted his ordinary horse, and headed straight for Yunqi City. Along the way, he was secretly pondering how to sell the Crimson Flame Rabbit to maximize his profits. Selling it to the sect's Spirit Beast Hall would be convenient and quick, but he worried that the steward would become suspicious. After all, in other large breeding farms, encountering a mutated spirit rabbit once in a year or two was already a great stroke of luck, yet his small workshop had succeeded twice in less than half a year, which was undoubtedly suspicious. Selling to some spirit beast traders was also a good option, but there was a risk of being underpriced. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to set up a stall and sell it himself. After all, a stall has great mobility, and most buyers are outside cultivators, but generally no one would. Yunqi City's market was impressively large, and it was categorized and organized in a very orderly manner. In the Spirit Beast sales area on the eastern side, which was equally spacious and capable of accommodating thousands of people, numerous young spirit beasts were displayed, including spirit wolves, spirit rabbits, spirit tigers, and spirit eagles, covering all varieties. Selling spirit rabbits. Upon arriving in the young spirit beast sales area, Yifeng temporarily rented a stall in a corner and set out the Crimson Flame Rabbit. Unlike the sect's market where one could display for free, here, renting a stall required a certain rental fee. Fortunately, the foot traffic was quite good. Friend, how is your spirit rabbit so unique? A nearby stall owner, a frail cultivator, could not help but express his curiosity upon seeing the rabbit Yifeng displayed. I must inform you, this is a high-grade breed of Crimson Flame Rabbit, not only rich in fire spiritual energy, but when fully grown it can even spit fire and guard the home. Yifeng explained with a smile. So this is the Crimson Flame Rabbit. You are quite fortunate to have obtained such a rare breed. The frail cultivator revealed a hint of envy. Haha, it was just a coincidence. You are not too unlucky either. That young spirit wolf of yours must be worth quite a few spirit stones, right? Seeing the item the frail cultivator was selling, Yifeng felt a twinge of envy. It was a genuine young spirit wolf, just born not long ago, yet he wondered where the other party had obtained it. The only unfortunate thing was that the young spirit wolf seemed to be a bit listless. Sigh, if it were a normal young spirit wolf, it would indeed be worth a lot of spirit stones, but this one looks sickly and will probably be a loss. The frail cultivator sighed upon hearing this. How could this be? Yifeng couldn't help but scrutinize closely. This spirit wolf was an omnivorous beast generally known for its robust vitality. Even as a cub, as long as it was fed normally, it would eat anything. Yet how could this one appear so weak? Its fur was dry, and its eyes looked pitiful. There seems to be a trace of purple energy on it. Yifeng suddenly focused, discovering that the young spirit wolf exuded a faint aura completely different from that of other spirit wolves. This aura is ethereal, much like the azure energy surrounding Chinke Valley. He suspects that others cannot see it. Brother, may I ask what breed this demon wolf is? In the next moment, Yifeng curiously inquired. I'm not too sure. I found it in a place where several brothers and I encountered a blue wolf. All I know is that it is an abandoned pup. I have never seen the father or mother wolf. The frail cultivator revealed a hint of recollection. When he first picked up this little wolf, he had also tried to identify its breed, but unfortunately he was unsuccessful. Yifeng grew increasingly puzzled upon hearing this. The azure demon wolf is merely a rather ordinary type of demon wolf. If it is a pup of a blue wolf, how could it have such an aura? However, he said little else. After briefly inquiring about the price, he discreetly began selling his spiritual rabbit. At present, he had very few spirit stones on hand and could not afford to buy anything. Fortunately, due to the striking appearance of the red flame rabbit, it wasn't long before someone came to inquire. After much haggling, Yifeng eventually sold it for 103 spirit stones after half a day. The red flame spiritual rabbit is greatly favored by female cultivators, so there are many wealthy individuals who buy it to please their desired partners. In contrast, the little wolf cub belonging to the frail cultivator had an unappealing appearance, leading customers to mostly just inquire about the price before turning away. After all, its condition was clearly abnormal. Brother Zhang, would you be willing to sell this wolf cub for 50 spirit stones? If so, I'll take it. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Yifeng finally asked the frail cultivator formally. The other party had previously haggled with someone, setting the lowest price at 51 spirit stones, but that person ultimately did not buy it, so to avoid seeming abrupt, he lowered it by 1. Is this true? Brother Yi, I'm not trying to deceive you. This spiritual wolf has refused to eat or drink since I brought it back. Are you truly willing to buy it? The frail cultivator expressed disbelief. 50 spirit stones were certainly within the range he could accept, but he had become familiar with the other person after chatting for the morning and did not want to deceive him. I'll take it home to try. Even if it doesn't work out, it's no big deal, but if it returns to normal, I might just make a fortune. Hearing this, Yifeng's fondness for the frail cultivator instantly grew. He spoke generously, noting that a normal demon wolf pup should sell for at least 100 to 200 spirit stones. Being able to buy it for 50 spirit stones was undoubtedly a tremendous attraction. Moreover, he wanted to know what that hint of purple energy really was. All right, since my friend is so generous, I'll sell it to you. The frail youth was overjoyed to hear this and immediately agreed. His several brothers were currently gravely injured and urgently needed medicinal herbs, so he had already intended to sell it. After handing over the spirit stones, the frail youth hurriedly packed up his stall to leave, but just as he was about to go, Yifeng suddenly called out to him. Brother Zhang, since we have met, there is something I am unsure whether I should say or not. Oh, Brother Yi, please speak. The frail cultivator paused in surprise, not understanding why the other party was being so solemn. I have observed that there is often black energy swirling above your head, which may indicate impending bloodshed. If you trust me, it would be best not to go hunting in the near future, Yifeng said with a serious expression. After chatting for much of the day, he had learned that the frail cultivator was a loose cultivator who primarily made a living by hunting in the Demon Beast Mountains. However, having sat next to the other person for so long, he occasionally noticed the black energy above his head, which persisted without dissipating. This black energy he had seen on a spiritual rabbit just before it was slaughtered. Although he did not know what it represented, he felt compelled to remind him. After all, buying this demon wolf might have taken advantage of the other party significantly. So you also practice divination? The frail cultivator found himself somewhat amused yet bewildered upon hearing this. He did not expect the other party to stop him so earnestly just for this. Although there are indeed true masters of divination in this world, most of them are still frauds, and learning even a little bit of their art is incredibly difficult. I've read some texts out of boredom, but it's not necessarily accurate. Regardless of its validity, Brother Zhang, I hope you won't come to find me for trouble. Yifeng smiled lightly. Having said this, he felt he had done his part. Whether the other party believed it or not, he did not care. Rest assured, I understand. The frail cultivator nodded. This art of divination was inherently vague, and since the other party had not charged him spirit stones, there was no reason to seek trouble. However, since several of his older brothers had been seriously injured recently, hearing such words inevitably made him more cautious. After watching the frail cultivator leave, Yifeng placed the little wolf cub into the rabbit box and fell into contemplation. He faintly felt that the spiritual wolf pup was unusual, but he was at a loss about how to resolve the issue of its refusal to eat or drink. He began to seek out veterinarians throughout the city, but unfortunately, all the veterinarians shook their heads, unable to identify the problem. Ultimately, he had no choice but to focus his mind on the heavenly mechanism disc. Although it would consume a lot, he still had over 50 spirit stones on hand. Wealth comes with risk. He was determined. After buying 2 gathering chi pills and ordering some food at an inn, he began to secretly issue commands. He intended to learn more detailed information about this little wolf cub. In the next moment, the heavenly mechanism disc immediately responded. Variant blue wolf pup, a product of the fusion between a purple-eyed demon wolf and an ordinary blue wolf, containing a trace of the purple flame star wolf bloodline. Main diet consists of blood-rich meat, with spiritual meat being the best. It can mature in 2 years and possesses reproductive capability. Feeding method: use 10-year-old Qiyang grass to feed it for 3 days, 1 stalk per day, to eliminate the anorexic state and restore normal eating habits. Feed with 20-year-old blood demon fruit for 3 months, 1 fruit per day, to purify the bloodline with a 50% chance of evolving into a purple-eyed demon wolf. Feed with 100-year-old purple blood demon fruit for 6 months, 1 fruit per day, to further awaken the bloodline with a 30% chance of advancing to a purple flame star wolf. Purple-eyed demon wolf. Purple flame star wolf. Yifeng felt somewhat bewildered upon seeing this information. He had never heard of these 2 names and did not know what breed they belonged to. However, he assumed that they must possess a more noble bloodline than the azure demon wolf, right? Without dwelling on it too much, he swallowed a gathering chi pill, and the weakness in his body immediately lessened significantly. Nevertheless, even so, using the heavenly mechanism disc twice in quick succession still caused his complexion to worsen. It seemed he could not use it again in the near future. After a hearty meal, regaining some vitality, Yifeng carried the wooden box and walked into the largest apothecary in the city. "Young sir, what might you be needing today?" A gaunt elderly man busy arranging medicinal herbs at the center of the apothecary looked up and greeted Yifeng as he entered. "Do you happen to have 10-year-old Qiyang grass and 20-year-old Shuiyao fruits?" Yifeng asked. "We do have Qiyang grass, 2 spirit stones per sprig, but I shall need to inspect our stock for the Shuiyao fruit." Having spoken, the elderly man turned toward the storage shelves behind him and began searching meticulously. Qiyang grass was a low-tier spirit herb commonly used for wound dressing. Many cultivation families grew it routinely, so supplies were plentiful. Shuiyao fruit, however, could not be cultivated artificially. Its supply relied entirely on wandering cultivators harvesting it in the wild, making availability highly unpredictable. Fortunately, he eventually located a modest stock. "As it happens, we still have about 18 fruits. 1 spirit stone each. How many would you like, young sir?" The elderly man asked. 3 sprigs of Qiyang grass, 10 years or older, and all the Shuiyao fruit you have." "All of them." The old man paused momentarily, taken aback. Yet he quickly retrieved every fruit and wrapped them carefully. 18 spirit stones for the Shuiyao fruit, 6 for the 3 sprigs of Qiyang grass, 24 in total. "Very well, thank you." Yifeng nodded and promptly settled the payment. Holding the spirit herbs, at last his heart settled with quiet relief. He had feared they might be unavailable, yet fortune had smiled upon him. "By the way, might you restock Shuiyao fruit later? If so, I shall return." "Most likely. I'll keep an eye out for you next time." A faint smile crossed the elder's face. Though uncommon, these items were hardly rare treasures. He'd even worried they might linger unsold. "Unbelievable. My spirit stones are nearly depleted again." Stepping out of the apothecary, Yifeng sighed inwardly. He'd originally planned to spend every coin earned from selling the Qiyan rabbit on pills to advance his cultivation. Yet fate had intervened with this little wolf cub. Thus cultivation would have to wait. After all, a fine spirit beast cub was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss this chance, and it might never come again. With only a dozen spirit stones left, Yifeng gritted his teeth and purchased several Qingmu radishes and rabbit feed before heading home, and extended his valley's lease by another month. Back in the valley after unloading his goods, Yifeng immediately released the tiny wolf cub from its crate with utmost care. En route, he'd fed it a sprig of qiyang grass, and now visibly revitalized the cub, stirred with renewed vitality. "Master, what is this?" Hearing the commotion, Xiao Yu and the others emerged to assist, and froze startled upon seeing the small creature their master had brought home. "A spirit beast cub," Yifeng explained. "What? A true spirit beast?" Gazing at the fluffy, slender cub before them, all three were profoundly shaken. Could this truly be the legendary fearsome demon beast? Indeed. "Do we have any fresh meat? Bring some at once," Yifeng instructed Xiaoyu. The cub had gone days without food or water, starving, emaciated, so feeding it was urgent. "Yes, right away." In moments, Xiaoyu returned from the simple kitchen bearing a plate of minced fresh meat, which she placed gently before the cub. Sniffing cautiously, the little wolf began nibbling delicately. Thank heavens. Witnessing this, Yifeng exhaled deeply, his tension finally easing. As long as it ate, there was nothing more to fear. Zhao Jun and the others too broke into broad, relieved smiles. If this cub matured safely, the valley's security would rise dramatically. Yet their joy was short-lived. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from beyond the valley's perimeter. "Master, it's someone from the opposite Qixiao Valley," Zhao Jun announced. Yifeng gave a slight nod and stepped forward without hesitation. At the valley entrance stood Su Zian, draped in a flowing violet gown, waiting quietly beyond the fence, accompanied by the spry silver-haired elder. "Master Yi, it's been a while." Upon seeing Yifeng emerge, Su Zian forced a faint, reluctant smile and offered a perfunctory greeting. "Immortal Miss Su, your esteemed presence graces us indeed. To what do we owe the honor?" Yifeng's expression remained cool and distant. "I dare not presume to offer counsel, but since our valleys lie adjacent, surely neighborly closeness is warranted. Might Master Yi invite me inside for tea?" As she spoke, her gaze flickered subtly past the entrance, probing inward, searching for clues. He had just returned laden with supplies. She couldn't fathom where he'd acquired so many spirit stones, or what enterprise he was cultivating within the valley. My domain is modest or unfit for guests. My apologies." Without hesitation, Yifeng declined outright. Her intentions were clearly impure. He would never open his gates to a fox in sheep's clothing. "Master Yi, surely you aren't that stingy. Can you truly bear to leave a frail woman standing outside?" Su Zian blinked, stunned by his unyielding tone. Was this man even human? Facing a beauty like herself, how could he remain so ruthlessly unmoved? "Immortal Miss Su, matters concerning this valley are confidential. I cannot permit outsiders access. If there's nothing further, please depart." Yifeng's lips twitched faintly as he issued his icy dismissal once more. Frail woman. Such artful pretense held no sway over him. He required none of it. "Very well. So I hear your valley's lease has been renewed for another month. Master Yi, are you truly unafraid of losing everything? Should you choose to cede the valley now, I am prepared to offer 200 spirit stones as compensation." Seeing that diplomacy had failed, Su Zian abandoned subtlety and broached the matter directly. Her distillation equipment had been secured. Only 200 spirit stones remained. Her final, most earnest offer. "Immortal Miss Su, my answer remains unchanged. Please do not raise this matter again." Inside, Yifeng puzzled over her persistence. Why this relentless fixation? Could it be linked to that faint azure qi lingering within the valley? Su Zian, astonished by his ironclad resolve, stamped her foot in frustration and stormed off, seething. Returning from Qingke Valley, Su Zian's composure remained unsettled. She admitted she'd underestimated him. Yet even now, with 200 spirit stones on the table, he showed not a flicker of interest. She simply could not fathom why. After all, 200 spirit stones constituted a staggering sum for low-tier cultivators. "Master Fu, did you discern anything noteworthy just now?" Moments later, Su Zian turned to the silver-haired elder. "Little of significance, but I did glimpse several spirit rabbits within." The elder frowned faintly. The valley entrance faced askew from the inner clearing, shielded by rocky outcrops, obscuring any clear view of its interior. Oh, could he be raising spirit rabbits? Su Zian fell silent, lost in thought. Her visit had never been mere courtesy. It had been reconnaissance. Yet the young man guarded his secrets fiercely. She hadn't expected such vigilance. "How promising is spirit rabbit farming then?" she asked curiously. "Easy to rear, but exceedingly difficult to scale," the elder replied candidly. "Heavenly spirits and terrestrial creatures are not born easily, The greatest difficulty in raising spirit rabbits lies in getting them to reproduce. At present, few powers possess definitive secret techniques for breeding, and without the ability to propagate, they remain mere trifles unfit for the broader stage. Su Zian continued by asking whether there had been any progress in recruiting those 2 men associated with Zhao Jun. The answer was that there had been none, both having decisively refused. Su Zian could not believe they had refused and demanded whether her background had been made clear to them. The elder replied that it had been explained, but to no avail. A bitter expression flitted across the flower-haired elder's face. He had no idea what hypnotic words that brat had fed the 2 men, for they had remained unmoved even when faced with the recruitment overtures of such a great household. Su Zian fell into a short silence and conceded that there seemed to be nothing they could do in the short term. Over the next 2 months, as numerous spirit rabbit kits reached maturity, Qingke Valley entered a period of rapid expansion. Each month saw a dozen or so spirit rabbit kits born, and the valley's total spirit rabbit population smoothly broke past the 80 mark. Moreover, after feeding the 5 remaining mutated materials, in turn 3 Qian rabbit kits were produced. Yifeng sold them off in various ways and pocketed a profit of more than 300 spirit stones. By then, Zhao Jun had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier of refining qi and had obtained an inferior grade artifact, a Xian iron sword, greatly enhancing his strength. Li Hu likewise acquired a basic body refinement art, the Man Yo Ju, which he was practicing with rapt devotion. I Chiu Yu's cultivation was also approaching the summit of the 1st tier of refining qi. Yifeng himself had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of refining qi and was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th. Yet just as he prepared to press his advantage and return to the mountain, the token the green-clad woman had placed on him suddenly chimed without warning. He cursed inwardly at the ill-timed intrusion. The signal had come far earlier than he had expected, and the annoyance burned beneath his skin. Though full of complaints, he dared not ignore it. After giving a quick briefing to his followers, he set off toward the sect, secretly resolving that he would refuse that errand no matter what on his return. He was keenly aware of what his absence might cost. If anything befell the valley while he was gone, he would be left bereft. Back in Hulu Valley, Yifeng returned near his wooden hut and activated the transmission token to reply to Lu Yinshu. The token concealed a crude short-range transmission array a step above an ordinary voice talisman, yet sadly, it could only light once and could not convey specific content. After all, it was nothing more than the simplest communication device. Moments later, the lively figure of the green-clad woman materialized in the valley. She demanded fiercely why he had returned so slowly, feeling that since she had been paid months of stipend, she ought to be kept on constant notice and ready at all times. Yifeng shot back irritably that returning from Yunqi City did take time, and that he had left the instant he received the notice. In his heart, he judged the woman to be far from virtuous. The green-clad woman looked suspicious and asked what business he had had in Yunqi City, having assumed he would have remained within the sect to cultivate. He curtly replied that it was none of her concern. She quickly returned to the matter at hand, announcing that her miss and she were going out to refine their skills, and that this time they intended to bring Baihu with them. Yifeng's eyes brightened at the news. If Baihu went along, there would likely be little for him to do. The green-clad woman sneered and declared that he would be coming along as well. Yifeng, bewildered, protested that their training trip had nothing to do with him. She explained flatly that her miss had said there would be many matters on this trip and might not be able to attend to Baihu, so she needed him to look after the beast. Yifeng asked if someone else could be sent. The woman replied that no one else would do and that it had to be him. The woman was baffled in turn. Most people would have been ecstatic at the chance to accompany her miss and would have begged for it. Why did this youth look as if she were doing him a favor? He did not even know who the miss was, which was true enough. He had not been told and had no wish to inquire. Finally, Yifeng asked whether there would be extra compensation for the journey, pointing out that travel hardship could not be equated with life in the valley. Unable to refuse the assignment, he resolved to at least maximize his benefit. He had no clear idea of the green-clad woman's standing within the sect, but it could not be low, and with a miss behind her, there was likely something to gain. The woman was furious that he would demand more. Did he not realize how fortunate he was? Such an opportunity would be beyond most people's reach, yet he asked for additional favors. Thinking of Baihu, however, she stifled the urge to rough him up. She tossed him a small jade bottle with a scowl and declared that it was a bottle of Juki pills, offering it as his remuneration. That bottle had originally been intended as a reward from her miss and had been held back. Now she used it as a bargaining chip. She smirked inwardly, thinking that he deserved a lesson and that she had been ready for him. Yifeng did not know her thoughts. He took the jade bottle, opened it, and could not help but gasp when he saw the contents. 20 Juki pills. 20 crystalline Juki pills lay quietly within the small bottle, not the 10 he had expected. Each exuded a dense aura of spiritual force, and all were clearly rare top-grade pills. How many spirit stones were they worth? At least 100 or 2, he reckoned. He snapped to attention and eagerly asked Lu Xianzi when they would depart. His expression brightened instantly, his tone warm and affable. Though raising spirit rabbits could bring gains, it would take far more time than this immediate reward. The green-clad woman watched his sudden transformation and rolled her eyes in secret contempt. What a mercenary little man. Previously so unwilling, and yet a small taste of sweetness had him obedient at once. Lu Yunshu instructed them to depart at dawn the next morning and warned him not to be late, then turned and walked away. Yifeng called after her in compliance. He watched her leave with elation, scarcely able to contain his delight. Hurrying back to his wooden hut, Yifeng seated himself cross-legged and began to enter seclusion. During the following days, he could think only of the Juki pills and the prospects the trip might bring, though he remained mindful of the responsibilities he left behind in the valley. The valley continued to thrive. With each new litter of spirit rabbit kits, the little community grew more prosperous, and Yifeng's unease about leaving softened under the lure of immediate reward. Among his companions' attitudes shifted as well. Some were enlivened by the chance to travel and grow, others remained focused on tending the burgeoning herds of spirit rabbits. On the eve of departure, the valley was a bustle of preparation, but Yifeng sealed himself in his hut to cultivate, resolving to be ready for whatever the journey might demand. Previously, he felt that he was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement. Now, with so many gathering Qi pills in hand, he was determined to break through. He had never felt this extravagant before, and as he consumed the 6th gathering Qi pill, the surging spiritual power propelled him, and with a loud bang, he successfully broke through the bottleneck. The next morning at the Qingyun sect outside the mountain gate, the morning light spilled down and the mountain wind gently brushed by. Yifeng arrived at the gathering point and saw the waiting crowd momentarily lost in thought. The lineup for this expedition seemed a bit too extravagant, didn't it? At the outermost edge of the group, 10 fierce wolf mounts stood silently, each carrying a cold and stoic female guard clad in fiery red armor, their faces obscured by masks, their cultivation unfathomable. In the center of the female guards, several large beast carts, pulled by powerful rhinoceros-like demon beasts, were being loaded with numerous goods, while a few outer sect disciples in their uniforms were busy transporting supplies into the carts. The white tiger he had raised stood majestically at the very front of the group. This was truly impressive. What are you standing there for? Come over. In the center of the team from a luxurious carriage, a girl in green, Lu Yunshu, suddenly poked her head out and called to Yifeng. Got it. Yifeng quickly replied and walked towards the carriage with a leisurely pace. However, before he could get close, a female guard in red armor blocked him with a silver spear. You go to the back, not here. Lu Yunshu said, somewhat speechless. What was this kid thinking? Yifeng suddenly realized that he had misunderstood as she meant for him to join the few transporting cultivators at the back and sit on the beast cart loaded with goods. Damn it. How embarrassing. But he didn't say much. Even such a beast cart felt fresh and new to him. As he climbed onto the cart, suddenly a figure as pure and holy as an iceberg floated in from the distance. It descended directly into the center of the convoy. This figure wore a snow-white crystal dress, gracefully floating like a fairy walking on water. In an instant, everyone in the convoy fell silent. My heavens, who is that? All the male cultivators nearby, whether they had seen her before or not, couldn't help but show a dazed expression upon seeing this figure resembling a celestial maiden. The female cultivators, though not as exaggerated, also wore complex expressions filled with envy. Even Yifeng, who had seen all kinds of beauties in his past life, couldn't help but feel a pang of breathlessness. Such a perfect woman exists in the Qingyun sect. This is true celestial beauty. The moment one laid eyes on her, the impression was stunning, a breathtaking spectacle. The second impression was one of coldness, as if she were an eternal iceberg. However, this coldness, paired with her snow-like skin and pure exquisite face, imbued her with an air of high aloofness, utterly flawless. After the white-clad fairy landed, the girl in green immediately stepped out of the carriage. Miss, everyone is here. Lu Yunshu stood beside the white-clad fairy, bowing slightly to report. Is that the Miss Lu Yunshu mentioned? Upon hearing this title, Yifeng's heart surged with waves of shock. He never expected that the white tiger he had raised would actually be this girl's mount. However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze clarifying. No matter how beautiful the fairy was, thinking about how she had nothing to do with him made it lose its meaning. Well then, let's set off. The voice of the snow-white figure was cool as she lightly stepped forward and sat in the luxurious carriage at the center. It was clear she was a woman of few words, but her voice was like heavenly music, soft, pleasant, ethereal, leaving people lost in thought. As they noticed the white-clad girl disappear into the carriage, everyone finally returned to their senses. However, the expressions on their faces were filled with a daze brimming with endless regret. What a pity that it had nothing to do with them. The girl in green briefly scanned the crowd, and finally spoke. Everyone, this expedition aims to escort a batch of rare materials across the White Mist Mountain range to reach Izhou. While it is not too dangerous, it should not be underestimated. Please be sure to follow instructions. Understood. The crowd replied in unison. All right, let's set off. The moment Lu Yunshu gave the order, all the demon beasts exerted their strength, and the convoy began to move. Brother, may I ask who that person was just now? After settling into the beast cart, Yifeng couldn't help but ask one of the outer sect brothers sitting with him. Though the other party was only responsible for transporting, his aura was far stronger than Yifeng's, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. You don't know? That is the Ancient Millennium Genius of our Qingyun sect, Nangong, Liu Yun, the fairy Nangong. The white-faced brother looked at Yifeng with a hint of disdain. Nangong's name was well known within the sect. How could he not know? Where did you come from? Nangong Liu Yun. Hearing this, Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply. He never expected it to be this legendary figure. Not only was her talent unrivaled among the younger generation, but her beauty was also unmatched. Her fame had long spread far and wide. Even a small figure like the original owner had heard of her. In Qingyun sect, you might not know who the sect leader is, but you certainly cannot be unaware of who Nangong Liu Yun is. However, he quickly regained his composure as the distance between him and her was simply too vast. By the way, how dangerous is the White Mist Mountain range? Yifeng then asked again. It was his first time going to this White Mist Mountain range, and he had heard it was quite terrifying. It's quite dangerous, but with Sister Nangong around, it's different. Just treat it as a leisure trip. The white-faced brother smiled. That's good. Yifeng felt relieved upon hearing this. After all, with so many strong guards, and that top genius present, there must be senior experts secretly protecting them, right? Thinking of this, his mood relaxed significantly. The other outer sect disciples also felt at ease. The beast cart was heavy, but under the immense strength of the rhinoceros-like demon beasts, it moved steadily and swiftly. Yifeng's gaze inadvertently swept over the luxurious carriage ahead, and reflecting on that snow-white figure, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He never expected to have any connection with this genius. The other few transporting cultivators were equally excited. Before the journey, they had no idea they would be doing a task alongside Sister Nangong, and were quite anxious. But now that they knew, they immediately relaxed, instead hoping the journey would last longer, wishing to perform well enough to catch Sister Nangong's attention. If she were to casually bestow some rewards, it might save them decades of hard work. Among them, a scholarly-looking cultivator had an extraordinarily fervent gaze. In this world, over 95% of the land consists of towering mountains or desolate wilderness, and seas, with less than 5% being areas of human activity. The journey from Chuzhou to Izhou was long and tedious. Everyone meditated and rested, yet it still felt somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, by evening, the beast cart finally came to a halt in a remote mountainous area. The opportunity to perform had arrived. In an instant, the outer disciples surged toward a certain beast cart, pulling out pots and pans, eager to cook for everyone. They all speculated that the cold female guards accompanying them would definitely not take action, and the two main figures in the carriage would certainly not do so, either, leaving only them suitable for such chores. Yifeng also shared this thought, but unfortunately, before he could act, the cooking tools on the cart had already been snatched away. Too slow. Damn it. Yifeng felt secretly frustrated upon seeing this. These people were just too competitive. However, he only shook his head, feeling not much regret. He didn't believe that making these things would have any significant effect. The woman in green saw everyone so eager and couldn't help but smirk. She knew exactly what these people were thinking, but she didn't expose them. Instead, she was quite pleased. After all, few would not be enthusiastic about working for the Nangong family. With nothing else to do, Yifeng had no choice but to move around, helping the female guards set up camp and do some hard labor. The female guards all possessed storage treasures, so their equipment was quite complete. However, before long, he noticed that the white tiger at the front of the convoy had suddenly come to his side, staring at him quietly. Big Bai, are you looking for food? Isn't your young lady over there? Yifeng was somewhat confused. Without the owner's instructions, he dared not feed it recklessly lest he offend someone and create trouble. The woman in green was just as shocked upon witnessing this. They had not yet reached a dangerous area, and according to plan, it should still be her young lady feeding it personally. Yet that white tiger had taken the initiative to go to that boy for food. Could it be that it thought what that boy made was better than what its young lady provided? Yunshu let him do it. Soon a clear, cold voice came from inside the carriage, melodious like a clear spring. Okay. The woman in green was startled at first, but quickly reacted, taking out spirit meat and ingredients from her storage bracelet and handing them to Yifeng. However, she felt quite strange inside. Yifeng was also slightly surprised, but he soon ceased to hesitate, accepting the materials and beginning to prepare. Damn, that kid actually stole the spotlight. The outer disciples, upon hearing the earlier voice and looking at the scene before them, were filled with resentment. They hadn't expected that the Nangong fairy would specifically speak up about this. It goes without saying that the boy must have caught her attention. Damn it, I should have put some thought into that white tiger too. Previously seeing how pure and majestic that white tiger was, they had speculated, but didn't take it too seriously. They hadn't expected it to be the mount of the Nangong fairy. However, they didn't say much more and turned to focus intently on cooking the food, preparing to make a comeback. After all, what that boy made was only for spirit beasts, while what they were preparing was for humans. As long as it was cooked well enough, they believed they could definitely turn the tide. Yifeng did not believe that cooking some meat for spirit beasts would earn him any special regard from others. From his perspective, these highborn young ladies had very discerning tastes. If he did, well, they would merely think it was expected. So he proceeded to roast leisurely as usual, showing no signs of impatience. A quarter of an hour later, with a sprinkle of seasoning, the roasted meat instantly emitted a tantalizing aroma, sizzling with juices. The white tiger, also showing appreciation, snapped it up in one bite and turned aside, savoring it with delight. Thankfully, it had not faltered. Seeing this result, Yifeng secretly let out a sigh of relief. If it refused to eat, that would be a huge embarrassment. Just as he was about to prepare something for himself, that clear voice rang out again. Yinshu, let him also roast a piece for me using the same method. Lu Yinshu was taken aback upon hearing this. Her young lady actually wanted to eat what that boy cooked. Although she had felt her appetite stirred by the aroma, just now she instinctively thought it was for spirit beasts and might not suit human taste. Never would she have imagined that her young lady so precious would want to try it herself. Meanwhile, the surrounding outer disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. No way. The Nangong fairy actually wanted to eat what that boy made. What significance did their current efforts hold? Even the surrounding cold female guards were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected their young lady to value that boy so highly. They couldn't help but look at Yifeng with new eyes. Yifeng was also momentarily dazed upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure and understood. After all, he should know what his spirit beast was eating as its owner. Otherwise, if such a rare demon beast accidentally ate something unsuitable, it would be troublesome. In the next moment, he took a gourd-shaped artifact from the cart, pouring out clean water to thoroughly wash his hands and tools before he began to work. He was well aware that women of such high status often had some cleanliness obsessions, and he couldn't afford to make mistakes in the details. Skillfully taking out the spirit meat for roasting, he did not deliberately change anything. After all, being too deliberate sometimes only leads to failure. While Yifeng was roasting, everyone anxiously awaited, silently praying that kid's cooking had better not. It would be best if he messed it up. After all, the taste of spirit beasts could not possibly be the same as that of humans. The woman in green was equally skeptical, and even though the previous aroma had smelled enticing, she had no intention of trying it. However, when she handed her young lady a skewer of the roasted meat Yifeng had prepared, she witnessed her young lady take a small bite and let out a light gasp. No wonder. What did that mean? Miss, how is it? Does it taste good? The woman in green asked anxiously. You can just taste it to find out, the woman in white replied, lightly continuing to take small bites. That makes sense. The woman in green pulled out a skewer from her hand and brought it to her mouth. However, as soon as the spirit meat entered her mouth, the woman in green's eyes widened. This flavor was indeed far better than what she had cooked. Moreover, it was a taste she had never encountered before. Who would have thought that such a delicacy would be produced by such a young cultivator? In an instant, she understood why the white tiger had ignored her. Accustomed to such delicious food, how could it still be interested in ordinary meat? Yifeng, make sure to bring me a few skewers of this roasted meat every day from now on. The very next moment, the woman in green naturally instructed Yifeng. This flavor carries a unique freshness, and she speculates that her young lady would like to taste it again. As soon as this was said, the surrounding outer disciples erupted in a flurry of discussion. At this moment, they all understood what this scenario implied. Without a doubt, they had lost. That one. Yifeng shook his head upon hearing this, resolutely refusing. He was already thinking of quitting his job serving the white tiger. How could he possibly take on another? Did he really have nothing better to do? While it was normal for Nangong Liuyun, as the master of the spirit beast, to want to taste, what right did Lu Yunshu have? Hey, everyone else is eager to serve this lady, yet you refuse. The woman in green felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. It was she who had personally made the request. How could the other party be so ungrateful? The crowd around her was equally astonished, wondering if that kid had lost his mind. This was such a great opportunity. Although Lu Xianzi wasn't as famous as Nangong Xianzi, she was still one of the most beautiful women around. Senior sister, look at how low the cultivation of junior brother is. Cooking an extra portion every day would cost so much time. If it delays his future, wouldn't it be a waste? Yi Feng wore a pained expression as he quickly defended himself. How much do you want? Just name a price. The woman in green didn't even glance at his expression. How much cultivation could one gain in such a short time? Did he think he was a top-tier genius? Then how about 1 spirit stone per day limited to this training period? What do you think? Yi Feng didn't expect the other party to be so insistent and could only reluctantly state a number. Since he was here anyway, it wouldn't hurt to earn a little extra. All right, I agree. Lu Yinshu gritted her teeth upon hearing this. Of course, she understood the subtleties of the situation. If it were just for herself, she would never play the fool, but when it came to her young lady, she could only endure. It seemed that after more than a month on this journey, her young lady had probably grown tired of the same food. Deal. Seeing this, Yi Feng finally revealed a joyful smile. A quarter of an hour later, several portions of spirit meat were roasted again. Missed that kid actually dared to ask for so much, how outrageous. Inside the carriage, Lu Yunshu muttered while eating the roast. Clearly, although the roast was delicious, she still held a grudge against that kid's earlier behavior. She felt that with her beauty, helping her roast a few pieces of spirit meat should be expected. I dare say that kid must not be a man. In the next moment, Lu Yunshu confidently stated her conclusion. Nangong Luyun listened to Lu Yunshu's ramblings, shaking her head and smiling helplessly, saying nothing. She thought that person was quite normal. After filling their stomachs, everyone began to rest in the camp. Since this was not a dangerous area, everyone appeared very relaxed. Even the female guards simply allowed their demon wolf mounts to roam freely around without arranging for anyone to patrol. Junior brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be so hidden. Suddenly, the earlier white-faced cultivator approached, Yi Feng plopping down beside him. He, senior brother, is joking. Just a trivial skill, nothing to boast about. Yi Feng quickly replied humbly. He didn't believe that cooking 2 meals would impress anyone, but what he valued more were the spirit stones he could earn. This is no trivial skill, it's a rare talent worth its weight in gold. If you achieve great success in the future, don't forget to help your senior brother. The white-faced cultivator didn't agree and instead corrected him earnestly. A skill that could please 2 fairies was worth more than any amount of spirit stones. Well said, well said. Yi Feng replied repeatedly. The team hurried through the territory of Chuzhou for over 10 days, finally entering the region of the White Mist Mountains. The White Mist Mountains felt entirely different from the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range was filled with steep mountains and complex environments, as well as endless demonic beasts. Here, however, there was an endless expanse of white mist shrouding the entire mountain range, making visibility extremely poor. After entering the mountains, the 10 female guards gripped their weapons tightly, vigilantly, watching their surroundings. In the center of the team, Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress his amazement. He had heard of the White Mist Mountains before. It was said to be the only way to Izhou, filled with numerous spirit beasts and treasures, extremely dangerous. He hadn't expected it to look like this. Previously, he had hoped that someday he could travel to other regions, but now it seemed that without strength it was best not to step out of Chuzhou recklessly. After an indeterminate amount of time, suddenly a demon beast charged out from the mist, darting toward the convoy like lightning. Hiss! What kind of demon beast is this? What on earth is so strange about it? Yi Feng was secretly astonished. He saw that the demon beast ahead had a mouth like a dinosaur with 4 strong limbs, looking extremely fierce, neither wolf nor wolf. Yi Feng immediately thought to dodge, but the white-faced cultivator beside him patted his shoulder. Junior brother, don't be alarmed, this demon beast can't harm us. The white-faced cultivator reassured him confidently. Is that true? Yi Feng stopped his attempt to flee upon hearing this. Since everyone else wasn't moving, he decided to wait and see. Sure enough, before the demon beast could get close, a female guard leaped into the air, her spear striking like a dragon, smashing down heavily and instantly sending it flying. Then several spirit arrows followed, closely piercing the monstrous beast in just 2 or 3 shots. Amazing. Watching this scene, Yi Feng couldn't help but admire, revealing an envious expression. If he had a few subordinates like that, he could wake up smiling in his dreams. The other outer disciples were equally stunned, not expecting these female guards to be so extraordinary upon making a move. Seeing that the commotion had settled, Yi Feng finally sat down in the carriage, closed his eyes to rest, and began to cultivate. He had to admit that the journey afterward was indeed as safe as the white-faced senior brother had said. Every day from time to time 1 or 2 demon beasts would fixate on the convoy, their hungry eyes searching for opportunities, but these beasts were either killed by the white tiger or dealt with by the female guards. Gradually, no demon beasts dared to approach. It seemed that Nangong Liuyun's main purpose in this journey was to provide the white tiger with training opportunities. After traveling for more than 10 days through the mountains, the team finally exited the White Mist Mountain Range and entered an entirely new world, stopping before a certain city. I told you there would be no problem, the white-faced senior brother said with a smile. Yes, 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 senior brother truly has foresight, Yifeng quickly echoed. However, the two were soon captivated by the architectural complex before them. Is this Izhou? Baishu City? Seeing this scene, several outer disciples were quite curious. Surrounding the entire Baishu city were vast green spirit fields, and even within the city itself, there were many areas planted with various spirit herbs. This city bore a style utterly distinct from those of the Qingyun sect's other domains. Upon passing through the city gates, the group transported their cargo to the local branch residence of the Qingyun sect before finally beginning to unload. Everyone, we shall rest here for one day. You may explore the city at your leisure, but be certain to return before dawn tomorrow. Moments later, the green-robed woman raised her voice in a clear, commanding call. Yes. The crowd cheered in unison and dispersed immediately. Yifeng followed the group out of the residence and began strolling idly through the bustling market district of Bailu City. The market district of Bailu City was likewise vast and thronged with people. Yet before long, he noticed something startling. Spirit rabbits were selling for 10 spirit stones apiece. He had assumed this was an isolated anomaly. Yet after visiting over a dozen stalls, he found the price remained consistently the same. Half an hour later, he confirmed it definitively. Both spirit rabbits and spirit meat commanded prices roughly 10 to 20% higher here than in Chuzhou, whereas spirit grains were significantly cheaper. It made sense. Chuzhou's mountainous terrain bordered the spirit beast mountains, yielding abundant spirit meat, and thus driving prices downward inevitably. Here, however, proximity to the central plains of the Zhonglong continent meant fewer spirit beasts and broader farmlands. Hence the elevated price of spirit meat and the relative affordability of spirit grains. If only he possessed the means to transport spirit rabbits here for sale. What an extraordinary opportunity that would present. Alas, such ambitions remained far beyond his current reach. He could only set them aside for now. With few spirit stones to his name, he completed his circuit of the market and prepared to return. He found no trace of spirit refining grass here either. Yet as he turned to leave, his gaze suddenly caught sight of several black iron spheres crackling with arcs of violet lightning, resting unassumingly within the very shop where he'd just paused. They radiated palpable danger. Master Merchant, what function do these spheres serve? Yifeng halted and asked the nearby clerk with quiet curiosity. Every other artifact in the shop cost upward of 1 or 200 spirit stones. Yet these sold for merely 20 per sphere, making them by far the most affordable item on display. What intrigued him further was that he had scarcely encountered such spheres in Chuzhou. Esteemed patron, these are Yin Thunder Beads, a single-use artifact. Infused with but a sliver of spiritual energy, they detonate with tremendous destructive force. An exceptional value. Would you care to acquire one? The clerk, a young cultivator in his early 20s, eagerly launched into his pitch upon sensing Yifeng's interest. Yin Thunder Beads. Just how potent are they? Yifeng's pulse quickened inwardly. In that secluded valley of his Zhao Jun and the others remained relatively weak. Possessing even 1 or 2 such beads for defense would grant him immeasurable peace of mind. Put simply, if detonated unexpectedly within 1 chi of a target, even a mid-stage chi condensation spirit beast would suffer grievous injury. Effect diminishes rapidly with distance. How effectively you wield it rests entirely upon your own judgment. The clerk spoke candidly. The Yin Thunder bead possessed striking advantages and equally pronounced drawbacks. Its power was formidable, yet fleeting. If it missed its mark, or if the target evaded in time, it became nothing more than wasted potential. Hence its modest price. Then I'll take one. Yifeng decided instantly. Having recently tutored Lu Yunshu in private cultivation, he had just accumulated exactly 20 spirit stones, barely enough to purchase a single bead. Right away, the clerk promptly wrapped a Yin Thunder bead and handed it over. After returning from the market, Yifeng remained within the Qingyun sect's residence, venturing out no further. His purse was simply too light, a lingering longer served no purpose. The next morning the caravan departed as scheduled. Unburdened by cargo, their pace quickened markedly, and within mere days they had already reached the midsection of the Baiwu mountain range. Yet as the convoy entered a particular stretch of terrain, the white tigers suddenly roared, a sound that sent instant tension rippling through the entire group. Even Nangong Luyun and Lu Yunshu, rarely seen outside their palanquin, emerged at once, stepping forward to scan the surroundings with sharp vigilance. "What's happening?" Yifeng looked bewildered. "Unclear," replied the pale-faced cultivator, shaking his head, his expression turning grave. At that moment, even he could not discern what had triggered the white tiger's alarm. Scarcely had his words faded when dozens of black-clad figures materialized from the surrounding mist, encircling the caravan completely. Each black-robed figure exuded formidable aura, clearly Foundation establishment cultivators. Their two leaders stood out, especially their strength suggested they had reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Most alarming of all, their garments bore the infamous skull insignia. A sharp intake of breath echoed across the group. Skull Assassin's Hall. Every soul present recoiled inwardly, foreboding rising like cold tide. The Skull Assassin's Hall was no ordinary mercenary syndicate. Its Foundation establishment members far surpassed ordinary cultivators of the same realm in lethality and discipline. "Enemy attack. Form ranks." Lu Yunshu barked coldly, then glided forward like a fragrant breeze to the center of the caravan. Meanwhile, the 10 female guards swiftly fanned out, encircling the convoy in a tight defensive formation. Given the overwhelming odds, this was clearly a premeditated ambush. No parley would be granted. "Senior sister, we're outnumbered and outmatched. Why hasn't a senior expert revealed themselves?" Yifeng rushed toward the green-robed woman, clutching at hope as if she were his anchor. On their side stood barely a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, while the enemy fielded nearly 30. How could they possibly prevail? "What senior experts? What are you babbling about?" Lu Yunshu shot him a frost-laced glance. "Wait, you mean senior sister Nangong isn't accompanied by a senior expert on this cultivation journey?" Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who told you there had to be one?" Damn. A sudden sobering realization struck Yifeng. Perhaps he'd been naively presuming all along. Otherwise, why had they encountered not a single clue of hidden protection throughout the entire journey? The outer sect disciples around him paled instantly, their hearts sinking into icy despair. It was over. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, how could Nangong's senior sister and her cohort possibly protect them? In the next heartbeat, silent shadows lunged without warning, charging straight toward the caravan. These assassins moved with flawless coordination. Before they even closed the distance, razor-sharp wind blades sliced forth with lethal precision. Every outer sect disciple gripped their artifacts tightly, breath held in frozen anticipation. Yet just as they braced for annihilation beneath the storm of wind blades, a colossal azure-blue sword silhouette erupted before the Qingyun sect's ranks. Its wielder stood unmistakably ahead, the figure draped in snow-white robes. Frost Soul's sword art, sever. Nangong Liuyun's porcelain-fair face wore an unearthly serenity, as though a celestial immortal had descended. As she swung her crystalline blue longsword, the immense azure blade behind her swept outward in a devastating arc, bearing the unstoppable might to cleave through all things under heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Where the sword silhouette passed, black-clad figures scrambled desperately to evade, only to be hurled backward by overwhelming shockwaves. Their own wind blades were violently reversed, flung back by sheer concussive force. A collective gasp tore from the assassins' throats. Golden core. Impossible. The spectacle froze them all in stunned disbelief. They had never imagined such overwhelming power concealed within this seemingly ordinary caravan. Intelligence was flawed. Retreat. Without pause to catch his breath, the lead assassin cried out. The news they received was that Nangong Luyun was only at the late stage of Foundation establishment, and at least 2 peak Foundation establishment experts needed to be dispatched. However, they never expected the actual situation to be so drastically different. The black-clad figures in other directions, although some were not affected by the sword shadows, could not muster even a shred of fighting spirit at this moment, and turned to flee. Although if they fought desperately, they might have the chance to crush this convoy, they absolutely could not leave Nangong Luyun behind. Thus, this mission was doomed to fail. Dragging it out further would only lead to needless casualties. However, the blue ice sword in Nangong Luyun's hand did not spare them. The sword light swept out repeatedly, and sharp ice blades slashed through several black-clad figures left behind, leaving them bloodied and mangled. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, all the outer disciples present were not only grateful, but nearly dropped their jaws in shock. How could the young Nangong fairy have already broken through to the Golden Core stage? When did this happen? Yifeng was equally stunned, frozen in shock. Wasn't it rumored that the other party was only in their late 20s? Was there really such a vast gap between himself and a top genius? I forgot to tell you, although there isn't a senior expert overseeing my lady herself is a senior expert. Lu Yinshu could not help but gloat seeing Yi Feng's dazed expression. She had long been displeased with this guy. He never gave her any face, and now he knew how impressive her background was. She was the most trusted person by her lady. Yi Feng fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. He admitted he had been shown up. Even in 10 years, it would be a stroke of luck if he could break through to foundation establishment, let alone the golden core stage, which he couldn't even dare to dream of. After more than 10 days, the team returned safely to Qingyun sect, and Yi Feng once again received a few months of leave. However, after this journey, his mindset had changed significantly. Before departing, he was resolutely thinking of quitting this job to focus on managing his own business. But now he realized that perhaps clinging to this big thigh wasn't such a bad idea. Perhaps in the future, if others casually gave him some benefits, it would be much better than him wasting decades on his own. In the wooden house at Gourd Valley, after a simple wash and a short rest, Yi Feng prepared to go to the market to buy some Qingmu radishes to bring back to Qingke Valley. Not for any other reason, but simply because the Qingmu radishes here were cheaper than outside. Saving a little is still saving. However, he did not expect to see Zhang Junchen setting up a stall at the market again. Yi Feng, where have you been these days? I've been looking everywhere for you. Zhang Junchen was momentarily stunned upon seeing Yi Feng. Since their last parting, he hadn't seen the other person for a long time. I went outside and just got back. Is there something you need from me, brother Zhang? Yi Feng asked curiously. Of course there is. Our batch of new disciples is preparing for an assessment. It is said that some good seedlings will be selected to join the sect's important halls. It's happening the day after tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss it. Zhang Junchen briefly explained the situation. This matter had been announced a month ago by teacher Zhang, but he hadn't been able to find anyone to relay the message. Is there really such a good opportunity? Where will it take place? Yi Feng was taken aback and quickly asked. They had been disciples for more than 2 years, and until now they had been freely cultivating without any assessments. He never expected it was time to test their cultivation results. Right at the previous teaching square. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Yi Feng nodded with some gratitude. If Zhang Junchen hadn't mentioned it, he might have really missed it. Although he had some business, now joining the sect's important halls would still be of great benefit. No need to be polite. By the way, how are things going with you and that aloof fairy? Zhang Junchen suddenly asked, appearing somewhat hesitant. He had clearly noticed something unusual between the two during this time. Don't mention it, I gave up. We probably won't have any more interactions in the future. Yi Feng replied calmly. What happened? Weren't you two doing well before? Zhang Junchen asked. Lu Yueying was indeed quite beautiful, and he thought that if she tried a little harder she might just win him over. Seeing this, Yi Feng had no choice but to briefly explain the previous situation. There was no right or wrong in this. He simply didn't want to continue wasting time with her. You kid, are you really willing to let go? That's quite a pity. Zhang Junchen did not expect that this guy would actively give up pursuing her. He thought it was a case of unrequited love. There's nothing to be sorry about. Some people are destined to have no outcome. Yi Feng smiled lightly, carrying a sense of nonchalance. He had seen too much of such matters. Only mutual affection in a relationship is meaningful. If one side is always eager and the other isn't, it often indicates that the eager one is not the best choice for the other. Clinging on will never lead to a good outcome. Well, although I can't relate, I still support you. Zhang Junchen began to offer comfort. Although he did not have deep interactions with Lu Yueying, he could tell that she was indeed a proud woman. Previously, he found it somewhat unbearable. Thank you. After leaving Qingyun sect, Yi Feng rushed all the way and finally returned to Qingke Valley after a long day. Seeing that the valley was safe and sound and Zhao Jun and Li Hu were on duty as usual, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. During his time away, his greatest worry was the safety of this valley, as it held all his possessions. Fortunately, everything was normal. After exchanging pleasantries with several people, Yi Feng solemnly handed over the inlay pearl in his hand to Zhao Jun. Young master, does this thing really have the kind of power you mentioned? Zhao Jun looked at the pearl flashing with lightning, his expression somewhat shocked. Recently, many wild beasts had come to disturb the valley, and even a low-level demon beast had intruded, but fortunately, they managed to drive it away together with Li Hu. He was most worried about stronger ones coming. But if this pearl truly had such power, then he would have nothing to fear. Li Hu and Xiao Yu also found it hard to believe upon hearing the introduction that this small pearl could seriously injure a mid-stage Qi refinement demon beast. That would be remarkable. Once a demon beast reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, it could condense spiritual power to protect its entire body, making it impervious to ordinary blades. Of course, but you have to throw it accurately, or do not injure yourself. Yi Feng could not help but remind them. This thing could hurt others as well as oneself. Used well, its value was extremely high, but used poorly, it could lead to significant losses. Rest assured, I understand perfectly. Zhao Jun nodded firmly. Gazing across the valley, Yifeng observed that the number of spirit hares had increased markedly since before, and all appeared in exceptional condition. Most notably, a fluffy young wolf cub trotted on short legs among them, chasing the hares playfully. At this sight, Yifeng could no longer suppress a faint, heartfelt smile. The cub had finally recovered, bounding and leaping once more as if born anew. Young master, the spirit hares have reproduced rapidly over this period. 15 new births bring our total to 98, with over 40 now mature. Qiuyu reported eagerly beside him. She had never imagined their herd would multiply so swiftly, far surpassing anything she'd ever heard of. Indeed, the wild herbs nearby are nearly stripped bare. Li Hu chuckled warmly. He was responsible for gathering herbs daily from the surrounding hills, and already found himself stretched thin. Should numbers grow further, he might need another pair of hands. Alas, no mutated spirit hares have emerged, Zhao Jun remarked with quiet regret. Those crimson flame hares earlier had brought us modest fortune, and each of us gained considerable strength. Yet despite days of hopeful waiting, none had appeared. Mutated spirit hares do not arise easily, but you have all labored tirelessly. Tonight we shall roast one for supper. Yifeng declared the decision without elaboration, his tone bold and generous. Truly, young master, is this not too extravagant? Li Hu and the others could scarcely believe their ears. Not extravagant at all. This is settled. Yifeng replied with a warm smile. Wonderful. Instantly cheers erupted in unison. Day after day they had watched these spirit hares graze in the valley. How often had they longed to taste their meat? Yet hearing how rare and precious they were, they had dared not lay a hand upon them. Until now, when their wish was finally fulfilled. Before long, a steaming pot of braised hare meat graced their dining table. That evening, all 3 residents of the valley savored Yifeng's culinary artistry, licking their lips and savoring every bite. Crucially, spirit hare meat was a supreme tonic, rich in spiritual energy and vital qi alike. Each felt their cultivation advance perceptibly. This was Yifeng's first taste of spirit hare meat, and only then did he grasp why affluent cultivators preferred purchasing such delicacies over ingesting pills. For this flesh not only elevated one's cultivation but also delivered profound gustatory pleasure, utterly unmatched by any pill. The next morning, Yifeng selected 10 surplus mature male spirit hares, secured them carefully in wicker cages, mounted his Dunman horse, and rode out of the valley. To sustain reproduction, only the females and a few robust breeding males were needed. The rest consumed resources without purpose. Anticipating a steady influx of mature hares, he sought a reliable market. Moreover, he intended to recruit additional help. Current manpower proved insufficient as the sanctuary expanded. Across the mountainous expanse stretching from Qingke Valley to Yunqi City lay numerous valleys blessed with abundant spiritual energy. Those most favorably situated had long been claimed by influential clans who cultivated spirit fields there. These clans deployed minimal personnel, relying instead on hired cultivators or martial artists from the secular world to guard the sites and maintain defensive structures. As Yifeng's horse bore 2 heavy cages of spirit hares along the mountain trail, scattered cultivators and martial artists watched intently, eyes gleaming with avarice, until they noticed his outer disciple robes of the Qingyun sect, which gave them pause. The Qingyun sect wielded formidable authority across this region, and its formal disciples stood far above common cultivators in both status and combat prowess. Yifeng felt increasingly unsettled under their lingering gazes, but no one dared act until he cleared the main road. With a soft sigh of relief, he spurred his mount forward and entered Yunqi City without delay. Yunqi City bustled with ceaseless movement. Rather than heading straight to the market district, Yifeng first made his way to the city's largest in Kurlaiju. With a consistent supply secured, street vending was no longer optimal. He aimed instead to forge a partnership with an established establishment. Carrying the 2 cages, he soon met a portly middle-aged cultivator who emerged from within. "Master Innkeeper, do you purchase spirit hares?" Yifeng raised the cage openly and asked directly, "A youth like you procuring spirit hares? Remarkable." The stout cultivator stroked his beard, visibly intrigued. It's family bred. I'm merely delivering them." Yifeng responded with a modest, courteous smile. Hearing this, the innkeeper voiced no suspicion and turned his attention to inspecting the hares closely. After all, such a young man could hardly raise so many spirit hares independently. Their quality is decent, but merely average. We'll offer 6 spirit stones per head maximum. Moments later, the innkeeper stated the price flatly. You jest, Master Innkeeper. These hairs are unquestionably superior grade. 8 spirit stones would be fair, and even generous. Yifeng's lips twitched inwardly. How audacious. Was this truly average quality? Why not just ascend to heaven while you're at it? Then I'm afraid you may leave. At once the innkeeper feigned indifference and began turning back. Very well, farewell. Yifeng departed without hesitation. Did the man truly take him for a green novice? This merchant displayed not a trace of sincerity. Continuing negotiations would only waste time. 1, 2, 3. Silently counting, the innkeeper waited expectantly for Yifeng's return, yet dozens of breaths passed with no sign of him. Humph, so the boy actually left. Turning, the innkeeper stared at the spot where Yifeng had vanished, clean and decisive, leaving him genuinely puzzled. How utterly unorthodox. A little more persistence might have pushed the price to 7 stones. Still, he made no move to pursue. He believed the youth would inevitably regret his haste. After all, few suppliers would refuse the honor of supplying his preeminent establishment in Yunqi City. Alas, disappointment awaited him. Yifeng visited several more establishments. Some raised offers to 7 spirit stones, but he declined, each judging them still beneath his threshold. Fortunately, at the 6th venue, Fengman Lu Inn, he encountered discernment at last. Young sir, your spirit hairs appear exceptionally fine. The elderly innkeeper, catching sight of the robust snow-white hairs within the cage, couldn't conceal a flicker of genuine surprise. Such quality, from his experience, could only be offered by major sects or powerful forces. This was no ordinary seedling. The shopkeeper has a good eye. May I ask if your store is buying? Yifeng smiled. The old man inquired tentatively. He was not trying to undercut the price. This was already what he considered a fair deal. 8 spirit stones my family can supply consistently, no less than 10 each month. Yifeng decisively countered with a price. Young man, while your spirit rabbits look good, their taste remains to be verified. A high price carries certain risks. How about this? This batch will be purchased at 7.5 spirit stones each. If the flavor is good, the next batch can be at 8. The old man looked inquiringly. Though he genuinely wanted to buy this batch of spirit rabbits, he had to remain cautious due to his unfamiliarity with the person before him. After all, some spirit rabbits may appear excellent, but their taste can vary greatly. This. Fine, I hope the shopkeeper can keep his word. In the end, Yifeng had no choice but to agree reluctantly. He knew this was already the other party's greatest concession. Other sellers might not have a better price. With the transaction settled, Yifeng walked out of Fengman Lu with 75 spirit stones, secretly relieved. With these 75 spirit stones credited, his finances became more ample. The next moment, he headed straight towards the servant trading area of the market. Previously, he had noticed that there was a legitimate slave trading market in this bazaar, and it was officially authorized. In this world abundant with monsters, natural disasters, and human calamities occur frequently, so many struggling mortals choose to sell their children to human traffickers, sending them to wealthy households as servants. If they possess some skills, they might even sign contracts to sell themselves, hoping to be selected by affluent families for a meal. If they could be fortunate enough to be chosen by a cultivating family and learn some martial arts, it would be akin to a blessing from their ancestors. However, major sects implement strict regulations to prevent population loss, which include prohibitions against abuse and selling to other factions. After all, the population is the foundation of every sect, closely guarded by all. Of course, not all mortals are accepted by human traffickers. They mostly select those who are intelligent, capable, or attractive to avoid wasting resources. And those in the cultivating bazaar are particularly high quality. Friend, may I ask what the price is for these mortal servants? Yifeng quickly approached a human trafficker to inquire. Before him stood hundreds of servants awaiting trade, mostly young boys and girls, with a few strong young men among them, all quite robust. Is the young man looking for a lifetime contract or a 10-year contract? The bearded trafficker looked at Yifeng, asking with a significant expression. Generally, young men of this age come here primarily for the beautiful maids, and he suspected this young man was likely the same. Oh, how much for a lifetime contract? And what about a 10-year limited contract? Yifeng asked curiously. He hadn't expected such distinctions. It was indeed quite varied. A lifetime contract is relatively expensive, at least 3 spirit stones per person, but once bought, she is yours to do as you wish. A 10-year contract costs only 1 spirit stone, but it only sells labor, not the person, and after 10 years they regain their freedom. Which type does the young man prefer? The bearded cultivator began to explain casually. Of course, the lifetime contract, Yifeng replied awkwardly. His feeding method in the valley needed to be kept strictly confidential. If the servant left after 10 years, who could guarantee that the secret wouldn't leak out? Thus, he only had this option. All right, choose from this side. The bearded cultivator revealed a knowing expression and pointed Yi Feng towards the right area. Looking around, he saw that the right area had fewer than 100 people with more women than men, including about 10 young and strong men. Yi Feng saw this and began to carefully select from the right. Most of those who had signed a lifetime contract were from poor backgrounds, dressed simply, yet their appearances were all above average. Suddenly, as he approached, a delicate-looking young girl emitted a faint and shimmering red light. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng abruptly halted. He had seen such a phenomenon before on the little wolf. Could it be that this was another person with a special constitution? He had to focus and examine the young girl closely. The girl before him appeared quite clever and agile, and her fair skin would be a good help for Chiwa. However, he did not make a decision immediately, but instead continued to inquire about each person. After questioning everyone, he finally noticed another robust young man who also exuded a unique aura. "Friend, what are the prices for number 7 and number 15? In the end, Yi Feng calmly asked the bearded cultivator. Number 7 was the delicate young girl, while number 15 was the robust young man. "You have a good eye, friend. Both of these are intelligent and capable individuals. Number 7 is 5 spirit stones, number 15 is 6 spirit stones." The bearded man couldn't help but show some surprise. He hadn't expected the other party to have such sharp eyes. These two were both kind-hearted and diligent among the group of servants. The clever young girl was clearly a beauty in the making, while the boy was quite strong, definitely a good worker. "Can you lower the price a bit more?" Yi Feng was surprised that the prices for these two were so high, far exceeding his expectations. He had thought it would only be 3 spirit stones each. "Sorry, these are the prices set from above, and they have already been officially registered. I can't lower them further." The bearded cultivator shook his head at his words. Well then, seeing this, Yi Feng gritted his teeth and still paid the spirit stones to buy their contracts. He really wasn't satisfied with the others. It was better to buy good ones from the start. As he tucked the contracts away, he noticed that the red light above the heads of the robust young man and the delicate young girl instantly grew brighter. It seemed these two had a connection with him. Yi Feng secretly anticipated this. "Young brother, there are still plenty of good-looking ones left. Would you like to get 2 more? Seeing the deal concluded, the bearded man smiled and urged again. Each servant sold meant a considerable commission for him, so he naturally hoped to sell as many as possible. Maybe next time." Yi Feng waved his hand, not feeling tempted. Currently, 2 more people in the valley were enough. The fewer who knew about his breeding secret, the better. "I am Yunsheng, the servant Xiao Wu. I have met the young master." Soon the sturdy young man and the delicate little girl were released and came before Yi Feng, respectfully bowing. However, both of them felt quite apprehensive, uncertain about what they were about to face. Especially Xiao Wu. At this moment, her heart was filled with despair. Her family had encountered disaster, and she was sold by her own parents, filled with fear for the future. Did she hate her parents? She couldn't bring herself to hate them, for if they hadn't sold her, her brother would starve to death, and even the entire family wouldn't survive. On the contrary, by selling her, perhaps they could all endure. Therefore, she understood this very well. She merely lamented her fate, wondering why it was so tragic. "Don't be nervous. Just do your work sincerely, and you will be treated like normal people with plenty of food and even meat to eat." Yi Feng seemed to sense their worries and smiled gently. He didn't paint a grand picture, but made the simplest promise, knowing well that for those from poor backgrounds, simply having enough to eat was the greatest happiness. As expected, upon hearing this, the two of them immediately showed signs of astonishment, a glimmer of light flashing in their eyes. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time. He spent 11 spirit stones, leaving him with 64, and ultimately, Yi Feng took Yunsheng and Xiao Wu to purchase some clothing and daily necessities. Seeing their young master, who was not much older than themselves, they were initially a bit reserved. However, as time passed, and they noticed their young master was generous and easy to talk to, they quickly relaxed. Their greatest concern was following a bad master, which would make life feel like a year. They didn't expect that things looked quite good now. "Young master, who are these two?" In the evening, when Yi Feng returned to Qingke Valley with the 2 young ones, Zhao Jun and Xiao, you couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. The boy and the little girl looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. Where did he find them? However, after Yi Feng introduced them as the new members of the valley, the 3 immediately became incredibly enthusiastic. "Young master, this is just in time." Li Hu couldn't help but exclaim. They had previously felt that there were too few people in the valley lacking vitality, and now that they could develop and grow, it was undoubtedly a great joy. "Isn't that right? That's great." Zhao Jun and Xiao Yu also showed a hint of surprise. "Then Xiao Wu and Yunsheng, I'll leave them to you. Make sure to take good care of them." Yi Feng began to remind them. "Rest assured, young master, we will definitely not let the 2 newcomers feel wronged." The three immediately patted their chests in assurance. They had long awaited the arrival of new helpers. After assigning the two their rooms and briefly outlining their tasks, Yifeng gritted his teeth and took out the Qingyun sect's entry-level qi induction technique to teach them. With only a few days left until the beast unrest period, he had to do everything possible to enhance the valley's strength. Moreover, he had noticed unusual auras on the two of them and wanted to know what they represented. Xiao Wu and Yunsheng never expected to receive such treatment, leaving them speechless with shock. Their young master was actually going to teach them cultivation techniques. Were they dreaming? What merit had they done to deserve such fortune? Once they thought merely having enough food and clothing was the greatest luxury. In the next moment, both of them knelt down on the ground, bowing their heads vigorously, their faces filled with immense excitement, wishing they could leap into fire for their young master right then. All right, get up. Yifeng, seeing this, also revealed a comforting smile. It was evident that both of them were grateful and content. If he could lead them on the path to immortality, it would be a blessing for himself. In the blink of an eye, the day of the assessment arrived. After handling matters in Qinke Valley, Yifeng returned early to Qingyun sect, estimating the time and heading straight to the teaching square. Qingyun sect is divided into 5 main peaks, namely Tian Shu Peak Chui, Yun Peak Chui, Hua Peak Ling Yun Peak, and Inwu Peak. Every 2 years, these 5 main peaks recruit hundreds of young disciples from the surrounding areas for cultivation, who are then assigned to various tasks. After all, the influence of the entire Qingyun sect is vast, and every city and every industry and mine requires many people to guard. Yifeng belongs to the Chui Yun Peak lineage, which is slightly below average among the 5 peaks. There are more than 200 disciples who entered Chui Yun Peak at the same time as Yifeng. In addition, there are several independent halls within Qingyun sect outside of the 5 peaks where all disciples can serve. Today is the day when these halls select young talents from Chui Yun Peak. While he was on his way, the teaching square at Chui Yun Peak was already bustling with excitement. Groups of spirited 17 or 18-year-old youths gathered together, excitedly discussing their interesting stories. These individuals generally wore splendid clothing and exuded a fierce aura far from what ordinary loose cultivators could compare to. "Brother Zhang, I heard you have already entered the alchemy hall in advance." A curious boy with a freckled face asked the well-dressed Zhang Juncheng beside him. "How are the benefits?" It's not much, or I can only receive a few qi-gathering pills every month. However, the master has already told me that as long as I pass the assessment, he will immediately take me as an alchemy apprentice. The freckled boy couldn't help but show an envious expression upon hearing this. Alchemists are undoubtedly among the most promising cultivation professions, and the freckled boy couldn't help but show an envious expression upon hearing this. Alchemists are undoubtedly among the most promising cultivation professions, and even being an apprentice would elevate one above others. "Haha, that's true, but you're not bad either. Your family's elder is quite capable," Zhang Junqing asked "Oh, don't mention it. My family elder is reluctant to spend spirit stones, so I can only go to the herb picking hall to learn about spiritual herb identification first, and see if I can transition to becoming an alchemy apprentice later." The freckled boy revealed a hint of frustration. His family did not only have him as a descendant, with many brothers, resources were not enough to compete for. With this delay, even if he could eventually enter the alchemy hall, he would be significantly behind others. "The herb picking hall is not bad either, at least it gives you some hope." Zhang Junqing couldn't help but comfort him. Being able to enter the herb picking hall also belongs to the middle class. Their conversation soon attracted the attention of several nearby youths. Upon hearing that Zhang Juncheng could become an alchemy apprentice, they were all enviously astonished. "Wow, Brother Zhao, I just noticed you have a storage bag. How many spirit stones does it hold?" Suddenly, Zhang Juncheng noticed something at the waist of a tall and thin cultivator beside him, momentarily stunned. He immediately recognized that this exquisite little bag was undoubtedly a storage bag. It's not expensive, just around 100. The tall and thin cultivator casually remarked. Zhang Juncheng exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Although he had boasted earlier he was actually only getting 3 or 4 spirit stones and 2 inferior qi-gathering pills each month. It was already a struggle to reach the 4th level of qi refinement, and he didn't know how many years it would take to accumulate 100 spirit stones. He never expected that the other party not only hadn't fallen behind in cultivation, but even had the spare resources to buy these magical artifacts. Isn't this too infuriating? How can people's joys and sorrows be so different? As these words were spoken, the surrounding youths were equally astonished and turned their gazes toward the source. This storage bag could be considered one of the least important magical artifacts among low-ranking disciples, merely used for holding items. However, at this moment, with everyone still having limited resources, it was truly a luxury. Didn't expect that someone already had one. Senior brother, Zhao, have you bought all your other magical artifacts? Soon someone curiously asked. Of course I bought them all. The tall and thin cultivator Zhao Yulong smiled as he took out the mysterious iron sword, mysterious iron armor, and wind chaser boots from the storage bag one by one. Hiss. For magical artifacts plus a storage bag, isn't this too extravagant? Upon seeing these treasures, everyone couldn't help but show envy. These items were worth at least 500 or 600 spirit stones. In an instant, Zhao Yulong became the center of attention, while Zhang Juncheng inevitably faded from the crowd's view. Damn it, this comparison is truly infuriating. Zhang Juncheng couldn't help but shake his head at this sight. He had initially wanted to show off here, but unexpectedly he was completely overshadowed. However, he didn't say much. He was already quite content with his current resources. As the male disciples compared themselves, the female disciples also gathered in small groups to chat about topics of mutual interest, though their words carried a hint of boasting. Having entered the sect for more than 2 years, their respective opportunities had become starkly different, with the distinctions of high and low status becoming very apparent. Those with a good background not only saw a significant increase in their cultivation, but also acquired various magical artifacts and martial skills, paving a bright future. Those from ordinary backgrounds, however, experienced little change and began to feel inferior in every aspect. However, Lu Yuyao had become increasingly radiant, and her cultivation had also reached the 4th level of qi refinement, undoubtedly making her the focal point of her small group. Yuyao, I have some news about Yifeng. Would you like to know? Suddenly, a voluptuous female cultivator, observing Lu Yuyao laughing and chatting, spoke unexpectedly. I'm not interested, nor do I want to know. Upon hearing that name, Lu Yuyao's expression darkened. Since their encounter at the treasure pavilion, she had devoted herself to cultivation, and her state of mind was now completely different. Oh, are you sure? The voluptuous female cultivator said with a hint of amusement on her face. She didn't believe that Lu Yuyao would truly be uninterested. Lu Yuyao's expression indeed showed some struggle upon hearing this. Did she really not want to know? After being abandoned, she still felt considerable unwillingness in her heart. Before she could speak, a girl in pink next to her expressed great interest. Are you talking about Yuyao's former partner Yifeng? What happened to him? Hurry up and tell. She had a deep impression of that young man and certainly wanted to know what happened next. Seeing someone interested, the voluptuous female cultivator finally stopped teasing them. That kid is said to be the illegitimate son of a mortal concubine from the Yi family in Huangshi town, with a status lower than that of a servant in the Yi family. He is now helping others as a miscellaneous worker, taking care of spirit beasts. The voluptuous woman glanced at Lu Yuyao and spoke pointedly. In cultivator families, the status of a mortal concubine is quite low, even lower than that of a servant with cultivation. Yet she had previously been so close to that boy, or it was indeed a disgrace. What? Is that true? The girl in pink's round face showed a hint of shock. Is this really the arrogant Yifeng? Where did he get his confidence from? Lu Yuyao also stiffened upon hearing this, revealing an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? This was something he had never mentioned to her, nor had he shown any abnormalities. It's absolutely true. This was personally inquired by my cousin. You know Yi Tian, right? Of course I do. He's a well-known genius from Tianshu Peak who advanced to the inner sect early on. Yes, he is the legitimate son of the Yi family. My cousin has a good relationship with him, and Yi Tian said this in person while they were drinking that day. Wow, then it must be true. The girl in pink exclaimed. She had always felt that the previous Yifeng was pretending, but she didn't expect that he had been so restrained all this time, maintaining his composure. Now it was indeed exposed with just a poke. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyao finally realized why he had always been so stingy. It turned out that he didn't have many spirit stones at all. It was all just a facade. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt much better. It turned out that he was merely an insignificant, illegitimate son, and he had been deceiving himself all along. It was foolish of her to feel sorry for him. Well then, what's lost is lost. At this moment, she finally let go completely. Yifeng was unaware that the persona of the Yi family's second young master, which the original owner had maintained, had completely collapsed. When he stepped onto the teaching square of Cui Yun Peak, he noticed that most of the new outer sect disciples had already arrived. A simple glance at the crowd revealed that Lu Yuyao was among them, making him feel slightly uneasy. However, he did not linger and walked straight in another direction. After all his previous actions had probably made that woman resent him deeply, there was likely no chance for them anymore. Yet his appearance quickly attracted the attention of many. Oh look, isn't that Yifeng? It really is him. He looks quite good. I had thought of getting to know him, but didn't expect he was just a lowly Exactly. That kid was even trying to pursue junior sister Lu. He's just a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. A group of young men and women whispered to one another, their voices laced with schadenfreude. In this world, the hierarchy of status is extremely rigid. After all, one's background greatly influences future achievements, and few can rise against the odds, so they take this very seriously. Hearing the idle chatter of the crowd, Yifeng frowned slightly, but he did not pay much attention to it and walked straight to Zhang Junchen. At this moment, he received a steady income of dozens of spirit stones every month, higher than most people present. What was there to feel inferior about? Yifeng, you finally made it. Seeing Yifeng's arrival, Zhang Junchen patted his shoulder, revealing a hint of sympathy. He did not disclose Yifeng's privacy, yet for some reason this matter had become widely known. This would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Yifeng's reputation. Thanks to Brother Zhang for the early warning. Otherwise I would have really missed it. Yifeng completely disregarded Zhang's expression and smiled faintly. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have known about this at all. You're too polite. Zhang Junchen waved his hand. Yifeng, I heard you were just a concubine-born illegitimate son of the Yi family, and even went to work as a handyman for someone. Suddenly, a tall-faced cultivator abruptly stepped forward and asked bluntly, where did you hear that from? Yifeng's expression darkened slightly at these words, and he retorted directly, isn't it being spread everywhere now? The tall-faced cultivator's gaze was fixed intently on him. You're not wrong, it is indeed the case. Yifeng looked at the person before him and answered with unexpected. The person before him had previously been on good terms with him. He had even provided guidance in cultivation. Yet at this moment he felt a sense of unfamiliar distance. The tall-faced cultivator did not expect Yifeng to offer no defense, but to admit it, instead his expression filled with disappointment. He had thought Yifeng was truly the second young master of the Yi family, and had considered how to cultivate a relationship. After all, the Yi family had been quite in the spotlight lately, especially with the emergence of a genius like Yi Tian, who was said to have the backing of a prominent family. The confirmation also caused the others around to erupt in chatter. Wow, it really is true. No wonder junior sister Lu looks down on him. They had all thought he was the real second young master of the Yi family, born of the main wife, and after Yi Tian's rise to fame they were eager to make connections, but they never expected it to be like this. In an instant the crowd began to distance themselves from Yifeng, as if fearing to be implicated. Hey, what are you all doing? Just because he wasn't born of the main wife, does that make him any less the second young master of the Yi family? Zhang Junchen couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated at this scene. These people were too materialistic, weren't they? Yet those around them only secretly scoffed. Isn't there a big difference? The Yi family's fame primarily relied on the power of their marital alliances. If born of the main wife, one could say the future was limitless. Conversely, a concubine-born would not only receive no benefits, but could also face oppression a world apart. Seeing that everyone was avoiding him, Yifeng did not react much. Rich in the deep mountains has distant relatives, while poor in the bustling city goes unnoticed. Now that no one was approaching him, he was relieved. However, he still handed over 2 qi-gathering pills that he had prepared earlier to Zhang Junchen. Yifeng, what are you doing? Zhang Junchen felt somewhat bewildered as he saw the other suddenly thrust a jade bottle at him. Brother Zhang, thanks for taking care of me before him returning this to you, Yifeng said blandly. He did not like being indebted to others. The previous assistance from Zhang in selling him the Qingmu radish at a bargain had undoubtedly helped him greatly, so he felt compelled to reciprocate. No need, just treat me to a meal when you become successful. Zhang Junchen quickly began to decline as he understood Yifeng's intention. He had helped Yifeng out of goodwill and had no expectations of return. Are you sure you don't want it? Take a good look before you decide. Yifeng smiled upon seeing this. Take a good look before deciding. Could it possibly be something valuable? Zhang Junchen was momentarily taken aback by this, but he still followed the suggestion and took the jade bottle, opening it to take a glance. After all, it wouldn't take much time. Yet the next moment Zhang Junchen's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, what? A top-grade qi-gathering pill. Where did you get this? He never expected that the jade bottle contained a top-grade qi-gathering pill with 3 pill patterns. Such a spirit pill could only be refined by renowned alchemists, and usually there was nowhere to buy them. Don't worry about how I got it, just tell me if you want it. Yifeng revealed a hint of a smile. Yes, of course. Without hesitation, Zhang Junchen accepted the pill into his embrace. Working as an alchemy apprentice, he knew better than anyone that such top-grade pills were often available only by chance. This was a symbol of status. It was not about the level of spiritual power, but rather the rarity of poison in the pills. Consuming them meant no worry about resistance, and typically only the talented disciples of sects or legitimate heirs of noble families had the qualification to obtain them. A top-grade qi-gathering pill. Is this real? You must be joking. Seeing the two's actions, those around them couldn't help but twitch their lips. These two aren't putting on a show, are they? If that kid could produce top-grade pills, they could eat the stones on them. However, Zhang Junchen certainly wouldn't make a fuss over it. This matter had to be kept low-key. After all, this stuff was always in high demand. At this moment, he finally cast aside his worries and began to suspect that his friend was not as simple as he appeared. In the following time, Yifeng and Zhang Junchen chatted casually, causing the onlookers to exchange glances. How bold are these two? On the other side, Lu Yuyao, who had initially looked down on Yifeng, felt a twinge of jealousy as she saw him laughing and chatting with others, completely ignoring her. She had originally resolved not to pay attention to him again, but seeing him so carefree and unbothered left her puzzled. What was going on? Did he really not care at all? Fortunately, as several middle-aged men with powerful auras arrived at the lecture square, the crowd fell silent. These middle-aged men were of varying builds, each exuding an extraordinary presence, their cultivation unfathomable. One of them, a middle-aged scholar with graying hair, was none other than Zhang Mingyuan, the instructor who had been teaching cultivation techniques to the disciples over the years. Instructor Zhang scanned the crowd and, finding everyone present, spoke kindly. I presume you all, the few individuals beside me, are the deputy hall masters from the alchemy, weapon refining, talisman making, beast taming, and spirit planning halls. They are looking to recruit some good talents. Next, please proceed into the testing array ahead in order to showcase your abilities. Each hall master will select candidates based on your performance and results. The specific rules are as follows. Instructor Zhang, known for his patience, elaborated on the precautions in great detail. The disciples below were secretly astonished upon hearing the introduction. To their surprise, important halls such as the Alchemy Hall, the Smithing Hall, and the Talisman Hall had all sent representatives, and they were even figures of Vice Hall Master rank. How highly did the sect regard this group of disciples? As the disciples listened carefully to the lecture, several middle-aged men at the front of the square began to examine the crowd with smiles, occasionally pausing their gaze on certain individuals. Their eagerness to select quality seedlings among the new disciples stemmed mainly from the fact that these newcomers were young, obedient, and highly moldable. If they could pick out some young geniuses who had yet to be discovered, that would be even better. Alright, these are the main rules. Please enter the formation test from the cave in batches with a maximum of 10 people allowed at a time. After finishing the explanation, Zhang Jiaoxue waved his hand, and suddenly the mountain wall at the front of the square split apart, revealing a dark space. Is this the testing ground? The disciples looked at the enormous cave that had suddenly appeared in the mountain, filled with curiosity. There was a layer of formation blocking the area around the cave, which seemed quite mysterious. They could not discern what was inside or what it contained. However, some new disciples, unable to contain their excitement, stepped forward without hesitation, believing that participating in the assessment earlier would leave a deeper impression. The wait was not long. In just half a cup of tea's time, the first 10 who entered gradually emerged, some shaking their heads and sighing, while others had an unmistakable look of joy on their faces. Those who were shaking their heads and sighing were mostly individuals with lower cultivation, while those with joy on their faces were all elite disciples, exuding a powerful aura, likely having reached the 4th level of chi refinement. This assessment seemed related to the strength of one's cultivation. Seeing this scene, the remaining young disciples began to calculate in their hearts. Before long, Yifeng also stepped into the cave formation alongside Zhang Junchen and a few others. Thanks to the abundant supply of spirit stones during this time, he was confident that his cultivation was on par with anyone present. Upon entering the cave, what first caught his eye were the shimmering detection stone tablets. After inputting his spiritual energy into the tablets, in the next moment, Yifeng and the others vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, Yifeng found himself in a sealed grand hall where runes flickered all around, illuminated by several magical lamps. In the central position of the hall stood 3 wooden puppets of various shapes, each emanating energy fluctuations comparable to the 3rd level of chi refinement. As he steadied himself, the 3 wooden puppets began to wield their weapons and charged towards Yifeng. Was it really this simple? Seeing that these puppets moved slowly and had low cultivation, Yifeng felt a hint of confusion. As a practitioner at the 4th level of chi refinement with the minor achievement of the Yulong step, although these puppets were aggressive, they posed no threat to him. As expected, although the 3 puppets coordinated their attacks in a triangular formation, Yifeng easily dodged them with a few graceful movements. However, Yifeng was not satisfied with merely dodging. Amidst his evasions, he quickly struck at the defensive joints of one puppet with his sword. With a clang, the puppet was sent flying, leaving behind some scars. Although his swordsmanship was lacking, the opponent was simply too weak. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yifeng cleanly dispatched the 3 puppets and was teleported out. However, moments later the evaluation given by the stone tablet left him utterly astonished. Grade C. What the heck? Why did I only get this score? Is this a mistake? Yifeng stared at his assessment results, feeling as if he had lost his teeth in shock. How exactly was this assessment graded? He recalled everything he had done and felt that his responses were quite perfect. Could it be based on aptitude? Suddenly he thought of a possibility and felt a sudden realization. But this is just too absurd. He admitted that his aptitude was indeed a bit lacking, ranking at the bottom of the 9th grade, yet his cultivation and strength were absolutely top tier. If it's only based on aptitude, why go through such complexities? Yifeng, why are you out so soon? Not long after, Zhang Junqian also began to emerge from the cave, but upon seeing Yifeng waiting outside, he couldn't help but be taken aback. This kid actually got out faster than him. Grade C, Yifeng replied gloomily. What? How could this happen? You couldn't defeat those 3 puppets. Hearing this, Zhang Junqian was taken aback. He had already known from their previous conversations that Yifeng had successfully advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement, so it should have been expected for him to achieve a good score. He himself, also at the 4th level of qi refinement, had smoothly passed the test and unsurprisingly received a grade B. I could beat them, but the score was just like that. Could it be that the formation malfunctioned? Zhang Junqian was unwilling to accept this and brought Yifeng to confirm with Zhang Jiaoxue, only for Zhang Jiaoxue to assert that there was no issue with the assessment formation and that the results were final. With that, both of them fell silent. It seemed this assessment was far more complex than it appeared. In the following time, the remaining disciples entered the cave one by one, with some rejoicing and others distressed, including those who inexplicably received low scores. Wow, 2 grade A scores all at once. Suddenly a commotion erupted in the crowd. Hearing this exclamation, everyone looked around curiously to find out. Zhao Yulong and Lu Yuyao. Someone quickly provided the answer. What? It's actually the... Upon hearing these names, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How could this be? These 2 had not been particularly outstanding before, yet now they had soared to greatness. That woman actually got grade A, yeah. When Yifeng learned that one of them was Lu Yuyao, he felt even more frustrated. That woman had been utterly hopeless in her cultivation, after more than a month of effort, she still couldn't grasp the technique path. If it weren't for the original owner's patient guidance, who knows how long it would have taken her to make progress. Yuyao, you're amazing. Upon Lu Yuyao's return, her friends in pink dresses rushed forward to congratulate her. Yet she felt no undue pride, well aware that her strength still fell considerably short of the very... By the way, do you know what rank Yifeng received? The pink-robed woman asked with a playful smile. Oh, what rank? Lu Yuyao murmured, momentarily startled, as faint memories of the past flickered unbidden across her mind. Rank C. What? So low? Lu Yuyao recoiled in disbelief. Could his performance truly be so abysmal? Was it even true? After all, back when they first began cultivation, he had spoken with remarkable clarity and insight on every subject. Yet almost instantly she regained her composure, suddenly finding it entirely unsurprising. After all, he was merely a concubine-born son of common blood. His innate aptitude was inevitably mediocre. To have attained even this rank was in truth commendable. But from this moment onward, any possibility between them had irrevocably vanished. Instead, her gaze drifted toward Zhao Yulong, the tall, slender man standing nearby, and found him suddenly far more pleasing to the eye. Once little more than a lanky sapling, unremarkable in every way, he had now filled out with solid strength, and most strikingly had emerged from the trial cavern before her, earning the same rank A. Clearly his cultivation prowess surpassed hers. The entire assessment lasted barely half a day before concluding. When the last cultivator stepped forth, Zhang Mingyuan finally cleared his throat and announced the results. Well then, the scores are in, and overall quite satisfactory: 11 rank A, 37 rank B, and 80 rank C. Rank A cultivators may freely select any sect hall and immediately become formal apprentices. Rank B cultivators will be chosen by respective hall masters. Rank C cultivators may petition the hall masters directly. Whoa! At those words, gazes swept toward Zhao Yulong, Lu Yuyao, and the others, envy blazing in every eye. They could choose any hall. Such privilege seemed almost too generous. Meanwhile, those who had earned rank B, though quietly disappointed, swiftly steadied their spirits and approached the hall masters to await selection. Deputy hall masters moved among them, questioning each about innate talents and cultivation affinities, then extending invitations one by one. I've been accepted into the alchemy hall. Senior brother Liao is peerless. I'm entering the spirit talisman hall. Moments later, cries of elation rose like tide. Many could not suppress jubilant cheers. They had feared selection would be fiercely competitive, yet nearly all had secured their desired placements. By the time the final selections were made, the vast majority of ranked B cultivators wore satisfied smiles. Most had successfully entered prestigious halls brimming with promise. Lu Yuyao and Zhao Yulong both chose the artifact forging hall and were honored as probationary disciples under renowned masters. Zhang Juanqing, as expected, was selected for the alchemy hall. Don't lose heart, brother Yi. Stay sharp, an opportunity still awaits. Zhang Juanqing said, spotting Yi Feng walking alone upon their return and offering gentle reassurance. Having already cultivated familiarity within the alchemy hall, his rank B result brought no complications. Rest easy, I understand perfectly. Yi Feng smiled, utterly free of dejection. Even failure to secure placement held no weight for him. By the way, what hall do you intend to join? Zhang Juanqing asked curiously. The artifact forging hall. Excellent choice. I'll await your good news. He clapped Yi Feng firmly on the shoulder, his eyes warm with encouragement. Yi Feng's comprehension had always been exceptional. He was certain brilliance would shine through in time. Artifact forging, after all, was an even more esteemed discipline than alchemy. Acceptance promised a radiant future. Yet scarcely long thereafter, when Yi Feng returned, his news left Zhang Juanqing utterly stunned. He had been rejected, with a justification as polished as it was hollow. Regrettably, you do not meet our enrollment criteria. Your innate aptitude is insufficient. Without superior talent, mastery in artifact forging remains beyond reach, for many spend lifetimes confined to the rank of junior apprentice alone. By dusk, all matters had settled. Among the male disciples, Zhao Yulong and Wang Chong stood out. Among the females, Lu Yao and Chen Xiaofei. Each had not only secured positions as formal apprentices in vital halls, but also been assigned to legendary masters. Yi Feng, however, was accepted by no hall whatsoever. Excellent ones dismissed him for lack of aptitude, while lesser ones deemed him unworthy of consideration. Someone like him would be lucky to enter the Spirit Beast Hall, yet he dared aspire to the Artifact Forging Hall. Upon hearing the news, many youths familiar with Yi Feng secretly reveled in his misfortune, instinctively convinced that his lowborn origins had stripped him of any right to stand beside them. As the instructors and deputy hall masters departed, Lu Yuyao glanced once more at Yi Feng and felt a quiet surge of relief. She was profoundly grateful she had never agreed to his overtures, otherwise she could scarcely imagine how she might navigate this delicate predicament. From this day forward, they inhabited entirely separate worlds. Any prior entanglement would indelibly stain her reputation, her greatest lifelong blemish. Senior brother, Zhao, please guide and protect me in the days ahead. Lu Yuyao approached Zhao Yulong directly, her voice soft and coaxing. They had both been assigned to the Artifact Forging Hall, and both named probationary disciples under the same master. Future collaboration, she knew, would surely be inevitable. Of course. Zhao Yulong gazed at Lu Yuyao, now more radiant than ever, and allowed himself a subtle, self-satisfied smile. Long ago he had harbored feelings for her, but lacking Yi Feng's striking handsomeness, he had remained invisible to her gaze. Now at last fortune had favored him. The crowd dispersed from the lecture plaza, and Yi Feng walked alongside Zhang Juanqing as they exited. Though today's outcome had dimmed his spirits slightly, he felt no deep despondency, for he too now held a distinguished appointment. With steady effort, his future prospects remained no less luminous than theirs. Look, who's that? Suddenly disciples gathered at the plaza's edge burst into exclamations, startled by a figure of extraordinary beauty standing just beyond the threshold. Veiled yet statuesque, her porcelain skin shimmered with ethereal allure, so arresting it stole the breath from every onlooker. Good heavens, who is she? Absolutely stunning. Zhang Juanqing tilted his head toward the woman standing beside the mountain path, astonishment rippling across his features. Indeed, she's breathtaking. Which peak does she hail from? Great heavens, she's walking straight toward me. A ripple of excitement surged among the male disciples. Yi Feng, lost in thought, lifted his head at the commotion, then froze, pupils contracting sharply. What in the world? Is she here? Though they'd met only briefly, he recognized her instantly. Cheng Susu, his childhood acquaintance. Yet now her delicate face was veiled by a translucent silk gauze, lending her presence an enigmatic, haunting grace. Before his shock could settle, Cheng Susu's slender form glided to his side, and with a playful, scolding tone she chided, "Brother Yi, must I seek you out myself, or would you simply forget me altogether?" What is happening? When the crowd confirmed that the woman was indeed looking for Yi Feng, they all displayed expressions of disbelief. Senior Sister Cheng, may I ask what you need from me? Yi Feng did not expect that she would suddenly seek him out. Hearing her ambiguous words, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Anyone unaware of the situation might think he had wronged her. As expected, the gazes of the people around him seemed as if they could kill fixated on him. Meanwhile, Zhang Junchen was completely dumbfounded. When did Yi Feng get to know such a beauty? How could he have missed this? Can't I find you if there's nothing going on? Cheng Susu teased with a hint of mockery. Yi Feng was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Haha, alright, let's get down to business. Do you have any plans to go to the Monster Beast Mountains soon? Seeing his awkward expression, Cheng Susu stopped teasing him and quickly returned to the main topic. Of course. When are you available, senior sister? I'm available anytime, Yi Feng replied, his eyes lighting up. He had been wanting to search for the monster grass again, and to his surprise, she was also going. It was as if a pillow was sent to him just as he was feeling sleepy. How about the day after tomorrow? No problem. Alright, see you at the usual place. Cheng Susu waved her hand, and after leaving those words turned to leave. Phew. Watching her leave, Yi Feng finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. If looks could kill, he felt he had already been murdered numerous times by the envious male disciples. On the other side, Zhao Yulong, who had been chatting pleasantly with Lu Yuyao, saw that the woman was actually laughing and talking with Yi Feng, and his eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly feeling that everything had lost its charm. That woman is actually involved with Yi Feng. Why? How is this possible? Although Lu Yuyao had some looks, she was undoubtedly several levels below that woman. He couldn't fathom how they knew each other. Even Lu Yuyao, witnessing that scene, felt her face shift between green and white, inexplicably feeling a wave of jealousy. How could he find such a beautiful woman? When did this happen? Did he ignore her because he now has that woman? In an instant, the superiority she had just built up crumbled. Yi Feng, who is that, senior sister? You really are quite lucky. Zhang Junchen finally came back to his senses and exclaimed enviously. At that moment, he felt that his friend was shrouded in a mysterious aura, first with a high-quality gathering chi pill, and now with such an exceptional beauty. No wonder he wouldn't look at Lu Yuyao. If I had such a connection, I would also easily let go. Ahem, she's just an ordinary friend. Really? Is that true? Yi Feng quickly clarified. Ordinary friend? Is that for real? Zhang Junchen obviously didn't believe him easily. Of course it is. Why would someone like her be interested in someone like me who has nothing? Yi Feng replied, that's true. But don't lose heart. If you put in the effort you had when pursuing Lu Yuyao, there will be opportunities. Hearing this, Zhang Junchen suddenly felt much better, patting Yi Feng's shoulder to encourage him. 2 days later, after making some preparations, Yi Feng arrived at Yunqi City at the inn near where he had met Cheng Susu. To prepare for this trip into the mountains, he had reluctantly sold a few spirit rabbits the day before gathering 100 spirit stones to buy a low-grade magical protective armor. After all, the Monster Beast Mountains were too perilous. Even with decent agility, it made him feel as if he were walking on a tightrope. He ordered some food and drink and was leisurely eating when not long after he saw Cheng Susu's graceful figure appear as expected. At this moment, even though Cheng Susu still wore a veil, she had changed into a simple set of women's light armor that fit her perfectly. This waist-hugging light armor, while not of high quality, fully accentuated her feminine curves, making her legs appear long and straight, and combined with her exposed fair skin, it was hard not to be entranced. Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel. This woman looked good in anything. Had she not concealed her beauty before, countless people would likely have pursued her. However, seeing Cheng Susu come alone puzzled him. Senior sister, is it just the two of us? What else? Did you want to join senior brother Zhong and the others? Cheng Susu shot him a look and retorted irritably. Let's forget about that. Yi Feng twitched the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. Having teammates like senior brother Zhong was better avoided. They brought nothing but trouble. Actually, there is one more close friend who will arrive later. After sitting down, Cheng Susu, noticing his worried expression, finally smiled and said, of course she knew that with just the two of them, they could not go far. The last time they returned safely was merely due to luck. That's good, but 3 people are still a bit few. Yi Feng sighed slightly. Ideally, a team should consist of at least 5 for a sense of security. We'll have to recruit someone temporarily, Cheng Susu said helplessly. After the last incident, she had lost contact with her previous teammates, and those people didn't even know if she was still alive. After waiting for a moment, they saw a plump, vibrant young woman walk in. This woman was also quite good-looking, at least above average, but she was dressed in luxurious light armor, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Susu, is this the little junior brother you've been thinking about? The plump woman's eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Feng. Hey, who's been thinking about him? Cheng Susu didn't expect her friend's first words would tease her, instantly turning her face red as she raised her small hand to pinch her. Normally, her friend would speak freely in private, but to say such things in front of outsiders made her feel like she was dying of embarrassment. Stop. I was wrong, okay? The plump woman seemed to be overly ticklish and begged for mercy before she was even touched. Oomph. Let's see if you dare to speak carelessly again. Chung Susu shot her a glare before finally stopping her actions. The plump woman finally ceased her teasing and sat beside Chung Susu, brazenly sizing up Yifeng. I'm Yifeng. May I know your esteemed name, senior sister? Yifeng felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly shifted her attention away. Just now these two had the audacity to make fun of him right in front of his face, leaving him feeling utterly You can call me Zhao Qin, but to be frank, junior brother, although you have decent looks, you're still far from being worthy of my Susu sister. The voluptuous woman glanced at the other's attire and couldn't help but critique him with an air of condescension. Having seen the true beauty of Chung Susu, she believed there were hardly any men worthy of her, let alone this apparent pauper, whose cultivation was only at the 4th level of chi refinement. Yes, senior sister is right. Chung's senior sister is like a celestial being while I am just a mere mortal. How could I dare to covet such a presence? Yifeng responded with an indifferent smile, speaking frankly. In fact, he had never given it much thought. After all, with his mediocre 9th grade talent and being a lowly branch member of the family, it was better not to harbor any extravagant hopes lest he face embarrassment later. Even though there had been some previous kindness, it was merely gratitude and did not signify anything more. At least you have some self-awareness. Hearing this, the voluptuous woman finally nodded, feeling that this young man was somewhat perceptive. However, Chung Susu was not pleased with their conversation. Hey Zhao Qin, when did my affairs become your concern? Chung Susu glared at her in frustration. Isn't it my duty to help you with this? The voluptuous woman argued back, unwilling to yield. Her friend was kind-hearted and naive, and she had always wanted to help, but unfortunately the other party did not accept her assistance, so she had to step in on this matter. There's nothing between me and junior brother Yi, right? Really? Are you going to eat or not? If not, just leave. Chung Susu pretended to be angry. Eat? Of course I will eat. The voluptuous woman quickly picked up her utensils and began to feast. After entering the mountains, there would be no chance of enjoying good food, so she had to seize the moment to eat as much as she could. However, her gaze remained fixed on Yifeng, filled with scrutiny. After a hearty meal, the three of them approached the city gate, preparing to find other cultivators to team up with. Hey Leaf Boy, after we enter the mountains, where do you plan to take us to, ladies? Also, how will we distribute the spoils? As soon as they found a spot to stand, the voluptuous woman teasingly asked. In the group, he was the only male, and she wanted to see how he positioned himself. You two can decide. Junior brother only wishes to return to Pan Snake Valley, and will be satisfied with that. Yifeng spoke modestly. Both of them had 5th level chi refinement cultivation and good martial skills, while he was only at the 4th level of chi refinement, merely tagging along, so he dared not give orders. Moreover, he did not care about how much other loot there would be. Pan Snake Valley, looking for alchemical demon grass. What do you need so much of it for? The voluptuous woman couldn't help but feel curious. She had heard that the two had visited Pan Snake Valley last time. However, that alchemical demon grass wasn't particularly valuable, and she hadn't heard of any special uses for it. The key was that the place was notoriously disgusting, so she couldn't understand why they wanted to go again. Junior brother has special uses for it. Yifeng did not elaborate, giving only a vague response. What special uses? Can you share with senior sister? The voluptuous woman smiled, her tone playful. This? Yifeng was momentarily at a loss for. Fortunately, Chung Susu couldn't stand it and quickly came to his rescue. Zhao Qin, why are you asking so much? Shouldn't you share your own embarrassing stories too? I'm just trying to help you understand better. Fine, let's settle this. All alchemical demon grass will go to junior brother Yi, and the rest of the gains will be distributed according to contribution. How does that sound? Seeing her friend stand up for her, the voluptuous woman finally returned to the main topic. Chung Susu had no objections to this plan, but Yifeng was somewhat surprised. Aren't you two at a disadvantage? How about I take 1% less of the remaining gains? Yifeng suggested proactively. He hadn't expected them to be so agreeable. He thought they would ask for additional rewards. It's no issue, Al, with your mediocre skills. It's already good that you can contribute. It's settled then. The voluptuous woman said dismissively. She was truly worried that his meager strength would be of no use, and if he were to take even 1% less, there would be nothing left. This? Yifeng hadn't expected her to think so little of him and was momentarily speechless. However, he didn't insist further. He also felt that he might truly gain nothing from this. At the city gate, there were many scattered cultivators looking for teams, and initially, when they saw two beautiful women, they were quite interested. Unfortunately, the voluptuous woman's discerning gaze was quite demanding, and under her harsh scrutiny and sharp remarks, these cultivators quickly lost interest. Those with higher strength couldn't just follow the two women's commands, while those with lower strength were rejected by the voluptuous woman. Those with ulterior motives were quickly dismissed as well. This woman. Yifeng watched this scene and felt a headache coming on. Was she looking for teammates or servants? At this rate, they wouldn't find anyone even if it got dark. Despite his persistent suggestions, the voluptuous woman remained unyielding. Cheng Su was equally helpless in this situation. Her friend came from a good family and had high standards. Just inviting her along was already giving Yifeng enough face. She had promised to prioritize her friend's opinions. Just as Yifeng was silently worrying, a cultivator suddenly approached with a look of surprise. Master Yi, is that really you? Are you Zhang Chuan? Yifeng recognized the weak-looking cultivator who had approached him as the stall owner he met when selling spirit rabbits, and he was somewhat taken aback. Of course, he remembered him. His little wolf cub was bought from this very person. Indeed, it's so good to see Master Yi again. Grateful for the reminder from last time, he deeply appreciated it and bowed to Yifeng. The next moment, the weak cultivator solemnly bowed to Yifeng. Since their last parting, he had searched for Yifeng for a long time. Unexpectedly, he had finally found him now. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Yifeng was also surprised that the other party would suddenly show him such great respect. He felt flattered and quickly reached out to help him up. However, Cheng Su and Zhao Qin beside them were even more astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Master? What kind of master could that guy be? This can't be right, can it? Especially Zhao Qin, who had previously belittled him, thinking he would be a burden, never expected him to suddenly transform into a master now. Master, this is only right. Were it not for your guidance, I might not have returned from my last expedition. Please accept this token of gratitude. You do not refuse it. The frail cultivator, once helped to his feet, did not relent. Instead, he withdrew another pouch of spirit stones from his robe and thrust it forward with fervent excitement. Brother Zhang, I was merely guessing. I even warned you plainly at the time. Whether my words proved true or false, you were never to seek me out again. Thus I cannot accept any reward. Yifeng instantly grasped the man's intent. As he gently pushed the pouch back, he spoke with solemn. His earlier warning had been offered in goodwill alone. He held no certainty, sought no profit from it, and above all wished to remain unseen. To reveal such an ability would invite endless complications. The frail cultivator froze midair, utterly at a loss. He had never imagined anyone would decline a gift of spirit stones. Had the prediction been wrong, it would have been easily dismissed, but it had been uncannily accurate. Nearby, Cheng Su and the others stood dumbfounded, stunned that someone would refuse spirit stones outright. That young man's pouch surely held over 100 spirit stones, and his cultivation level appeared to be at the peak of Qi refinement 5th layer. What extraordinary deed could he possibly have performed to inspire such profound gratitude? Especially Zhao Qin felt her cheeks burn with shame. What on earth was this youth? Was he not merely a penniless novice, but rather a revered master who disdained even spirit stones? Hey, what exactly are you all talking about? Why are you offering him spirit stones? Zhao Qin could no longer contain her curiosity and blurted out. Indeed, he had already succeeded in kindling her intrigue. You too are unaware. Last time Master Yi observed dark Qi swirling above my crown and advised me against entering the mountain. So I declined an invitation to join a hunting party, and lo, that very party later suffered devastating losses, with barely half returning alive. Noticing the two elegant women were companions of Yifeng, the frail cultivator patiently explained. Even now, recalling the incident sent chills down his spine. He owed his survival entirely to that timely counsel. Dark Qi above the crown. A portent of bloodshed. Is this truly possible, or mere coincidence? Cheng Su's eyes widened as she stared at Yifeng, as if gazing upon some unearthly creature. Could this youth truly possess such an art? He bore no trace of it. Zhao Qin, meanwhile, refused to believe it outright. Surely a fraud. How could such a beardless youth possibly be a divination master? Ahem. I told you, I was only guessing. Therefore, I absolutely cannot accept this reward. Yifeng hastily reaffirmed. Indeed, perhaps it was mere coincidence. After all, catastrophic losses among parties venturing into the Beast Mountain range were tragically common. Zhao Qin seized upon his admission, quick to concur. She would sooner die than believe he was any kind of master. No, I place my faith solely in Master Yi. The frail cultivator shook his head, unwavering. He vividly recalled the weight and solemnity in Yifeng's voice when delivering that warning. Among those who escaped the ruined party, every survivor had cultivated to a higher level than he. He was certain that had he joined them, he would never have returned. Heavens above! Zhao Qin stared speechless as the cultivator, whose cultivation level was no trifling matter, behaved like an awestruck disciple. How terribly gullible can one be? A few vague words had utterly dazed him. Still, no matter what, she refused to believe it. To make her revise her opinion of that youth. Not so easily. By the way, master, you're also heading into the Beast Mountain range. My elder brothers and I plan to enter as well. Might we accompany you? Zhang Chuan suddenly asked, struck by inspiration. His gratitude and gift concealed a deeper hope to receive another divination. The mountains brimmed with peril, yet if he could walk beside the master himself, perhaps no reading would even be needed. Yes, we're entering, but I hold no authority here. You must ask this immortal maiden. Yifeng gestured toward the voluptuous woman beside him. He was merely a bystander, certainly no decision-maker. Then, immortal maiden, might you consider our request? Upon hearing this, the frail cultivator immediately turned to Zhao Qin, his expression tinged with nervous anticipation. Are you serious? Zhao Qin sighed inwardly. This man's obsequiousness knew no bounds. Yet she offered no refusal, adopting instead a strictly professional demeanor. Brother Chuan, is this the master you spoke of last time? Moments later, the frail cultivator returned with two burly men ready to join the party. But behind him, a grizzled, bearded giant scrutinized Yifeng and could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. He's far too young. Could this truly be the legendary master his companion had described with such awe? He'd imagined someone at least several decades, or even centuries, old. Brother Chuan, are you certain? Another dark-skinned, muscular man chimed in, equally incredulous. Having heard his brother recount the tale repeatedly, he'd found it unbelievable. Yet here stood the very subject, a mere youth. Rest assured, brothers, there is no mistake. I stake my life upon it. The frail cultivator affirmed without hesitation. He knew such things could not be believed without first-hand experience, so he spared further argument. Very well, let us enter the mountains together then. Swiftly, the bearded giant stepped forward, bowed deeply before Yifeng, and offered renewed thanks, then initiated earnest negotiations. Though lingering doubt remained, they performed their part thoroughly, for their brother's sake. For now, they would simply treat the prophecy as truth. Negotiations proceeded smoothly. The bearded group yielded generously on matters of profit, and Zhao Qin, unwilling to appear overly harsh, quickly agreed to a cooperative arrangement. Thus the party swelled to 6 members, 3 from each side. The bearded cultivator had reached Qi refinement 6th layer. Yifeng stood at 4th layer, the remaining 4 all cultivated at 5th layer. The voluptuous woman, delighted to secure both command authority and a favorable share of spoils, could scarcely conceal her elation. Hey, can these people be trusted? You introduced them. You're responsible. After the party set forth, she deliberately fell back and whispered to Yifeng. She hadn't expected them to accept her stringent terms so readily. It was clearly done for Yifeng's sake. Rest easy. I sense sincerity and integrity in them. There should be no cause for concern. Yifeng offered a reassuring glance. Though he had not consulted the celestial divination disc, his judgment of character had long proven reliable. These men ahead were straightforward, honest souls, devoid of guile or hidden agendas. Does she really think she is a master? How about you give it a try for me? The plump woman couldn't help but tease upon seeing the other person's earnest demeanor. She was genuinely curious whether the previous matter was true or not. Otherwise, why would everyone be so serious about it? Ahem, I truly do not possess this skill. Yifeng spoke honestly. He had indeed never studied any divination or fortune-telling techniques. He merely noticed Zhang Chuan emitting obvious black energy before, but now everyone was fine with no signs of anything unusual. How could he possibly predict anything? Just give it a shot. The plump woman was somewhat unwilling to give up. Really not possible. Hey, I'm giving you a chance, and you just refuse. The plump woman couldn't believe her ears. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to speak. Although she was slightly less attractive than Cheng Susu, she hailed from a prominent family and generally looked down on ordinary young talents. Someone like him didn't even qualify to be her backup. However, no matter how much she tried to engage, Yifeng remained silent, focusing on scanning the surroundings, leaving her feeling as though she was punching air. I'm so furious, it must be a scam. Ultimately, Zhao Qin left Yifeng's side fuming with complaints. Cheng Susu couldn't help but laugh upon seeing her proud friend, who previously looked down on others, now clinging to someone and hitting a wall. She never expected that the other party would experience such a day. I dare say this must be that kid's trick. You must not be fooled. I'm just looking out for you, Zhao Qin said with a feigned concern. I hope you don't fall into a trap. Cheng Susu rolled her eyes at her, feeling somewhat exasperated. In reality, there weren't so many schemes. What could he possibly gain from deceiving her? She had given him ample opportunity before, and he hadn't even thought in that direction. What was there to worry about? In fact, her friend was just curious, and curiosity could lead to trouble, which wasn't a good sign. Fall into a trap. How is that even possible? No one can trap me, let alone a poor kid. Yes, yes, yes. Cheng Susu could only respond dismissively. By the way, where should we go first? After walking for a while, just as they were about to enter the mountain range, Zhao Qin suddenly asked the group. Although she had previously stated that they would prioritize her side's opinion, she felt it was still necessary to gather everyone's suggestions. After all, the choice of their first stop would determine the rewards and dangers of this journey. We'll follow Master Yi. The three big men with beards said without hesitation. There was no need to mention Zhang Chuan, who only intended to follow the master, seeking fortune and avoiding danger, hoping to gain steady benefits. Seeing their brother hold him in such high regard, the bearded Mu Shan and the tall Qin Han shared the same sentiment. I also listened to junior brother Yi. Cheng Susu thought for a moment and replied likewise. She had always been accustomed to following others' arrangements, so she didn't care where they went. However, since Yi Feng had saved her last time, she naturally wanted to help him this time. A junior brother Yi, where should we go first? Zhao Qin had no choice but to turn her gaze towards Yi. Originally, in her mind, his opinion was the least important. However, she didn't expect others to hold this kid in such esteem, which forced her to put on a show. I'll follow your lead. Yi Feng was unfamiliar with the Monster Beast Mountains and dared not make a decision. How could this kid who had finally found a chance to show off give up so easily? Yi Feng's response surprised Zhao Qin again. However, she suddenly bit her lip and said in a slightly petulant tone, "No way, I'll follow your lead too." She suddenly concocted a plan in her mind. The more he acted like this, the less she could allow him to succeed, as she really wanted to see if this kid had any real abilities. Additionally, these people were coming for him. If her choice led to danger for everyone, she couldn't bear that. Listen to me. How can that be? Yi Feng did not expect that she would kick the ball back to him, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. Everyone here had strength far superior to his own and more experience than he did. How could they let him, a mere bystander, make the decision? I said if I listen to you, I'll listen to you. Aren't you the master? Your choice must be better than what us ordinary folks would pick, right? Zhao Qin's tone was quite resolute. She had made up her mind to let him embarrass himself once before she took over the reins, ensuring no one would falter afterward. Yes, Master Yi, you should choose one. I'm not convinced by what the others say. The big man chimed in to persuade. They had sacrificed quite a bit to join this team, not to follow that woman's erratic commands. Yi Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He merely wanted to be a bystander, yet he suddenly found himself responsible for the fate of the entire team. However, he said nothing more and had to brace himself. Well then, does anyone know where we might find some game? Yi Feng sighed and turned his gaze towards the group. The primary goal of this venture into the mountains was to earn spirit stones. He couldn't just focus on his own refining herbs. Although most spirit objects and beasts in the Monster Beast Mountains were unpredictable, there were certain areas where the chances of encountering spirit objects were higher. I know there's a spiritual spring gorge to the southwest that might have spirit herbs, but am not sure if they have been exhausted. It seems there's a moon reflection lake to the west that might have spirit fruits or spirit objects. To the north, there's a forest of strange rocks. The group shared the locations they knew that might yield reward. To be honest, I haven't heard of any of those place names. If I have to choose one, let's go to the moon reflection lake. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying. The moon reflection lake was merely a random choice. All those place names sounded unfamiliar to him. What else could he rely on other than a whim? All right, then we'll go to the moon reflection lake. Upon hearing the decision, the group immediately adjusted their direction and headed west. They originally had no specific destination. Even if they let them choose, it was still a random pick. Mu Shan and the others, being experienced loose cultivators, immediately spread out in a slight arc as they entered the Monster Beast Mountains, each guarding a direction while still able to support one another. Zhao Qin also did not lag behind, taking up a position on the opposite side to guard that direction. Among those present, she was by far the wealthiest, adorned with no fewer than 4 or 5 magical artifacts, rendering her combat prowess exceptionally formidable. Cheng Susu moved to Yi Feng's side, joining him in guarding the rear of the formation. Whoosh! Scarcely had they advanced a short distance when a venomous insect suddenly launched itself from a grotesque tree nearby, aiming for a stealthy ambush. Yet before it could draw near, Mu Shan, who had remained vigilantly alert, met it head-in with a single decisive drawn/strike from his mountain-splitting saber, cleanly cleaving it aside. Tsk. This display left Zhao Qin secretly astonished. She had assumed Mu Shan, being a rogue cultivator, would possess only rudimentary martial techniques. Yet his skill proved no less refined than her own, a disciple of an established sect. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Shan had discovered years earlier a fragmented manual of an exceptionally high-grade sword art, through unwavering daily practice ever since he had long since mastered it to perfection. Thereafter, each member of the party demonstrated commendable ability. Yifeng aside, all proved themselves highly capable. With disciplined coordination, they traversed mountains and valleys for half a day, though encountering minor setbacks along the way, they ultimately arrived safely at their first destination. "This is Moon-Reflecting Lake," Yifeng murmured, faintly surprised. Before him stretched a vast expanse of water nestled within an open plain fed by numerous tributaries, and teeming with wild beasts drawn to drink. Yet their objective lay not with these beasts. After meticulously scouring the marshlands encircling the lake, they found nothing of value, whereupon Mu Shan and the others plunged into Moon-Reflecting Lake itself, intent on searching its depths for residual spirit herbs or monstrous beasts. Alas, after half an hour the three emerged one by one from the water, clambering onto the shore. "How did it go?" Yifeng asked curiously. "Nothing at all three replied in unison, shaking their heads with regret. The lake bed was strewn with jagged boulders and riddled with treacherous terrain, hidden gullies and subterranean rivers snaking off into unknown depths, deterring them from venturing further. They had already combed the more accessible zones 2 or 3 times, yet uncovered not a single trace of anything worthwhile. Yifeng, it seems your title of master rings rather hollow. When you chose this route, did you truly calculate not even a sliver of fortune?" Upon hearing the outcome, Zhao Qin wasted no time delivering a barbed remark. Though she knew such disappointments were commonplace, having led so many people on a full day's journey, only to return empty-handed, was undeniably disheartening. More crucially, the fact that so many willingly followed his lead demanded she undermine his authority. Only then could she rightfully assume command. "I have stated plainly from the outset, I am no master, nor do I claim any such divinatory insight," Yifeng replied helplessly, having never once acknowledged the title. "No harm done. Even masters stumble. Where shall we go next?" "Please, master, simply speak as you normally would." Mu Shan and the others, remarkably unperturbed, hastened to reassure him. "You decide. The path ahead lies beyond my discernment," Yifeng demurred. "Master, truly bear no burden. Your guidance is what we trust." "Indeed. Just name another place." Mu Shan and the others chimed in eagerly. Zhao Qin watched dumbfounded. How could they remain so steadfastly loyal to this youth? To her it seemed sheer folly, utterly inexplicable. "Friends, the hour grows late. Shall we rest here tonight? We may determine tomorrow's course at dawn," Yifeng proposed after thoughtful consideration. Traveling by night carried undeniable peril. Besides, the area offered abundant fresh water and open, unobstructed terrain, ideal for spending the night safely. Agreed. Hearing this, the others readily concurred and began scouting for clean, level ground upon. Zhao Qin, however, refused to relent. She was now nearly certain Yifeng possessed no real talent. Following him was far less sensible than following her. "Junior brother, Yi, beginning tomorrow, I shall assume command. Let me show you, Sister Zhao, what true mastery looks like," she declared without hesitation. "That would be splendid." Yifeng instantly acquiesced, exhaling inwardly with quiet relief. Under her command, he could resume his role as a mere bystander. That night beside the great lake, the group kindled a campfire and shared dried rations, eating slowly and steadily. It was only their first day in the mountains, and the preserved meats they carried remained remarkably fresh, so there was no need to prepare anything more elaborate. After a hearty meal, 2 members took turns standing watch, while Mu Shan and the others rested in shifts. This region was not densely populated by monstrous beasts, so safety concerns remained minimal. Moonlight flowed like liquid silver, spilling softly across the land. A gentle breeze stirred the air, casting a subtle, intoxicating hush. Unbeknownst to the others, Zhang Chuan, who stood guard, glanced idly toward the lake's surface, and suddenly noticed scattered shimmering specks dancing upon the rippling water. "Look, what is that?" Pointing toward the glimmering patch, Zhang Chuan called out abruptly. "Hiss! Could they be spirit fish?" Zhao Qin opened her eyes and followed his gaze. Her expression flickered with genuine astonishment. Surely not. Could fortune finally be turning? Cheng Susu's heart leapt at the sight as well. She had never truly believed in Yifeng's master reputation, nor held any expectations, thus remaining silent until now. Yet might this be the turning point? "Let's descend and investigate." Without hesitation, Mu Shan commanded. His seasoned instincts told him this might be a rare opportunity. He immediately beckoned Zhang Chuan and Qin Han and dove back into the lake. "I'll join you," Yifeng added calmly. He had refrained earlier out of concern for lurking monstrous beasts, but since Mu Shan and the others had thoroughly tested the waters that afternoon, safety was assured, Thus he resolved to contribute meaningfully. Zhao Qin and Cheng Susu, lacking confidence in their swimming abilities, remained ashore. Do you think those truly are spirit fish? Cheng Susu gazed across the immense lake, inexplicably gripped by tension. She fervently hoped for success, not only for the sake of the expedition, but to shield Yi Feng from further doubt. I'm uncertain, Zhao Qin replied, her expression layered with conflicting emotions, words failing her. She too yearned for discovery. Yet if it came, her justification for seizing command would vanish. Before long, Mu Shan reached the vicinity of the luminous specks. Heavens above, a school of high-tier spirit fish. Even before entering a 100-zhang radius, Mu Shan discerned their silhouettes clearly and could not suppress a gasp of awe. By the heavens, over a dozen. We're rich beyond measure. Zhang Chuan and Qin Han, close behind, soon erupted into jubilant cheers. At that moment, all three beheld the scene before them: palm-sized spirit fish, each radiating delicate silver luminescence, serenely absorbing the moon's quintessential essence. They had seen these spiritual fish in the market before, each selling for about 20 spirit stones. If they could catch them all, they would be worth several hundred. This is truly a great harvest. In the next moment, the three of them swiftly accelerated towards the spiritual fish. These fish were incredibly fast. Upon sensing danger, they immediately turned and dove to the bottom of the lake. However, Mu Shan and his companions were all skilled swimmers who had grown up in the water, and they quickly dove down, soon catching one fish. Yi Feng also arrived at the scene and started to chase after one of them. Everyone was busy for more than an hour, and the four of them managed to catch most of the 18 spiritual fish, while the rest hid away in the deep caves at the bottom of the lake, never to be found again. Big brother, second brother, didn't I say following the master was definitely the right choice? Exhausted, Zhang Chuan returned to the shore, shaking off the water droplets, and excitedly spoke to his two brothers. If they could sell all these spiritual fish, they would be worth at least over 200 spirit stones, allowing each of the six of them to share several dozen pieces, equivalent to several months' worth of income. Haha, indeed. Master Yi truly has real skill. Mu Shan and Qin Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, they were all glad they chose to trust each other. Everyone, this truly isn't my credit. Yi Feng felt quite helpless, as everyone attributed the success to him. He hadn't expected that after nearly giving up, they would find spiritual treasures again. But he really hadn't done anything. Haha, Master Yi is too modest. The others simply didn't believe him. They had been to this beast mountain range many times, but they had never had such a large harvest in one place. Hey, did you catch anything? How did it go? On the shore, Zhao Qin saw everyone returning and eagerly approached, starting to ask questions. A total of 12 silver-striped spiritual cushions, each weighing at least 2 jin, are all right here. Mu Shan hurriedly poured out the spiritual fish from his storage bag. He was the only one with a storage bag, so all the fish everyone else caught were entrusted to him for safekeeping. Is it really true? And of this variety? Zhao Qin stared blankly at the shimmering silver fish before her, unable to believe her eyes for a long time. These spiritual fish are quite rare. Usually a regular spiritual fish sells for 1 or 2 spirit stones, but these can fetch over 20 spirit stones. At that moment, Cheng Susu was also somewhat dumbfounded, not expecting such a huge harvest. Could it be that this guy really has that kind of ability? However, Zhao Qin quickly regained her composure, still feeling somewhat unconvinced. Don't get too proud, it's just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, Zhao Qin said with a pout. She speculated that the spiritual fish usually hid in the depths of the lake, and it was likely that tonight, being a full moon, they ventured out to absorb the moon's essence, and they just happened to be caught. This was merely a coincidence. It was impossible for her to believe that the other party had that kind of strength. What you said makes sense, so it's better for Sister Zhao to decide tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt relieved and quickly agreed. You? The next day, although Zhao Qin continued to be unconvinced and insisted everyone should listen to her, no one took it seriously. Ultimately, at everyone's strong insistence, the second stop was still decided by Yi Feng. Pressured, Yi Feng had no choice but to randomly choose another place: the Black Forest. This was a vast jungle shrouded in black mist, year-round, endless, and filled with poisonous insects and toxic miasma. However, Zhao Qin was left dumbfounded when they found a spiritual herb hundreds of years old in a decayed cave worth at least 100 spirit stones. Wow, Master Yi, you're amazing. Indeed, the master truly lives up to his reputation. In an instant, everyone cheered together. At this moment, Mu Shan and the others were already in awe of Yi Feng, as this 100-so-fire-sold spiritual herb had gone undiscovered in the Beast Mountain Range's outskirts for so long, yet he found it as soon as he arrived. If this was still considered luck, they really didn't know what to say. Cheng Susu's beautiful eyes also sparkled with a hint of light. Such a great harvest would greatly resolve her immediate needs. It was truly wonderful. Even Zhao Qin was somewhat confused at this moment, wondering if this guy was really capable or just lucky. Before it could be said that it was a coincidence to encounter the full moon night, but what about now? How could one person's luck be so consistently good? Only Yifeng felt puzzled by the strange looks from everyone, wondering if there had been another harvest. He truly was just making blind guesses. I propose that Master Yi should take the lead in this round, receiving 1/10 of all the harvest. How about that? In the next moment, Mushan started to propose. When they first discussed profit sharing, the two teams had agreed on a 50-50 split with internal distribution based on contributions. Earlier, he felt his side was at a disadvantage, but now he thought it was no longer appropriate. He believed that a separate 10% should be set aside as a reward for Master Yi, and the rest could be distributed afterward. I have no objections. Neither do I. Cheng Susu, Zhang Chuan, and Qin Han all expressed their agreement. Without the decisions made by the other party, they would never have had such a large harvest. Although Zhao Qin was reluctant when she heard this, she didn't dare to say much, knowing that if she did, she would likely become the target of everyone's ire. However, Yifeng didn't want to take advantage of everyone. No, let's stick to the original terms. Yifeng actively rejected. That's not acceptable. Mushan was the first to disagree upon hearing this. How could such an achievement go unrewarded? What's wrong with that? This matter was agreed upon long ago. We can't change it at the last moment. So it shall be. Otherwise, I really won't dare to cooperate with you all again. Yifeng's tone was very... He truly hadn't done anything on these two occasions. One could say these rewards were what everyone deserved. How could he take them with a clear conscience? Moreover, frequent changes in team distribution are a taboo in cooperation. On this journey, all the dangers they encountered were resolved through everyone's teamwork, with each person playing a significant role, while Mushan and the others led the team in avoiding many dangers, and Zhao Qin and Cheng Susu had also repelled several threats. In contrast, he had merely spoken a few words. Without everyone's contributions, he wouldn't have arrived here. Fine, then when we reach the Serpent Valley, everyone should give their best effort. Mushan sighed helplessly at the gravity of the words. All right. Zhang Chuan and the others responded in unison. Who would have thought that brat might be so righteous? Whether it's feigned or true, I cannot say. As they set out again, Zhao Qin could not help but whisper to Cheng Susu. His willingness to relinquish such great benefit genuinely impressed her. She realized that although he was rather poor, he had principles. In a few days, he had become, without question, the leader of the group. As for the captain, she had once claimed to be, the role had grown purely nominal. Junior brother Yi has always been righteous, Cheng Susu said with a smile and a trace of pride. TCH, you're far too easy to fool. I've seen countless hypocritical young masters. When the moment matters, they inevitably show their true selves. Just wait and see. Zhao Qin still refused to believe his nature was so straightforward, as she was convinced the boy was cunning and full of schemes. After a long march, the group finally arrived at Pan Shi Valley 2 days later. This expedition had been fruitful, so no one considered risking other ventures. The Pan Shi Valley would be their final stop. Compared with the last time, the larger party had bolstered everyone's courage. Areas once avoided were now. They did not scorn even the foulest, filthiest, or most deeply hidden spots. Mushan and the others crawled straight in to unearth the demon-refining herbs. Yifeng could not help but marvel. These three were truly skilled laborers. Had it been only him and Susu, he doubted they would have dared descend. After several hours, the group had searched a considerable swathe. Everyone, it is getting dangerous ahead. Oh, let us not go deeper. Return for now. Yifeng, wishing to quit while ahead, began to persuade them. After their painstaking search, he already held 25 stalks of demon-refining herb, ample for the near term. More importantly, he could plainly sense that the poisonous pythons concealed nearby were growing ever more formidable. He worried something might happen. No harm. Let us press on a little further. Mushan shook his head at this, unconcerned. He felt that with his own strength and the cooperation of the others, another 10 li ahead would pose little threat. The crux was that they had only gathered a little over 20 stalks so far. The value paled compared with what remained. Friends, there is no need to take risks. We can leave the rest for a time when we are stronger. Though moved, Yifeng could not help but continue to plead. He knew they exerted themselves for his sake, and he felt undeserving of their devotion. Master, rest assured, we know our limits. The moment danger appears, we will return at once. Indeed, we have come to these beast mountains more than once, the others replied. They all offered comfort. Well, Yifeng sighed helplessly and had no choice but to continue on with the party. It must be said that the second segment of the Great Rift, though more perilous, proved richly rewarding. After only half an hour, he had collected another 20+ stalks, more than he had garnered in the first section combined. Unwittingly, the group had advanced another 7 or 8 li in their search. At some point, as Mu Shan moved to the mouth of a cave to pluck a few demon-refining herbs, Yifeng suddenly noticed a dense black vapor rising from above his head. What is happening? Yifeng's heart lurched. He fixed his gaze on Cheng Susu and the others and found the same phenomenon hovering over them as well. Bad retreat. In the next moment, he seized Mu Shan's arm and hauled him back. What's wrong? Mu Shan was bewildered by the abrupt action. The rest of the group witnessing it were likewise puzzled. Those few herbs ahead were of great age, a few breaths more, and they could have been harvested. Why this sudden stop? Trust me, move. Yifeng's face grew exceptionally grave. Clutching Cheng Susu, he turned and ran first. Not harvesting. Yes, don't. Seeing Yifeng so resolute, the others, though reluctant, had no choice but to abandon the nearly gathered herbs and bolt back at full speed. They privately wondered why someone usually so calm would be so panicked. A few breaths later, they suddenly felt the ground tremble behind them. Turning, they saw the earth around those herbs swelling. With a thunderous rush, a monstrous python, as thick as a bucket, shot forth from the soil. My goodness! At the sight, each of them was nearly struck blind with astonishment. It was a black, monstrous python with an overwhelmingly powerful aura nearly at the foundation establishment stage. The serpent's body was cloaked in black-brown scales that flashed a chilling gleam in the sunlight. Its eyes were huge like 2 blood-red lanterns, its gaze ferocious, and its gaping maw revealed impossibly sharp fangs. Seeing the beasts surge forth, their faces drained of color. They wasted no time. Summoning their spiritual energy, they fled with all their might. It was dreadful. They could not summon any will to resist. Hissing, the python flicked its tongue and stared at them with a murderous glare. Fortunately, they had already put dozens of zhang between themselves and it, and were now entirely beyond its strike range. The python seemed bent on guarding something and dared not stray far. After a short while, seeing its prey had fled, it reluctantly submerged itself back into the sand. Panting. Half an hour later, only once they had fully exited Pan Shi Valley and saw no trace of serpents, did they finally stop gasping for breath. Yet they remained shaken, each secretly recalling how narrowly they had escaped. It had been far too dangerous. Thank Master for the early warning, otherwise they would never have avoided it. Suddenly a thought struck them, and they trembled, fixing their stares on Yifeng as if on some uncanny creature. Could such things truly be foreseen in advance? He could actually predict fortune and peril. Zhao Qin stood stupefied, unable to accept it. For a long time, she had believed those arcane divination arts were essentially a fraud. Truly capable masters were as rare as phoenix feathers. She had assumed she might never encounter one in her life. Yet here before her was such a person. She was reluctant to believe it, but there had been no warning whatsoever of the danger. If it had not been seen beforehand, how else could it be explained? Zhang Chuan was moved to tears. That's exactly the feeling. Brothers, I wasn't wrong, was I? During this time, whenever he had mentioned earlier events, he had been met with mockery and doubt. Now, with the truth before them, he finally felt he could hold his head high. You are right. From now on, if anyone dares to say that Master has no abilities, I will confront them fiercely. Mu Shan said excitedly. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Yifeng was filled with immense fervor. This is truly a remarkable figure. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yifeng felt a shiver run down his spine as he was stared at by the crowd. They wouldn't want to do something to him, would they? Master Yi, you still claim you cannot foresee the future? Cheng Susu asked, as if just recognizing him with a hint of annoyance. She never expected this guy to actually possess such abilities. Can I say that I sensed something was off beforehand? Yifeng replied with a bitter smile. Then how come we didn't sense it? You think your sense of smell is sharper than ours? Do you think we are fools? Zhao Qin replied, unusually retorting. Even though she was skeptical this time, she had no reason to refute. This? Yifeng was momentarily speechless. He realized that at this moment all words seemed exceedingly pale. Master, everyone has witnessed your abilities. There is no need to be modest anymore. We promise we will never let this leak out. Cheng Susu seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile. Indeed, we absolutely won't disclose it. Mu Shan and the others suddenly understood and earnestly guaranteed. They speculated that the other party was constrained by some oath and could not speak out, especially since some mysterious masters like to play this card when taking disciples. Ahem. Well, sometimes I might indeed have a hint. But Yifeng had no choice but to reluct. No need for but just knowing is enough. Mu Shan immediately interrupted. The other party was being too modest, no matter what they would not believe at this time. Upon returning to Yunqi City, everyone felt extremely complicated. Mu Shan and the others were worried about how to ingratiate themselves with Master Yi, as this could very likely be the biggest opportunity of their lives. However, since the other party didn't want spirit stones and only wanted the rewards for themselves, they felt utterly helpless. Yifeng was also troubled. Everyone had become extremely respectful towards him, letting him make all the decisions. However, how could he, with his limited abilities, bear such a burden? If he were lucky each time it would be fine, but he knew his own capabilities. If he were to face an unforeseen mishap in the future, how could he justify the trust everyone placed in him? It wasn't that he was unwilling to take on responsibilities, but his abilities were sometimes reliable, and sometimes not. He was worried that the higher he was lifted, the harder he would fall. It seems he would have to find a different crew to just tag along in the future. After finishing the distribution of the rewards and spirit stones, Mu Shan suddenly seemed to have made a decision and asked, "Master, may I ask where you are headed next?" "Me? I plan to return to my own valley. It's not far from here." Yifeng smiled. He had obtained more than 40 demon grass and intended to take them back quickly to feed them. "Oh, Master has taken over a valley. I wonder if your esteemed valley needs help. I would like to follow you to work." Mu Shan's eyes lit up upon hearing this and immediately asked, "Yes, Master, I also want to work for you. How can you take us in?" Zhang Chuan and Qin Han, upon hearing this, also lit up, speaking in unison. If they could directly work for Master Yi, wouldn't that mean they no longer needed to worry about how to ingratiate themselves? As loose cultivators, while they lacked other skills, they certainly excelled at relying on powerful figures. Upon hearing this, both Ching Susu and Zhao Qin were astonished. Were these three really this decisive? Even if they looked at them with newfound respect, it hadn't reached the level of wanting to follow them. Yifeng was equally incredulous. "You all may not know my valley is just a small operation. I can't afford to hire you all." Yifeng hesitated for a moment and spoke honestly. If these three were willing to join the valley, it would greatly benefit its development, and he would certainly welcome it, but he simply couldn't afford the compensation. The three of them would earn a couple of hundred spirit stones just from a trip to the Monster Beast Mountain range, while his valley's monthly income was less than 100. What kind of compensation could he offer? "Master, we don't want a salary. We can earn our own resources. Yes, we just simply want to follow Master Yi. Please give us a chance." The three of them spoke one after the other. "By the way, should we swear loyalty?" "That's no problem, as long as Master is willing to take us, and I, Mu Shan, am willing to swear to follow you to the death." Mu Shan seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "I, Zhang Chuan Qin Han, also vow to follow you to the death." Both Zhang Chuan and the others hurriedly swore to the heavens. "Everyone, you are all stronger than I am. How can this be?" Yifeng was taken aback by the dedication of these three and was momentarily unsure how to respond. "Master, you see, we make a living by hunting monsters, and we live every day in fear of very few can end well. We have long wanted to leave this path. If Master could occasionally guide us, we would feel much more at ease. Indeed, the path is perilous. One misstep could lead to a dead end. We implore Master to save us from danger." They had faced several life-and-death crises recently and were already considering retreat. "You should take them in. It would be much more convenient for you to collect demon grass in the future." Ching Susu could not help but advise. She understood the hardships faced by these loose cultivators, while having seen many perish at the mouths of monsters, so she felt great sympathy. "All right, since you all don't mind, I will certainly welcome you. As for the treatment, I will do my utmost to ensure you are not shortchanged, but my abilities are limited. Please don't hold it against me in the future." Ultimately, Yifeng could only relent and say, no matter what, he couldn't firmly reject their goodwill. "Haha, rest assured. We will never hold it against you." This kid unexpectedly really took in a few subordinates. On the other hand, Zhao Qin felt quite uneasy witnessing this scene. With these followers, the other's status would change completely from now on. He was no longer the poor kid. From now on, even if the other party did casual work, they could earn a decent amount of spirit stones, not necessarily inferior to those from ordinary noble families. Of course, they still couldn't compare to the truly powerful families unless the other party could continue to be this lucky. However, from her understanding of this line of work, that was clearly impossible. As for Ching Susu, she was simply glad for Yifeng. Having a few people to follow and protect him would make him much safer in the future. "Yifeng, I must say you do have some abilities. I approve of your relationship with Susu. However, don't think you have everything in the bag. You have quite a few competitors." At the moment of parting, Zhao Qin looked at Yifeng and reluctantly spoke. Before coming, she had a very poor impression of him, thinking that she would do anything to break the two apart and dissuade Ching Susu, but now she felt somewhat uncertain. "Zhao Qin, what do you mean by you agreeing?" Ching Susu, who was still immersed in the sadness of parting, suddenly jumped up upon hearing this, feeling utterly embarrassed. This woman, how can she say anything? "If I don't agree, should I oppose it instead?" Zhao Qin retorted sulkily. She was worried sick about her friend who came from a humble background and had a naive mind, making her easily deceived. You, junior brother, you don't listen to her, she's just a mad woman. Cheng Susu, feeling a bit speechless towards Zhao Qin, could only turn to Yifeng. Cough cough, okay. Yifeng was somewhat at a loss for words. Of course he didn't take it seriously, but could they not make jokes that sounded so real? It was making him almost feel delusional. By the way, senior sister Cheng, how are you planning to go back? Do you need to wait until tomorrow? Yifeng suddenly asked again. He was very close to here, only half an hour away, so it wasn't a big deal, but the other party was a bit far, and it was already getting late. Are you worried about me? Cheng Susu's gaze was fixed intently on Yifeng. Of course, had it not been for her strong assistance, he wouldn't have been able to acquire so many demon-catching herbs, so he was quite grateful to her. No need to wait until tomorrow. This area is very safe, and Zhao Qin will accompany me back to the sect first. Cheng Susu's smile flickered at her words. That's good. Upon hearing this, Yifeng finally felt much more at ease. After watching Cheng Susu leave with Zhao Qin, he returned to the market of Yunqi City and bought some more supplies. With the addition of Mushan and the others, he had to readjust all his previous plans. To be honest, although he was reluctant to admit it, he had previously harbored thoughts of temporarily renting in Qingke Valley for a few months, and then moving away when the beast agitation period approached, but now everything was completely different. He planned to settle down permanently. He bought 4.5 spirit horses, outfitted them into 2 carts, and along with Mushan and the others, he procured a large amount of essential items needed for building the town before starting the return journey. Mushan, do you guys want to go back home to tidy up first? After exiting the city gate, Yifeng seemed to remember something and asked the few people beside him. Master, please don't worry. We are all alone and don't need to tidy up, it's just some pots and pans that can be abandoned. Mushan replied nonchalantly. Yeah, there's no need to waste time. Zhang Chuan and the others echoed. They had previously settled in nearby villages around Yunqi City and were all single, having already acquired new clothes, so there was no need to go back at all. Alright then, let's set off. Seeing this, Yifeng finally stopped hesitating and quickly issued the command. These spirit horses, possessing the bloodline of demon beasts, were indeed extraordinary. Not only were they strong, but their endurance was also excellent. Despite pulling a large amount of supplies, they didn't slow down at all. In the evening, near Qingke Valley, 2 carts raced toward the valley from the mountains. Oh, there are carts. The lookouts from Qingke Valley and Qixiao Valley couldn't help but show immense confusion upon seeing these 2 carts. Usually this area was very quiet and no outsiders could be seen. How could there be any now? In a high pavilion in Qixiao Valley, Suzian also saw the 2 carts and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Fubo, what's going on? Miss, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be ours. The elderly man with white hair was very certain about this. He was responsible for managing finances and was well aware of every transaction. During this period, he hadn't procured any other supplies, nor had dealings with surrounding merchants. Not ours. Then could it be that brat from the opposite side? Upon hearing this, Su Zian suddenly had a bad premonition. There was less than a month left before the beast agitation period, and with the strength of Qingke Valley, they couldn't possibly endure it, so she had already prepared for the takeover. But she had thought that this matter was already in her hands, yet now such an abnormal scene had appeared. Oh, could something unexpected happen again? At the lookout tower of Qingke Valley, Zhao Jun and the others were also closely watching the movements of the approaching carts. If there were any intruders, they needed to be prepared for defense. Look, that's the young master. The young master is in the cart. Suddenly Chiu Yu exclaimed with delight. What? It really is. Great. In the next moment, everyone became excited as they clearly saw the figure that had just appeared at the back of the cart. It was undoubtedly their own young master. As expected, not long after the cart stopped, just outside of Qingke Valley. Zhao Jun, come help. Yifeng jumped down from the cart and called into the valley. Sure. Young master, why did you buy so many supplies? Zhao Jun came to meet him looking puzzled. The 2 large carts of supplies, once unloaded, could almost be stacked into a small mountain, right? Of course, it's to build a town. By the way, let me introduce you. These are the new members of the valley, namely. Yifeng began to introduce everyone one by one. What? New members? Hello, everyone. From now on, we'll be colleagues. I'm Mushan. I'm Qin Han. I'm Zhang Chuan. The 3 of Mushan did not look down on Zhao Jun and the others because of their lower cultivation and greeted them with cupped fists. However, Zhao Jun and the others were completely stunned and couldn't believe what they were seeing. All 3 of them were new members. How did the young master manage to recruit them? Each of them had an impressively strong aura, and their cultivation levels were significantly higher than theirs. They must require quite a few spirit stones, right? But when they learned that all 3 of them didn't need any salary, and were sincerely following their young master, they were almost dumbfounded. This is simply incredible. How did their young master manage to do this? With this, wouldn't they no longer have to fear the upcoming beast agitation period? Next, Zhao Jun and the others showed great enthusiasm towards the new members, and the three of Mushan were also straightforward people. After a lively conversation, they quickly became familiar with everyone. Wow, master is indeed a master. I didn't expect him to have such a large enterprise. As they walked into the valley and saw the numerous spirit rabbits, the three of Mushan couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. They had thought that Master Ye's valley was just a small operation, but they didn't expect it to have grown to such a scale. Before him were over 90 spirit rabbits, each of exceptional quality and worth a fortune. Isn't that the little wolf we brought back? It actually survived. Suddenly Qin Han noticed a half-grown wolf cub among them, and a hint of astonishment crossed his face. The little wolf cub running ahead felt oddly familiar to him. Indeed it is. Mushan also wore an expression of surprise. Master Yi, is this really the one bought from me back then? You can't be serious? Zhang Chuan asked incredulously. He knew well the situation of that little wolf cub back then. It is indeed. Yifeng smiled. The master truly is remarkable. In the next moment, Mushan and the others exclaimed in unison. They had previously consulted various beast tamers about this little wolf cub, and none had any solutions. They thought it was unlikely it would survive, yet now it was so lively and vigorous. At this moment, they once again realized the extraordinary nature of their young master. That evening, everyone in Qingke Valley celebrated with drinks, songs, and dances, reveling in joy. The valley's strength had greatly increased, and everyone was filled with hope for the future. Yifeng's following had also expanded from 5 to 8. Among the Mushan was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, while Zhang Chuan and Qin Han were at the 5th level, Zhao Jun at the 2nd level, and Xiu Yu at the 1st level. Li Hu had entered the copper skin realm in body refinement. What surprised Yifeng even more was that Yun Sheng and Xiao Wu had both successfully drawn Qi into their bodies, entering the 1st level of Qi refinement. How much time had passed? Without a doubt, the qualifications of these two were not lacking. The next day, Qin Shan and Li Hu began organizing personnel for the vigorous construction of the fortress, while Zhao Jun and Xiu Yu continued with their responsibilities for guarding and raising. Yifeng, for his part, took 48 spirit-devouring herbs and 48 fire spirit herbs among various types of spiritual herbs purchased from the market to feed the pregnant rabbit. Although Mushan and the others said not to receive any salary, he could not take that seriously. With so many people working for him, he needed to prepare as many resources as possible. However, he had gained quite a lot from this trip into the mountains, and he did not plan to use it all to stimulate the birth of the crimson flame rabbits, as rarity increases value, and having more would diminish the price. He had bought 12 of each type of spiritual herb. He intended to make a significant move. While the construction in Qingke Valley was in full swing, the atmosphere in Qixia Valley across the way was extremely gloomy. Today, the expression on the young lad's face was very unsightly, and all the servants and attendants were on edge, fearing they might inadvertently provoke misfortune. In the pavilion on the mountain top, Su Zian fixed her gaze intently on every movement across the way, her expression dark and troubled. Since early this morning, she had noticed that the opposing valley had begun to dismantle the old fences, preparing to build new city walls. What on earth was going on? At this moment, she felt as if she were seeing ghosts, utterly baffled. And where did that kid find these powerful experts? Did they intend to settle here completely? Fu Bo, do you think that with the current strength of Qingke Valley, they can safely pass through the upcoming turmoil? In the end, Su Zian could not help but ask the elder Hua Fa. If it were before, she would not have thought in this direction, but now she felt somewhat uncertain. She could see at a glance that the few newcomers on the opposite side were not much weaker than herself. Young lady, from this old servant's experience, the probability of the opposite side getting through the turmoil is quite high, but it's not guaranteed. Elder Hua Fa stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before speaking lightly. When recruiting rogue cultivators, he had specifically inquired and learned that the intensity of beast attacks in this area was not weak. According to past years' situations, this area had yearly incidents of mid-stage Qi refinement beasts breaking through, and there had been several years when latest-stage Qi refinement beasts emerged, and even peak Qi refinement ferocious beasts had appeared. As for the peak Qi refinement ferocious beasts, it was not just Qingke Valley. Even they in Qixia Valley might not be able to withstand it. After all, he was only at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and their young lady was at the 7th level. Thus, he did not think the opposite side could be at ease. So it means that there is still a possibility they won't make it through. Su Zian's expression shifted upon hearing this. Exactly. Elder Hua Fa nodded firmly. That's good. Su Zian felt relieved upon receiving the answer, her expression brightening considerably. As long as the opposite side still couldn't withstand it, she would have a chance even if it meant waiting a bit longer. Mu Shan and the others were extremely quick in constructing the fortress. Over 20 days passed, and many of the main facilities were basically completed. At the valley entrance, a stone wall made of huge stones weighing 1,000 pounds had already been erected, providing protection that was incomparable to the previous wooden fence. On one side within the valley, 2 rows of imposing stone buildings had also been completed, spacious and exquisite. In the central courtyard of the buildings, there was a structure resembling the Lord's residence, serving as a place for everyone to discuss important matters. That noon, when everyone finally had some leisure time, Mu Shan approached Yi Feng to inquire about the next steps. Young master, all facilities in the valley have been completed. Next, what are your plans? Mu Shan asked respectfully. After officially joining, he began to refer to Yi Feng as young master, since continuously calling him master might seem strange to outsiders and might even leak the young master's secrets. Brother Mu, what do you think of our defenses? Can we safely pass through the turmoil? Yi Feng did not answer, instead asking calmly in return. Young master, to speak frankly, although this wall looks sturdy, it might still be a bit precarious to completely block the beasts, Mu Shan stated honestly. Given the current limited conditions and the lack of defensive facilities, even if they tried their best, it was far from a state of being worry-free. However, he guessed that their young master must already have a plan, so he wasn't overly concerned. Oh, what do you think is still lacking? Yi Feng looked intently at him. The other party was the primary combat force for the valley's defenses, making his opinion extremely important. If we could have some protective gear such as shields, it would be even better. Ideally, each person should have one. Mu Shan pondered for a moment before earnestly expressing his views. He had encountered latest-stage Qi refinement beasts before, and they were quite troublesome. He believed that with his strength and that of Qin Han and others, they could hold them off for a while, but to completely prevent them from breaking in would be somewhat challenging. However, if they could have a few sturdy shields, it would undoubtedly make things much easier. It seems we'll have to proceed this way. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng finally appeared to have made a decision as he spoke, pulling out 5 chubby spirit rabbit cubs from a specially crafted breeding room. These 5 spirit rabbit cubs were precisely those he had specially nurtured during this time. A mutated spirit rabbit. Mu Shan stared stunned into silence as he took in the spirit rabbit pup in Yi Feng's hands that looked utterly different from any he had seen before. He was no provincial ignoramus like Zhang Chuanu. On the contrary, he was well acquainted with rare breeds. Before him were several mutated spirit rabbits. Qingling rabbit, Qi Yin rabbit, Xianbing rabbit. All present. Where on earth had these come from? He had been busy building the valley and had not noticed what the young master had been meddling with. He had not expected such varieties to emerge. Indeed. I intend to sell them in exchange for resources. Mu brother, do you have any good recommendations? Yi Feng asked with a smile. The artifact-grade Xiantai shield was undoubtedly valuable. It was the only thing worth trading for these. Unfortunately, 7 pregnant does had given birth during this period. He had fed them alchemical herbs to induce mutation, but the result was only 5 mutated spirit rabbits. I know of a Isho pavilion in the nearby city that specializes in buying such rare spirit beasts. Their prices are fair. Young master might consider trying them. Mu Shan seemed instantly to understand what the young master intended and said the words with evident Although such rare beasts could be sold at the market at Isho Pavilion, they would fetch roughly 10% more. The pavilion dealt in high-end trade, and its clientele consisted of wealthy noble science. Very well. I will entrust you with full authority to handle these 5 spirit rabbit pups. In the shield, Yi Feng said solemnly, handing each mutated pup over in turn. Do not employ those you suspect, but when you entrust someone, do not doubt them. Since we must rely on him, I will give him full charge. No problem. Mu Shan patted his chest confidently. The next morning, Mu Shan rode off early on a semi-spirit horse bearing a specially made small box as he raced out of the valley. With the beast agitation period barely days away, he had to finish matters quickly. Young master, do you think Mu De Ge can return before the agitation period begins? Qiu Yu watched the receding figure anxiously. They had assumed that with Mu Shan and the others joining, they could weather the agitation period safely, but they had not expected the main force to leave at this critical juncture. Sister Qiu, you are rest assured. My elder brother knows this area intimately. There will be no problem. Zhang Chuan replied with a smile. He felt little worry. He trusted the young master's formidable skill and foresight. If Yi Feng had planned for this, nothing would go terribly wrong. That's a relief. Qiu Yu felt considerably eased by his words. Yi Feng too allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Although he had resolved to settle here, he had no certainty about what kinds of beasts might break out during this agitation period, or how formidable they might be. For now, they could only take things one step at a time. If matters proved impossible, he would take other measures and would never let people die needlessly. Fortunately, early the next morning, Mu Shan returned dusty but triumphant, bearing several shields. A weight lifted from everyone's hearts. The 5 mutated spirit rabbits had been sold for a high sum of 550 spirit stones, and Mu Shan had brought back no fewer than 4 Xiantai shields. Though these Xiantai shields were still the lowest tier of magical artifacts, they could withstand considerable blows. Their defensive power far exceeded that of ordinary inner layer armor. Of the 4 shields, Mu Shan, his 2 companions, and Yi Feng each took one. The others received none for the time being. After all, Mu Shan and his people constituted the core force and deserved priority. In the blink of an eye, the beast agitation period arrived as predicted. From that day on, every nearby valley was unusually tense, and everyone stood at readiness. Night fell with a cold moon high above. In Qixiao Valley, Su Zian donned her armor and sat vigil in the center of the brewing workshop. Qixiao Valley had 2 entrances, and the surrounding peaks were not high, its defenses were thin, and it required many hands to hold. But resources were sparse. The valley's cultivators numbered only 6: Su Zian and Fu Bo, one at refining Qi level 7, the other at refining Qi level 8, and 4 temporarily recruited wandering cultivators, all at refining Qi level 5. Even if everyone were posted around the perimeter and every approach was guarded tightly, there would still be gaps through which a stray beast might slip. The brewing workshop represented all she owned, as she could not afford carelessness, and so she must keep watch there. She could not help but grumble inwardly. If only she held Qingke Valley now, she would only need to guard a single entrance. How much easier that would be. It would come soon enough, she told herself. Qingke Valley would be hers in time. Meanwhile, in Qingke Valley, the others likewise patrolled nervously. Torches had been lit throughout the valley, casting a bright glow on everything nearby. Yet Yi Feng, standing atop the watchtower and surveying the surrounding blackness, felt an inexplicable unease. This was his first time enduring a beast agitation period. He did not know what to expect. It was unlike the beast mountains where he could flee when danger struck. Here, he would have to stand and fight. Young master, it's only just begun tonight. You should rest. Leave this to me, Qin Han said in his simple, earnest way. The agitation would last 2 full months. No one could be expected to watch without respite every hour of every day. So Mu Shan and Zhang Chuan would take turns keeping watch. Very well. Send a signal if anything happens. Yi Feng nodded, preparing to leave the wall. Manpower in the valley was thin, but with the others on the wall and Li Hu watching the opposite side, it was acceptable. Besides, Zhao Jun and the others were out patrolling. He had not yet moved when a sudden cracking sound rang out. So soon. Startled, Yi Feng turned toward the noise and saw a vast black shape materialize in the darkness beyond the valley entrance, its gaze fixed unblinkingly upon them. A hiss escaped. Qin Han and Li Hu at either end of the wall had also noticed the anomaly. Seeing that dark silhouette, both of them involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Good heavens! On the very first night, a beast this formidable. Qin Han could clearly sense that its aura was even stronger than his own. A beast approaches. Prepare to engage. Qin Han bellowed, and in an instant the entire valley was roused to alarm. Mu Shan and the others dashed out from their rooms, seized their weapons, and leapt onto the wall. Where is it? They asked as they scanned the darkness. On the right in the thicket. Qin Han pointed. Hiss! What a massive creature! Soon Mu Shan and the others clearly saw that it was a black panther-like beast twice the size of an ordinary leopard, staring with its large eyes as it prowled around the valley. Don't act rashly. Yi Feng tightly gripped the black-scaled sword, his expression serious as he cautioned the others. Such a fierce beast should not be provoked lightly. He hoped it would leave on its own. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. If they could avoid confrontation, that would certainly be best. Unfortunately, not long after, the Black Panther surveyed its surroundings and charged towards the valley's wall. Fire! Seeing this, Yi Feng did not hesitate any longer and decisively commanded. Zhao Jun and the others raised their bows in unison and shot numerous sharp arrows. Although these arrows were merely ordinary iron arrows, they hoped to at least impede the beast. Scaring it off would be even better. Unfortunately, this was undoubtedly a vain hope. The Black Panther showed no fear at all. Its speed was incredibly fast, twisting and dodging, and in the blink of an eye, every single arrow missed its mark. Thud! 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 The arrows, carrying immense force, pierced into the ground, causing vibrations. Meanwhile, the Black Panther leapt toward the arrows and quickly scaled the several-meter-high wall. Go! Seeing this, Mu Shan no longer hesitated, shouting loudly as he raised his shield and charged forward. As the one with the highest cultivation here, if anyone could withstand a bid, it had to be him. Conversely, if even he could not hold them off, it would surely be disastrous. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The Black Panther's claws smashed into the black iron shield instantly, sending Mu Shan flying backward. Fortunately, the Panther's attack was successfully blocked. Then Yi Feng and the others raised their shields and advanced, either blocking or preparing to launch sneak attacks. Zhao Jun and the others, being too weak, were responsible for providing ranged support. In an instant, the sound of fierce collisions rang out on the wall. With nimble footwork, Yi Feng took advantage of the Black Panther's focus on Mu Shan and the others to slip forward, swinging his sword fiercely downward toward the panther. However, he was surprised to find that the beast's fur was as tough as steel wire with a protective layer of spiritual energy. His formidable black-scaled sword struck the panther, yet it felt like striking iron or stone, only managing to break the surface skin. Is this the strength of a late Foundation establishment beast? He could not inflict any damage, yet he himself was shaken by the force, his arm in agony and his palm numb. Before he could recover from the shock, the panther countered with a lightning-fast claw strike. Thankfully, he timely raised his black iron shield to block. Bang! Yi Feng was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the wall. Pain. It hurt too much. This late Foundation establishment beast was truly too formidable. Yi Feng struggled to rise from the ground, his expression grim. Fortunately, he still had inner armor for protection, sustaining only minor injuries, and Mu Shan and the others came to his aid, preventing the Black Panther from making further moves. However, everyone was still finding it extremely difficult to hold their ground. Qiu Yu and Xiao Wu hid at a distance, trembling as they watched everything unfold, filled with anxiety. Could the young master really fend off that beast? Unfortunately, they were only at the first layer of Foundation establishment and could not help at all, so they refrained from getting in the way. After an unknown amount of time, the Black Panther, having encountered setbacks, decided to turn and leave. Phew! They finally held their ground. Seeing the Black Panther depart, everyone slumped to the ground and cheered in unison. Before this, although they had some estimations, they truly lacked confidence. However, at this moment, having successfully driven away a late Foundation establishment beast, they felt inexplicably uplifted, indicating they indeed had the right to stand their ground here. Only Yi Feng remained pessimistic, still deeply worried. It had only just begun, and there was already a late Foundation establishment beast appearing. Well, what about in the future? In this battle, the 4 participants were utterly exhausted and had sustained significant injuries. Although they managed to hold their ground, their shortcomings were glaringly obvious. That was that their martial skills were too lacking. Yi Feng himself had struck the Black Panther with his sword several times, but could not break through its defenses. He did not know if holding this position was right or wrong. It was not that he did not want to leave and avoid danger, but the Qingyun sect did not allow its subordinates to abandon a valley and waste resources. If he retreated, this valley would belong to someone else. Thus, he could not easily give up until the last moment. Thinking of that woman on the opposite side, who was watching like a hawk, gave him a headache. Should he try divination to see if they could weather through this? If they could not withstand it, he needed to retreat early. Soon the divination board began to respond. Qingke Valley, a low-level valley suitable for breeding, with a 1-star density of spiritual energy. A month later, a late Foundation establishment beast will intrude, which may cause significant losses for the tenants. Avoidance method. Beginner: apply the blood of a red-tailed snake on the city wall with a 50 chance of driving it away. Intermediate: ignite wheat straw at various points in the valley, adding incense, made from zeo grass powder, with an 80 chance of avoiding being targeted. Advanced: set up a defensive formation of 3 stars or above, which can have a 100 chance of preventing its intrusion. A month later, a late Foundation establishment beast. Upon seeing the warning inside, Yi Feng's heart sank. He did not expect the beast plague this year to be so severe. The Black Panther from last night, by his estimation, was only around late Foundation establishment. A late Foundation establishment beast, they might not be able to withstand it at all. However, fortunately, that day seemed to be a month away. Moreover, according to the divination board, if they could survive that calamity, there would be no further problems. The blood of the red-tailed snake and the zeo grass were not too hard to find, no matter what he had to do. That night, many places suffered from the rampage of beasts. Some areas experienced significant casualties while others remained unscathed. Qixia Valley also fell victim to the Black Panther's ambush. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of Su Zian and the elder Hua, the panther finally left reluctantly. However, 2 ordinary warriors were seriously injured as a result. This was nothing unusual. Casualties among ordinary people were common in this area. It was just that when they learned that Qingke Valley had also been attacked last night, but had not suffered any serious injuries, they were all stunned. They actually held it off. How was that possible? Last night's Black Panther, even with their full strength, had been extremely difficult to fend off. He has already arranged for Zhao Jun to collect the blood of the red-tailed snake, but how much will be gathered remains uncertain. As for the Ziyu grass, he plans to buy it himself. After all, relying entirely on one source is not secure. Fortunately, it has been quite some time since he last supplied Feng Man Lu, so it is time for another transaction. He intends to sell the spiritual rabbits to exchange for spirit stones, and then buy a batch of Ziyu grass. Flying swiftly, he arrived at Yunqi City, storing his half-spiritual horse at the post station, while Yi Feng carried the cage and made his way directly to the center of the city, where Feng Man Lu is located. Currently, the period of unrest among the demon beasts has also had a significant impact on Yunqi City. Many scattered cultivators no longer dare to enter the mountains and have instead begun to rest. After all, the dangers within this time have increased significantly compared to before. Not long after Yi Feng arrived in front of Feng Man Lu. "Brother, may I ask if Manager Lu is in the store? Could you help me convey a message? Just say the one delivering the spiritual rabbits has arrived." Seeing that the old man he met previously was not around, Yi Feng had no choice but to clasp his fists and speak to one of the waiters. Although the status of the waiter at Feng Man Lu is relatively low, his strength has reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, truly a product of a great power. Fortunately, the other party seemed to recognize Yi Feng and did not make things difficult for him. He quickly turned and went back into the restaurant to call out the previously gentle-looking old manager. "Little friend, you are a bit late this time." Upon seeing that it was indeed Yi Feng, the old man greeted him with a beaming smile. Of course, he remembered the other party. After all, the previous batch of spiritual rabbits had left a deep impression on him. "I had some matters to attend to, so I was delayed. May I ask how the flavor of the spiritual rabbits was? Were you satisfied?" Yi Feng inquired with a smile. "The feedback was quite good. We can purchase them at 8 spirit stones each. I wonder how many you brought this time." The old man turned his gaze to the cage Yi Feng was holding. "Still 10. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng finally felt relieved and handed the cage over. He was worried something might go wrong, but it seems the other party is quite trustworthy. The quality is still good, but unfortunately 10 is still too few. Next time you can bring more." The old manager glanced around, and while smoothly pulling out 80 spirit stones, continued speaking. "For a large restaurant like there's a monthly supply of 10 is far from sufficient." "All right." Yi Feng took the spirit stones with a satisfied smile. "With this, the sales channel is complete." "A little brother, you still have a box in your hand. Is it also for the spiritual rabbits?" Suddenly, the old manager noticed another small box Yi Feng was holding and asked curiously. "Indeed, but unfortunately this is just a spiritual rabbit cub," Yi Feng said with a hint of regret. If it were an adult spiritual rabbit, he would have definitely asked if the other party wanted it. It's a pity that this is just a cub. He plans to visit the exotic beast pavilion to sell it. "May I take a look?" The old man showed no signs of disappointment. "Of course, no problem." Yi Feng quickly opened the specially made small box and took out a chubby blood spiritual rabbit cub. This blood spiritual rabbit is different from the others. It is extremely robust and solid, larger than a normal spiritual rabbit, and possesses abundant blood vitality. "Is this the breed? I wonder if you are selling it." "I want it." The old manager showed a rare hint of joy upon seeing it. "Is this truly for sale?" Yi Feng was taken aback. This type of spiritual rabbit cub cannot be consumed immediately. What does the restaurant need it for? He thought that this restaurant only accepted adults. "Of course." The old man smiled. This mutated blood spiritual rabbit is a rare breed that is hard to come by, although it cannot be consumed for now. As long as they encounter one, their restaurant will stock some to avoid being unable to provide for guests when needed. Of course, they would not stock too many, as this is not a specialized breeding facility. After some bargaining, the blood spiritual rabbit cub was sold for 100 spirit stones. This price is comparable to that of the exotic beast pavilion, so Yi Feng readily sold it. Leaving Feng Man Lu, a relaxed smile could not help but appear on Yi Feng's face. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. He sold all the spiritual rabbits in one go and earned 180 spirit stones. With this many spirit stones, it should be enough to buy the Ziyu grass. With the remainder, he plans to seek out better martial arts. After the last battle with the Black Panther, he realized his shortcomings and is eager for a more powerful sword technique. However, this sword technique cannot be purchased in a remote place like Yunqi City. At the very least, he must go to a few core big cities. Ideally, he should go to Qingyun sect. After all, only in big cities can one find good items. The martial arts techniques of Qingyun sect are also a complete system with reasonable prices, and he might even find corresponding upgrade versions in the future. Without further hesitation, in the next moment, he rode his half-spiritual horse and headed straight towards the mountain gate of Qingyun sect. It must be said that Qingyun sect is indeed one of the largest sects in Chu Prefecture. When Yifeng returned to the sect and walked into the martial arts hall, he saw an array of martial arts jade slips. There were numerous techniques, including boxing spear skills, footwork, and various elemental spells, totaling over 10,000. However, not everyone can exchange for these martial arts. In addition to paying spirit stones, a certain number of contribution points is also required. It can be said that both contribution points and spirit stones are indispensable. Fortunately, over the past 2 years from mining to taking care of spirit beasts, he has earned quite a few contribution points, totaling over 100. Coupled with the more than 100 spirit stones he has on hand, he qualifies to exchange for a low-grade yellow-tier martial art. Soon he arrived directly at the display area for low-level sword techniques and began to examine them carefully. Chui Yun Sword Technique, low-grade yellow tire created by a predecessor from Qingyun sect on Chui Yun Peak. Advantages: decent power capable of offense and defense. Disadvantages: easy to learn but difficult to master. Exchange price: 101 contribution points and spirit stones each. Swift Wind Sword Technique, low-grade yellow tire created by a predecessor from Ling Yun Peak. Advantages: swift as the wind, extremely fast. Disadvantages: average power, moderate difficulty to learn. Exchange price: 120 contribution points and spirit stones each. Phantom Sword Technique, low-grade yellow tire created by a predecessor from Inwu Peak. Advantages: diverse changes can create numerous afterimages alternating between real and illusory. Disadvantages: average power, high difficulty to learn. Exchange price: 130 contribution points and spirit stones each. Wave-breaking sword art, low-grade yellow tire created by a predecessor from Chui Hua Peak. Advantages: sword techniques like raging waves, expansive and powerful. Single sword power is moderate, but sword techniques can be stacked with a maximum of 5 swords. Disadvantages: difficult to learn, unstable performance. Exchange price: 150 contribution points and spirit stones each. As he browsed and compared each sword manual in turn, Yifeng's eyes widened with wonder, yet he found himself gripped by renewed indecision. Each of these manuals was unquestionably far superior to the mediocre sword art in his hands, yet each bore its own distinct character. The choice would often determine his future major direction, and a wrong selection could have grave consequences. The crux was that the prices were steep. Still, he finally gritted his teeth and decided to choose the Polong sword technique. After all, its ceiling of power was undoubtedly the highest among them, offering exceptional value. If one could successfully comprehend the 5th layer and stack 5 strikes, its force would likely rival that of a typical high-quality, Huang-grade sword technique. Of course, such an achievement would probably demand unusually acute innate aptitude. He took the chosen jade slip for the sword art to the steward of the Gongfa Hall, handing over the required identity, token, and spirit stones. "Junior brother, you intend to choose this one?" The Gongfa Hall steward's face took on a peculiar expression when he saw Yifeng had picked it. "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Yifeng asked, puzzled. "No problem, only that this sword technique is not easy to learn. I would advise you to choose another," the steward counseled kindly. Each manual here commanded a high price, and many young disciples lacked resources. Some might not afford a new manual for 6 or 7 years, so a mistaken choice could cost one several years of progress. He had already seen many disciples before who, coveting power, chose this Polong sword technique and later were filled with regret. How exactly is it difficult? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Put it this way, over the years, those who can master the double-stacked wave slash are fewer than 1 in 100. Those who reach a triple stack are rarer than 1 in 10,000. From a cost-benefit standpoint, it is extremely uneconomical. The steward explained coolly. Young disciples love grand ambitions without the skill to match. Such multiple stackings are by no means easy to learn. So low. Yifeng hesitated. This technique cost noticeably more than the others, and if one only achieved a single stack of power, it would be mundane indeed, hardly worth the price. Yet he bit his lip and ultimately decided to try. After all, the temptation of a 5-fold stacking was simply overwhelming. If he could master it, it would more than make up for a 1 or 2 layer lag in cultivation. Seeing his counsel had no effect, the steward sighed, opened the seal on the jade slip, and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng took the jade slip and with practiced ease placed it against his brow. In the next instant, the contents of the Polong jade slip transformed into a cascade of light hand-shadow memories that surged into his sea of consciousness. Those lights were plainly the sword forms of the technique, each move and its essential points. When he absorbed them, it felt as though someone had guided him hand by hand. The impressions were startlingly vivid. Alas, as the lights faded, the jade slip in his hand was utterly ruined. What a marvelous and merciless safeguard! Yifeng clicked his tongue in quiet astonishment. Although he had once experienced a similar method, when learning the Yulong step, undergoing it again left him equally shaken. Well, no more problems then, the Gongfa Hall steward asked lightly as Yifeng opened his eyes. It was an anti-theft measure. Any technique of value carried such safeguards. Each jade slip could be learned only once, otherwise the market would be flooded with worthless copies. Only ungraded techniques were recorded as small booklets for general perusal. No problem. Yifeng nodded. He had already memorized the forms and principles, what remained was practice. Very well. The exchange is complete. We bear no responsibility thereafter. After leaving the Gongfa Hall, Yifeng went to the sect's Lingyao Hall and bought a dozen or so ziyu grass, then satisfied returned to his former outer disciple's stone hut to rest for the night. After all, dusk was falling. Hastily rushing back to Qingke Valley would not be wise. The outer disciple's stone hut was simple, containing only a wooden bed and a few pots and bowls. The space was barely 2 zhang across, but it would suffice for one night's rest. What he did not know was that upon his return to the outer disciple living quarter, his movements had been noticed by a sharp-faced cultivator. In the inner disciple's residential area within a refined courtyard, a young man in white training robes moved like lightning, practicing a sword technique as swift as thunder. His precious sword would periodically slash out fierce chi blades that seemed almost substantial, their momentum tremendous, leaving several inch-deep sword gashes on the ground around him. After a while he sheathed his sword and stood. A beautiful maidservant promptly brought a towel to dab the sweat from his brow. When she departed, the waiting sharp-faced cultivator at last stepped forward. Young master, that Yifeng seems to have reached the 4th layer of chi refinement. The sharp-faced cultivator reported with head bowed and hands clasped. Oh, since when? The white-robed man's brows knit, a hint of surprise on his face. He had not expected his younger brother, without any resources to speak of, to advance so swiftly. Not sure, but probably recently, the sharp-faced cultivator said, uncertain. Although he occasionally scouted the outer disciple area, the other had seemed to vanish for a time and been impossible to find, so he did not know when the breakthrough had occurred. It seems my blood brother has indeed surprised people. Truly the scion of the Yi family. The white-robed man smiled, amusement playing on his features. Young master, shall your subordinate go and take care of that brat? The sharp-faced cultivator broke into a cold sweat at his lord's smile, making a throat-cutting gesture. He knew full well this was not genuine praise, but rather an expression of displeasure. No need to kill him, merely render him useless. Do it cleanly, and better if you do it without my direct involvement. The white-robed man said casually. If the other had remained meekly useless, he could have ignored him. But the other had no business coming to cultivate, and even less to show talent. He could accept a useless brother, but he could not accept one who stole his limelight. After all, the Yi family's true dragon had to be him alone. Moreover, there was an irreconcilable blood feud between them. Yes. The sharp-faced cultivator's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He thought the young master certainly knew how to play. Being crippled, he mused, could be worse than death. The next morning at the outer disciple's stone hut, Yifeng rose early, washed, and began practicing the polong sword technique he had just exchanged for. The outer disciple quarter was very quiet. Many of the familiar faces had already moved on to their paths and left, so empty spaces abounded. The polong sword technique lived up to its Huang-grade renown. Though he had only just scratched its surface, the sword chi he unleashed was far keener than before. Its power increased by tens of %. After practicing the first sword technique, the wave break, slash, several times until he could manage it somewhat, Yifeng began to pack his belongings and mounted his half-spiritual horse, sprinting towards Qingke Valley. Although there was still plenty of time before the next wave of demonic beasts attacked in the late stage of chi refinement, he worried that something unexpected might happen, so he felt it necessary to bring the Zio grass back first. However, just as he exited the sect, a sound transmission talisman suddenly shot out from somewhere, heading straight for outside the sect. Yifeng was unaware that someone had set their sights on him, nor did he know that his return to the sect had brought disaster. He rode his half-spiritual horse, rushing through the sparse forest as the surrounding scenery quickly swept past him. After an unknown amount of time, while Yifeng was focused on his journey, he suddenly saw a surge of black gas rising from his horse's head, and a sense of alarm unexpectedly arose in his heart. Is there danger? Since the last time he almost fell into an ambush by a demon python with Mushan and others, he had paid close attention to this black gas, and he was now utterly convinced that this black gas was definitely related to danger. Seeing the sudden abnormality of the horse, he dare not be careless. In the next moment, he pushed with his legs and leaped into the air, diving towards the dense forest beside him. At the very moment he left the horse, a sharp arrow suddenly whistled through the forest. Whoosh! The piercing sound of breaking air sliced through the air as a dark iron arrow struck the horse, piercing through its body. The entire half-spiritual horse stiffened from the attack, and it crashed headlong into a nearby tree with a loud bang. In the next moment the tree was broken and the horse lay dead, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yifeng, who had just fallen to the ground, felt his hair stand on end, drenched in cold sweat. If he had been even a moment slower and remained on the horse, he would have been gravely injured, or worse. Who could it be? Who actually wants his life? Over the past year he had not been competitive or aggressive, and he believed he had not offended anyone. In the next moment he disregarded the pain in his body, quickly rolled several times, and concealed himself behind a nearby tree. He actually dodged it. In a certain part of the forest a man in black who was drawing a black iron crossbow was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the scene. He had never expected that his sudden ambush would be evaded. Such a thing had never happened unless facing a practitioner several levels above him. He wanted to aim again and shoot, but he found he could no longer locate the boy's figure. However, that boy was only at the 4th level of chi refinement, and he should have sustained significant injuries from the fall. The next moment, he put away the black iron crossbow and walked forward with a long knife in hand. With a cultivation level of the 5th level of chi refinement, and having roamed the martial world for a long time, if he couldn't subdue a youth under 20, he might as well not show his face again. Under a certain tree, Yifeng roughly deduced the direction from which the attacker had come and quickly found a place to hide, swallowing a chi-gathering pill. The chi-gathering pill wasn't particularly effective for healing, but at this moment, he couldn't be picky. Fortunately, the chi-gathering pill was still a spiritual pill that could provide him with considerable spiritual energy. With the support of inner armor, the dragon stepped the wave break sword technique, and the black scale sword, his combat power was now incomparable. He held his breath and focused, hiding behind the trunk, quietly awaiting the appearance of the attacker, his right hand firmly gripping the sword hilt. Gradually, as a faint sound of footsteps approached, Yifeng caught sight of the outline of the figure in black and could roughly gauge its cultivation level. 5th level of chi refinement, just 1 level higher than him, but whether he could win was uncertain. "Yi brat, come out quickly. Spare you from death." The man in black hadn't even approached the area before he began to shout loudly in a probing manner. He intended to confirm where his opponent was hiding before delivering a lethal strike. However, Yifeng remained silent, offering no response. Nevertheless, a great storm was brewing, and the other party actually knew his surname was Yi. But how had he never seen this person before? After a long period of silence, the man in black finally grew impatient and stepped into the area, preparing to search personally. After all, he didn't think the other party could pose much of a threat to him. Yet he secretly vowed that once he found that brat, he would certainly torture him well. Just as he was about to circle around a large tree, in the next moment, a figure suddenly emerged from an impossible direction, advancing towards him with incredible speed. "You brat are looking for death." The man in black, shocked and angry, shouted hurriedly, raising the long knife in his hand, entirely black, to block. Clang! There was a loud noise. The incoming figure was sent flying back by a strike, while the man in black staggered back 2 steps. Fortunately, he blocked it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that the boy could launch such a rapid ambush against him. If he hadn't been vigilant, he would have truly fallen for the other party's trick. However, why was there still a round ball flying towards him? Suddenly, the man in black saw a round, smooth orb rapidly approaching him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Had the other party concealed a hidden weapon during that last attack? This was bad. At this moment, his old strength was exhausted and new strength had yet to rise. He found himself unable to defend. He still tried to twist his body to evade. But in the next moment, the thunderball unexpectedly exploded right in front of him. Boom! A surge of violent lightning energy flashed, and the man in black was struck back by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was charred all over in a terribly undignified state. "Bastard, I will kill you." Thinking of being injured by a mere young brat, the man in black couldn't care less about his pain, gritting his teeth as he got up from the ground, preparing to find Yifeng for a desperate fight. He had never thought that he would be injured by such a young boy at the 4th level of chi refinement, and that he would suffer quite a bit. However, before he could steady himself, Yifeng's second strike was already coming. Wave break slash. This sword strike was immensely powerful, infused with Yifeng's boundless. That thunder orb was precisely what he had bought in Ezhou. Zhao Jun had been reluctant to use it for a while, and later, after Mu Shan and others joined, it was returned to him for self-defense. Fortunately, with the Yin thunder orb in hand, otherwise today, he might truly have fallen. Clang! With a hasty defense, although the man in black barely parried the blow, he was still struck with a surge of blood, his injuries worsening. You brat. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Fireball talisman go. The next moment, as the man in black swiftly retreated, he suddenly raised his hand and unleashed his long-hidden killing move. This was a hard-won intermediate talisman possessing immense power. Even a sixth-layer chi refining cultivator would find it difficult to escape death if struck by it. The yellow talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a fist-sized fireball that surged forth in an instant. Hiss! Just as Yifeng intended to press forward with a fierce attack, he was caught off guard by the opponent's swift counterattack. In a critical moment, he hurriedly activated his Dragon's Dance step to evade. Fortunately, his mastery of the Dragon's Dance step was profound, allowing him to shift his body a considerable distance in a very short time, narrowly avoiding the fireball that exploded behind him, causing no substantial harm. However, this left him drenched in cold sweat. If he had been even slightly slower and the flames had touched him, he would have been in deep trouble, perhaps unable to extinguish them. In the next moment, Yifeng no longer hesitated, darting towards his opponent and striking out with all his. He knew he had to maintain relentless pressure and never allow the opponent a moment to catch their breath, otherwise it might very well be himself who fell today. Clang! Another heavy strike. The man in black was astonished that Yifeng could evade his own killing move and still launch such a decisive counterattack. Is this kid really at the fourth layer of chi refining? How can he be more troublesome than some old monsters who have battled for years? At this moment, seriously injured, he felt he was on the verge of collapse. Feeling the opponent's reckless assault, the man in black lamented his plight, forced to defend passively. This kid must be insane. He had used most of his spirit stones to purchase that mysterious iron crossbow, and now had no other means left. The two fought fiercely in the desolate forest, blades clashing and trees shattering. Though Yifeng's cultivation was slightly inferior, he had gained the upper hand by launching a surprise attack with the Yin Thunder Pearl, severely injuring his opponent first. The man in black, despite being more powerful, was now heavily wounded and could neither escape nor strike back. Half an hour later, the injuries of the man in black worsened, his movement slowed, and he began to plead for peace. But how could Yifeng possibly agree? He understood that if he allowed his opponent even a moment to catch their breath and take a healing pill, the one in peril would surely be himself. Stimulated by the life-and-death crisis, his breaking wave sword technique was rapidly advancing. Some of the key points of his previous techniques, which he had memorized but could never comprehend, suddenly became clear to him, as if he were receiving profound enlightenment. In contrast, the man in black's techniques began to grow increasingly chaotic, his breathing becoming exceedingly labored. Unbeknownst to him, with a sudden clang, an incredibly powerful double-breaking wave slash was unleashed from Yifeng's hands, instantly slicing the long knife from the man in black. Then the blade continued unabated, sweeping straight towards his throat. Puff! The man in black's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the sword's edge pass by his throat. How is this possible? He clutched his neck tightly, unable to comprehend why the opponent could suddenly unleash such a ferocious strike. Yifeng, witnessing this outcome, was equally incredulous. Did he just unknowingly execute a double-breaking wave slash? Double the power? How is that possible? Wasn't it said that this was extremely difficult? The next moment, the man in black collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. He never dreamed that he would be killed by a young man. Seeing this, Yifeng no longer hesitated and quickly stepped forward to deliver a finishing strike, finally collapsing, breathing a long sigh of relief. At last he had survived. At that moment, feeling completely relaxed, he realized just how exhausted he truly was, and his meridians were in severe pain. However, this was not a place to linger. He had to leave as soon as possible. Moreover, he needed to find out who had sent this person, or he would never have peace in the future. After consuming a gathering spirit pill to restore some spiritual energy, he began to lift the black-clad man's mask. Indeed, he did not recognize this person. However, he was surprised to find a storage bag on the man in black. Excellent. In the next moment, he quickly picked up the storage bag and opened it. Inside, the space was elongated and contained a crossbow-like magical artifact, unmistakably the mysterious iron crossbow that had ambushed him earlier. Additionally, there was a bottle of recovery pills and a full 50 spirit stones. On the man in black's body was still a piece of inner armor, and there was also a magical long knife on the ground. This harvest was indeed tremendous. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside to confirm the identity of this person. However, he could not afford to dwell on it too much. He stripped the armor from the opponent and, dragging his weary body, began to leave. In Yanbei City, in a private room of a brothel, a sharp-faced cultivator had just finished his business and was reclining on a couch leisurely sipping flower wine while quietly awaiting news from someone. If Yifeng were here, he would certainly recognize this person as Tanning, his elder brother Yi Tian's subordinate. Tanning was feeling quite pleased at this moment. The task assigned by his young master had been arranged overnight, and he had even made meticulous plans for it. He had thought he would have to wait some time to find an opportunity, but unexpectedly that kid had come out of the sect so quickly. As a result, he would soon be able to complete the task assigned by his young master. Although the timing was somewhat rushed, he was confident that the person he had found would have no problem dealing with a young boy who had no resources for cultivation. He could only hope that the opponent wouldn't torment that kid too severely. However, as time passed and the sky darkened, the third black-clad man still hadn't returned, and he began to feel anxious. The wine in his mouth no longer tasted good. What is going on? Could it be a failure? But how could that be? Although the third black-clad man was not a famous assassin, he had been in the underworld for a long time and had a powerful, mysterious iron crossbow to aid him. How could he possibly fail against a young boy? Or perhaps he missed him and let the kid escape. But even so, there should have been some news by now. However, by the time the sky was completely dark, he realized the third black-clad man still hadn't returned, and the communication talisman he sent out had also received no reply. Tanning finally realized that it was very likely a genuine failure. Damn it. This fool always boasted about how powerful he was, yet he couldn't even handle a fourth-layer chi refining brat. He had chosen this person over others simply to save some spirit stones, but unexpectedly things had gone awry. He could only hope that the kid wouldn't expose him. However, he was not too worried about this. Even if that kid knew he was behind it, so what? The other party was just a bastard with no evidence, and who would he rely on for justice? While Tanning anxiously awaited news, Yifeng soon found the half-spiritual horse that the black-clad man had ridden in a hidden valley, and after a long journey of nearly half a day, he finally returned to Qingke Valley before nightfall. One must admit that the black-clad man's choice was quite good. This half-spiritual steed was significantly better than the previous one. Seeing Yifeng's figure appear, Mushan and the others all rushed out in surprise. It had been 2 full days since he left, and they had been extremely worried. However, when they noticed the bloodstains on Yifeng and learned that he had been ambushed, Mushan and the others were immediately shocked and angrily shouted to go find the assailant. Yifeng was their backbone. If anything happened to him, where would they go? Yet soon their actions were halted by Yifeng's reprimand. Not to mention that the black-clad man had already been killed by him, leaving no evidence. Even if there were proof, there was nothing he could do right now. The priority was to defend the valley and quickly increase their strength. Seeing this, although the others were reluctant, they had no choice but to return to their posts. In the following days, as Yifeng recovered from his injuries, he began to deal with the black-clad man's possessions while practicing sword techniques fervently to enhance his strength. The black-clad man's decent magical tools included an inner armor, which he directly gave to Zhao Jun, especially since the last time they had not received the Xian Iron Shield. The gray-black long sword was given to Li Hu, who at this time possessed strength comparable to a second-layer chi refinement practitioner, but still lacked a good weapon, making this a perfect addition. As for the storage bag, he thoroughly checked and cleaned it, confirming there were no markings before keeping it for himself, as he cherished this item. The Xian Iron crossbow was fixed in place on the valley's wall as an important defensive facility. The remaining spirit stones were exchanged for cultivation pills. It's a pity that despite practicing, he could never perform the double wave slash again. It seemed that this move was indeed not easy to master. Unknowingly, a month had passed. On this day, the people of Qishao Valley suddenly noticed that Qingke Valley was behaving quite oddly. They were actually smearing some kind of blood on the city wall. What were they trying to do? Could it be that they think this blood can ward off evil spirits? The guards responsible for the watch at Qishao Valley immediately thought of something and couldn't help but burst in. In the secular world, some villages deal with strange occurrences by smearing black dog blood in their homes to ward off evil, but now facing demon beasts, would this really be effective? With such a bloody smell, wouldn't it make it easier for the demon beasts to take notice? Fubo sends someone to ask them what they are doing. In the winery, Su Zian felt it was quite strange upon hearing this news. The entire restlessness period had mostly passed, yet the opposing side still hadn't encountered any major crisis, which made her somewhat anxious. Yes. The old man with white hair quickly made arrangements upon hearing this. To be honest, he was also confused by the actions of the opposing side and wanted to know the reason. In Qingke Valley, at the city wall at the valley's entrance, Zhao Jun and Li Hu were currently applying the snake blood they had recently acquired from nearby onto the wall. Since there were not many red-tailed snakes in this area, they hadn't gathered much and could only proceed carefully, fearing waste. As for the intention behind this action, they couldn't quite figure it out, but since their master had given such orders, they simply followed them. Suddenly, they saw two figures approaching from Chixiao Valley, Lu Fatty and Pei Baldi. Zhao Jun recognized them at a glance. They were the two martial artists responsible for guarding the entrance at Chixiao Valley, said to be quite skilled. However, he was curious about what these two were doing here. Lu Fatty, what brings you two over here? Li Hu directly shouted. The two families were not on good terms, and although it didn't matter much with these lower-level soldiers, he still had to be cautious. Li Gu, could you tell us what you're applying this for? Lu Fatty asked with a smile on his face. Although they looked down on the people from this side at this moment, he had to be humble, as he needed to gather information for the young lady. What does that have to do with you? Li Hu retorted coldly. These two had previously come here to dig at their foundation, spreading unfavorable words about their master, which annoyed him greatly. We are neighbors after all. Who knows, we might even be colleagues in the future. There's no need to be so secretive, right? Lu Fatty said, though he was quite displeased. He couldn't help but try to get closer. Exactly. If you guys can't hold on, you might end up having to rely on our young lady one day. Why make the relationship so tense? Pei Baldi added. In fact, he didn't believe that the opposing side could hold out for long. It was merely a matter of time before they were integrated. Shut your mouth. Rely on you. Dream on. My master has a heavenly destiny, and it's more likely that we would be recruiting you. Li Hu immediately scolded upon hearing this. He had already heard Zhang Chuan and the others speak of his master's miraculous feats, and now he was filled with confidence. Haha, brother Li Hu, do you really think that's possible? Lu Fatty and the others immediately laughed upon hearing this. Did they really think they could recruit them? Are they still dreaming? They were far superior in both strength and numbers compared to the opposing side. Why say so much to them? If you dare come within 50 zhang, arrows will greet you. Zhao Jun, unable to watch any longer, directly placed the basin he was holding on the ground and drew his bow, aiming it. Hiss! Seeing the arrowhead glimmering with a chilling cold light, Lu Fatty and the others couldn't help but shiver, immediately ceasing their mockery and hurriedly turned to leave. No matter how important gathering intelligence was, it was not worth risking their lives. Even after running far away, they felt a lingering fear. The people of Chixiao Valley were indeed not to be trifled with. Pega, did you notice anything? Lu Fatty turned to Pei Baldi and asked. The latter was an experienced hunter and might have noticed something. I didn't notice anything, but I seemed to smell a hint of snake blood. Pei Baldi responded with a somewhat confused expression. They weren't just chatting aimlessly, rather they had clear roles, with Lu Fatty distracting the attention of the opposing side, while Pei Baldi was observing. Yes, I smell it too. Did they apply snake blood? In the next moment, Lu Fatty began to speculate. Snake blood? In the brewing workshop of the Chixiao Valley, Su Zian couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion upon hearing the news. She had never heard of any use for snake blood other than as a medicinal material. Have you identified which snake's blood it is? In the next moment, Su Zian began to question the two below carefully. With so many types of snakes, she wanted to know which one they were using. The taste is too faint to discern. Lu Fatty and the others shook their heads. Although they had studied common wild beasts, they lacked the ability to identify them by smell alone. Let alone them, even the snake catchers who spent all day with snakes could not do so. Never mind, let's go down. Seeing this, Su Zian waved her hand in disappointment, allowing the two to withdraw. However, she turned her gaze to the gray-haired elder beside her. Fubo, what do you think about this? Miss, I can't figure it out, but it seems like it's just some folk remedies. The elder pinched his beard, uncertain as he expressed his conclusion. Having lived in the Chuzhou region for so long, he had never heard of any ordinary snake blood having any use, unless it was a crude method concocted by some superstitious folk. This, Su Zian found it somewhat amusing upon hearing this. She didn't expect that the young man could be so naive. As the people of Chixiao Valley were puzzled night quick, what surprised them was that as night fell, the actions of Chixiao Valley became even stranger. They began to stack piles of straw and lit them. Within a quarter of an hour, thick smoke had already spread around the valley. What on earth is Chixiao Valley doing? The people in Chixiao Valley felt quite baffled upon witnessing such a sight. Was likely only seen in the farms of the mundane world, wasn't it? Nevertheless, they said nothing more, and as the night deepened, they began to take turns resting. However, in Chixiao Valley, Zhang Chuan and the others had no intention of sleeping. Instead, each of them was stationed around, vigilantly patrolling. Because the young master said tonight could be crucial, Yifeng felt particularly tense at this moment. Whether the valley could endure this period of agitation depended on tonight. At this time, snake blood was spread across various parts of the city walls, and the smoke generated by the burning wheat straw in the valley had surrounded the area, gathering without dispersing. Young master, would you like to rest for a bit first? After an unknown period, seeing nothing abnormal, Mushan approached Yifeng and couldn't help but advise. He felt that he could guard this place alone, and there was no need for the young master to exert himself. No need, I'm fine, Yifeng shook his head. He was certain that something would happen soon, so this was not the time to relax. Once they got through tonight, he could rest however he wanted. Seeing this, Mushan finally ceased his persuasion. With Yifeng watching over, none of the people in Qingke Valley dared to slack off, all alerting themselves. On the contrary, the guard strength in Qixiao Valley had begun to weaken. After all having been on edge for so long without any major incidents, it was impossible to keep them in the same state as at the beginning. At the valley entrance near Qingke Valley, Lu Fadi and Pei Tuzi were scanning the surroundings with boredom. Tonight, the main patrol force at this valley entrance was the two of them, while the two loose cultivators on this side were resting in nearby houses, only coming out if there was any movement. Piga, how about you go get some drinks and meat? I'll keep watch here for now. After a while, Lu Fadi suddenly said to his companion. Given that nothing unusual had happened during this time, he felt that tonight would likely be the same. How could he endure the long night without some drinks? All right, I'll be quick. Just keep an eye out here. Pei Tuzi was also quite tempted. At their age, aside from cultivating, only food and drink could pique their interest. Rest assured. Absolutely no problem. Lu Fadi patted his chest and said. After all, he was a formidable mortal warrior. Even if an early-stage Qi refiner faced him, without strong martial skills they might not be his opponent. Guarding the night was completely not an issue. Seeing this, Pei Tuzi finally felt at ease and left the city wall, leisurely walking back, and meanwhile Lu Fadi continued to observe the night outside. However, upon recalling the actions of the Zhao army across the valley during the day, he couldn't help but glance towards the valley entrance, while secretly feeling disdain. If applying snake blood was effective, then he could eat the entire city wall. Yet at an unknown moment, he suddenly saw a shadow flash by near the entrance of the opposite valley. Every person in the valley was injured, and many unfortunate servants had fallen victim to the claws. It was not until the elder with white hair, despite the pain, unleashed his ultimate technique and wounded the lynx demon beast that it showed a hint of trepidation and quickly fled. Phew! At dawn, discovering that his valley had indeed been spared, Yifeng finally relaxed his tense heart. This year's tumultuous period should not pose too many problems. As a result, they would have nearly a year to develop, significantly increasing their chances of surviving the tumultuous period next year. It can be said that they had firmly established their footing here. In stark contrast to the jubilant cheers of the people in Qingke Valley, Qixiao Valley was currently shrouded in a heavy gloom. The people within were either healing or cleaning up the aftermath. Su Zian looked at the chaos strewn across the valley, her eyes reddening with a sense of helplessness. The winery she had built with all her family resources had incurred a loss of over 70% before even producing any wine. How would she live in the days to come? At that time, it would be impossible to prove herself, as she would likely have to return in disgrace and accept her family's arrangements. Suddenly, upon hearing her subordinates report on the battle situation, Su Zian's expression stiffened. Are you saying that the demon beast was initially heading towards the opposite side, but for some reason it suddenly changed course towards us? Yes. I saw it very clearly. Lu Fadi gritted his teeth against the pain and earnestly described the scene he witnessed during the night watch. That scene from last night was something he could never forget, even in his dreams. After hearing the situation, Su Zian suddenly felt a blockage in her chest and nearly fainted. Haha, how ironic that she had ridiculed others for their ignorance, only to realize that the true fool, while others had safely navigated the crisis, she had inexplicably shielded others from disaster. And the worst part was that there was no way to reason it out. She felt an overwhelming sense of frustration in her heart. But could she blame the opposing side? Wasn't it reasonable for them to set up deceptive tactics against her valley? No wonder they acted so strangely last night. After hearing the description, the others in Qixiao Valley also suddenly realized something, breaking into a cold sweat. The opposing side must have had someone guiding them. Otherwise, why would they perform these bizarre actions at such a specific time? This is strange. The elder with white hair was now more perplexed than ever. He had to admit that he had underestimated the situation this time, and for the first time he felt a hint of curiosity about that young man on the opposite side. Miss, it seems we need to change our attitude towards the opposite side. We can only befriend them, not become enemies. The elder with white hair pondered for a moment before finally giving his conclusion. At that moment, he could no longer deny that the opposing side was far more complex than he had imagined. Not becoming enemies. Upon hearing these words, Su Zian felt a surge of unwillingness in her heart, yet she could not find a retort. No wonder they were unwilling to part with the valley, even for 200 spirit stones. Previously, she thought they lacked knowledge of astrological divination and could not see the value of Chinke Valley. But unexpectedly, they were far more formidable in this aspect than she had imagined, able not only to foresee fortune and misfortune, but also to find ways to evade disaster. In that case, how could the valley ever belong to her? Starting from dawn, Yifeng arranged for everyone in Chinke Valley to rest in shifts while he returned to his own courtyard for a comfortable sleep. Since arriving in this valley, this was the first time he had slept so soundly. However, when he got up around noon to prepare to nurture spirit rabbits, he was informed that the people from Qixia Valley had come to visit and had been waiting for a long time. What could the people from the opposite side want with him at this time? Filled with confusion, Yifeng arrived at the valley entrance. Where are they? Yifeng asked the guards on duty, including Mu Shan, as he walked up to the city wall. Young master, they are below. Mu Shan pointed outside the city wall. Miss Su, may I ask what brings you here? Peering outside, he saw only a solitary figure quietly standing below. It was none other than Su Zian. Yifeng felt a bit puzzled. The other party appeared exhausted, almost pitiful, yet instead of resting, she had come to find him. Yi Valley Master, you aren't being very considerate. You clearly knew there was danger last night, and also knew how to avoid it, yet you didn't inform me at all. Su Zian expressed her grievances with a tone thick with resentment as she looked up at the somewhat detestable young man above. She had specifically sent someone to inquire yesterday, yet they had been ruthlessly driven away. If they had only given her a warning, she wouldn't be in this predicament now. The impact of this calamity was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. The costs for the wounded and deceased were hers to bear, as well as the expenses for new equipment. It could be said that her family's wealth had been completely depleted in an instant. Miss Su, what method of evasion are you referring to? I am unaware of what you are talking about. Yifeng replied calmly after a moment of stunned silence. The guards on duty, including Mu Shan, were also left perplexed. Was there danger last night? Last night a ferocious demon beast was initially heading towards your valley, yet it suddenly changed direction and went towards us, resulting in catastrophic losses for Qixia Valley. Are you truly unaware, Yi Valley Master? Su Zian felt her teeth clench in frustration upon seeing him feigning ignorance. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Mu Shan, Zhao Jun, and the others nearly dropped their jaws in shock. They hadn't noticed anything unusual last night and thought their young master's actions had no effect. Who would have imagined such a thing occurred behind their backs? No wonder there had been many noises during the latter half of the night. Yifeng also couldn't help but feel shocked. The demon beast really did come, and it couldn't even be stopped by Qixia Valley. Fortunately, he had managed to avoid it. However, he quickly composed himself. Miss Su is joking. This demon beast has its own will. How could I possibly decide which path it takes? Yifeng quickly brushed off the matter. He absolutely could not admit to that, and besides, the other party had no evidence. Yi Valley Master, my subordinates witnessed this with their own eyes. However, I did not come here to seek retribution. I only wish to discuss a collaboration with you. Although Su Zian secretly resented his act of playing dumb, she shifted the topic directly. After all, she knew that prolonging the argument was pointless, and she needed to look further ahead. Oh, what kind of collaboration do you have in mind? Yifeng felt puzzled upon hearing this. Their two families had always been enemies, or what could there be to collaborate on? What exactly was this woman trying to achieve? Our two families shall form an alliance for mutual protection, supporting each other from this day forth. What do you think? Su Zian said calmly. She had already made up her mind that preserving her last bit of capital and brewing spirit wine to sell spirit stones was of utmost importance. As for Chinke Valley, there would be opportunities to address it later. Since the other party was able to avoid the crisis of Chinke Valley, it was likely that if Qixia Valley encountered any danger in the future, they would help her as well. After all, the other party would have to contribute as well. Such a good deal. Yifeng was utterly astonished upon hearing this. No matter how one looked at it, they were certainly reaping huge benefits. Mu Shan and the others were similarly taken aback. The strength of the other side was significantly greater than theirs, and if an alliance could be formed, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for them. However, they did not dare to say much, only casting their gazes towards their young master. Whether this could be realized depended entirely on his decision. But soon Yifeng shook his head and gently declined. Sorry, I'm not interested. His instincts told him that there were no free lunches in this world. If there were, it would certainly be a trap rather than a feast. Are you sure? You can't possibly stay here all the time, can you? If you leave, can you guarantee that your limited strength can truly protect this valley? Su Zian did not expect the other party to refuse, and she became somewhat flustered. To her, this was undoubtedly a win-win situation, and she couldn't understand why the other party would decline. Whether it can be defended or not is not worth your concern. Yifeng remained unmoved by her words. Who knew what intentions the other party harbored? It was better to rely on oneself than to welcome wolves into the home. Yi Valley Master, what if I were to announce that this place is a once-in-a-lifetime treasure trove? What do you think would happen? Su Zian couldn't help but threaten him. She didn't believe that as a member of a prominent family, she couldn't handle a mere young man. Yifeng was immediately filled with a mix of surprise and anger upon hearing this. He had some understanding of the Su family in Anyang City, which was renowned for its techniques in geomancy. If this word were to spread from the Su family regardless of its truth, countless eyes would be drawn to this valley. It had to be said that the other party had struck at his Achilles' heel. How can I trust you regarding the alliance? He asked coldly. At this point, he could only endure for now. One Su Zian was already enough of a headache. If more troubles came, how could he manage? I can swear that as long as you do not actively give up, I will never covet your Qingke Valley, nor will I disclose any secrets of your valley. Su Zian gritted her teeth and said. She had come with absolute sincerity this time, knowing that her financial resources were exhausted and Qingke Valley no longer mattered much to her. The most important thing at the moment was to protect that last bit of capital. Are you serious? Yifeng was surprised that the other party could make such a promise. Absolutely true. All right, I agree. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yifeng finally gave his reply. He simply couldn't fathom how the other party could scheme against him after making such an oath. Zhang Chuan, Zhao Jun, and others did not expect that the valley, which had been on guard against each other just a day before, could undergo such a dramatic change and actually form an alliance. Upon hearing this sudden news, everyone found it hard to adjust. Conversely, the people in Xixiao Valley seemed to have anticipated this and were quite calm, even somewhat excited. There were indeed experts on the other side. As long as the alliance was successful, they wouldn't have to worry too much in case of future crises. What happened yesterday still felt like a dream to them, both terrified by the ferocity of the demon beasts and amazed by the miraculous methods of Qingke Valley. The alliance took place at the top of Qingke Valley. The next day at noon, with the warm sun shining brightly, golden rays poured over the city walls, lending a sense of solemnity to the surroundings. In the center of the city wall stood an ancient stone table upon which lay all the items needed for the alliance ceremony. It must be said that these young nobles were quite particular about such formalities. Yifeng had entrusted the preparations for this ceremony entirely to Su Zian, and he was surprised that she had managed to make it look presentable in such a short time. At this moment, both parties had arrived. All members of Qingke Valley were present, while from Xixiao Valley, everyone who could come except those guarding the valley or severely injured had arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yifeng and Su Zian slowly walked to the table, exchanged glances, and began the oath-taking ceremony. Brotherly, who did you ever expect it? We have truly become one family. Nearby, Lu Fatty couldn't help but pat Li Hu on the shoulder, teasing him. He never expected his words to come true. Haha, indeed unexpected. Li Hu laughed foolishly. While he would never accept being subdued, an alliance was a different matter. In less than half an hour, the alliance ceremony was concluded, and everyone began to raise their cups to celebrate. Meanwhile, Su Zian finally entered Qingke Valley and saw Yifeng's holdings. I didn't expect that Yi Valley Master had raised so many rabbits. Su Zian looked around the valley and was astonished to see nearly 100 spirit rabbits. Wasn't it said that spirit rabbits were difficult to breed? Where did all these come from? The old man with white hair couldn't help but show a hint of shock. He never expected that the other party had a method for breeding spirit rabbits. This was worth a considerable amount. Just some trivial skills, nothing to boast about. Yifeng humbly. He had also inquired about the industry run by the other side. The prospects for spirit wine were equally vast. Once successfully brewed, it would be no less valuable than his spirit rabbits. Su Zian couldn't help but twitch her mouth upon hearing this. Was that truly just a trivial skill? Wouldn't the other families crash and burn? By the way, Yi Valley Master, your territory is so vast. Could you possibly allocate a small courtyard for me? I am willing to pay rent. Suddenly, Su Zian had a bright idea and asked. The feng shui here was excellent. Since she couldn't occupy Qingke Valley, renting a small courtyard would suffice, right? Wouldn't that also count as enjoying the feng shui here? Just a small courtyard. What do you want it for? Yifeng asked curiously upon hearing this. This valley was indeed not small. He had only used less than a quarter of it. Building another small courtyard was not a big deal, but he still had to ask for clarification. To store spirit wine. To avoid it being all taken at once. Su Zian found a very reasonable excuse. Her true purpose, of course, was far more than this, but she could not speak it openly. Moreover, after this incident, she indeed felt that she should not store all her spirit wine in one place. No problem, the rent is 5 spirit stones per month. Yifeng said lightly. You? Why don't you go rob someone? Su Zian, upon hearing this price, was immediately infuriated. The entire Qixia Valley could be rented out for less than 5 spirit stones. How dare they charge this much for just a small courtyard? This is erroneous. As you mentioned, this is a land of feng shui. Can the price here be the same as elsewhere? Of course, if Miss Su does not wish to rent, I am also delighted. Yifeng spoke with conviction. If it were not for the consideration of an ally being hard to refuse, he truly would not want to rent. 3 spirit stones. Su Zian did not give up easily. A small courtyard occupies less than 1% of the land. Even with good feng shui, it shouldn't cost that much, right? After all, this is for a month, not a year. The key is she currently had very few spirit stones left in her possession. At least 4 spirit stones. Otherwise, no deal. Yifeng took a step back. You? It's a deal. Su Zian gritted her teeth and ultimately agreed. She still wanted to carefully study the layout here to see if it was as she imagined. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed. During these full 70 days, neither valley encountered any formidable beasts, smoothly passing through the tumultuous period, which made everyone feel immensely relieved. Moreover, the small courtyard Su Zian desired had long been completed, though its location was extremely remote, surrounded by emptiness. The key point was that some important facilities in the Qingke Valley had already been sealed off. This left Su Zian feeling quite perplexed. It seemed that guy was still being very cautious with her. Fortunately, she found that cultivating in this small courtyard indeed refreshed her spirit, and her progress was steady. The key was that her first batch of spirit wine had successfully been brewed and could be exchanged for spirit stones. On the other side, after emerging from seclusion, Yifeng could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. After this period of cultivation, he had finally broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. As for the 48 demon grass he had previously used, they had all been consumed by now, birthing a total of 13 mutated spirit rabbit cubs. Aside from the 6 sold earlier, he had cultivated 7 more, which had collectively been exchanged for over 700 spirit stones. Yifeng generously spent nearly half of those 700 spirit stones to buy spirit pills, distributing them for everyone to use. At this moment, Zhao Jun had already entered the 3rd level of qi refinement, while Qiuyu and Yun Sheng had both reached the 2nd level, and even more delightfully, Zhang Chuan unexpectedly broke through to the 6th level. As a result, the strength of the valley had greatly increased. Young master, it's time to eat. Seeing Yifeng emerge from the courtyard, Qiuyu, who was busy preparing food nearby, hurriedly called out. She had long known that he would come out at this time every 2 days, so she had already prepared the meal. All right, call Zhao Jun and the others to join us. Yifeng nodded and began walking straight towards the dining hall. It must be said that this continuous high-intensity cultivation had indeed consumed a lot of meat, and he was now unbearably hungry. All right, Qiuyu replied with a smile. Soon a rich aroma wafted nearby. Oh my, the Qingke Valley is having spirit rabbit meat again. Before long, patrolling cultivators and warriors from Qixia Valley passed by and discovered the unusual scent. Indeed, that aroma is truly enticing. The others could not help but swallow hard. Recently, the Qingke Valley had been enjoying large feasts from time to time. The smell was incredibly tempting, and they couldn't help but wonder how delicious it would be. What's the matter? Haven't you heard? Not long ago, each of them received several gathering qi pills. Someone suddenly couldn't help but speak up. What? Is that true? Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in unison. Several gathering qi pills were worth dozens of spirit stones. Oh, where did they get so many? Is there any doubt? Haven't you noticed that even that new little girl and that strong young man have already reached the 2nd level of qi refinement? Hiss. My goodness, I wonder if they still need people over there. How great would it be if I could join them? In the patrol team, whether it was the leading rogue cultivator or the other warriors, they all showed deep envy. During this time, as the exchanges between the 2 valleys became more frequent, they would often try to get closer to the people on the other side. In comparison, they found that the treatment in Qixia Valley and Qingke Valley was indeed vastly different. In Qixia Valley, they could hardly divide even 1 spirit stone after 10 days or half a month, and the promised salary had completely disappeared. Meanwhile, the other side not only had spirit meat to eat, but also received spirit pills. It was like heaven and earth. Especially Lu Fatty and Pei Baldy at this moment were even more envious than ever. Li, who was no longer their opponent back then, however now, when the 2 sides sparred, they could no longer touch each other. It was said that Yi Valley Master had bought him a body refining technique, and he had now achieved the Iron Bone realm, making him as unbreakable as steel. This made them incredibly tempted. Not long after, Suzanne also heard the whispers of the people below, but she felt helpless about it, as she was indeed quite broke lately. However, she believed that with the sale of these spirit wines her Chixiao Valley would surely improve sooner or later. The only question was, where did that surname Yi get so many spirit stones? Her heart was filled with doubt. By her estimation, although the other party had a method for breeding spirit rabbits, the growth cycle was not short, and logically it should not be so extravagant. Could it be that the guy has other secrets? After a hearty meal in Qingke Valley, Yifeng returned to the valley's open space to practice the wave break, a few times, finally satisfied as he returned to the courtyard. He had recently gained some insights into the wave break and had successfully executed several double overlapping wave slashes, leading him to suspect that he might have a decent talent for swordsmanship. However, he found it strange that Lu Yunshu had not come to notify him for a long time. When he returned from Izhou, she had clearly said beforehand that she would go out again in 3 months, asking him to be prepared. Yet it was unexpected that the time had clearly exceeded their agreed period, but there was still no notification. Fortunately, after several more days, the token in his hand finally began to ring. Seeing this, Yifeng hurriedly rode, his semi-spiritual horse rushing all the way. However, when he appeared in Hulu Valley, he found that Lu Yunshu had surprisingly arrived early and was waiting in Hulu Valley. "Sister Lu, is there another trial?" Upon meeting, Yifeng asked straightforwardly. "Yes, though regrettably your assistance won't be required this time." Lu Yunshu turned calmly and spoke with quiet detachment. Then may I ask, senior sister, why did you summon me back?" Yifeng paused, momentarily stunned. He had never imagined the situation would unfold so entirely contrary to his expectations. "We summoned you merely to inform you we have already found a far more suitable talent for beast taming. One who has successfully passed the evaluation. In short, you are dismissed." Lu Yunshu delivered the words unhurriedly. "What?" At those words, Yifeng's expression froze instantly. Disbelief flickered across his face. He had never anticipated that she would go to such lengths just to deliver this. "Brother, please don't hold it against me. Bida has entered a critical phase. He must now endure countless life-or-death combats. The place my young mistress and I are bound for is perilous, and your cultivation realm remains simply too low. You no longer meet the requirements." Seeing Yifeng's stunned reaction, Lu Yunshu, rarely moved to justification, offered an uncommon explanation. "Still, rest assured, should a suitable menial post arise in the future, I shall certainly consider you first, brother." She added this with gentle finality. "Senior sister, I understand. Here is your communication talisman. I bid you farewell." With visible effort, Yifeng handed over the transmission token and turned away, departing with quiet resolve. Yet deep within his heart a chill seeped through. Indeed, this woman proved unreliable. Just as he'd begun to envision bold new prospects, reality doused him with icy water. As for her parting words, he knew full well they were mere diplomatic platitudes. Graceful closure, nothing more. Watching Yifeng's profoundly desolate silhouette recede, Lu Yunshu herself felt a complex tide of emotion. To be fair, he was remarkably efficient, and his cooking truly exceptional. Yet his cultivation remained an irremediable flaw, guaranteeing he could not advance far. Scaling the towering branches of the Nangong family, he fell woefully short. Yifeng wandered listlessly through the outer sect disciples' quarter, treading a leaf-dappled path adrift in uncertainty. He had believed, just moments ago, that association with the Nangong family would secure an illustrious future. Instead, it ended before it even began. No matter. He would return to solid ground and diligently cultivate his own endeavors. Yifeng offered himself a faint self-soothing smile. "Oh, Brother Yi, you've returned." A familiar voice broke through. Lifting his gaze, he found himself facing Xiao Nizi Chengsusu. "Senior Sister Cheng, what brings you here? What a coincidence." Yifeng blinked quickly, summoning a courteous smile. She still wore her delicate veiled gauze, her lithe figure radiant with youthful vitality. At the sight of her, an inexplicable warmth eased his spirits. "Indeed, it is fortuitous, Brother Yi. Might you be free tomorrow? I require your assistance." Chengsusu asked, her tone subtly strained. Was it truly coincidence? For days she had drifted here unbidden, hoping, against hope, to catch sight of him. Today at last fortune had answered. "Of course, I'm at your service, senior sister. What task requires my aid?" Yifeng replied without hesitation. "You promised. Tomorrow is my grandmother's birthday celebration. Will you accompany me?" "What? Your grandmother's birthday? How could I, a complete outsider, possibly attend?" Yifeng's face crumpled into dismay. How awkward it would be for him to intrude upon such a private family affair. "I say it's appropriate, and you just pledged your word. Surely you wouldn't renege." Seeing Yifeng's hesitation, Cheng Susu grew flustered. She had deliberated long and hard before extending this invitation. Must I truly attend? His expression tightened with reluctant resignation. Yes. Her gaze held his unwavering. Very well. Then I'll brave peril to honor a gentleman's vow. Yifeng yielded resigned, yet pragmatic. Refusing outright, he sensed might genuinely wound her. Excellent. Tomorrow at dusk, we'll meet outside Qingyan City's eastern gate. Until then, farewell. With that, Cheng Susu departed radiant with quiet satisfaction. She needed to return and assist with preparations. Yifeng remained rooted where he stood, unsettled, his thoughts adrift. Could this young woman truly harbor feelings for him? After all, inviting a friend to meet one's elders transcended ordinary camaraderie. Yet he swiftly shook his head. Even if a spark existed, her family would hardly consent. More likely it stemmed from sincere gratitude. Huff. Already far down the path, Cheng Susu exhaled softly. Her cheeks flushed a tender. This was her first time inviting a young man to a senior relative's banquet. She had no idea how it would unfold. Thankfully, he had accepted. Had he refused, she truly would not have known what to do. The next morning, after a night of contemplation, Yifeng resolved to visit a nearby city to procure an appropriate gift. One simply could not arrive empty-handed at a birthday celebration, especially one's first. Fortunately, he still possessed a modest reserve of spirit stones, too little for treasures of great rarity, yet ample for thoughtful, respectable offerings. Mounting his semi-spiritual horse, he galloped swiftly down the mountain path beyond the sect's gates. Qingyan City, the largest metropolis under Qingyan sect's jurisdiction, lay not far from Yanbei City. Purchasing the gift and proceeding there posed no difficulty. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he emerged from the outer sect residential quarter, a cold, predatory gaze swept over him from afar. That gaze belonged unmistakably to Tan Ing, a sharp-featured cultivator, the very same who had failed him before. Having been harshly rebuked for his prior failure, Tan Ing had since haunted these grounds daily, searching for Yifeng's trace. After such a long vigil, fortune had finally smiled. Humph, so the boy has reached Qi refinement 5th layer. His progress is astonishingly swift. He cannot be allowed to live. Tan Ing recoiled inwardly upon sensing Yifeng's aura, stronger, markedly denser than before. Such advancement rivaled even gifted elite disciples. As Yifeng neared the edge of sight, Tan Ing hastily dispatched 2 transmission talismans, then seized a true spirit steed and gave chase. Time pressed, a strategy could wait. He would strike alone in seclusion. Even the young master, the sect's prodigy, remained stalled at Qi refinement 6th layer, unable to break through. Yet this youth had already attained 5th layer. If left unchecked, he might surpass them all, leaving servants like himself utterly disgraced. Yifeng rode on, unaware of pursuit, until it was too late to evade. His pursuer rode a genuine spirit steed, its speed more than double that of Yifeng's mount. Deep within a secluded forest, 3 streaks of obsidian light erupted from behind. Yifeng twisted midair, landed firmly, and drew his black iron sword, poised vigilant. The masked figure behind leapt down smoothly, landing with silent precision before Yifeng. "Who are you?" Yifeng asked, studying the man before him with a grave expression. The newcomer's aura dwarfed his own. He was at least at the 6th level of Qi refinement. "Second young master, I trust you have been well." Tan Ing heard the challenge and casually lifted the veil from his face, greeting him with an air of composed nonchalance. By this point, he no longer believed the other possessed any chance of reversing the tide. "You, what do you want with me?" Yifeng frowned as the visage became clear. He knew the man well. One of his elder brother Yi Tian's most loyal guards, a cultivator whose martial prowess was far beyond that of a solitary, unaligned practitioner. How what else could it be? To take your life, of course. Tan Ing sneered, laying bare his intent without shame. Having bitterly regretted missing his chance before, he had brooded long. Now, having received the young master's lethal command, he felt no further restraint. Moreover, the young master would soon bring reinforcements, so escape would be impossible in his eyes. This was ordered by Yi Tian, wasn't it? "I have already declared that I will not covet the family estate," Yifeng replied. And yet he still refuses. Yifeng had not expected that the original man had solemnly promised to take not a single share of the family fortune. After his transmigration, he had even avoided provoking that household. Yet they had come for him regardless. You guessed correctly. It was the eldest young master's demand. He said only the dead can be trusted. Tan Ing said mockingly. That brat, did he truly believe a promise meant anything? How naive. If that incident had never occurred, perhaps there might have been room to reconcile. But after it happened, reconciliation was utterly impossible. So there is no peaceful resolution today. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Of course not. You will be sent to the netherworld. Do not blame me. If I do not kill you, I cannot survive either. Tan smiled, conjured a long spear from thin air, and ran his hand along its shaft. It was his prized magical implement, one he had not wielded properly in a long while. At least let me die with the truth. How did my mother actually die? Yifeng blurted out. This was the lingering regret the original soul could not dismiss. He felt he must know. Very well. At this point, I have no fear of telling you your mother was poisoned by order of the matriarch herself. Your father knew as well, but family shame must not be aired, so they concealed it. Tan sneered. This was why they would never allow the other to rise. Why? Yifeng tightened his grip on his sword. His father had many concubines who fared well. Why could they not tolerate his mother alone? He always remembered her as gentle, virtuous, and beautiful. Because she ought not to have stood out. She excelled in every way, and that was her crime. Tan Ying's voice carried a trace of derision. In a great clan, when a concubine displays such exemplary virtue that she overshadows the principal madam, how are others to feel? A paragon of the household. With no backing or power, she should know her place. Is it wrong to be accomplished? Yifeng felt an inferno swell within his chest, as if it would burst forth. That fury sprang from the instincts of this body, from a hatred carved into bone. He had long heard of the brutal internecine strife of great families of superiors who treated lives as nothing. He had not imagined it could be so merciless. Then let it be destroyed. In the next instant, Yifeng, consumed by boundless rage, poured his spiritual energy into his sword and launched a mighty cleave. The stroke seemed to vent all the grievances and injustice lodged in the original body. Does the brat truly think impotent fury will avail? Let me show you the might of the Tan family's technique. Seeing Yifeng strike, Tan made no attempt to evade. Spear raised, he met the assault squarely. They crashed together, the flash of steel and the ring of spear, each force testing the other, and the air between them trembling with the violence of their clash. Yet in the next moment his expression suddenly changed. A resounding clang echoed as two magical artifacts collided fiercely in midair, causing both combatants to stagger backward from the immense energy. However, Tan staggered back, even further, feeling a surge of blood and chi, as if he had been struck with a 1,000-pound force, nearly spitting out blood. How could this be possible? How could that kid unleash such a powerful strike? Hiss. On the other side, Yifeng's expression was equally grave. He did not expect that he successfully executed the double wave slash, yet still failed to break through his opponent's. Nevertheless, he said nothing further, pausing for less than a breath before recklessly lunging forward with his sword, letting his anger pour forth unabated. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant the two engaged again, clashing fiercely for dozens of moves. Waves of violent energy rampaged around them, knocking down trees. Despite his overwhelming rage, every move Yifeng made was precise and methodical, not haphazard. His dragon step technique proved exceptionally skillful, allowing him to evade several deadly strikes, and even counter with a sword that posed a lethal threat. In contrast, Tan, under the relentless storm of attacks, grew increasingly alarmed. Impossible. It must be impossible. How could that frail kid from before suddenly become so formidable? He had already suffered several inexplicable heavy blows, his hands numb, and he nearly lost his head. Who could have imagined that a person who was once powerless 3 years ago could grow so rapidly? However, his opponent surely couldn't hold on for long. He suspected that the opponent had taken some kind of berserk stimulating pill when he was off guard, resulting in an extraordinary performance. But such situations usually do not last long. He merely needed to endure for half a cup of tea's worth of time. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured and continued to grit his teeth and hold on. Once his opponent's momentum waned, it would be his turn to counterattack. Did they really think he would allow a mere brat? At that time, he would ensure that this kid would be turned to ashes. However, after 2.5 cups of tea had passed, he found that his opponent still showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he himself felt his arms growing sore, nearly unable to lift them, and he finally realized something was amiss. How could this be possible? Wasn't he supposed to have consumed a stimulating pill? What else could it be? As time passed, Tan felt a growing sense of impending collapse, while the kid's offensive showed no signs of weakening, making him involuntarily reconsider retreating. Should he withdraw first? His instincts told him that this kid was truly unusual today. Moreover, it seemed that the opponent was fighting with abandon, completely neglecting defense and solely focusing on offense, as if he preferred to endure a severe injury just to take one of his arms. But how could he allow himself to be seriously injured just to kill this kid? Sooner or later the kid would have nowhere to escape, but he still had a bright future ahead. As a result, he often felt unsteady in his attacks, overly cautious. Forget it, better to avoid the brunt of his strikes and wait for the young master to arrive. In an instant, he made a decision to withdraw from the battlefield. After all, as long as the green hills remained, he need not worry about firewood. However, as soon as he attempted to retreat, Yifeng immediately seized the opportunity. Puff! In the next moment, a sword energy swiftly slashed towards him from behind. Fortunately, he stomped down hard and quickly dodged, managing to evade most of the sword chi's power. But he did not expect that this sword energy was faster than he imagined. A residual wave of energy struck his heel and sank into his flesh. Hiss! This area was unprotected by armor, and a surge of excruciating pain hit him, causing his speed to decrease drastically. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued to run forward. He guessed that his opponent, eager to escape, would definitely abandon the pursuit. After all, his reinforcements would arrive soon. However, what he did not expect was that Yifeng not only did not flee, but was also relentlessly chasing him with his dragon step. In the end, Tan Ying discovered he could not escape at all. Damn it! Yi, the young master is coming soon. Do you really want to fight to the death? Tan Ying was being pursued so relentlessly that he suddenly turned around, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. At this moment, his speed had already been significantly affected, and he felt that if this continued, he would surely perish, so he simply stopped fleeing. However, Yifeng did not respond at all, like a god of death, his expression cold as he unleashed a full-powered strike with his sword. I will fight you to the end. Seeing Yifeng attacking again, Tan Ying knew there was no possibility of stopping. Gritting his teeth, he recklessly swung his spear to meet him. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of regret. Had he known, he would not have provoked this madman. He should never have taunted him. But did he really think he was the only one willing to fight desperately? He could do it too. In the next moment, he abandoned defense, dodging while thrusting his spear at lightning speed towards his opponent's vital spots. This was a risky move to turn the tide of battle. He guessed that his opponent had gained an overwhelming advantage and would never dare to exchange life for life. Thus, the opponent's long sword would surely return to defense, allowing him to regain the initiative. However, Yifeng's actions once again surprised him. The opponent showed no signs of defense and instead accelerated his long sword towards him with even greater speed. This fool! Seeing this, Tan Ying's heart sank. He found himself unable to dodge in time. He wanted to block, but it was also futile. In the next moment, puff puff. Both of their attacks struck simultaneously, but the outcomes were entirely. A head flew into the sky. Tan Ying's eyes widened, his expression frozen in disbelief, as he could not believe he had been killed by a kid whose cultivation was lower than his. And in such a tragic manner. At this moment, although his spear had successfully pierced Yifeng's body, the kid seemed to have shifted slightly at the critical moment. Watching Tan Ying collapse to the ground lifeless, Yifeng finally calmed down, letting out a long sigh of relief. The scene from earlier had been too thrilling. Fortunately, he was the one who ultimately survived. However, he soon gasped in pain as a sharp ache pierced through his chest. Yet he never anticipated receiving word today that the boy had suddenly ascended to the 5th layer of qi refinement. How could this possibly be true? His first instinct was to dismiss the report as false. After all, the boy possessed nothing. How could his cultivation progress so astonishingly fast? Yet almost immediately he reconsidered. His subordinate lacked both the audacity and the motive to lie about such a matter. This news was likely genuine. A sudden chill ran down his spine, and an unprecedented sense of peril surged within him. Without hesitation, he ordered a large contingent of men to pursue. The boy must not escape again under any circumstances. He knew full well how the boy's mother had died. Once the boy gained true strength, the retribution awaiting him would be merciless. Even if the boy remained ignorant of that truth, how would others perceive him? A mere bastard son with no resources, outpacing him, the esteemed heir in cultivation speed. He, hailed by all as a prodigy, would become nothing but a laughingstock. Young master, blood ahead. A guard suddenly pointed forward, voice sharp with alarm. Good, let's investigate. In an instant, Yi Tian wrenched his mount into a sharp turn. The 2 other guards followed suit without delay. But what lay before them left them utterly stunned. A headless corpse sprawled amid utter devastation, blood pooling thickly across the ground. HSS, what in the world is this? After scanning the scene, they recognized the corpse as Tan Ying, and in unison their pupils contracted sharply, hearts seized by a tempest of shock. How could this be? Tan Ying had lost, and died so gruesomely. And where was the boy? Bang! Yi Tian's eyes blazed with fury. He slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk with such force that the massive trunk shattered into splinters. He had arrived a moment too late, his most trusted henchman slain. Though Tan Ying's strength was unremarkable, his efficiency and loyalty were beyond reproach. Yet now he lay butchered beyond recognition. Still the boy would not slip away. Clenching his fists until his knuckles whitened, Yi Tian's gaze hardened with savage predatory light. From childhood to now, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. Track which direction he fled. Pursue him at once. Yi Tian roared. Huff, huff, huff. No, he could not stop here. Not for a single breath. On the back of a spirit steed, Yi Feng, though utterly spent, continued lashing the beast, driving it into a frenzied gallop. This very steed had belonged to Tan Ying, but speed was indeed extraordinary, its endurance unmatched. Yet even as Yi Feng tore through dense forest, the ominous black aura hovering above him refused to dissipate. Clearly distance alone offered no safety. Fortunately, the wound on his body had ceased bleeding, thanks to the restorative pills he had swallowed. How then could he elude pursuit? Perhaps he should change direction. Without hesitation, he wheeled the steed around. For the better part of the day, Yi Feng constantly altered his course, attempting to throw off his pursuers. When mountains loomed, he abandoned the steed, entirely vanishing into the wilderness, scrambling deep into the highlands. Yet his efforts yielded little success. At last, as dusk descended, he noticed the black aura above him beginning at long last to fade. He was safe at last. Upon seeing this, Yi Feng collapsed utterly onto a barren hillside, gasping raggedly for breath. He had never known such exhaustion. Thank the heavens, he had narrowly escaped death. Yet he had broken his promise to Ching Susu. She would surely be heartbroken. But in his current state, seeking her out would only endanger her. Let her resent him. Survival came first. And the Yi family, especially Yi Tian, would never let this end quietly. He needed to plan his next move with utmost care. That night, in a secluded mountain cave, Yi Feng regained just enough strength to kindle a small fire, prepare a simple meal, and begin circulating qi to mend his wounds. Though every fiber of his being urged him to rush back to Qingke Valley at once, he dared not. His body was still frail, utterly defenseless. One more misstep on the road, and he would perish without trace. Moreover, he needed clarity on where to go next, and how to evade capture. Fortunately, Tan Ying, as a retainer of a prestigious clan, carried considerable wealth. A spatial storage pouch, a finely crafted spirit weapon, a spear, armor plating for the torso, and over 300 spirit stones. Inside the pouch, numerous vials and jars held healing pills, antidotes, and restoratives, each meticulously categorized. Even a half-filled bottle of qi-enhancing pills graced the collection. Indeed, even the lowliest retainers of great families wielded resources far beyond those of ordinary cultivators. Qi-enhancing pills ranked above qi-gathering pills in refinement hierarchy, typically reserved for mid to latest-stage qi refiners, and each reportedly cost over a dozen spirit stones. After swallowing 2 healing pills and 1 restorative, Yi Feng finally felt his injuries ease significantly. Immediately, he activated the celestial mechanism disc. He needed to know where to go next. A soft hum resonated, and the disc responded instantly. The host has encountered a rare life-threatening tribulation. For the coming half-year, Yi Tian will cast a net of unparalleled density across Chu province. No sanctuary, no allegiance, no hiding place offers safety. The sole path to survival lies in leaving Chu province entirely and returning only after the storm has passed. Leave Chu province. Yi Feng's brow furrowed deeply. He had never imagined the situation had escalated to such extremity, that Yi Tian would deploy such relentless, all-consuming measures to eradicate him. Yet for the sake of his life, compliance was inevitable. Still departing for over a year meant he must first return to Qingke Valley to set affairs in order, or chaos would erupt among its people. With that resolve, he redoubled his efforts to heal. By the following day, after countless detours and precautions, Yi Feng slipped silently back into Qingke Valley. He bypassed Mushan and Zhao Jun entirely, heading straight to Suzian. Will you do me a favor? Take temporary control of Qingke Valley. If anyone asks, tell them, it is yours. He broached the request without preamble and pressed the Valley Master's token into her palm. He feared that Yi Tian might trace his base and unleash total annihilation upon it. This was the only safeguard he could offer. What are you saying? Su Zian stared, bewildered by Yi Feng's abrupt demand, utterly unaware of the cataclysm that had just unfolded. This man had always cherished Qingke Valley more than his own life. Yet now he was offering to hand it over to her. What has happened to the young master? I have incurred the enmity of a powerful foe and must depart to lie low. Only immortal maiden Su can save this place. I beg you, please. Yi Feng explained solemnly. He had weighed this decision with utmost care. The Su family, to which his adversary belonged, far surpassed the Yi family in strength. Merely invoking their name would deter Yi Tian from even casting a covetous glance. By contrast, neither Zhang Junsheng nor Zhao Qin would suffice. Master Yi, do you truly believe I'll obey your command the moment you ask? Who exactly do you take me for? Su Zian replied coldly upon hearing this. And though she had long dreamed of governing Qingke Valley, even if only temporarily, she was no mere servant summoned at whim and dismissed without regard. Consider this a personal debt I owe you. Should you ever require my aid, speak without hesitation. As for remuneration, immortal maiden, Su, set your own monthly stipend so long as you preserve the valley's integrity. Yi Feng declared earnestly. Ni's paramount concern was safeguarding both the people and the territory. All other interests were secondary. And very well. You have my word, but I haven't yet decided on the terms. We'll discuss them later. And upon hearing these words, Su Zian's expression finally softened. She had never imagined that such an unyielding figure would lower himself so humbly before her. Clearly, he faced a crisis of grave magnitude. Relieved by her acceptance, Yi Feng exhaled deeply, and he then addressed each valley member individually, urging them all to obey the new acting master without dissent or discord. Though Mushan, Zhao Jun, and the others felt profound reluctance, they recognized the unprecedented gravity in Yi Feng's countenance, and thus pledged their solemn compliance. At last, beneath the sorrowful gazes of all, Yi Feng stepped beyond Qingke Valley's threshold and embarked upon his journey. And has that man truly departed? Su Zian stood atop the valley's highest ridge, watching Yi Feng's figure recede into the distance. Her heart stirred with complex emotion, and she had not expected him to entrust her with the Valley Master's token, nor with the arcane methods for breeding and mutating spirit hairs. Awe at his profound reserves mingled with bewilderment. Was this truly the same frugal Yi Feng she once knew? Who then was this man? And with these secret techniques in hand, she was certain that, provided she exercised sound judgment, she could elevate Qingke Valley to flourishing renown, resolving every one of her present dilemmas. Yet what of him? An inexplicable flicker of concern stirred within her. And several days later, near Tianbao City, the central metropolis of Chu Prefecture, a travel-worn figure appeared before its towering gates astride a semi-spiritual horse. That figure was none other than Yi Feng, who had performed a simple disguise, dusting his increasingly handsome features with yellow powder to render them unremarkable and donning the plain attire of a young green-robed servant. He did not know how long it would take Yi Tian, or the forces behind him, to track him down. His plan was to infiltrate a merchant caravan here and flee Chu Prefecture with all possible speed. Once through the city gates, Yi Feng began discreetly gathering intelligence. Tianbao City lived up to its reputation as the heart of Chu Prefecture. Merchants and travelers thronged its streets, many arriving from distant prefectures to trade or explore, while countless cultivators likewise departed for other lands. Glancing left and right, Yi Feng soon spotted a caravan loading cargo and preparing to depart, and immediately approached. "Elder Sir, does your caravan still accept laborers for menial tasks?" Yi Feng asked bluntly, addressing a middle-aged steward. He had already learned that traveling as a protected passenger would cost 100 or 200 spirit stones, a sum he could ill afford given his meager reserves. To reduce expenses, one could instead join as a laborer, performing chores for the caravan, in exchange for merely dozens of spirit stones. Yet such arrangements were rare outside small caravans facing acute staffing shortages. Large ones rarely accepted them. Fortunately, this was precisely a modest-sized caravan. "Oh, young sir, you're also bound for Yunmeng City in Song Prefecture," and the middle-aged man looked up mildly surprised. And indeed, Yi Feng nodded. In truth, he cared little which prefecture he reached, so long as he escaped this place. Still, Song Prefecture, the western heartland of the Songlong continent, would be ideal if attainable. "Very well, go assist at the rear." And the elder, seasoned in caravan trade and escort work, judged Yi Feng no threat and gestured toward the caravan's tail end. Such cultivators appeared occasionally, usually impoverished youths seeking adventure beyond their humble origins. He had long grown accustomed to them. By contrast, scions of wealthy clans disdained manual labor entirely. They paid their protection fees and lounged imperiously within their carriages, awaiting servants' attentions. "Many thanks," Yi Feng replied gratefully, and hastened to the caravan's rear, where he labored vigorously, lifting heavy loads without pause. The caravan appeared destined to deliver a consignment of ore to Yunmeng City in Song Prefecture, massive, dense, and abundant. For labor, cultivators nearby panted heavily under the strain. Yi Feng hoisted each massive ore chunk on a beast-drawn carts. Soon sweat drenched his robes, but he ceased not, tirelessly shuttling back and forth. After all, the sooner the cargo was loaded, the sooner he could depart. And fortunately, after half an hour, loading concluded, and the caravan finally set forth. Seeing no Yi family cultivators intercept them at the city gate, Yi Feng at last settled onto a beast cart and drew a long, deep breath. Thus he was likely safe, at least for now. Young sir, may I ask what brings you to Yunmeng City? The middle-aged man guiding a rhinoceros-like spirit beast beside the cart inquired curiously. He had observed Yi Feng closely earlier. His extraordinary diligence made him stand out as easily worth 2 or 3 ordinary laborers, prompting involuntary interest. Some laborers were hired hands, few others like Yi Feng joined to save spirit stones. Yet without exception they all shirked duties whenever possible, working with dismal inefficiency. This young man, however, possessed sharp, distinguished features, unlike most wandering cultivators, yet labored with exceptional vigor. To seek an apprenticeship, perhaps learn a craft. Yi Feng had prepared this answer in advance, smiling openly and sincerely. In truth, though fleeing peril, he genuinely harbored this intention. In a foreign land, one must secure livelihood first. I see. Indeed, Yunming City abounds with opportunity, and coincidentally my daughter studies there. Perhaps I might arrange some assistance for you. The elder smiled warmly as he spoke. He did not regard the other party as an ordinary loose cultivator or servant. He suspected that the individual also hailed from a family of cultivators or was a disciple of a celestial sect, merely young and impetuous, eager to venture out. After all, at such a young age few could reach the 5th layer of chi refinement. Hey old man, why do you want me to look after everyone? A young woman with striking beauty and a sweet voice, exhibiting an elegant, yet slightly spoiled demeanor, suddenly peered out from the rear compartment. Ahem, isn't it to help you meet more friends? The middle-aged man turned around to see his daughter and smiled awkwardly. He usually enjoyed making friends, so it had become second nature to him. Please, your daughter is a formal disciple of a great celestial sect. If she is to meet anyone, it should be of equal standing. The young woman pouted, expressing her disdain. How do you know that Brother Yi isn't on the same level as you? The middle-aged man's face darkened upon hearing this. If he were a disciple of a great celestial sect, would he need to work for others to save spirit stones? The young woman scrutinized Yi Feng, her face filled with contempt. That's not necessarily true. Some people prefer to keep a low profile, you know. Being shallow is not the way to live. The middle-aged man felt helpless towards his daughter, blaming himself for pampering her too much. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged man, this young man's demeanor was undoubtedly that of an extraordinary individual. Even if he was currently struggling, he would not remain mediocre forever. Heavens! You don't think every person you see is a hidden genius with untapped potential, do you? There aren't that many geniuses in reality. The young woman was left speechless by her father. They bickered for a moment, but ultimately failed to convince each other. Brother Yi, I apologize, my daughter has been spoiled by me, so she has high expectations, but low capabilities. It's all right, it's only natural for people to behave this way. Yi Feng smiled, showing no concern. On the contrary, he felt that the atmosphere between the father and daughter was quite pleasant. The merchant caravan needed to pass through the White Mist Mountain range to reach Zhangzhou, although the direction differed from that of Yizhou. Fortunately, a foundation establishment expert was hired to oversee the caravan, accompanied by 7 or 8 latest-stage chi refinement guards. Given the numerous merchant caravans on this route, no dangers had arisen. Over a month later, they finally arrived at the heart of Zhangzhou, in front of Yunming City. Wow! This Yunming City truly lived up to its reputation as the most prosperous city in the West, being several times larger than any city they had previously encountered. Yi Feng gazed at the fortress-like city walls before him, secretly amazed. He had thought that the Tianbao city in Chuzhou was impressive, but this place was exponentially more magnificent. Upon reflection, it made sense. So Chuzhou was merely the most remote state in the western region of the Zhonglong continent, while this location was the center of several western states with major sects having branches here, undoubtedly elevating its status by several tiers. The city was bustling, divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city featured shorter buildings, primarily home to small families and minor factions, while the inner city was filled with grand palatial courtyards dominated by prominent families and powerful factions. As for loose cultivators, they primarily resided in the poorest outskirts, where stark disparities in wealth and status were evident. Yet what could he do here? Yi Feng felt a sense of confusion. This place was undoubtedly a completely unfamiliar environment for him, and he had no knowledge of where to stay. Moreover, since the merchant caravan had completed its delivery task, as an outsider, he could no longer continue to enjoy free meals with them, even though the middle-aged man had warmly invited him. What if I learned artifact refining? Yi Feng wandered away from the merchant caravan, suddenly struck by an idea. He noticed that the level of artifact refining here seemed remarkably high, with numerous workshops visible everywhere. From his experiences in previous life and death battles, he understood well that a true expert besides martial skills and combat experience needed suitable magical tools for assistance. He could clearly feel that the magical tools he had previously purchased were not well suited for him. This unsuitability was not determined by the grade, but by how well they matched his personal needs. It was impossible to find truly suitable items merely by purchasing them. Customization was not an option, and no one would craft for someone of his minor status. The only route left was self-refinement. Moreover, this was also a long-term plan. Previously, when developing his valley, he had profoundly realized that most of the spirit stones earned through hard work were spent on purchasing magical treasures. However, he wasn't even qualified to enter the artifact refining hall of Qingyun's sect. How could he be accepted here? It seemed he needed to think of other methods. Heavenly Machine Disc, tell me where can I find opportunities to learn artifact refining nearby? Yifeng immediately began to divine again. Currently, the only thing he could rely on was the Heavenly Machine Disc. In the Zhangzhou Artifact Refiners Guild of Yunmeng City, spending 500 spirit stones to seek out the steward Pan Hokai would grant him a 30% chance of passing the assessment to obtain the qualification of a junior student. He could learn the most basic knowledge of artifact refining. The Heavenly Machine Disc quickly provided a response. This hint was quite detailed, even specifying names. The Artifact Refiners Guild served the needs of artifact refiners and indeed offered the possibility of obtaining learning opportunities by spending spirit stones, unlike the sect's artifact refining halls that required one to be assessed for qualifications. But a 30% probability. Yifeng secretly lamented how unfair this was. 500 spirit stones was no small sum. Moreover, there were additional miscellaneous fees, and he couldn't tell if such a probability was worth it. However, this might be his only opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go for it. First, he sold his spear and excess pills for spirit stones, then Yifeng arrived at a luxurious palace-like structure in the inner city. Looking around, this complex consisted mostly of several tall towers ranging from 4 to 5 stories high, interconnected and resembling a royal palace encompassing a vast area in the north of the city. According to the information he gathered, this was the location of the Artifact Refiners Guild. However, with such a large area, where exactly could he find the steward Pan? Yifeng was puzzled. Fortunately, with spirit stones paving the way, things soon took a turn for the better. In the evening, under the guidance of a certain attendant, Yifeng successfully found the steward Pan and obtained an audience. Although the probability was only 30%, he had always had good luck. After subtly bribing him, the steward Pan indeed accepted the spirit stones and granted him the qualification of a junior student. With the covert instructions from Steward Pan, everything went exceedingly smoothly. Someone like Pan Hotai, whom he had encountered many times in his past life, would certainly refuse with righteous indignation if approached publicly with lavish gifts, and might even sternly admonish one to display his integrity. However, if one discreetly slipped him spirit stones in private while elevating his status, he would quickly assist in resolving matters. The only regret was that aside from the bribe of 500 spirit stones, he also had to pay an additional 200 spirit stones in tuition fees, leaving his reserves completely depleted. Moreover, this junior student could only study for 3 years, and the most recent cohort had already been studying for over a year, while the next batch was yet to commence. He could only join midway. Nevertheless, if he could learn even a little, it would be worth it. After obtaining his student qualification, he simply rented a small room in the outer city, and early the next morning Yifeng went directly to a vacant workshop in the guild's backyard to wait quietly. This was his first day as a weapon refining student, so he certainly couldn't afford to be late and leave a bad impression on the instructors. A quarter of an hour later, the other junior students arrived one after another, all dressed extravagantly, young men and women adorned with an air of nobility, numbering nearly 100. The Weapon Refining Guild provided generous benefits and excellent protections for its refiners, and these refiners also had the task of nurturing new talents. However, becoming a student of the Weapon Refining Guild was not an easy feat. Although the guild claimed to not inquire into backgrounds or origins, allowing anyone to enter as long as they passed the assessment, in reality, it often required connections and spending spirit stones, typically only accessible to noble families. After all, whether one passed the assessment was ultimately decided by the guild. This batch of weapon refining students was clearly not ordinary. Hey, who is that? Suddenly one student noticed Yifeng's unexpected appearance. A newcomer. What's his background? A tall youth frowned upon hearing this. Unclear, the others around shook their heads, evidently having not paid special attention to him. However, among them, a young woman brightened at the sight of Yifeng. This young man was rather handsome. She wondered which prestigious family he hailed from. If his background was decent, perhaps he could develop well. But soon someone with insider knowledge revealed Yifeng's background. "I heard he's just from Chuzhou, a child of commoners," a short and stout youth boasted proudly. Each student recruited had to clarify their origins, and he had received the news through a relative within the guild. "What? A commoner from Chuzhou? Here to learn weapon refining?" Upon hearing this, the young students gasped in unison, their disdain evident. Being a weapon refiner is a prestigious profession respected wherever one goes. Yet achieving success in this field is extremely costly in spirit stones. The materials required for refining are expensive, a which refiner hasn't failed countless times before achieving success. Although they were merely junior students, each of them came from affluent backgrounds with their families owning hundreds of acres of spirit fields or engaged in other lucrative businesses. The guild's tacit acceptance of prioritizing noble students was based on this consideration. Thus, weapon refining had always been the exclusive domain of nobility, and they never expected an anomaly like this to appear today. He must have spent a considerable amount to get in, but they scoffed at such pretentiousness and were ashamed to associate with someone like him. The young female cultivators were also filled with disappointment upon hearing this, losing all interest in engaging further. In this world, the disparity among cultivators is immense. Without a good family background, it is nearly impossible to stand out no matter how handsome one may be. While the others discussed Yifeng, he also began to observe these young brothers and sisters. These individuals generally dressed quite splendidly, each wearing robes of at least medium-grade magical artifacts, delicate and silky, contrasting greatly with his ordinary attire resembling a servant's. Of course, he had slightly better clothing, but that was the outer sect uniform of Qingyun's sect, which was not suitable to wear here. Additionally, the young students all had above-average looks, particularly one man and one woman who stood out. The man was tall and handsome, exuding a dignified appearance surrounded by admirers, and crucially, he wore a rather ancient and imposing storage ring, evidently from a major power. The woman, on the other hand, had a rather aloof demeanor with an air of nobility that made her seem unapproachable. As she noticed the new apprentice, her expression remained calm, while the tall man displayed great disdain. Fortunately, Yifeng had no intention of currying favor with anyone, so he paid no mind to it. Just after observing these students for a short while, another young woman with a sweet appearance and graceful demeanor walked in. However, upon seeing this woman, Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply, momentarily at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, it was the daughter of the merchant from the caravan, seemingly named Luo Ling. At this moment, although her attire was slightly inferior compared to that aloof woman, her beauty was equally remarkable, effortlessly capturing the attention of many male cultivators. "Is it him?" Upon spotting the new face in the workshop, Luo Ling was momentarily taken aback. How did that guy end up here? After parting a couple of days ago, she thought they would never meet again, yet here they were. Could it be that he had been following me? But soon she shook her head. This is a crucial area of the guild, not just anyone can enter. So what exactly was his situation? In an instant, Luo Ling was filled with confusion. Unfortunately, at that moment, a serious-looking brown-haired elder also walked into the workshop at a steady pace. Upon seeing the elder appear, the noisy crowd in the workshop instantly quieted down, as if mice had spotted a cat, and they hurriedly returned to their seats. Luo Ling was no exception. The elder nodded in satisfaction at this. "All right, students, today's tasks are quite heavy and more important than any previous lessons. I hope everyone is fully focused." As soon as the elder stood still, he announced some bad news. Off. Hearing this, the young men and women all displayed pained expressions, sighing in discontent. Although they all understood that weapon refining had great prospects, they did not want to endure too much hardship. After all, they had been pampered since childhood, and these days felt like they were working like beasts. Complaining is pointless. We are already halfway through our 3 years of study. Whether you can be selected by a renowned master will depend on your efforts during this time. The elder completely ignored their expressions, his face stern as he stated. The group of junior students before him can only study at the guild for 3 years at most. To continue as intermediate students, they must be selected by a higher-ranking craftsman during the advancement assessment, otherwise they will have to leave the guild. Thus, this advancement assessment has always been of utmost importance to the crafting students. Whether or not they can catch the eye of a renowned craftsman will determine their future fate. Although he is also a craftsman, he is merely a relatively low-level one. Teaching others how to refine basic artifacts is manageable, but he cannot offer much advice on more profound matters. Of course, if all of you had Liang Qinggan's talent, you could sleep here every day and still be fine. The old man soon shifted his gaze to the tall man, revealing a hint of admiration. The youth named Liang Qinggan is practically guaranteed to be selected by a famous master. The other students were left speechless at this remark. This statement was as good as saying nothing. If they had seen your brother Liang's talent, would they need to sigh and lament? The tall man, however, could not help but show a hint of pride upon hearing this. By the way, a new student has arrived, Luo Ling, you take the lead. After an unknown amount of time, the old man finally remembered Yi Feng and spoke again. Evidently, he had received news of the newcomer. What? Me? Luo Ling looked extremely astonished at that moment. Why her? What right does she have? The other students also changed their expressions dramatically upon hearing this. How could this be? The boys all felt a strange sense of jealousy and possessiveness. Although Luo Ling did not come from a prestigious family, she was one of the most beautiful girls among them. Who wouldn't covet her? Who wouldn't want to get to know her better? Yet they had never succeeded in their attempts. Who would have thought that the new boy would get such a good fortune? Even the previously praised and surrounded tall man Liang Qing'an could not help but frown at this. Although Luo Ling was not his primary target, as he was more interested in the more refined Xiao Qinin, he still had a good impression of her. He had planned to pursue Xiao Qinin first, and then take Luo Ling as a concubine, but unexpectedly he was assigned to guide a newcomer, which made him quite uncomfortable. On the other hand, the aloof, Xiao Qinin, showed no reaction to this. Of course it's you. All the senior students here have taken on newcomers, and you have been pushing it away, leaving you as the only one without an assistant. Hearing the challenge, the old man began to scold him in annoyance. Among this batch of students, there are both old and new, and each has a different foundation. However, he cannot start from scratch with every newcomer, so he can only use the method of old guiding new, and now only the other party has not taken on a newcomer. Luo Ling felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this. She hadn't mastered her own skills, so how could she guide a newcomer? If it were someone else with a solid background, that would be fine, but why this boy? She was certain that a poor boy like him, now having the chance to interact with a beauty like her, would definitely find all sorts of reasons to strike up conversations and cling to her unabated. What should she do then? However, the old man was notoriously stubborn and uncompromising. She did not dare to refuse further. The other students, although wanting to say something, did not dare to speak up and ultimately had to endure it. Yet their gazes flickered as if they were deep in thought. Meanwhile, the other female cultivators secretly reveled in Luo Ling's misfortune. Although she was not unattractive, she had stolen quite a bit of their thunder. Now that she had this chance, they were all thinking of how to watch her make a fool of herself. Yifeng did not have many thoughts about who would lead him. His goal was to learn skills as long as someone was willing to teach him. However, seeing that it was this woman, he still felt quite speechless. This luck, he did not know whether it was good or bad. He hoped nothing unexpected would happen. The brown-haired old man explained for about half an hour, then assigned a pile of tasks to everyone. The students quickly took their places and began to get busy. Yifeng looked at Luo Ling, his senior sister, with a complicated expression. This is the basic refining jade slip. Take a look at it first. I am very busy, so don't bother me if there's nothing urgent. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Luo Ling reluctantly handed a jade slip she fetched from somewhere in the workshop to Yifeng. This junior workshop is both a place for purification and forging and a teaching venue for learning through practice, so it is equipped with basic junior jade slips. However, these junior teaching jade slips are meant for the student's reference and cannot be taken away. All right, thank you. Yifeng nodded and solemnly accepted the jade slip from Luo Ling's fair hand. He had previously skimmed through some introductions to crafting, but those were merely shallow discussions. The crafting jade slips here are undoubtedly much more advanced and comprehensive. However, he was still curious about the crafting levels of the other students. As flames rose, a series of bang 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 sounds echoed, and one by one the students began to forge various ores vigorously. As for his master Luo Ling, whether due to her average talent or her delicate nature, her forging progress was not fast, and her fair forehead was already covered in beads of sweat. However, Yifeng did not mind much, and after a brief observation, he began to seriously study the jade slip in his hand. Truly as expected of the guild's tomes, this jade slip contained an immense amount of information covering various aspects far beyond what the previous casual slips could compare. From this vast amount of information, he quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of crafting knowledge. It turned out that the magic weapons in this world are specifically divided into magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, profound artifacts, imperial artifacts, royal artifacts, sacred artifacts, and immortal artifacts. And now everyone was busy with purification, which was merely the first step in crafting. Next, they must blend several types of refined materials in a certain proportion and forge them into a sturdy base with specific properties and finally inscribed formations within it to produce a true magical artifact. These bases and their patterns are merely carriers while the formations are the soul. It was all so enlightening. Upon reaching this point, Yifeng could not help but feel a sudden clarity. This bears a striking resemblance to chips and technological products from his past life, except that one uses electricity and the other uses spiritual power. Of course, magical artifacts are clearly much more complex. For example, a chip merely engraves circuits on the surface of an object, while a magical artifact engraves formations inside. One is flat while the other is three-dimensional. These formation engravings inside the magical artifact are as intricate as a martial artist's meridians and nervous system, extremely complex. They not only conduct spiritual power, but also endow the magical artifact with special effects. In a moment, Yifeng was absorbed in comparison, enraptured by the knowledge. Unaware of the passage of time, noon had already arrived, the hour for the disciples' communal meal. One by one they ceased their tasks and made their way to a designated dining hall within the guild. Yifeng did not feign modesty, he simply followed the crowd and seated himself quietly in a secluded corner of the hall, eating plain meat without fanfare. This dining hall resembled an ordinary tavern. Spiritual meat and spirit wine were indeed available, but acquiring them required additional spirit stones. With his purse meager, Yifeng could not yet afford such luxuries. Within an elegantly appointed private chamber, a petite female cultivator teased the sweet-faced senior sister with a playful smile. "Senior sister Luo, how fortunate you are to be assigned such a handsome novice junior brother. Are you mocking me?" Luo Ling shot her a wry, exasperated glance. She knew full well Ye's origins, having labored as a menial assistant all the way from Chu Prefecture, utterly penniless, possessing nothing of value. How could that possibly be called luck? Her own background was already something she found mildly embarrassing here. How much more so for him? "Senior sister Luo, I'm truly not mocking you. I genuinely think the young man is rather handsome." The petite cultivator hastily smoothed things over. "Uff, Liang Chengyan, that's what I call handsome." Luo Ling retorted, her tone laced with faint envy. Liang Chengyan was clearly scion of a powerful aristocratic clan, exceptionally talented, immensely wealthy, and strikingly handsome, the ideal cultivation partner. Yet fate had paired him instead with Xiao Qinin. Who doesn't know that? But he's far beyond our reach. We do better to keep our feet on solid ground. Though envious, the petite cultivator possessed keen self-awareness. Given her appearance and standing, she dared only aspire to middling scions of established families. Those ranked among the elite were utterly beyond her hopes. "I'm certain this boy will pester me incessantly from now on." Luo Ling sighed, inwardly a note of resignation in her voice. Her talent in spirit artifice was unremarkable, not outstanding, yet she refused to yield, silently competing with the top few. Now burdened with this novice, she feared falling far behind Xiao Qinin. A handsome junior brother like that wouldn't be so tiresome, even if he did cling close. The petite cultivator replied with mischievous delight. After all, cultivating side by side with a pleasant companion eased the toil, and guiding such a novice would surely be a pleasing sight. "Are you smitten? What's his standing exactly? Shall I make an introduction?" Luo Ling glared again, exasperated. Clearly this little troublemaker relished stirring chaos. No, I was merely jesting. I hold no serious intentions toward him." At those words, the petite cultivator vigorously shook her head. Flirtation perhaps, but sincerity, that she firmly declined. After exchanging light barbs, the two finished their meal and returned to the workshop. Yifeng too ate swiftly and returned early, resuming his quiet study of the jade tablet. Time, when immersed in labor, always slipped away unnoticed before long afternoon had arrived. Has that fellow still not approached me? After working steadily for some time, Luo Ling paused briefly to rest. Yet she realized, astonishingly, that the novice had not once disturbed her. Could it be that the jade tablet held no ambiguities for him at all? Or was he simply exceptionally patient? Still, she welcomed the respite. After a brief pause, she resumed her work. She still had numerous tasks left unfinished that day. Other male disciples, observing Yifeng's behavior, exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't a newcomer expected to seize every opportunity, posing questions, seeking guidance from beautiful senior sisters, and subtly forging rapport? Yet he remained utterly composed, defying all expectations. And yet a subtle sigh of relief escaped them. Composure was preferable to presumption. After all, watching him converse warmly with their revered senior sister would have unsettled them deeply. Female disciples meanwhile watched in silent astonishment. Something felt profoundly unnatural. They had eagerly awaited Luo Ling's embarrassment, only to find themselves waiting in vain. An hour passed, and still Yifeng showed no sign of stirring. Luo Ling's composure finally began to fray. Was this boy truly unfazed, or merely pretending? Could he be feigning absorption in the jade tablet while secretly stealing glances at fair cultivators? Yet his gaze remained steady, never wandering, never straying. Perhaps moved by reluctant concern, she hesitated, then approached him directly. Hey, how's your reading? It wasn't compassion that prompted her, it was pragmatism. If the novice faltered under her supervision, master craftsman would surely reprimand her anew. Fine. Yifeng replied curtly, then turned his full attention back to the jade tablet, still immersed in its vast, intricate microcosm, unwilling to be disturbed. Fine. Luo Ling stared incredulous. Was that truth, or mere pretense? When she first encountered these concepts, her head had spun, bewildering theories, intangible and invisible, utterly incomprehensible. Only after spending precious spirit stones to consult a master did clarity dawn. She had assumed she'd need to invest considerable time instructing this novice. Yet he asked nothing at all. Was he stubbornly refusing to admit confusion? Even the other disciples stood momentarily stunned. His restraint bordered on the unnatural and utterly disingenuous. Had any of them ever grasped such principles without prolonged, painstaking contemplation? Do you truly harbor no questions whatsoever? Luo Ling fixed him with a searching gaze once more. Not yet, Yifeng replied, shaking his head. Spirit artifice resonated uncannily with the material science and subatomic theory of his past life, only enriched by extraordinary energies. As a former elite scholar in physics and engineering, comprehension came naturally. Don't cling to pride and suffer in silence. If you fail later, don't blame me. Luo Ling snapped, growing flustered. She had taken the initiative, yet he offered no gratitude. Senior sister, I truly am not clinging to pride, Yifeng replied honestly. He hadn't expected Luo Ling, so seemingly aloof, to possess such warmth beneath her stern exterior. And indeed, he harbored no questions, at least not yet. Very well, have it your way. Luo Ling finally relented, saying no more. She had intended to guide him thoroughly. Now she withdrew that offer entirely. Did he truly believe her time held no value? Next session, she'd assign him extra tasks, just to test how deeply he'd truly grasped the principles. Should he falter in forging, she'd deliver a stern rebuke, no mercy. For a moment, Luo Ling fumed. Her tongue, already sharpened, her reprimand fully rehearsed. The day's assignment had indeed been exceptionally demanding. Everyone labored until late into the night before finally exiting the Artificers Guild to rest. Yifeng, too, remained deeply immersed in the world of artifact forging, so much so that he only departed after the workshop gates closed. Yet, even then, countless images continued to spontaneously coalesce within his mind, leaving him still yearning for more. However, formal instruction from the guild's mentors was not held daily. Such lectures occurred only once every 10 days or half a month, with all remaining time devoted to independent practice. For the moment, he found himself strangely at loose ends. He wished to purchase a set of forging tools and raw materials to practice privately in his quarters, but his spirit stones had dwindled to fewer than 20, far too little to afford even the basics. Perhaps I should seek work that yields spirit stones but what exactly might suit me? And the next morning, Yifeng began wandering aimlessly through the vast expanse of Yunmeng City. Artifact forging demanded enormous resources. He needed a side occupation capable of generating substantial spirit stones swiftly, or else he would simply be unable to sustain his cultivation path. Though Yunmeng City thrived with unparalleled prosperity, after roaming its streets for most of the day, he discovered no truly suitable opportunities. Only two prospects stood out, both modest at best. One was fortune-telling. He could manage this task competently, even skillfully, yet no one would trust his predictions. After all, he bore no affiliation with any established school of stellar divination. The second option was employment as a chef in one of the nearby taverns, an occupation he likely could perform well. Yet upon inquiry, he learned wages were dispersed only at months and rendering the payout interval far too prolonged. Suddenly, a recruitment notice posted on a city bulletin wall caught his eye. The Yunmeng City Constabulary urgently seeks temporary personnel to assist in apprehending the notorious ocean-spanning bandit. Compensation is paid daily. Additional rewards, up to 100,000 spirit stones, will be granted for verifiable leads. Outstanding performers may even be offered permanent positions within the constabulary. Good heavens! What manner of ocean-spanning bandit warrants such an unprecedented mobilization by Yunmeng City? Yifeng murmured, inwardly astonished. To his knowledge, Yunmeng City maintained extraordinarily stringent defenses. Few dared challenge its authority. Yet, extra rewards. That piqued his interest. This opportunity seemed promising indeed. A spark lit up in Yifeng's eyes. With his celestial mechanism disc, he was confident that, given sufficient intelligence, the bandit's whereabouts would pose no insurmountable challenge. Then this shall be my choice. Without hesitation, he resolved to give it a try. After a hearty meal, he strode directly toward the constabulary's headquarters, a grand imposing hall at the city's heart. Although much of Yunmeng City lay under the de facto control of elite sects from Zhangzhou, its true governance stemmed from direct appointment by the supreme authority of the Zhanglong Continent Alliance. Likewise, the city's constabulary functioned as a branch of the Zhanglong Continental Military Department, operating entirely independent of sectarian oversight. To become a sworn constable here would place one beyond even the reach of ordinary immortal cultivation disciples. Entering the vast antechamber, he saw several imposing, heavily armored men standing sternly behind the main gate, receiving one applicant after another. These aspirants, drawn by reputation, varied widely in cultivation level, yet each radiated an unmistakable aura of rugged resilience. Once the queue ahead had cleared, Yifeng stepped forward immediately and explained his intent to a burly middle-aged constable who appeared to be the squad's leader. "Young man, you wish to enlist as a temporary constable?" The burly man appraised Yifeng's attire with evident curiosity. "Indeed," Yifeng replied with a firm nod. "Son, though our constabulary is severely understaffed and the pay exceedingly generous, you must understand this bandit is no ordinary criminal. Lives hang in the balance. At your age, I urge you to reconsider and return home. This is no task for the untested." The burly man sighed, gently advising him. Among all applicants he'd interviewed these past days, Yifeng's mere fifth-layer chi refinement cultivation stood indisputably at the very bottom. While minimal cultivation sufficed to qualify, raw power mattered profoundly during actual searches. Even spotting the bandit meant nothing unless one possessed enough strength to survive and deliver intelligence back alive. "I am fully aware," Yifeng responded calmly without haste or hesitation. "Yet I believe locating the bandit depends less on brute force and more on insight. I respectfully request the chance to prove it." Insight? The burly man blinked momentarily, speechless, then almost incredulous. Was this youth truly so self-assured? Keen intellect could suffice, but only if extraordinarily sharp. Did the boy imagine them all incompetent? Very well. If you are determined, then test yourself. But heed this, the danger is real. Tread carefully, young man. In the end, the burly man relented with a solemn warning. As a sworn constable, he naturally longed to capture the fugitive swiftly. Every hand added strength. Yet he also carried quiet sorrow for those low-tier cultivators who perished needlessly. Thus his caution was both duty and compassion. "Understood. I thank you sincerely." Yifeng bowed deeply with both hands clasped. The burly man sighed softly, then led him without delay to a secluded courtyard within the rear precincts of the Grand Palace. There over 100 already enlisted cultivators had gathered, awaiting brief orientation before deployment across the city to join the search. "All right, someone will shortly register you and brief you on essential protocols. Once everything is settled, you may depart. But above all, stay safe," the burly middle-aged man remarked coolly to Yifeng. Yifeng was not alone among this cohort of applicants gathered in the courtyard. Most were either pillars of their families or promising young cultivators upon whom great hopes rested. Were it not for dire shortages of spirit stones, few would have ventured into such perilous affairs, and thus he truly hoped none would meet misfortune. "Many thanks." Yifeng clasped his fists in gratitude, a sincere warmth flickering in his eyes. He had not expected the patrol bureau's personnel to be so decent. As the burly man strode away, Yifeng remained in the courtyard, waiting quietly while scanning his surroundings with quiet attentiveness. Gazing upon this assembly of applicants, he could not help but reflect inwardly. Over 100 cultivators filled the courtyard. Most were self-cultivating recluses, with only a handful hailing from established sects. Nearly all appeared to be in their 30s or early 40s, and the majority had already reached the 7th or 8th layer of chi refinement. Even in one distant corner, he noticed several robed figures clad in brocaded silks, whose auras radiated extraordinary strength, clearly foundation establishment cultivators by his estimation. These individuals clearly hailed from distinguished lineages. Why then would they take interest in such a hazardous manhunt? Or were they perhaps vying solely for the rare opportunity to join the patrol bureau itself? As Yifeng observed them in quiet astonishment, the assembled recluses likewise turned toward him with startled expressions. This young fellow has only reached the 5th layer of chi refinement, yet dares show up here. Truly fearless in ignorance. Indeed, he possesses scarcely enough power to accomplish anything meaningful. At his age, he likely hasn't even tasted the sweetness of a woman's embrace. Huh, young man. Go find yourself a wife and secure your lineage first, then return. Many recluses exchanged amused banter at Yifeng's expense. The task of hunting down thieves was notoriously perilous. Slip up even slightly, and one wrist being silenced forever. In their eyes, someone of Yifeng's meager cultivation had no business standing among them. Yet Yifeng remained unmoved, retreating silently to a corner to await his turn. Fortune favors the bold. Should he obtain intelligence on the thief, he stood to earn a fortune. What else mattered? By the way, just who is this wretch we're hunting? How is it that so many have failed to locate him? One recluse suddenly asked, curiosity piqued during the wait. At present, nothing occupied their thoughts more than the thief's precise identity and whereabouts. No one knows for certain, but this petty thief is brazen beyond measure. Rumor has it he's already stolen the ancestral treasures of several prominent clans. Only such audacity could provoke the Patrol Bureau into launching so sweeping a manhunt. Precisely. Worse still, the scoundrel, having succeeded, refuses to flee. Instead, he remains hidden within the city, striking again and again at will. TCH. What twisted logic drives such recklessness? Amid scattered, idle chatter, fascination with their quarry deepened into near obsession. Had they acquired such priceless artifacts, they'd have vanished into obscurity long ago, luxuriating somewhere far from danger, not lingered to tempt fate anew. Still, given the scale and intensity of the search, none believed the thief could possibly evade capture. Eager anticipation now surged. They intended to seize this chance and claim their share. Hearing these fragments, Yifeng too felt profound shock ripple through him. Who was this person, so formidable as to render elite clans' layered defenses utterly meaningless? To steal an ancestral treasure. Yet without concrete intelligence, he could do nothing but wait, patiently, resolutely. After roughly half a quarter, a refined middle-aged scholar in embroidered robes approached, bearing an exquisite jade disc, a magical artifact, and a stack of jade slips. His countenance exuded gentle erudition, his entire presence redolent of a scholarly tutor, prompting quiet speculation that he must serve as the Patrol Bureau's chief strategist or scribe. Greetings. I am Zowen, Deputy Patrol Inspector of the Patrol Bureau. Kindly step forward one by one to imprint your unique spiritual signature upon this artifact and receive your mission jade slip. Those with records of criminal conduct should withdraw now, lest consequences fall upon them unbidden. With calm authority, the scholar placed the jade disc upon an antique wooden table and addressed the crowd. The jade disc shimmered with exceptional craftsmanship, its grade impossible to discern at a glance. Deputy Patrol Inspector? A high-ranking official indeed. But what precisely qualifies as criminal conduct? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, puzzled on could this jade disc truly unveil their hidden pasts? Most listened attentively, then stepped forward without hesitation to imprint their spiritual signatures, convinced their deeds fell well short of heinous crime. Only a handful hesitated, eyes flickering, expressions taut. Years navigating the treacherous underworld made it impossible for them to claim innocence. Survival in that realm demanded bloodshed. Yet would such sins be exposed? Surely not. After tense deliberation, they joined the queue, following closely behind the others. The reward promised by this mission was simply too generous, and their purses too empty, to afford. Each registration took mere dozens of breaths. The vast majority successfully imprinted their spiritual signatures onto the jade disc and received both identification tokens and mission jade slips. Witnessing this, those burdened by secret anxieties breathed silent sighs of relief. Surely the deputy inspector's warning had been little more than intimidation. Yet just as confidence returned, the jade disc suddenly emitted a resonant hum, followed by instantly a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from its surface, crackling violently as it struck the recluse who had just touched it. His body blackened, instantly convulsing as he collapsed rigidly to the ground. SSS, what in the nine heavens? A collective gasp tore through the courtyard. Could this jade disc truly unleash such devastating autonomous force? What tier of artifact was it? Meanwhile, the scholar hurried forward, kneeling beside the stricken man to examine him closely. This man was previously wanted for crimes committed in Matsuan City. Take him away, immediately, the scholar declared without pause. Yes, sir. 2 armored patrol officers stepped forth and carried the unconscious recluse away. Very well. Rest assured the artifact functions perfectly. Proceed. The scholar spoke as though nothing extraordinary had occurred, yet every face in the courtyard had paled and silence descended like a shroud. Tisk tsk, how grim. Watching the man carried off, many shook their heads in somber pity. None would have guessed such a respectable-looking figure bore a warrant, evidently gambling on slipping through unnoticed to claim his reward only to deliver himself straight into the jaws of justice. It seemed that although the conditions here were generous, not everyone was cut out for this work. Those with checkered pasts began to lose heart and quietly withdraw from the courtyard. The middle-aged inspector noticed this and did not intervene. In a world rife with transgressors, he had little interest in meddling unless the evidence was indisputable. Soon it was Yi Feng's turn to step forward. Having witnessed the recent examples, his heart beat with anxious trepidation. After all, he had killed before. Yet he prided himself on acting with a clear conscience, taking only lives that deserved taking. He did not flinch. Channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the jade disc, he waited in silence. Fortunately, the outcome matched his expectations. He passed without incident. He successfully left his identity aura, obtained his identity token, and received a jade slip describing the thief. At last, Yi Feng exhaled a long, relieved breath. The great thief was said to be named Liao Xian, a native of Cangzhou, who had somehow acquired a concealment technique and frequently struck near Yunmeng City. He bore a mole on his left cheek, and his aura suggested he was roughly at the early foundation establishment stage. Upon receiving the information, Yi Feng immediately communed with the Tianji Pan and began to deduce their possible whereabouts. With departure approaching, he needed to choose a direction to search. But the next moment, the Tianji Pan's reply stunned him. Information unclear, no such person found, divination impossible. He froze in disbelief. Fake, he muttered inwardly. How is this even possible? The very reason he had volunteered for this task was the hope of using the Tianji Pan to determine a precise direction and thereby earn the reward by supplying a lead. He had not expected such a complication. After hesitating, and once the middle-aged inspector had a moment of leisure, Yi Feng could no longer contain his questions. Inspector, is the information about this thief accurate? Is there any problem with it? This question was crucial. The answer would decide whether he could find the man. The other scattered cultivators who read the jade slip were equally disappointed. There was too little useful information for them to act on. The inspector glanced over, surprised. Most people who saw the jade slip complained only about the lack of detail, not the possibility of inaccuracy. This youngster was different. Yi Feng hastened to explain, Inspector, I believe the accuracy of this information will determine how difficult the search will be, so I wish to confirm it. The inspector replied coolly, I see. But this is the only information we have at present. Even if it were wrong, there is nothing to be done. He went on to explain that they had no more precise leads. The fragments they possessed had been gathered after lengthy searching, gleaned from traces the thief left when he stayed at an inn. When Yi Feng heard that reply, his heart sank and a shade of disappointment crossed his face. It seemed the reward would likely slip from his grasp. As expected, in the days that followed, the group split into several teams to comb the region house by house, but yielded no results. Yi Feng also found nothing. Fortunately, the daily stipend was generous, and for someone whose supply of spirit stones was nearly exhausted, it was a much-needed tonic. Realizing the hunt would not conclude quickly, he bit the bullet and spent all his remaining spirit stones on a set of forging implements. Each night, he returned to practice forging. 10 days slipped past, and at last the day for the Forging Guild's instruction arrived once more. At dawn, as soon as the guild opened its doors, Yi Feng made his way straight to the forging workshop. He had not returned to the patrol office. Without reliable information, searching was like fishing in the sea. Though he missed out on a day's stipend, learning to forge was more important. A tall, lanky trainee entered the workshop and, surprised to find someone already there before him, paused. Oh, you're early, he remarked. Yi Feng smiled in reply, Senior brother, you are early too. He had not expected anyone else to turn up so soon. It was not that he wished to sleep in, because the jade slip could not be taken away. Every moment in the workshop was precious, and he had to seize every chance to learn. The lanky trainee replied modestly, just an ordinary start. Then, with a conspiratorial knock on Yi Feng's shoulder, he asked, by the way, Yi junior brother, have you treated our senior sister to a meal these days? The trainee was most concerned about whether there had been any unusual developments between him and Luo Ling, for he had secretly admired her for some time. No, Yi Feng shook his head. He would have liked to. Indeed, he wished to cultivate a proper relationship with someone who in a sense was his master. But after buying the forging implements, he had no spirit stones left to spare. The lanky trainee found this hard to believe. Would this young man truly forego such an opportunity? Really? He pressed. Of course it's true, Yi Feng insisted. The trainee sighed dramatically and offered him a reproving lecture. Junior brother, you're missing an obvious path. Treating senior sister to a meal is only natural. Yet a glint of secret satisfaction crept into the trainee's heart. This fellow seemed to lack an aggressive streak, With nothing more happening between him and Luo Ling, things might play out to the trainee's liking. In that case, Luo Ling's impression of Yifeng would not be favorable. Your point is well taken, senior brother, Yifeng hastened to nod. He felt a twinge of guilt about the situation, but for now, there was nothing he could do to change it. Sure enough, half an hour later, when Luo Ling arrived, she promptly handed Yifeng a large chunk of Xian iron ore. Try purifying this, or today. Get it to at least 80%, Luo Ling said in a tone that left little warmth. She had waited many days and was impatient to demonstrate her authority. All right, Yifeng answered calmly. Raising purity to 80% was not impossible. In his recent practice, he had already reached just over 70% on some samples. He stepped to the forging furnace, lit the spiritual flame, and with practiced motions cast the Xian iron ore into the blaze. In less than half an incense stick's time, the ore glowed red. He took it out and began hammering with the great hammer. Soon his brow furrowed, and he muttered alarmed. The ore's purity appeared already unusually high, but ordinary methods would not refine it further. For a moment, he was at a loss. Fortunately, his comprehension was keen. After pondering, theory returned to mind, and guided by his understanding and experience, he adjusted his forging technique. The result began to take shape. The method seemed to suit the task. On the other side, Luo Ling, who had been closely observing the progress, caught a glimpse of Yifeng's actions, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise. At first, the other party's forging was indeed unimpressive, lacking a grasp on the core essentials, and could be considered a complete waste of effort. However, gradually that young man's movements began to become precise and rhythmic. Afterward, he even developed a sense of athleticism, and paired with his strikingly handsome features, he possessed an undeniable charm. This made her surprisingly feel her heart race. Could it be that this guy has really figured it out? But she quickly regained her composure, revealing a hint of disdain. Just having the appearance isn't enough. The results matter. This process of refining isn't something that can be accomplished in a short time. She said nothing more and turned back to tend to her own tasks. After all, scolding that young man was merely a side task. Completing her own responsibilities was the priority. Yet in less than an hour, she noticed that Yifeng had already stopped working and placed a piece of ore in front of her. So soon. Luo Ling looked at the ore placed before her on the forging table, her expression turning quite unpleasant. How much time has passed? She felt that the other party was pretending to understand, as even she couldn't achieve an 8% purity in such a short time. Did he really think he was better than her? Yes, it's done. Yifeng confirmed confidently. All right. Hearing this, Luo Ling said nothing more, but directly took the ore to a certain artifact for testing. She didn't require him to redo the work, as she felt it would yield the same results. It was purely a waste of breath. She just wanted to get the results quickly and teach this young man a lesson. But in the next moment, her expression froze instantly. A purity of 83%. This can't be right. The values displayed on the testing artifact completely exceeded her expectations. She hurriedly began to check all around, refusing to give up, convinced that something must be wrong. However, after several more attempts, she found that the testing artifact still showed the same results, and she had made no mistakes in her operations. Could it be that the purity of this ore is genuinely higher than what she had previously refined? How is that possible? She stared blankly at the result, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Senior sister, how is it? Is it qualified? Yifeng felt quite anxious seeing Luo Ling's. He had never used the testing artifact before and couldn't understand the inscriptions within. He was worried that his performance would be dreadful. Not just qualified, but simply better than hers. Could this young man have learned beforehand and is now pretending to be a novice just to toy with her? Upon hearing this, Luo Ling looked at his serious demeanor and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. If it weren't for her recent rapid improvement in skills, she wouldn't have been able to reach this level. At this moment, all the scolding she had prepared beforehand instantly evaporated. It's important to know that reaching 80% is already quite impressive, and getting any higher is exponentially more difficult. The higher the purity, the better the quality of the crafted artifact. However, to further enhance it without unique techniques, it is simply unattainable. However, she certainly couldn't easily lose face. Regaining her composure, she spoke coolly. Not bad, barely qualified. Barely. Indeed. There are still some flaws. Yifeng frowned upon hearing this. During the forging process earlier, he had indeed sensed it was not perfect, but he couldn't find a method to further purify it. What if I try using the heavenly mechanism disc to deduce how to further purify it? In the next moment, Yifeng silently issued the command in his heart. At this moment, his cultivation had significantly improved compared to before. Using the heavenly mechanism disc occasionally no longer had a major impact on him. Basic mystical iron, or 83% purity. By using the repeated quenching method after 7 cycles of cooling and burning, there is a 90% probability of further purification. The specific forging techniques are as follows. The heavenly mechanism disc had long since connected with Yifeng's thoughts, and its response quickly reached Yifeng's mind. In an instant, Yifeng was able to understand the series of complex forging techniques. So that's how it is. Seeing this result, Yifeng immediately had a new idea. Senior sister, how about I give it another try? Yifeng quickly spoke again. Huh, another try. Luo Ling's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. She had only been saying that casually, and he actually took it seriously. Yes, I believe what you said makes a lot of sense. Of barely qualified means unqualified. Without hesitation, Yifeng swiftly retrieved the ore, and without further ado, he threw it back. What is this kid really thinking? Luo Ling watched this, seeing her expression, frozen momentarily, at a loss for words. In fact, the previous quality was already quite good. However, Yifeng didn't notice her unease. He was solely focused on his work. Bang, bang, bang. A rhythmic sound echoed out, and after a quarter of an hour, Yifeng's actions finally came to a halt once again. Phew, it should be fine now. Senior sister, could you please test it again? Yifeng placed the refined ore in front of Luo Ling once more. All right. Luo Ling did not hesitate, taking the refined ore and placing it once again above the circular artifact. She was also very curious if there had been any further changes to the ore. 85% purity. In the next moment, as Luo Ling looked at the displayed result, her gaze went blank, as if she had seen a ghost. She had refined so many ores and very few could achieve 85%. Was he truly a novice? Hey, have you learned about crafting before? Suddenly, Luo Ling's beautiful eyes fixed intensely on Yifeng. Although she found it hard to believe, she could not help but harbor such doubts at this moment. Why do you say that, senior sister? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. You answer me first. Luo Ling would not elaborate further. No, I have only practiced material purification for a while. Yifeng replied honestly. He hadn't even properly learned material purification techniques. He had gradually figured them out by observing the jade slips and the hints from the heavenly mechanism disc. So you only know how to purify, but don't know anything else. Luo Ling's expression was quite skeptical. That's correct. Yifeng nodded. That's good. Hearing this, Luo Ling finally felt much better. She instinctively felt that practicing material purification for a while should take a considerable amount of time, which made sense. Otherwise, if any novice could outperform her, she would feel utterly humiliated. All right, purification is past, now you try fusion. At this moment, she had already regarded the other party as a prospective apprentice with a certain level of forging foundation, so she did not question further. If she were to discover that the other party had actually practiced for less than 10 days, she would not know what to feel. She instructed Yifeng to try forging the most common sword-shaped tool embryo. Fusion compared to purification undoubtedly presents a much greater challenge, requiring a profound understanding of the internal structure of the object. If the other party performed poorly in this aspect, she would seize the opportunity to give him a thorough lesson. No problem. Yifeng said nothing more and continued to immerse himself in forging. He had always used sword-shaped magical tools, and some of the basic steps had been mentioned in the previous refining jade slips, so he was not unfamiliar. However, having seen it does not mean he could forge it. Next, based on his understanding, he found some red copper and dark gold, continued to purify, and then began to attempt to fuse the 3 types of ore essence. However, after a whole half an hour had passed, he remained furrowed with worry. This fusion forging was indeed much more difficult than he had imagined. He concentrated all his mental energy, carefully sensing the fusion state of the black iron and red copper mixture. After repeatedly hammering and adjusting, he found that no matter how he adjusted, it was difficult to achieve the arrangement and distribution he desired. Whether he applied too much force or too little, it resulted in a chaotic internal structure. In an instant, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Seeing this, Luo Ling finally revealed a knowing smile. Do you understand how difficult it is now? She was very clear that without a method, the other party's efforts would be utterly meaningless. And these methods were the true value of her as a master. Noticing that he still did not ask her for guidance, Luo Ling turned her attention back to her own tasks. She planned to wait until he was thoroughly frustrated and eventually surrendered before giving him a proper lecture. In fact, Yifeng was indeed at a loss at this moment. He tried various methods, but none were successful. However, he did not give up easily. Gritting his teeth, he communicated with the heavenly mechanism disc and performed a deduction. The fusion of magical tool embryos can be classified into 5 methods based on their difficulty. The first one, and the only one currently available to the host, the small-scale rapid forging method, which involves applying extremely small and uniform force outputs to continuously strike the surface of the object, allowing for continuous microadjustments to form the tool embryo. Specific techniques are as follows. The second method, material resonance. The third method, the fourth method, flame prison quenching. The fifth method, starfall forging. The heavenly mechanism disc quickly listed a plethora of methods and techniques. The others appeared to be extremely profound, making it difficult for Yi Feng to comprehend at this moment. Fortunately, the first method was relatively simple, and he quickly grasped the key points. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid and short hammering sounds erupted as Yi Feng once again focused intently on forging. This time, he deliberately followed the techniques suggested by the heavenly mechanism disc to conduct a planned forging, while his mental energy remained concentrated on observing the internal state of the tool embryo, not daring to be lax in the slightest. Uncertain how long he had been at it, his tense mind finally came to a halt. After a considerable amount of time spent on repeated micro-adjustments, the internal structure of the tool embryo had finally approached his expectations. He felt it was about time. Looking at the results of today, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Although the tool embryo was not yet perfect, it was already the limit of what he could achieve at the moment. This was undoubtedly the first truly meaningful magical tool embryo he had forged. Is it done? When Yi Feng presented the tool embryo, Luo Ling looked at him with a face full of skepticism. This black iron sword embryo did indeed look quite appealing, but the value of a tool embryo lies in its internal structure. If the internal construction of the materials was a mess, it would just be a piece of scrap metal. However, she did not outright deny it. Instead, she raised her hand to take it. No matter what, she would look at it. However, when she immersed her mental energy into it and began probing the internal structure, within less than half a cup of tea's time, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Inside the tool embryo, the arrangement of microparticles was already close to straight and orderly, and the overall structure of the tool embryo was also extremely stable. She carefully examined each part and found that although some had flaws, they were by no means detrimental. This tool embryo was actually qualified. Is this truly the first time he has refined a tool? This is unbelievable. Luo Ling was left speechless, unsure of what to say. She stubbornly presented the tool embryo to the brown-haired elder for inspection, only to find that he also declared it qualified. This meant that the tool embryo had already possessed a certain level of value. This guy, didn't he say he had only practiced purification? He must be deceiving me. This little rascal is too cunning. Clearly he has practiced fusion as well, yet he pretends to know nothing. Senior sister, how is it? Seeing Luo Ling's strange expression, Yi Feng felt a tightness in his heart and could not help but ask again. This was indeed his first time forging. He could not judge whether it was good or bad, but instinctively felt it should be acceptable. However, at this moment, Luo Ling had already regarded him as a great deceiver. It's fine, you managed it, but do not become arrogant. Luo Ling replied with a nonchalant expression. She had already begun to quietly decide not to engage with him further. It's fine, you managed it, but do not become arrogant. Luo Ling replied with a nonchalant expression. She had already begun to quietly decide not to engage with him further. Through this practice, he realized that theory and practical operation indeed have significant differences. He had nearly understood it theoretically, but he completely lacked the skills for practical operation. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling's mouth slightly opened, filled with immense frustration. How hypocritical could this guy be? At this moment, the progress he had made was almost catching up to her, who had immersed herself in practice for many years, and yet he still pretended to seek her guidance. Although he could forge a tool embryo which would earn him some rewards, even she, as nominal master, would reap some benefits. Yet she truly did not want such benefits. As for the flaws, she was aware of how to improve. She had no intention of teaching. However, the teaching elder had explicitly requested her to guide the newcomers. If she didn't say anything, she wouldn't be able to give a report. Fine, then he'll teach you a couple of techniques, whether you can comprehend them depends on your luck. In the end, she could only nod helplessly, pretending to be a master, and recited the words she had previously taught. Of course, she would not take the initiative to explain. After all, this rascal was truly too cunning. What Luo Ling did not know was that during the following time, having received her teachings, Yi Feng began to practice fervently, as if he had found a treasure. Each word the other spoke was a distillation of hard-won experience. As soon as Jiang Chun heard them, resonance surged within him, and previously hazy concepts gradually crystallized into clarity. However, acquiring extra materials for practice required spending spirit stones, a luxury he could scarcely afford. Yet should he succeed in forging qualified artifact cores, costs would not only offset one another, but yield a modest profit. Thus, he relentlessly compelled himself to ensure success, no matter what. Hey, do you think that young man has lost his mind? Forging without rest like this. Yifeng's state soon drew notice from the other apprentices. Even the most diligent among them paused periodically to sip tea to catch their breath. Yet he, save for brief intervals devoted solely to restoring stamina, had scarcely ceased hammering. Who can say? Perhaps he's merely putting on a show. The apprentices shook their heads in unison, wearing faint sneers. They deemed him excessively theatrical, obviously performing for effect. Yet his rapid progress in artifact forging left them deeply unsettled. This fellow was undoubtedly formidable. He must have trained before, pretending ignorance while secretly showcasing innate talent, all to impress Luo Ling and win her favor. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Why hadn't any of them conceived such a stratagem earlier? In that moment, every male apprentice seethed with envy toward Yifeng. They dared not approach Xiao Qinin. Her background was far too imposing, so Luo Ling, grounded and approachable, became their ideal choice. Little did they expect that this calculating youth would steal the opportunity before any of them succeeded. Even Xiao Qinin and Liang Cheng'an now suspected Yifeng had trained previously. They refused to believe anyone could in so short a time leap past purification and directly master fusion, outpacing even their own comprehension. Yet that youth has gravely misjudged one thing. Luo Ling abhors precisely such artifice. The more one resorts to hollow pretense, the more intensely she recoils. Many suppressed cold smirks. Over this year and more, each had schemed, devising countless pretexts to draw near the fair Luo, only to be uniformly rebuffed, leaving behind nothing but unfavorable impressions. Conversely, those who possessed genuine talent and maintained dignified, unswayed composure around women earned her quiet respect. Had not Liang Cheng'an, feigning indifference, won her acknowledgement, still none would bother enlightening the youth, not when he stood as their greatest romantic rival. The more blunders he committed, the more advantage it conferred upon them. Sure enough, Luo Ling grew increasingly aloof toward Yifeng. Yet he never suspected ulterior motives. Instead, he assumed his efforts fell short, leaving her dissatisfied. Senior sister Luo, may this junior brother observe your artifact forging once you're at leisure? Yifeng asked solemnly the moment she paused. Though observation was effortless within the workshop, none guarded their techniques. He wished to request permission formally, deeming it profoundly disrespectful to watch without consent. Of course, should she refuse, he would not press further, merely seek guidance elsewhere. Observe me forging artifacts. Haven't you been doing so already? Luo Ling frowned, her delicate features tightening. Could he possibly intend to gaze openly upon her beauty? A furtive glance might be forgiven, but outright sanctioned scrutiny. The observation may extend some time, but rest assured, junior brother shall never disturb you. Moreover, I am prepared to compensate you with spirit stones. Unaware of her misapprehension, Yifeng spoke with unwavering sincerity. He believed meticulous frame-by-frame comparison, pinpointing subtle discrepancies in technique, would elevate his own forging mastery beyond measure. That won't be necessary. But you may only watch. Should any impractical notions arise, I advise you spare yourself the futile effort. Her expression turned glacial. If he mastered forging, she would share commensurate rewards. Thus, were his sole aim skill acquisition, she would withhold no knowledge. Yet she feared his true intent lay elsewhere entirely. What impractical notions could I possibly harbor? Yifeng blinked, startled. Something about that remark felt distinctly off-kilter. He quickly grasped her misunderstanding and sighed wryly. Senior sister Luo, please rest assured. I seek only to refine my forging art. In the next breath, he vowed earnestly. He had expended precious spirit stones to train here, not to court romance. His entire focus rested upon mastering the craft. No romantic designs clouded his intent. Yet neither Luo Ling nor the surrounding apprentices believed him. That ploy, still far too green. This instruction spanned several consecutive days, for the material covered was pivotal and demanded immediate, uninterrupted practice. Fortunately, by dusk on the fourth day, once the lessons concluded, the grizzled elder urged everyone to submit their work and finally announced a fortnight-long holiday. As the elder departed, jubilant cheers erupted from the apprentices. At last, freedom. Every face bloomed with profound, palpable relief. After such sustained exertion, even cultivators longed for respite and for a hearty meal shared with friends. Before long, Yifeng set down his tools, preparing to leave. Though a cultivator, prolonged intense practice had left him utterly drained, body and spirit alike. Senior brother Liang, shall we gather somewhere tonight? Apprentices eagerly rallied, companions eager to celebrate. Their eyes first sought Liang Cheng'an, the undisputed center, son of a senior elder from a great sect, wealthiest among the male apprentices, and the one they most fervently wished to curry favor with. No, 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 what fuss is this? I've already made arrangements. Liang Chengyan waved them off with an enigmatic smile. How inept. Gathering with mere men held no allure. Arrangements? With whom? At his words, every male apprentice brimmed with insatiable gossip, while the female cultivators exchanged knowing, hopeful glances. Liang's senior brother was their foremost aspiration. Senior sister Xiao, your guidance these past days has been invaluable. Might you spare a moment? In the next instant, Liang Chengyan extended the invitation, his voice rich, resonant, to Xiao Qinin beside him. At this moment, he exuded sincerity and warmth, his gentle smile fulfilling every young maiden's deepest fantasy. This is acceptable. Xiao Qinin hesitated for a fleeting instant before accepting. As her newly assigned apprentice, he had been receiving her earnest guidance, and thus offering her a token of respect now was only fitting. Moreover, his exceptional talent and humble demeanor had genuinely won her favor. Upon hearing her reply, Liang Chengyan's heart surged with elation. He immediately gestured politely, inviting her to proceed. Heavens above, senior brother Liang and senior sister Xiao are going off to meet in private. Witnessing this scene, the other apprentices stood frozen, stunned into collective disbelief. Rumors held that senior sister Xiao was the legitimate daughter of a major city's lord, noble by birth, exquisite in beauty, truly the ideal choice for a cultivation partner. Who among them had not secretly coveted her? Now seeing her singled out for a private invitation, each one burned with bitter regret. This opportunity, once lost, might never return. Luo Ling, observing the exchange, couldn't help but purse her lips in silent disdain. What a shameless pair! Not the slightest trace of restraint. A quiet sigh escaped her, not of sorrow but of wry resentment toward fate itself. Compare the apprentice entrusted to Xiao Qinin, handsome, gifted, and generous. Then consider her own Yi Feng, a wooden plank utterly devoid of charm or wit. She and Xiao Qinin had joined the sect at the same time, long rivals in quiet competition. Xiao Qinin possessed not only noble lineage but also the famed Liang Chengyan as her apprentice, whereas Luo Ling's charge was none other than Yi Feng. The disparity was staggering. Yi Feng watched astonished as the aloof senior sister Xiao so readily accepted the tall man's. For days she had maintained an air of icy detachment, yet he'd expected at least a courteous refusal. To be won over so swiftly defied all expectation. Granted, sharing a meal did not guarantee intimacy, but one meeting begot another, and with persistence Liang Chengyan might yet claim victory. Yet Yi Feng felt no envy. His sole ambition was to earn spirit stones, swiftly amassing enough strength to defend himself. Everything else remained for him a luxury beyond reach. As Xiao Qinin and Liang Chengyan departed, the remaining apprentices reluctantly withdrew their gazes, returning to the task of forming cultivation teams. Those brimming with confidence now turned their eyes toward Luo Ling. Among the remaining female apprentices, she stood unrivaled, her brilliance rivaling even Xiao Qinin's. Immortal Lady Luo, might you spare a moment later for a drink? One after another, elegant young masters stepped forward with practiced poise, striving to appear refined and scholarly. Yet without exception, each was met with Luo Ling's unflinching, courteous refusal. Yi Feng observed in quiet astonishment. So exacting were her standards that not a single promising youth could win her regard. Among those who extended invitations, he recognized several whose family lineages ranked just below Liang Chengyan's, and whose appearances were no less distinguished. Fortunately, he had no intention of approaching her himself, not only because she might ignore him outright, but also because he currently carried not a single spirit stone. His aspirations, however sincere, rendered utterly powerless by poverty. Emerging from the Artificer Guild, Yi Feng found the afternoon still bright and clear. For once he wandered leisurely through Yunming City. After prolonged exertion, even cultivators deserved moments of repose. Yunming City truly lived up to its reputation as Zhangzhou's greatest metropolis. Countless shops and pavilions lined its avenues, and artificer workshops abounded. Here he beheld sprawling sect enclaves and opulent merchant towers occupying dozens of mu each. These major sect compounds belonged to renowned powers across Zhangzhou, most notably the Xiang sect, Luohua sect, and Xianin sect, the three strongest sects in the region, each commanding vast territorial holdings. Yet the most formidable force within the city was not any of these three great sects, but rather certain merchant guilds operating from the central district's grand commercial towers. Some of these merchant towers reportedly maintained branches across every province of the Songlong continent, their true influence likely ranked among the continent's elite. Stepping into one such tower, the Lingyuan Immortal Treasures Pavilion, Yifeng surveyed its interior where artifacts and cultivation manuals of every rank gleamed beneath polished display cases. Yet their prices lay far beyond his means. Still, he welcomed the chance to broaden his horizons. What startled him most was that even the most junior attendants here possessed cultivation foundations reaching at least the 9th layer of qi refinement, while those stationed on upper floors grew progressively more powerful. To assign such prodigious talents to menial service, how extravagantly magnanimous. Still, he betrayed no outward surprise, though the 9th layer of qi refinement remained distant and unattainable to him. Within great sects or guilds, it might merely signify the lowest rung of competence. Honored guest, may I inquire what you seek today? A young attendant barely 20 approached promptly upon Yifeng's entrance. I'll browse at my leisure, Yifeng replied with a faint smile. Very well. Please call upon me whenever needed. I shall not intrude. The young attendant instantly grasped his meaning, offering no hint of disdain, only polite deference, before turning back to his duties. Clearly, such visits were commonplace, impoverished cultivators seeking knowledge without purchase. Indeed, the pavilion's service was exemplary, not only resplendent in aesthetics, but flawlessly efficient. Superior qi-enhancing pills. Yifeng paused abruptly before an ornate medicine cabinet. Inside rested over a dozen exquisitely carved jade vials, each clearly labeled as containing superior qi-enhancing pills. He had long heard such superior-grade pills, renowned for negligible side effects, were exceedingly rare. To find them here was astonishing. Their listed price, 20 spirit stones per pill, was merely 5 stones higher than standard qi-enhancing pills. Could the label possibly be mistaken? From experience, he knew that in smaller regions, such pills commanded double, or even triple, their listed cost. Without delay, he turned toward the nearby attendant to inquire. Should they truly prove authentic, he would procure several, no matter the sacrifice. Honored guest, the labeling is accurate. Our pavilion employs numerous senior alchemists, thus batches of superior-grade pills emerge regularly. The attendant explained patiently. TSK, truly a continental powerhouse, willing to offer such rare treasures for sale. No wonder their branches span every province. Yifeng listened, marveling inwardly. Sangzhou had proven the right choice. Its resources dwarfed those of Chu province beyond measure. Yet he refrained from further questions, for now his purse held no spirit stones. Later perhaps. Just then a particularly youthful attendant caught his attention. The attendant, around 18 years of age, was not much older than him. But how could the aura surrounding that person be so peculiar? Yifeng raised his head, gazing intently, and noticed a stream of golden energy radiating abundantly from the top of the other's head. This scene was reminiscent of when he used the heavenly machine disc to glimpse the secrets of fate in his past life, winning the lottery. Is this a sign of great fortune? Yet how could an attendant from a mere commercial building possess such luck without venturing into any treasure troves? Yifeng found this puzzling. However, he did not dwell on it. Another's good fortune had little to do with him. The next day, Yifeng woke up early, practiced a bit, and then returned to the constabulary. Having not been there for several days, he was reluctant to waste time on such trivial matters, but for the sake of spirit stones, he had no choice. As soon as he stepped into the grand hall of the constabulary, he saw that over 200 people had gathered, all waiting for orders, ready to begin another day of search. Hey Xiao Yi, you finally made it. Where have you been these past few days? Many loose cultivators greeted him warmly upon his entrance. You weren't out drinking and carousing, were you? Young people need to practice moderation. Some even began to tease him directly. After their previous interactions, they had become quite familiar with each other, and they all held a favorable impression of Yifeng, a modest and humble young man. However, they secretly envied him for being alone, able to freely squander his spirit stones without the burden of supporting a family, unlike them, where their spirit stones were often handed over as soon as they were earned. Everyone's just joking. I was busy learning a trade. Where would I find the time for that? Yifeng, hearing this, felt somewhat unnatural and hurriedly explained. Haha, no need to hide it, we all understand. Indeed, we've all been there. But seriously, Xiao Yi, you need to find a proper partner, otherwise that little bit of spirit stones won't last. The scattered cultivators all spoke in a lecturing tone, trying to persuade him. Although searching for the great thief could earn them a spirit stone each day, which seemed like a lot, it came with great danger, and no one knew how long they could earn it. After saving for over 10 days, a trip to those lively places might wipe it all out. Want me to introduce you to someone? Suddenly, the scattered cultivators' eyes lit up, all looking at him with renewed energy. The others' appearance was decent, and their cultivation level was not low, showing considerable potential. As long as they didn't seek the daughters of noble families, pairing with an ordinary woman would suffice. Helping to set up matches often brought benefits afterward, and they were quite enthusiastic about it. Everyone really, there's no need. I truly have no time. Yifeng did not expect such inquisitive enthusiasm from the crowd, and could only smile wryly, explaining helplessly once more. He was here to escape calamity. Being able to protect himself was already a blessing, let alone desiring anything more. Fortunately, with the arrival of a middle-aged scholar from the constabulary and a group of regular constables, the discussions finally ceased. Currently, there were over 30 regular constables in the constabulary, and according to plan, each regular constable was to lead a team of scattered cultivators responsible for searching a designated area. Just as the assignments were being finalized and everyone was about to set off, someone rushed in hastily to report that the notorious thief had struck again. This morning, a member of a major family discovered that their family treasury had been robbed. Hiss! What's going on? Upon hearing this news, everyone was momentarily stunned, utterly shocked. In the past half-month, they had mobilized forces to search the city for suspicious individuals and found nothing. How could the thief not only be bold enough to act again, but also do so without any fear of the commotion? This is too audacious, isn't it? What a coincidence. Meanwhile, Yifeng, upon hearing this, could not help but be taken aback. His surprise was not due to the thief's audacity, but rather the timing of the incident. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the young attendant he had seen at the Lingyuan Treasure Pavilion the day before. The other's appearance was exceedingly strange. Could it be that person is the legendary notorious thief? Otherwise, how could they possess such overwhelming aura of wealth? This news quickly spread throughout Yunmeng City and its surrounding areas. No one expected that so little time had passed since the last incident, and yet here came another report. The entire city was shocked and in an uproar. Who exactly is this little thief, so lawless? Moreover, isn't the constabulary of Yunmeng City too ineffective? After searching for so long without results, who would dare stay in Yunmeng City now? Everyone was eager to catch even a hint of a clue, wishing to search for the thief personally. Unfortunately, the constabulary had kept the specific details about the thief confidential, leaving them with no. However, an hour later, several powerful constables suddenly burst into the Lingyuan Treasure Pavilion, swiftly capturing a very young attendant. Instantly, the discussions fell silent. The young attendant had just been casually introducing magical artifacts to customers, unaware that he would be apprehended the very next moment. However, after the initial panic, he quickly regained his composure. Why are you taking me without reason? Don't think that just because you're from the constabulary, you can act arbitrarily. Our Lingyuan Treasure Pavilion is not to be trifled with. The young attendant, emboldened, shouted threats vigorously. Unfortunately, half an hour later, when the constables brought out all the stolen items from his hiding place, the young attendant was left speechless, unable to utter a word. What did you say? The thief has been found. A quarter of an hour later, in a luxurious manor in the southern part of the city, an extremely weary and emaciated old man heard this news and immediately widened his eyes, standing up from his seat. As one of the families whose treasures had been stolen, he had not rested a moment over the past few days, constantly searching for clues about the thief. After all, the stolen treasures were heirlooms passed down through generations. If they could not be recovered, his position as the family head would come to an end. At that moment, he was also filled with confusion. How could the family treasury, surrounded by protective formations and guarded day and night, be stolen without a sound? Yes, family head, the constabulary has just formally notified us to come and identify the items. The young man reporting below spoke with great excitement, affirming his words. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he was full of complaints, feeling that the patrol office was utterly useless, having failed to solve the case after so many thefts. Little did he expect that in the next moment he would hear such astonishing news. At first, he thought the other party was deceiving him, but upon seeing the official document presented, he immediately ran back in excitement, speechless. This frail old man was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good." He felt the gloom that had been surrounding him for days suddenly disperse. "Let's go, hurry up and come with me." In the next moment, the frail old man eagerly beckoned. Although he was now extremely fatigued and somewhat disheveled, he could not care less. Retrieving that treasure was the most important thing. He immediately called upon the core members, rushing together towards the city center. The same thing was happening among several other prominent families. When the heads of these clans heard the news, they were all invigorated, hastening to the patrol office's main hall without delay. "Are you saying that the theft case of the treasure has been solved?" In the Grand Palace at the very center of Yunmeng City, a stern middle-aged man who was reviewing documents paused sharply upon hearing the news, his gaze sweeping with electric intensity. This matter had caused unrest throughout Yunming City for days. It would be a lie to say that he felt no pressure as the city lord. However, he had pressing duties that prevented him from searching personally, so he had to delegate the task to the patrol office. Nonetheless, he had been closely monitoring the event's progress and had provided substantial manpower and resources. Reporting, my lord, this matter is absolutely true. A tall guard commander replied emphatically. He had, of course, confirmed the news before bringing it forward. Otherwise, if there were any discrepancies, he could not bear the consequences. Oh, what about the treasure? Has it been found as well? The stern, middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, filled with urgency. While solving the case was good news, recovering the treasure was of utmost importance. His greatest concern was that even if the thief was captured, the treasure might be lost forever. Yes, not a single piece is missing. All have been found. The guard commander spoke with utmost confidence. At that moment, he was secretly astonished, not expecting things to go this smoothly. Good. Very good. Upon hearing this, the stern, middle-aged man finally revealed a rare smile. At last there was a resolution to this matter. Let's go, we must see for ourselves. In the next moment, he could no longer attend to the documents at hand and strode out of the grand hall, heading straight for the patrol office. My heavens, what on earth happened? How did they suddenly catch him? Everyone in the city quickly received the confirmed news, each revealing an expression of disbelief. Just a moment ago, they had been complaining that the patrol office was filled with fools, having made no progress after such a long time. How could the tide suddenly turn in the next moment? This change happened too quickly. And who exactly was that little thief? In no time, everyone was filled with curiosity and rushed towards the patrol office, eager to see the incredible thief. Unfortunately, before they could reach the patrol office, they found that the area was already swarming with people, making it impossible to squeeze in. However, not long after, they managed to glean some information. That little thief was actually a young man around 18 years old whose cultivation had not yet reached foundation establishment. No wonder they had never managed to catch him before. Who would have thought that a thief capable of breaking through the protective formations of several major families would be such a young lad? Moreover, how exactly did the patrol office solve the case? They were even more eager to know. It is said that a temporary patrol who was not yet 20 discovered something suspicious and provided the clue, earning a reward of 50,000 spirit stones. What? Another young fellow? Hiss. Who could that be? So lucky. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in admiration, each filled with envy. That was a full 50,000 spirit stones. They might toil for several hundred years and never earn that much. 50,000 spirit stones. Who is that person? How fortunate. Luo Ling and the other young people also heard the news, and they all became envious to the point of madness. If they could have such resources at their age, they could immediately rival the noble families. Which young man? They wondered if he had a partner. They really wanted to meet him. If they could share in some of that fortune, it would be utterly... Meanwhile, as everyone rushed towards the patrol office, Yifeng quietly exited through the back door with 50,000 spirit stones and an official patrol identity token. At that moment, he was in quite a good mood. The clue he provided had led to the capture, and although the other party initially refused to admit it, once the stolen goods were recovered, the fellow had no rebuttal left. However, he was still very curious about what abilities the other party possessed to accomplish such a feat. Unfortunately, he was unable to participate in the interrogation. Additionally, the words the other party said before leaving worried him. The person had claimed he would come looking for him soon, asking him to wait. But how could that be possible? After committing such a serious crime, how could the people from the major families let it go easily? They would likely want him dead. Thinking of this, Yifeng quickly reassured himself, realizing he was being overly anxious. This time he had only provided a clue and not captured the thief himself, so he only received the reward of 50,000 spirit stones. It wasn't that he didn't want to capture the thief personally, it was just that the man's apparent cultivation was already at the peak of chi refining, and he had no idea what hidden abilities he might possess, so he refrained from taking the risk. However, what to do with these 50,000 spirit stones? He had never received such a large sum before, and at this moment his storage bag was almost filled to capacity. First, he needed to buy a few bottles of chi-boosting pills. Currently among the apprentices of the Alchemist Association, his cultivation level was undoubtedly at the bottom. Although he had reached the peak of the 5th layer of chi refining through recent training, it was still far from enough. He needed to break through to the 6th layer, or even the 7th layer, as soon as possible. Secondly, he needed to purchase some protective talismans. On one hand, he was quite worried that someone from the Yi family or the family of Yi Tian's mother might suddenly come after him. Moreover, although the threats from that great thief were unlikely to materialize, he could not afford to let his guard. Fortunately, during his time in the patrol department, he had always used a false name, so even if the other party came looking for him, they would not find him easily. However, the next moment, without hesitation, he headed straight towards the luxurious commercial building in the city. This time, he entered a more renowned establishment than the Ling Treasure Pavilion, which also sold high-quality key-enhancing pills. Arriving at the pill display, he didn't ask many questions and waved his hand, purchasing 5 bottles at once, spending a total of 2,000 spirit stones. The young and beautiful waitress in charge of reception was secretly astonished by the young man's extravagance. Among cultivators of his age, it was rare for someone to produce 2,000 spirit stones at once. Even she, a formal disciple of the Ling Treasure Pavilion, could not manage that amount so quickly. Could he be the direct descendant of some wealthy clan? Young master, our store also has pills better than the key-enhancing pills for the chi refinement stage, the barrier-breaking pill. Would you be interested? The beautiful waitress called out to Yifeng, eager to make another recommendation. Every pill sold brought her a substantial commission, and if he was indeed a big customer, she couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Oh, barrier-breaking pill. What makes it so good? Yifeng paused upon hearing this, looking over. In the Chuzhou region, he had only heard of gathering chi pills and key-enhancing pills, but had never come across the barrier-breaking pill. Each one costs 1,000 spirit stones, and after consumption, there's a 90% chance of instantly breaking through a small bottleneck in the chi refinement stage. However, each person can only use it once. That becomes ineffective if taken a second time. Seeing his interest, the beautiful waitress immediately began to enthusiastically introduce the pill. This type of pill had an extremely precious recipe, and it was certainly not something one could find in ordinary places. Only major commercial associations like theirs, ranked among the best in the Songlong continent, could obtain it. Moreover, the purchasers were generally wealthy young heirs from powerful clans. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. A 90% chance of instantly breaking through a small bottleneck. 1,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart stirred. This deal seemed quite lucrative. Although he could gradually break through by practicing or consuming ordinary pills over a year or so, that required time, didn't it? If he could break through instantly, it would undoubtedly save him a significant amount of time. The key was that with every level of improvement, his safety would be better guaranteed. Give me one. The next moment, Yifeng decisively commanded. The spirit stones had come easily, so he didn't hesitate. Great. Please wait a moment. The beautiful waitress, her face filled with surprise, quickly turned around to fetch the pill. At the same time, she began calculating how much commission she would earn from this sale. It seemed she could earn dozens of pieces, easily equivalent to several months of her salary. However, to her surprise, after Yifeng paid the spirit stones, he didn't leave, but instead began to browse around the vicinity. Could it be that he wanted to buy other treasures? By the way, do you have any more advanced techniques or magical treasures? Could you recommend a few to me? As expected, Yifeng quickly began to inquire again. The items before him were all magical tools and yellow-tier techniques priced around several hundred to 1,000 spirit stones, and he had begun to look down upon them. He needed to prepare some life-saving measures. Oh, more advanced ones. Are you sure? The beautiful waitress felt incredulous upon hearing that. In this commercial building, there were indeed many customers buying advanced treasures, but they were not within her reach. After all, she was merely a chi refinement stage waitress responsible only for selling basic chi refinement items. More advanced items were generally handled by stewards at the foundation establishment stage. Yes, is there a problem? Yifeng asked. No problem. The more advanced items are upstairs. Please follow me. The next moment, the beautiful waitress nervously led the way ahead. At this moment, she could no longer understand the person before her. Oh, just how many spirit stones did he possess? I must say the second floor of the commercial building was indeed more luxurious, with each treasure being a masterpiece. There were over 100 types of techniques alone, including the blazing flame technique, profound ice technique, purple sun technique, and azure wave technique. Each of these techniques could rival the legitimate cultivation techniques of inner disciples from major sects. Ultimately, Yifeng purchased a low-level Xiantier cultivation technique, the purple sun technique, for 4,000 spirit stones. In addition, he also acquired a powerful Heavenly Thunder Pearl magic treasure and a mid-grade spiritual armor for self-defense. The Heavenly Thunder Pearl alone cost him 30,000 spirit stones, and it was a rare gem that even the Ling Treasure Pavilion had difficulty obtaining. It was said that the Heavenly Thunder Pearl contained 10 bolts of Heavenly Thunder, usable 10 times, with each activation requiring only a small amount of spiritual power to unleash an attack equivalent to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Such a strike could seriously injure a foundation establishment cultivator in their early stage if they were not careful, let alone a chi refinement stage cultivator. As for the mid-grade spiritual armor, it cost him 10,000 spirit stones, boasting strong defensive capabilities. It could be concealed within his robes and would instantly reveal itself in times of danger, even capable of withstanding sneak attacks from Foundation establishment stage experts. These two magic treasures were typically prepared by powerful families for their promising heirs, and Yifeng purchased them without hesitation. After all, safety is paramount. As for the remaining 3,000 spirit stones, he planned to rent a larger courtyard and buy a batch of spirit rabbits to breed, continuing to earn spirit stones and avoid falling into economic crisis again. She never expected to encounter such a low-key tycoon. This trip, he had purchased goods worth tens of... She never expected to encounter such a low-key tycoon. This trip, he had purchased goods worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, and her commission alone would amount to several hundred. Phew. Finally, she felt a sense of security. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Yifeng also secretly sighed in relief. At this moment, he had transformed completely. Even if Yi Tian sent someone to find him, he now had the strength to protect himself, and even the ability to counterattack. One could say that from this moment on, he finally had the confidence to live a normal life. Unknowingly, more than 10 days passed, and it was once again time for the teaching sessions. On this day, Yifeng emerged from his seclusion, took a brief bath, and energetically walked out from a certain courtyard towards the Alchemist Guild. After absorbing the key-enhancing pills over these days and modifying the Purple Sun technique, he had successfully broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement, and his aura had significantly improved. It must be said that the Purple Sun technique's training efficiency was far superior to the Qi gathering technique of the Qingyun sect. He felt that the total amount of spiritual power in his body had increased by a significant margin, and even his bodily vitality had been greatly enriched. However, he did not use the breaking barrier pill immediately, but planned to accumulate for a while longer, waiting until he was fully prepared before consuming it to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. After all, the probability was only 90%, so he could not act hastily. In addition, the previous house he resided in had already been vacated, and he had moved to this secluded courtyard located in the outer city area. He seems different now. As Yifeng entered the workshop, several female students inadvertently cast their gazes over, unable to help but freeze, starting to wonder in secret. The aura emanating from him was surprisingly on par with theirs, and even had a hint of noble composure. What was going on? Even Luo Ling, upon seeing Yifeng enter, was momentarily taken aback. How did this guy become even more charming? Although he had not been bad previously, there was always a sense of imperfection, but now upon closer inspection he appeared remarkably perfect, as if he had undergone a transformation. She couldn't quite articulate what was specifically better about him. She only felt that his skin was fairer, his figure more upright, and he seemed stronger and more powerful. "Senior Sister Luo, good morning." Seeing Luo Ling come in, Yifeng smiled and greeted her. "Oh, good morning." Luo Ling was startled by his words and quickly snapped back to reality, her pretty face turning red. What was wrong with her? Just now she had felt a fleeting hint of attraction. Had she gone insane? That guy had nothing to offer. Even if he looked decent, how could she be moved? He was just a superficial good for nothing. Soon she forced herself to dismiss the distracting thoughts from her mind and began to focus. On this day, the instructor's lesson was equally filled with substantial content. Fortunately, thanks to Luo Ling's previous explanations, Yifeng had gradually caught up and started to understand. He would not hesitate to ask questions about things he still didn't understand, feeling no embarrassment at all. Consequently, Luo Ling gradually began to feel confused. He would occasionally ask some very naive questions with an utterly serious expression, leaving her unable to tell whether he was a novice or an experienced one. If he were experienced, there were indeed some aspects where he seemed completely clueless, not like someone pretending, but if he were a novice, he exhibited surprising understanding in other areas. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Was it possible that he had not learned before, but simply had a strong comprehension ability, allowing him to grasp things quickly? But how could that be? If that were true, his comprehension would be too exaggerated. Still, she did not immediately come to a conclusion. This was merely the fusion of the basic tool. Even if it were true, it would still be too early to talk about genius. In refining, the most important aspect is the formation. Purification and fusion can be learned easily once certain techniques are mastered, but the engraving of formations requires true talent, which cannot be compensated for by mere skills. Thus, the level of a refiner is primarily determined by their mastery of formations. So even if one excels in earlier stages, if they perform poorly in formation engraving, it would still be of no use. At best, they would be a good blacksmith for a lifetime. Unknowingly, evening finally arrived, and as the instructor left, everyone relaxed again. At this moment, Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but finally gathered his courage and formally said, "Senior Sister Luo, may I ask if you have time later?" I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude for your guidance. Yifeng's smile was incredibly sincere. You want to treat me to a meal? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Luo Ling's heart skipped a beat. Was he finally going to reveal his intentions? Of course I'm serious. I wonder if senior sister would be willing to honor me. Yifeng nodded earnestly. Then tell me where you plan to take me. I wouldn't be interested in an ordinary place. Luo Ling suddenly revealed a hint of playfulness. She did not rush to refuse, but intended to ask where he planned to treat her. If it was too shabby, she said, nearby big taverns you can choose, senior sister. Yifeng revealed a hint of generosity. At this moment, he still had nearly 3,000 spirit stones left, and he felt that no matter where they went nearby, it would be enough for a meal. You really are quite generous. How about we go to Yiyun Pavilion? Luo Ling's gaze became in. Yiyun Pavilion is among the top 5 taverns in Yunmeng City. Dining there is not cheap, reportedly costing at least several hundred spirit stones. The key is that last time Liang Qinggan and Xiao Qining also went there, and she did not believe he would actually dare to agree. However, the next moment, Yifeng's response greatly surprised her. Senior sister indeed has a good eye. I also think Yiyun Pavilion is great. Then it's settled. Yifeng said decisively, without any sign of reluctance. The gratitude he owed for her guidance could not be repaid with just one meal. Now that he had some money, he certainly would not be stingy. Was he serious? Did he really agree? Upon hearing this response, Luo Ling's beautiful eyes widened, completely stunned. Was this guy joking? Was he betting that she wouldn't dare to go? The other students nearby, upon hearing their conversation, also stopped in their tracks. Did they hear correctly? That guy was inviting Luo Fairy to Yiyun Pavilion. Did he even realize what Yiyun Pavilion was? All right, as you say, let's go. The next moment, Luo Ling gritted her teeth and agreed. She inwardly cursed this guy for being so pretentious. Today, even if it meant taking a risk, she was determined to expose this hypocritical guy. After you. Yifeng, without a second thought, elegantly extended his hand. What are they doing? Are they really going to Yiyun Pavilion? Am I dreaming? Are they really going to Yiyun Pavilion? Did senior sister Luo really agree? The students all seemed to doubt they had heard correctly. Oh my, the sun must be rising from the west. Let's go, we should follow and take a look. Many curious students excitedly started to follow behind the two, intending to see the commotion. Only Liang Qinggan and Xiao Qining looked at this with quiet disdain. These two were just putting on a show. They hoped they wouldn't embarrass themselves later. Luo Ling did not expect that Yifeng would actually take her straight to Yiyun Pavilion, and she was even more surprised that so many onlookers were following behind. Oh no, this time it was truly difficult to back down. This guy? What would he do now? At this moment, she was secretly regretting agreeing. Didn't she know who he was? She was about to face embarrassment alongside him. At this moment, she could do nothing but mechanically follow behind him. The Yiyun Pavilion was also located in a prime area of the city not far from the Alchemist Guild. The two of them arrived in less than 15 minutes. However, upon reaching the grand entrance of the Yiyun Pavilion, just as she was about to step inside, Luo Ling suddenly stopped in her tracks. Senior sister, what's wrong? Yifeng, who was about to greet the waiter, looked at her in confusion as she halted. Junior brother, are you really going to treat me to a meal here? Luo Ling gazed intently at him, her expression earnest as she asked. Of course. Is there a problem? Yifeng was bewildered as they were already at the entrance. He had thought she was joking all along. With so many people watching from behind, did she really want to back out? Do you have any idea how many spirit stones a meal here costs? Luo Ling suddenly looked a bit angry. She wondered if he was simply ignorant, having never inquired about this place. A few hundred, but I have spirit stones. Yifeng nonchalantly replied. You have. What do you think I don't know about your situation? Even if you do have some spirit stones, you shouldn't waste them like this. Luo Ling felt even more irritated upon hearing this. She had begun to believe that he genuinely wanted to treat her, and she thought it quite possible that he truly had that many spirit stones. Yet despite this, she could not feel happy at all. The amount he was willing to spend clearly indicated he had ulterior motives. He was obviously trying to impress her and win her favor. However, such behavior of pretending to be wealthy did not move her. Rather, it made her feel he was rather imprudent. If he spent all his spirit stones, how would he manage afterward? With those spirit stones, wouldn't it be better to invest in himself? We're already at the door. Yifeng was puzzled, completely failing to understand her sudden change in demeanor. It was his spirit stones being spent, so why was she so angry? Let's go. If you really want to treat me, just listen to me, and let's go to another place. In the next moment, Luo Ling turned around first and walked out. Wait, are you really leaving? There are so many people watching. Just say that I don't want to eat anymore. How much is face worth anyway? Senior sister, I really am not poor. Yifeng suddenly said with a serious expression. He felt she must have misunderstood him. I didn't say you're poor. Luo Ling shot him a glance and continued to leave, ignoring him. This guy was completely letting his pride get in the way. Seeing this, Yifeng could only smile wryly and let her be. Huh, what's going on? Why are they coming out again? The people following behind exclaimed in surprise as they saw the two pause at the Iyun Pavilion entrance before turning to leave. Earlier they thought the two were genuinely headed to the Iyun Pavilion, and they were secretly annoyed. Now they were puzzled as to why they suddenly left. This was truly unexpected. I told you, how could that kid afford to treat her? It must be that Yi fellow had a last-minute change of heart. At that moment a young man in fine clothes exaggeratedly mocked them. He wouldn't dare go to the Iyun Pavilion, and how could a poor kid from Chuzhou afford it? After all, at their age they were all lacking in resources. With spirit stones they would quickly use them to improve their strength. Isn't that embarrassing? That kid was too naive. It was likely that from now on senior sister Luo would have an even worse impression of him. The other male students all wore expressions that said they expected nothing less. Let's disperse, it was just a farce. In the end, everyone sighed in relief, while suddenly feeling it was all rather dull. If he had really treated Luo Xianzi at the Iyun Pavilion, they would have seen him as a threat, but now they felt completely at ease. With such a character, how could Luo Xianzi possibly take a liking to him? Some of the female students even secretly looked down on him, never expecting that brat named Yi would be so cowardly. He actually backed out right at the venue. In the future, one must never choose such a partner. Yifeng was unaware of everyone's thoughts. He simply followed Luo Ling into the outskirts of the city and stepped into a relatively ordinary tavern. I must say the place Luo Ling chose was quite economical. Yifeng ordered quite a bit, and in the end only spent a few dozen spirit stones. From any perspective it felt a bit anticlimactic. Yet Luo Ling was extremely satisfied with her meal. These dishes were ones she wouldn't usually dare to order. She hadn't expected that he would truly treat her. However, after this meal, he would probably have to scrimp and save for several months, right? This man really was too concerned about appearances. After leaving the tavern, they exchanged farewells and began to part ways. Originally, Yifeng had intended to see her off, but Luo Ling decisively refused. Fortunately, it was still not too late, and the city was brightly lit with many guards patrolling. It was quite safe. As it turned out, they both quickly returned to their respective residences and sent each other a message talisman. In the following days, after a gap of over 10 days, Yifeng unhesitatingly put the matter of purchasing spirit rabbit breeding on the agenda. Previously, he did not know how much it would cost to treat senior sister to a meal, and was afraid it wouldn't be enough, which is why he hadn't finalized it. He hadn't expected it to cost so little. Now, with over 2,700 spirit stones in hand, he planned to use most of it to establish a breeding farm and start earning spirit stones. However, which type of spirit rabbit would be best? For a moment, he felt a bit conflicted. Although the courtyard he was renting was not small, if he built various facilities and recruited 2 servants, it would soon no longer be sufficient to raise many. Moreover, the place was small and expensive. The growth cycle of ordinary spirit rabbits was too long, and their value too low, perhaps not even covering the rent of the courtyard, which would be too wasteful. He needed to raise high-value ones. In the following days, Yifeng wandered around the marketplace, constantly inspecting various places, and eventually brought back 2 scattered cultivator servants and a dozen blood spirit rabbits. The 2 scattered cultivator servants, 1 male and 1 female, were in their 40s with a cultivation level of qi refining at the 5th layer. Though their aptitude was not too good, they were honest and simple. In Yunming City, spirit stones were hard to earn, as long as they promised to provide cultivation resources and swore loyalty. There were plenty of scattered cultivators to choose from. As for why he chose blood spirit rabbits, one reason was that Yifeng was familiar with this type of spirit rabbit and had a mature feeding method, while the other reason was that there were many high-level cultivators here and countless taverns, so once raised he wouldn't have to worry about selling them. However, the price of these more than 10 blood spirit rabbits is extremely high, each being a mature spirit rabbit priced at 150 spirit stones each, which instantly drained his stock of spirit stones. But as long as he can successfully breed them, he believes that his breeding farm will surely generate continuous profit. After finishing all of this and consuming a breaking barrier pill, successfully breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refining, Yifeng finally began to head towards the patrol office. Previously, he had already become an official patrolman, but at that time the situation was too tense and the inspector had given him a leave of absence. Now that the situation has mostly calmed down, he needs to see if there are any tasks available. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to receive a salary without working. However, before he arrived at the patrol office, just as he turned a corner, he saw a figure suddenly flash out from the shadows, blocking his path. Hiss! Who are you? Upon seeing the figure blocking his way, Yifeng's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The person in front of him was none other than the notorious thief who had been captured before, but now the individual was no longer dressed as a servant. Instead, he wore a cold black outfit. Yi Xing didn't expect to see you so soon. I told you I would come looking for you. The young man in black looking down from above scrutinized Yi Feng and coldly smiled. He didn't know Yi Feng's real name. The name he used at the patrol office was Yi Xing, so he assumed that was his name. How did you manage to get out? Aren't you afraid I'll catch you again? Yi Feng looked at him with confusion in his eyes, showing no sign of fear. At this moment, he not only had spiritual armor protecting him, but also held the heavenly thunder pearl in his hand. He didn't believe the other party could do anything to him. On the contrary, they were very close to the patrol office. As long as he signaled, help would arrive immediately. Of course, I came out in broad daylight. Don't think that just because you are a small fry from the patrol office, even your superior won't be able to do anything to me. The young man in black seemed to read Yi Feng's intentions, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for this brat before him, he would have been enjoying himself without a care in the world. How could he have been humiliated so badly? Came out in broad daylight. How is that possible? Hearing this, Yi Feng's pupils constricted, and a wave of shock surged in his heart. The things the other party had done before almost tore the heavens apart. How could he still be safe and sound? Nothing is impossible. In this world, some matters are beyond your level of understanding. You wouldn't understand, the young man said with a hint of pride, looking down at Yi Feng as if he were an ant. So you have another identity. I must apologize for my rudeness. Since it was a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave. In an instant, Yi Feng used the heavenly mechanism disc to deduce the reason for his smooth escape. He hadn't expected this seemingly arrogant young man to have such a powerful background, being a member of the legendary Songlong Guard. After his family members arrived, the matter was quickly settled, and he was released without incident. However, the process was certainly not as easy as the other party described. This brat had to offer apologies and gifts, paying a considerable price to soothe various parties' emotions. Yet the benefits had already been obtained. Whether the other party was released or detained was no longer his concern, and he had no mood to dwell on it. Wait a moment, I only want to know one thing. How did you discover me? Yi Wuing suddenly stretched out his hand to block Yi Feng's path, staring intently at him and asking. At this moment, he was very unwilling. He had only wanted to practice his secret technique while playing with a group of fools in Yunming City and had no intention of coveting the treasures of the major families. He had planned to play until he was satisfied before casually returning the treasures. Unexpectedly, he stumbled and fell into trouble because of this brat solidifying his reputation as a thief and causing a huge embarrassment. As a result, this incident not only could not serve as bragging rights in the future, but had instead become an indelible stain on his life. It could be said that he suffered a great loss. If it weren't for timely clarification of the misunderstanding, he might have suffered further hardships. So at this moment, he was filled with hidden resentment and also particularly curious about how the other party managed to do it. He needed to see where he had exposed himself. This matter was very important to him. Sorry, no comment. Yi Feng, already aware that the other party also had an official identity, speculated that the other party would not dare to act recklessly and thus had no intention of indulging him any further. He simply turned and left. Regarding his secret, he would never divulge it easily. Moreover, the other party had been speaking to him in a condescending tone, which made him feel quite displeased. I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yi Wuing did not expect the other party to be so unyielding, and he couldn't help but begin to threaten. Oh, I want to see what you can do to me. Yi Feng, hearing this, paid no heed and continued to bypass the other party. This guy really thought he was easily intimidated. The young man in black was both angry and anxious, his expression twisted in struggle. At this moment, he had just caused trouble. He really didn't dare to do anything further, otherwise if he was caught again, his father would truly flay him alive. Fine. You win. What will it take for you to speak? Name your terms. The next moment, seeing the other party about to leave, Yi Wuing finally softened his tone. At this moment, he felt that if he didn't obtain an answer, he would never be at ease in his life, but he also couldn't truly resort to harsh interrogation. Sorry, I won't say anything no matter what. Yi Feng remained unmoved. If you don't say, I will follow you everywhere, even to the restroom. Yi Wuing suddenly gritted his teeth and said something ruthless. You're really quite boring. Yi Feng hadn't expected the other party to come up with such a dirty trick, and his expression darkened. If the other party truly did this, he would have no way out. He couldn't just arrest the other party for this, could he? As it turned out, the other party really did what he said, following him closely. Even when he entered the patrol office, no one dared to stop him, making Yi Feng extremely vexed. Hey, what will it take for you to leave? Ultimately forced by circumstances, Yifeng had no choice but to ask again. You know the terms. Yi Wuiying's expression was exceptionally cold. Very well. Finally, Yifeng had to bargain with the other party, and after the other party offered a price of a disguise technique, he revealed the truth. However, when Yi Wuiying received the answer, his eyes widened in disbelief. Physiognomy. How is that possible? This brat actually claims he saw it from the face. However, he was not unfamiliar with the art of physiognomy and divination. In fact, he was quite clear about it, as one of his cousins was a top genius in this field. During his leisure time, he had asked the other party to read his fortune, but most of the responses were ambiguous statements that were impossible to act upon. Who do you think you're fooling? In the next moment, Yi Wuiying roared in anger. He felt that the other party was completely toying with him. Yifeng was completely unconcerned about the other party's reaction and turned to leave. When the agreement was reached earlier, he had already demanded that the other party vow not to follow him, so at this moment, he believed they would not dare to come after him. Of course, he had to speak the truth, but this was already the truth. As for how he could see it, that was a core secret he certainly could not reveal. Yi Wuiying was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat helpless. Could it be true? Otherwise, how could the other party dare to leave like this? But if this were the truth, he truly could not believe it. He did not think anyone could be more talented than his cousin. However, he still had ways to verify. Kid, just wait. The next moment, a cold smile appeared on his face. In the following days, Yi Wuiying seemed to have completely vanished, no longer appearing, and upon seeing this, Yifeng finally let out a silent sigh of relief. Without this person's interference, he lived quite comfortably in the constabulary, mostly drinking tea and chatting with little to do. However, as the time for the promotion assessment approached, the pressure in the Artifact Refiners Guild intensified, and every student was putting in extra effort, hoping to refine their first magical artifact before the assessment. After this period of study, Yifeng finally mastered the forging of the artifact body and began to delve into the engraving of formations. However, even Luo Ling had not completely mastered the engraving of formations and could offer him little guidance. "Sai, it's so frustrating. Why do I keep failing at refining?" That day, after yet another failure, Luo Ling became overwhelmed with worry and distress. Although she came from a family of cultivators, her economic situation was not good. Her family did not have stable industries, and over the years they relied on her father risking a lot to transport goods between Chuzhou and Sangzhou to earn some hard-earned money. However, no one could guarantee that this business would always run smoothly, so she had long planned to have her father. Unfortunately, she was still unable to refine any magical artifacts, and was constantly depleting materials, nearly exhausting her family's savings. Yifeng, watching from the side, also found it hard to understand why she kept failing. In recent days, he had been practicing and occasionally took time to observe Luo Ling's artifact refining, but based on the theories he learned, her engraving of formations seemed methodical at every step, so why was she still unable to succeed? Should I ask the Tianji disc to see where the problem lies? In order to learn artifact refining, he had been using the Tianji disc constantly, leaving his body in a state of exhaustion. However, if this problem was not resolved, his artifact refining would stagnate here, which would greatly impact him. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and issued another command. The forging of the low-grade magical sword had a total of 218 defects, with the most critical defect occurring at the 37th step. If this part could be improved slightly by increasing the ratio of red copper by 20%, and then integrating, there would be an 80% chance of successful engraving and refining a magical artifact. The specific defects are as follows. The Tianji disc quickly provided the hint. Over 200 defects. This result left Yifeng speechless. Luo Ling's artifact refining level was already above average among the apprentices, yet he did not expect there to be so many flaws. But the 37th step? Increasing the red copper ratio, what principle is that? He pondered for a moment and could not understand, but he couldn't help but remind Luo Ling. Senior Sister Luo, should we improve the 37th step of the artifact body? Add some more red copper essence. He speculated that the engraving failure was due to the artifact body, not the formation. How long have you been studying to dare to give pointers? Luo Ling frowned at his words, looking quite surprised. Though the last time he treated her to a meal had greatly improved her impression of him, and during this time, he had been very well behaved, causing her to have a slight change of heart. What was happening now? How could he be so abrupt? A bystander sees clearly. As the carrier of the formation, I think the ratio of red copper essence is still too low. Perhaps adding some could lead to success. Yifeng explained lightly. During this time, he had benefited greatly from her, and truly did not wish to see her continue to look so troubled. Besides, this matter also concerned his learning progress, and he could not afford to delay any longer. Too low. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling fell into deep conflict. After so many failures, her mind had become a bit muddled. She could no longer discern whether the ratio was low or not. How about this? If it fails, you'll bear the material loss and consider it my treat to senior sister for demonstrating once. If it succeeds, then it's on you. How does that sound? The next moment, Yi Feng said again. Time was precious, no matter what he could not afford to keep delaying. Besides, he had always wanted to repay her, and it was only right to cover some material costs. All right then, let's give it a try. Luo Ling finally nodded upon hearing this. At this moment, she had no better solutions, as she had already adjusted the proportions many times according to her own ideas, but none had succeeded. Thus, since the other party had brought it up to this extent, they might as well give it a shot. Having made the decision, Luo Ling quickly selected new materials and prepared. Bang, bang, bang. First purifying, then integrating. With rhythmic sounds of hammering, after more than an hour, a sword-shaped artifact body was finally forged again. However, this was just the beginning. Luo Ling checked for a moment, found it qualified, and then focused on gathering spiritual energy to engrave the formation. This time she engraved with great seriousness, forcing herself to maintain a calm mindset, because she could not afford to fail again. Yi Feng also closely watched her movements, his heart in his throat. He did not know if this could help her, and if it still did not work, he would be out of options. Fortunately, after so many practices, Luo Ling had become quite proficient in the engraving of formations. After an unknown amount of time, she finally relaxed her expression and her movements suddenly stopped. Is it done? Yi Feng quickly asked upon seeing this. It's done, but whether it works or not is still uncertain. Luo Ling nodded weakly. The previous artifact also had the formation completed, but the spiritual energy flow was completely blocked, rendering it useless. This time she was unsure if it would be the same. Suddenly the surface of the Xian Tai sword flickered with a faint red glow, incredibly enchanting. Against this glow, the sword body instantly became exceedingly Suddenly the surface of the Xian Tai sword flickered with a faint red glow, incredibly enchanting. Against this glow, the sword body instantly became exceedingly sharp, slicing through iron like mud. This really worked. Luo Ling exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. After so long learning artifact refining, most of the items she had produced were semi-finished or defective goods, and she had never achieved such an effect. Unexpectedly, this time it finally appeared. This also meant that from now on she was officially an artifact refiner. Thankfully it worked. Yi Feng, seeing this brilliant gleam, couldn't help but be taken aback, letting out a long sigh of relief. This was indeed a sign of a magical artifact being activated. This also meant that the forging method was correct. From now on he could begin refining in earnest. The commotion here quickly caught the attention of the other apprentices. Oh, has Luo Xianzi also managed to refine one? The busy apprentices, upon seeing the unusual occurrence over here, instantly revealed expressions of immense envy. This was the very sign of a magical artifact's completion. They could be certain that it was undoubtedly a genuine magical artifact. Among this group, only Xiao Qinin and Liang Qinggan had successfully completed this step, while the others had repeatedly failed and were still missing a bit. In other words, senior sister Luo was the third student to become a bona fide one-star artifact refiner. This was too hard to believe. Junior brother Yi, how did you figure it out? Luo Ling suddenly turned her head, staring blankly as she asked. She did not expect that this person whom she had always considered a burden would help her so much. Could it be that this guy had learned this in advance? I guessed it, just a hunch, Yi Feng replied with a smile. A hunch? How is that possible? Luo Ling completely could not believe it. She had adjusted many methods based on her hunch, but had never succeeded. How could he succeed with just one suggestion? Was the gap in talent between people truly that vast? This guy seems to always have secrets. How about you refine one too? Luo Ling looked over intently, very curious about what level of artifact refining he truly possessed. At this moment, she was extremely eager to know whether he was a genius or not, as she imagined. Senior sister Luo, you're joking. I just started practicing. If I were to refine, it would definitely fail. Yi Feng immediately shook his head upon hearing this. He knew his own abilities all too well. He had not even practiced the engraving of formations seriously. However, in the following days, Yi Feng noticed that Luo Ling was much more enthusiastic towards him and began to proactively explain some tips and techniques. The benefits from the previous magical artifacts refining were also generously shared by Luo Ling, who gave him half of the spirit stones without hesitation. Of course, Yi Feng politely declined, as this magical artifact was entirely her work, and he had merely provided a suggestion, which was hardly worth mentioning. However, Luo Ling insisted, otherwise she would be upset, and he ultimately could only smile helplessly and accept. With spirit stones in hand, once more Yifeng began to practice drawing formations on his own. Having closely observed Luo Ling's skills, he was now left with the task of honing his own abilities through practice. Of course, he did not dare to practice directly on the tool embryo. Instead, he purchased some specially made mineral drawing boards to practice on. After all, drawing formations required extensive training, and the tool embryos were too expensive for him to afford any losses. However, after only a few days of practice, he suddenly saw Luo Ling reaching out to him for help. "Yishidi, do you have time? Can you come help me figure out what went wrong with this magic tool I'm refining?" Luo Ling looked at him, a mix of frustration and hope on her face. She had been eager to refine a few more tools while in a good state, but to her dismay, all her attempts in the past few days had ended in failure. The tool she was refining this time was certainly different from the previous ones. After all, even a Xian iron sword has variations in length and weight. Only by mastering these specifications could one truly learn how to refine a Xian iron sword. Yet to her surprise, she found herself stuck in yet another dead end. It would have been fine if she knew the reason behind her failures, allowing her to make targeted improvements and see a glimmer of hope. But now she could not find any reason at all, having tried various methods without success, leaving her feeling quite defeated. "Senior sister, last time it was just a coincidence. How could I possibly discern anything this time?" Yifeng hesitated upon hearing her words, unsure whether he should continue to assist her. On one hand, he feared that she might become reliant on him or discover his secret. On the other hand, he had used the heavenly mechanism disc too much recently, and his body was beginning to feel the strain. "You haven't even looked yet, and you already know you can't. Just give it a try." Luo Ling exclaimed in surprise at his reluctance. Shouldn't this guy be eager to impress in front of someone as beautiful as her? While she understood that his previous accurate prediction could have been mere luck, it was odd for him to dismiss her request without even trying. Was he really turning down an opportunity? "Fine, then let me take a look first." Unable to refuse, Yifeng pretended to casually pick up the discarded Xian iron sword in front of him and began to examine it. This piece, while not lacking in appearance, was completely unable to be activated. However, after looking at it for a quarter of an hour, he realized he truly could not find the reason. After all, he had only been learning this craft for less than half a year. "Senior sister, I'm sorry, but I'm powerless to help," Yifeng replied directly after pondering for a moment. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist. The heavenly mechanism disc wasn't really his true skill, and he had already done his best. "No rush, let me first explain my thought process, and we can brainstorm some solutions together." Although Luo Ling felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, she was not about to let him off easily. After all, he had recently surprised her with his remarkable feats, earning her admiration, so she thought perhaps this time would be the same. "It's getting late. How about we discuss this tomorrow?" Yifeng glanced at the sky, his expression conflicted. It was already evening, and all the other students in the workshop had left, leaving just the two of them. "No, right now. Today I must refine it." Luo Ling shook her head upon hearing him. If she didn't find the reason today, she feared she wouldn't be able to sleep all night, and might even lose her appetite, so she had to find a solution today. Next, Luo Ling explained her refining thoughts and steps to Yifeng, one by one, discussing how to improve them together. Yifeng didn't expect this woman to be so persistent. Seeing the darkness outside, he felt helpless after being pestered and had no choice but to secretly use the heavenly mechanism disc once more. "Senior sister, this time I believe that adding a bit more black gold might be better," he said, taking a breath and subtly suggesting. This time the tool she was attempting to refine was a long sword of gold, a tribute, using materials completely different from before. According to the hints from the heavenly mechanism disc, the black gold had not yet reached the optimal ratio. "Like this. What's your basis for that?" Luo Ling paused, somewhat confused. "None, just a feeling," Yifeng replied directly. In the craft of tool making, each embryo created cannot be exactly the same. It relies on intuition, and precision is difficult to achieve. "Just intuition again?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ling frowned tightly. At first she didn't quite agree, but after careful consideration, she felt there might be some merit to it. Ultimately, after some internal struggle, she gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try. She was equally serious about this forging. However, just as the materials had been purified halfway and the embryo was yet to be forged, they were approached by guards urging them to leave quickly. After all, this workshop was a guild stronghold with numerous materials and jade slips, and students were not allowed to linger alone. "Senior sister, should we just leave it for today? They are about to close." Yifeng, hearing this, quickly began to persuade her, as if he had received a pardon. He actually wanted to leave a long time ago, but since his proposal had not yielded results, he felt awkward leaving alone. "So soon?" Luo Ling was slightly taken aback. "Let's go to senior sister's place." In the next moment, she quickly packed away all the materials, eager to return and continue. "Senior sister, is it really appropriate for me to come along?" Yifeng was startled upon hearing this. Going to her place. Just the two of them. How could that be? What's wrong with that? It's settled then. At this moment, Luo Ling was solely focused on refining this magic tool, leaving little room for other concerns. Moreover, having him by her side would allow them to discuss further, and she instinctively felt it would give her more confidence. Moments later, Luo Ling led Yifeng out of the inner city, towards her small courtyard. Yifeng, unable to refuse, silently followed. Luo Ling's courtyard was also located in the outer city in a rather prosperous area, small, yet exquisite, and most importantly, it was exceptionally clean and tidy. It was evident that this woman probably had a significant cleanliness obsession. Upon reaching their destination and closing the courtyard door, Yifeng found himself led directly into her boudoir. The boudoir was elegantly styled, spacious, and aside from the bed, there was also a forging table equipped with all necessary refining tools. To think this woman was so obsessed with refining that she combined both aspects. Yifeng, inhaling the fragrance of the room and glancing at the beautiful woman before him, felt his breath quicken. She actually brought him to such a sensitive place. Was she not afraid he might do something? As the surroundings quieted, both of them suddenly felt their hearts racing. At this moment, Luo Ling also finally realized her recklessness, her heart tightening with anxiety. This guy, could he be thinking of doing something to her? Earlier she hadn't felt anything amiss, but now being alone with a man, she realized she might have truly acted too hastily. What is more critical is that the aura emanating from the other party has recently increased rapidly. At this moment, they are nearly equal to her, and if they truly intended to do something, she might not be able to resist. However, Yifeng quickly regained his senses and urged, "Aren't we starting yet?" At that moment, he just wanted to finish quickly and leave. Okay. Luo Ling immediately reached out to take out the materials from before. By this point, she knew that even if she regretted it, there was no way back. Moreover, the other party had not shown any malice, so she decided to see how it went. Soon she picked up her tools and continued to refine the materials and fuse them with the mold according to her previous thoughts. However, perhaps due to the delicate situation, her mood remained unsettled, and she could not be satisfied no matter how she adjusted the internal structure of the mold. "Senior sister Luo, why don't I give it a try?" Yifeng saw that the progress was exceedingly slow and had to speak up. He also noticed that her current mindset was not quite right. At this point, the sky had turned completely dark. If they continued to delay, who knew how long it would take? Luo Ling did not push back, handing over the tools while stepping aside. She knew her mind was already in chaos, somewhat absent-minded, and she truly could not force herself. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng walked to the forging table, picked up a hammer, and began to strike decisively. His expression was incredibly focused, and his movements were remarkably precise. This guy is quite serious. In front of such a beauty, he could still remain so calm. Seeing Yifeng's actions, Luo Ling felt a slight stir within herself for some unknown reason. A man who is focused always has a special charm, and he was just like that at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Yifeng's hammering finally came to a sudden stop. "All right, take a look." So fast. Luo Ling was a bit surprised upon hearing this, but she no longer hesitated and took it to examine closely. As soon as she held the mold, she felt it was quite handy. She infused her spiritual energy into it, carefully sensing it, and did not find any obvious flaws. Unexpectedly, it was indeed qualified. Although it was not particularly beautiful, Luo Ling couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. If he could be so focused, how could she fall behind? Soon she took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, made some simple adjustments, and began to carve the formation. After all, in this regard, no one could substitute for her. However, to avoid making any more mistakes, she carved it very slowly. After failing so many times, she could not afford to lose again. Yifeng quietly waited by her side until midnight, when he finally saw Luo Ling complete the final step. Fortunately, the next few days were rest days, so he did not have to worry about getting up early the next day. With the input of spiritual power, this magical tool reacted again, revealing a golden... Really, it worked again. Luo Ling stared with wide eyes, completely dazed. Yifeng, upon seeing this, could not help but relax his expression. The two tests proved that the heavenly machine disc had an accurate judgment of every flaw in the forging, which was fantastic. "Junior brother Yi, I've discovered that you seem to be quite the hidden gem." Luo Ling looked at Yifeng and suddenly said bluntly. At this moment, her gaze carried a hint of something unusual. The other party had made suggestions twice, and both times they succeeded. If the first time was just a coincidence, what about the second time? Previously, she had looked down on him for having nothing compared to Liang Qing'an, but now she found that she had stumbled upon a treasure. Now if anyone said they wanted to change assistance with her, she would definitely refuse. He just lucky. Yifeng replied nonchalantly with a smile. Lucky. Luo Ling pouted upon hearing this, unsure of what to say. This guy became so humble at a crucial moment. Although she did not quite believe it, she also did not know how to refute it. Senior Sister Luo, since it's already completed, I shall take my leave now. The next moment, Yifeng, being perceptive, began to bid farewell. In this setting of a lone man and a woman, the atmosphere was delicate, and it was not a place to linger. It's so late, are you really going back? Luo Ling was somewhat surprised by his eagerness. She thought he would take the opportunity to find a reason to stay after all he had helped her so much. If he had said he wanted to stay, she certainly could not have opposed it, but unexpectedly he did not. Not too late. Yifeng casually tossed out a sentence and decisively began to leave. He did not think that staying here would lead to anything wonderful. He was always quite self-aware. This guy really is a strange one. Looking at Yifeng walk out of the courtyard without any hesitation, Luo Ling felt quite complicated. At this moment, she felt both relieved and disappointed. If he truly wanted to do something to her, she definitely would not let him succeed, but this guy seemed more eager to leave than she was, which puzzled her. Am I really that unattractive? Huh. Returning to his dwelling, Yifeng took several cold water baths to calm himself down. Of course, Luo Ling was quite beautiful, gentle, and kind-hearted, but with so many suitors, she was clearly not someone he could covet. He did not think that as an outer sect disciple without a fixed home, he could truly capture her heart. He felt that he should be more practical. The most important thing now was to master the art of forging. Otherwise, if he accidentally caused an embarrassing situation, it would affect all his plans. In the following period, Yifeng quietly studied the carving of formations. Meanwhile, Luo Ling grew increasingly assured of Yifeng, inviting him several times to her courtyard to forge. Of course, Yifeng remained disciplined, and the two worked together extremely well. However, not long after, something finally went wrong. That night, as she successfully forged another item, Luo Ling couldn't help but take out her long-preserved spiritual wine to celebrate with Yifeng. This, Senior Sister Luo, why don't we skip it? Yifeng naturally declined. This spiritual wine was good and could enhance cultivation, but it also had a certain potency. Skip. I'm happy today. No refusals allowed. Luo Ling said, without hesitation, pouring a cup for Yifeng. She had been under too much pressure before. Her family resources were nearly exhausted, and she was growing increasingly anxious to forge a magical tool to lighten the burden on her family. But the more anxious she became, the worse it got. Unexpectedly, after having his assistance, she was incredibly lucky and had already forged several magical tools in a row. At this point, she had accumulated quite a bit of spirit stones, so she certainly could not thank this period's benefactor properly. Truth be told, the other party had treated him fairly, and even allocated a considerable share of the profits to him. More importantly, merely observing from the sidelines had unconsciously enriched his practical experience. With time, he would surely master the art of refinement himself. Thus, at this moment, he felt deeply grateful. Both drank to their heart's content, more relaxed than. Even though Luo Ling exercised great restraint, she had not anticipated the spirit wine's after effect would be so potent. Before she knew it, she had slumped onto the table and fallen fast asleep. That woman. Yifeng silently winced, astonished that she had succumbed to intoxication so swiftly. Though his own condition was marginally better, dizziness still clouded his vision. Yet he forced himself fully awake, gently lifted Luo Ling, and carried her back to her chamber. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn, golden sunlight streamed through the window, spilling across the entire room. Luo Ling stirred her fingers and blinked open, her eyes still drowsy and unfocused. Yet almost immediately she realized she lay upon the bed in disarray. Her exquisitely graceful form half revealed, her snow-pale skin exposed by rumpled garments. Disaster. She jolted upright in alarm, rubbing her temples vigorously until fragmented memories of the previous night resurfaced. No, it cannot be. I actually got drunk in front of a man. In my own home. Did anything happen? The mere thought of some unspeakable occurrence sent a wave of pallor washing over her face. Frantically, she began inspecting her body. After all, she still dreamed of marrying into a prestigious clan, to ascend among the elite. Should she lose her purity, her future would plunge into utter darkness. Yifeng possessed modest talent and bore a handsome countenance, yet remained penniless and powerless. To bind her life to such a destitute youth, not only would she herself resist, but her entire family would certainly object. Fortunately, after a brief examination, she found no abnormalities. Her clothes had likely been torn open by her own hands. Only then did she breathe a full, unburdened sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, the worst had not come to pass. Yet how could this be? With beauty like hers utterly defenseless and vulnerable, how had that young man resisted? In the next breath, she felt neither sorrow nor joy, only a quiet, stinging sense of being overlooked. Awake. I've prepared some kanji. Would you care to try it? Yifeng appeared at the doorway, speaking with courteous reserve. Having long cultivated the habit of rising early, he had already prepared breakfast for her. Oh, yes, but where exactly did you sleep last night? Luo Ling paused, perplexed. To conserve spirit stones, she had rented a compact courtyard. There was no spare guest chamber. On the floor, Yifeng replied matter-of-fact. Oh, her expression froze, speechless for a long moment. He had chosen the floor rather than disturb her. Was it respect? Or utter indifference? Still hunger gnawed at her, so she set aside her tangled thoughts, stretched languidly, performed a quick wash, and seated herself at the dining table. Before her sat a bowl of spiritualized kanji, each grain translucent and luminous, delicately interwoven with threads of spirit meat, evoking an irresistible urge to savor. She took a small tentative spoonful, then froze, utterly transfixed. This flavor is astonishingly exquisite. A flicker of something rare shimmered once more in her bright, beautiful eyes. Indeed, this young man was clean, composed, pleasing to behold, and his culinary skill was nothing short of remarkable. Were familial obligations not binding her, sharing life with someone like him might truly be a fine choice. Yet she shook her head firmly, dispelling the notion without hesitation. Ideals may gleam brightly, but reality demands sober calculation. Most critically, to successfully achieve foundation establishment, she required vast quantities of spirit stones, far beyond what two struggling cultivators could possibly earn. Moreover, marriage was no private affair. It bore weight upon her clan's prosperity. Her uncles and elders had always supported her generously, or should she recklessly, what a penniless youth countless hopes would shatter. Is something amiss? Does it not suit your palate? Yifeng watched her delicate features shift between rapture and inner conflict, and felt a quiet bewilderment. Was she displeased, or simply lost in thought? No, it's wonderful. Luo Ling snapped back to awareness, guiltily shoveling several hurried mouthfuls. Yet her gaze dared not meet his again. Then I'll take my leave, Yifeng said, rinsing his own bowl as soon as he saw her eating heartily. Having stayed overnight only out of concern for unforeseen incidents while intoxicated, he naturally could not linger past daybreak. So soon? Won't you stay a little longer? Luo Ling's voice held genuine surprise and an involuntary lingering reluctance. I'm afraid not. I have matters to attend to. Yifeng declined with a gentle shake of his head. Though the patrol bureau had grown unusually idle lately, he could not idly collect his stipend. He must still make regular appearances. The Artificer Guild. After several days' rest, apprentices returned to their workshops for instruction as usual. Yifeng and Luo Ling too resumed their routines, apparently having forgotten all that transpired before. Yet subtle shifts did not escape the notice of the observant. Hey, have you noticed? Those two seem unusually close lately. After a while, several apprentices pointed discreetly toward Yifeng and Luo Ling, who were collaborating closely, and whispered among themselves. Their recent conduct had grown increasingly unrestrained. Luo Ling used to flinch away at the slightest approach from any male, yet now stood shoulder to shoulder with Yifeng, utterly unguarded. Indeed, it's unmistakable. Could it be? He's already succeeded. Someone murmured anxiously. He had observed it himself. Luo Ling's demeanor toward Yifeng had grown markedly warmer, no longer icy and aloof, but radiant with easy laughter. A most unsettling sign. Succeeded. Impossible. The remark drew instant disbelief. Among them all, Luo Ling was indisputably the most elusive. Every one of them, intentionally or not, had expressed admiration only to be politely, unequivocally rebuffed. Besides, hadn't Yifeng recently turned away from the Iyun Pavilion, humiliating Luo Ling publicly? How could he possibly have won her favor? Then what on earth was unfolding before them? Had they missed something crucial? Enough speculation. I assure you those two have no future together. A refined young man, long devoted to Luo Ling, ranked among the top 3 in both talent and lineage, spoke with unwavering certainty. Why so certain? The apprentices turned as one, intrigued. Consider this: the promotion trials draw near. Luo Xianzi stands an excellent chance of advancement. But what about Yifeng? Do you truly believe he'll pass? The elegant youth smiled faintly, posing the question with quiet confidence. He had watched them closely, though jealousy simmered within it never clouded his judgment. Yifeng posed negligible threat, no noble lineage, late to the art of artifact forging, and only just beginning to practice formation inscriptions. Passing the trial within such a narrow window was utterly unthinkable. Conversely, Luo Ling had already forged a true magical artifact. her progress outpacing even his. Yifeng might enjoy proximity to her now, but soon their paths would diverge irrevocably. Of course, the apprentices suddenly grasped the implication. Failure meant expulsion from the guild. If one advanced while the other did not, their worlds would separate forever, and none believed Luo Ling would ever choose that penniless, talentless youth again. Clearly aspiring to walk beside Luo Xianzi demanded corresponding strength. Without it, even the warmest rapport meant nothing. Understanding this, each apprentice turned resolutely back to their forges, determined above all else to attain the rank of intermediate artificer. Not all shared this perspective. Across the workshop, Liang Qingyan's face had darkened to charcoal black at the sight of Luo Ling's intimacy with Yifeng. He harbored no fear that they would formally become Dao companions. Their social gulf was simply too vast. Yet well-versed in the ways of youthful attraction, he understood how easily sparks could ignite between young men and women of this age. He had long regarded Luo Ling as his exclusive domain. If she secretly crossed boundaries, his loss would be incalculable. Alas, Xiao Qinin remained frustratingly elusive, still teasing, still untaken. For now he dared not act rashly. But Yifeng, yes, it was time to issue a warning. A flash of cold, ruthless light flickered in his eyes. Unaware he had drawn another's enmity, Yifeng immersed himself entirely in artifact research. He had begun his studies far later than others, nearly half their time, and though he pressed forward relentlessly, his progress in formation inscription lagged behind expectations. This was hardly surprising, though most apprentices had trained formally for just over a year. Nearly all had been introduced to artifact forging in childhood, some even accumulating extensive preparatory practice. Yifeng, by contrast, was a true novice. His first hands-on experience had occurred only recently. His strength lay in rapid mastery of material purification and fusion, but formation inscription demanded repetition, patience, and time. No shortcuts existed. Nonetheless, aided by the celestial mechanism disk, he avoided many detours that others inevitably unnoticed. Dusk descended once more. Exiting the Artificer Guild, Yifeng walked toward his courtyard, reflecting quietly on today's gains and shortcomings. Today's progress in formation inscription had been substantial. He had now rendered several fundamental formations with commendable precision. Confident in this momentum, he believed he would forge a genuine magical artifact before the promotion trials commenced. However, just as he exited the inner city and passed through a bustling civilian district, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Boy, you're Yifeng, right? The one who obstructed Yifeng was a muscular bald man sporting a somewhat roguelike demeanor, exuding an aura of malevolence. Who are you? Yifeng paused, a hint of vigilance appearing in his gaze as he looked at the person before him. He did not recognize this person, nor had they ever crossed paths. Although the likelihood of a fight breaking out in Yunmeng City was low, he felt compelled to adopt a defensive stance. Fortunately, the man's aura was only at the peak of chi refining. With the heavenly thunder pearl in hand, Yifeng felt somewhat reassured. Who I am is not something you are qualified to know. I have come here merely to give you a piece of advice. The bald man did not respond directly, but instead spoke with a tone of disdain. Did this petty character really think he could know his name? Did he truly think he was so insignificant? Oh, what advice might that be? Yifeng's expression hardened upon hearing this. The tone of the other party clearly indicated that they harbored ill intentions, leaving him puzzled as to how he had offended them. That is, I advise you to keep your distance from Luo Ling. It is best not to have any further contact, and definitely do not make any transgressions, or the consequences will be dire. The bald man spoke with a hint of menace, fixing his gaze on Yifeng, enunciating each word. Do not have any contact. What relationship does Luo Ling have with you? Yifeng felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, finding the situation rather strange. How could this matter be related to Luo Ling? Who exactly was this person in relation to Luo Ling? You do not need to know that. You just know that she is the woman of my young master. Anyone who dares to covet her will vanish. The bald man smiled, his expression laced with a strong warning. He believed that coming here was a futile effort. It would be better to directly teach a lesson. Your young master's woman. Pray tell, who is this esteemed young master of yours? Yifeng felt a surge of anger at this remark. He initially thought the man was from Luo Ling's family, and such a warning would be understandable, but who was this so-called young master to have any qualifications? Haha, it won't hurt to tell you my young master is named Liang Chen. I trust you should be familiar with him, but do not even think about leaking this information, or you will suffer the consequences. The bald man spoke without any reservations. He did not believe that this impoverished boy devoid of any background would dare offend a top heir of a major clan. Surely upon hearing his young master's name, he would be rendered speechless. However, to his surprise, Yifeng's expression remained quite placid. So it's him. I never expected that young Master Liang would also have an interest in Luo Ling. However, isn't your young master always pursuing the eldest daughter of the Shao family? Upon hearing this, Yifeng quickly understood, realizing that Liang Qinggan was likely jealous of his frequent interactions with Luo Ling. Besides, he had always been well-behaved. Just considering Luo Shiji's own independence, who was he to— My young master certainly desires both. You need not concern yourself with the details. Just mind your own business, the bald man said with a smirk. He understood his young master's intentions well. He had seen both women, and both were rare beauties in Yunmeng City. How could he possibly give them up? Moreover, he believed only his young master was worthy of those two women, especially that Luo Ling, if she could never become a legitimate wife. If his young master grew tired of her one day, he might even grant her to him for his own amusement. What if I refuse? Yifeng's expression suddenly turned cold. Such a domineering thought. Had the other party even considered others' opinions before asking? In this world, though having multiple wives was common, proud women generally would not be willing to share a husband. He firmly believed that someone like Luo Ling would never agree. Refuse. Don't think that just because you joined the patrol that you are so impressive. This world is not as simple as you imagine, the bald man replied with a sneer, as if he had misheard. He did not expect the other party to make such a statement. He assumed that upon hearing his young master's name, the boy would immediately kneel and beg for mercy. You investigated me. Yifeng was taken aback. He had used a false name while in the patrol and had never disclosed his identity to anyone. How did the other party know? And what if I did? In this Yunmeng City, as long as my young master wishes to know, there is nothing that cannot be uncovered. The bald man chuckled. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire his young master's caution. Before deciding to deal with someone, he always investigated to avoid offending any significant figures. He had always thought this was somewhat excessive, but unexpectedly he really did find out some things. This boy, whom he believed to have no background, surprisingly had considerable capabilities to have entered the patrol. If it weren't for this connection, he would not be so courteous now. Oh, he would have used any means necessary to make the boy disappear. Please convey to your young master that I act according to my conscience. Who I associate with and what I do does not require others' interference. I regret to inform you that your young master's request is impossible to fulfill. The next moment, Yifeng coldly replied. The other party's condescending tone was quite repugnant to him. After this encounter, he could see that Liang Qinggan was definitely not a good person. Though he had no romantic interest in Luo Shiji, she had helped him greatly, and he certainly did not wish for her to end up with such a hypocritical fellow. Then you should be cautious. Although Yunmeng City is generally safe, it is not guaranteed. Many accidents still occur daily, so do not regret it when the time comes. The bald man did not expect the other party to respond so defiantly and felt quite astonished. This boy was rather gutsy. He just wondered how tough his bones were. Hell, I have always been quite fortunate, so there is no need for your concern. If there is nothing else, then please take your leave. Upon hearing the bald man's blatant threat, Yifeng said no more and turned to leave. If he were to live in such a cowardly manner, then what significance would a long life hold? Moreover, in this city filled with patrolling guards, he did not believe the man would dare do anything. Good lad, since you are refusing the toast, you will face punishment. We shall see. A glint of cold light flashed in the bald man's eyes. He did not expect that after revealing his young master's background, someone would still dare to ignore it. Truly, he had to be gutsy. However, he was not angry. Instead, he felt a sense of schadenfreude, eager to let the boy witness his method. Returning to his residence, Yifeng briefly checked on the status of the spirit rabbit, then instructed the two servants before closing the door to enter seclusion. He did not expect that after experiencing such a short period of peace, trouble would find him again, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of urgency. However, he was not easily frightened. He would meet force with force. Soon he swallowed an energizing pill and focused on his cultivation. Regardless, improving his strength was the top priority. Meanwhile, the bald man returned to a lavish palace in the inner city, where he respectfully reported to the man drinking and enjoying himself in the main hall. Young master, I just want to warn that boy. At that moment, the bald man spoke cautiously, lacking any trace of his previous arrogance, almost resembling the most obedient servant. What did the boy say? In the center of the hall, a tall young man reclined on a lounge chair, lazily stroking the beautiful maid in his arms while asking. This person was none other than Liang Qinggan, the young master, whom Yifeng recognized. At this moment, he had shed his usual graceful demeanor, his face displaying a gluttonous expression of indulgence. The response seems to have been less than favorable. That boy said he acts according to his conscience and does not need others to interfere. the bald man reported, recounting Yi Feng's words without embellishment. It was not that he did not want to embellish his account, rather he did not dare to do so. Besides, merely repeating that boy's words was enough to infuriate his young master. As expected, upon hearing this, the tall young man's expression immediately darkened, and he pushed the beautiful maid aside. Acting according to one's conscience. What a joke. If that is the case, then let him see some consequences. The tall young man commanded with a fierce expression. Dealing with such a minor character was not a first for him. To him, it was no different from dealing with an ant. Understood. However, young master, regarding the patrol. The bald man hesitated for a moment, displaying a hint of reluctance. For him, dealing with a chi-refining 7th-layer boy was not a big deal, as he had handled tougher opponents before. However, he feared the patrol behind the boy, and was concerned about future repercussions from them. Rest assured, I have arrangements for this matter. Just act as you see fit. The tall young man waved his hand, appearing somewhat fatigued, signaling for the other to leave. Although the situation was somewhat tricky to him, it was merely owing someone a favor. Yes, the bald man replied, finally feeling relieved. With his young master intervening, there would be no issues. After leaving the main hall, the servile demeanor that had been on his face vanished, replaced by an arrogant expression that even bore a hint of malice. That you fellow, I told you I would make you regret it. It is time for you to experience my methods. The next morning, in a small courtyard in the outer city, Yi Feng woke up, practiced his sword technique, and then set off towards the patrol. Regarding yesterday's events, he was not overly worried. After all, as far as he knew, while Liang Qinggan was the son of an elder from a major sect, Yunming City was under the direct jurisdiction of the Holy Alliance of the Songlong continent, not affiliated with any sect. Thus, even if his father were to come, he would not dare to act recklessly here. However, when he arrived at the patrol and entered the main hall, he saw the robust, middle-aged man who had previously summoned him suddenly pull him aside in a mysterious manner. Shall ye, have you offended someone? The burly man asked directly and straightforwardly. Brother Zhang, what do you mean by that? Yi Feng asked with some confusion. Had he offended someone recently? If so, there were indeed some people, and not just one, but how could this news have reached the inspection department? The inspector just came looking for you, and said to find him immediately upon your return. It seems that they suddenly need to transfer you to the southwestern border. The burly middle-aged man patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, looking at him with sympathy. Previously, the other party had said that dealing with thieves required wit. Yi Feng had not expected them to actually achieve that, and thus he had come to respect them. Over this period, the two had grown quite close, but now he suddenly heard that this young man was going to be transferred. This was truly a pity. The inspection department in Yunming City offered extremely generous treatment, with few responsibilities, making it a golden opportunity, but the situation was entirely different at the southwestern border. The southwestern border. What's going on? Yi Feng couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing this. He had no connection to the southwestern border. Why would there be an order for him to go there? I'm not sure about the specifics, brother. You'll have to ask the inspector yourself. The burly middle-aged man shook his head, revealing an expression of helplessness. If he knew what was happening, he wouldn't be so anxious. This matter was likely unclear, even to the inspector. All right, I'll go over now. Thank you. Yi Feng nodded and headed straight into the courtyard. The inspector referred to by the other party was undoubtedly the middle-aged Deputy Inspector Zhou Wen. In this inspection department, the real inspector was elusive. He had never seen him. Zhou Wen's station was in a grand hall at the back of the inspection department. Yi Feng quickly found this building with ease. As he entered the grand hall, he saw a middle-aged scholar at the front, frowning as he read a scroll of documents. Little Yi, you're here. Upon seeing Yi Feng enter, the middle-aged scholar set down the document and slightly relaxed his frown. This young man had previously helped him find thieves, which had been a significant assistance, so he had a very deep impression of him. I have come to see the inspector, but I'm not sure why you are urgently looking for me. Yi Feng quickly cupped his fists and asked straightforwardly. He had been pondering the reason for such an order during his journey here, but after racking his brains, he had come to know it's like this, little Yi. For some reason, they suddenly said they urgently need personnel transferred to the southwestern border to maintain order and protect the people. One of those people is you. I'm not clear on the specific reason, but I wonder if you are willing to go. The middle-aged scholar looked at Yi Feng with an apologetic expression. Previously, he had promised that anyone who could solve a case could become a formal inspector in Yunming City. However, he hadn't expected that just half a year after bringing Yi Feng in, and before he could properly train him, such an incident would occur. At this moment, he was equally puzzled. The southwestern border was adjacent to the Xuanma continent, where foreign cultivators occasionally invaded to pillage and kill. The situation was quite unstable. If they were to transfer personnel, they should be sending elite troops, not a young novice like Yi Xing. Inspector, is there any way to refuse this? I truly find it difficult to handle such responsibilities. After some hesitation, Yifeng tentatively asked. If he could avoid going, it would certainly be best. He had long heard that the southwestern border was extremely dangerous, and inspectors there had a hard time needing to deal with various conflicts and assassinations almost daily. With his current level of cultivation, he couldn't afford to take such risks. You can refuse, but if you disobey orders, I'm afraid you'll lose your position as an inspector, the middle-aged scholar said with regret upon hearing the response. He certainly knew that refusing the transfer was the best choice for the other party, but this was an official order from the Holy Alliance. Unless one intended to never serve in the Holy Alliance again, it was better not to defy orders lightly. Yifeng was at a loss for how to choose upon hearing this. In fact, going to the border isn't without its benefits. There are many opportunities to achieve merit there, and if you can accumulate some achievements, you might even secure a position. After a moment, the middle-aged scholar couldn't help but offer some comforting words. Positions within the Holy Alliance were quite rare in the Songlong continent, equivalent to having a golden ticket to avoid death. The Holy Alliance is an extremely mysterious organization above all sects, and is the actual ruler of the Songlong continent. The main members of the Holy Alliance are top elites selected from the various major sects. As long as one can secure a position within the Holy Alliance, no major family would dare to easily ignore you. Can I have some time to consider this? Ultimately, Yifeng did not give a direct answer, but instead asked for time as this matter was significant and required careful consideration. That's fine, but it's indeed a serious matter. However, whatever your decision is, please give me an answer within 3 days. The middle-aged scholar sighed helplessly in the end. Subconsciously, he didn't want the other party to give up the opportunity to work for the Holy Alliance. After all, the entire Songlong continent was under the jurisdiction of the Holy Alliance. If one lost such an opportunity for advancement, it would likely be very difficult to rise to prominence again. In the evening, as Yifeng left the inspection department, his thoughts were extremely chaotic. After a day of inquiries, he had gained a deeper understanding of the southwestern border. The place from which personnel were to be transferred was Yongzhou, at the southwestern border, which could be said to be the area with the weakest control of the Holy Alliance on the Songlong continent. In other regions, although the major sects had their own territories and cities, some key cities were directly governed by Holy Alliance personnel who stationed elite troops there. Under such strong deterrence, not many forces dared to disobey orders. However, in Yongzhou, due to its proximity to the border, and to avoid misunderstandings with the Xuanma continent, the Holy Alliance did not deploy many personnel, only stationing a certain amount of troops in the most critical city, while allowing most other areas to be managed by the various sects. As a result, the Holy Alliance's deterrence was too weak, and since most sects acted independently, Yongzhou was rampant with thieves, and incidents of ambush and assassination occurred daily. The responsibility for handling these matters fell to the local southwestern patrol camp, and this was where he was headed. This was undoubtedly a thankless task. Once assigned, he would be busy every day dealing with various trivial matters. Additionally, his studies at the weaponsmithing guild would also have to be put on hold, making it a case of losing more than gaining. After a day of reflection, he felt he might have to give up on this inspector position. Suddenly, as Yifeng passed by a low-lying area of the civilian district, he noticed strands of black mist appearing around him. He was very familiar with this black mist. It represented a threat. It had not appeared for quite some time, especially not within Yunmeng City. Oh no. In the next moment, Yifeng seemed to hear something snapping back to his senses, and without hesitation, he lunged forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Indeed, just as he left his original spot, 2 sharp arrows suddenly shot out from the darkness, seemingly tearing through the air as they sped towards him with a piercing shriek. Bang! Bang! The arrows struck the ground with immense force, embedding themselves deep into the boulder, their tails vibrating intensely. Hiss! Yifeng's expression turned extremely grim as he witnessed the scene where he had just been standing. The ground in the city was paved with solid azure steel. To penetrate it so easily, the force behind that attack must have been comparable to a strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Fortunately, he had dodged in time, otherwise, even with protective armor, he would have suffered significant injuries. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a shadow emerging from a nearby house, charging straight towards him. Tisk. Not only did they attempt a sneak attack, but they also dared to pursue him openly. Seeing the actions of the shadow, Yifeng was shocked. This was Yunmeng City, a city directly governed by the Holy Alliance. How could someone dare to chase after a formal inspector like him? This was too audacious. Unfortunately, it was already dark, and most residents in the area had returned to their homes, leaving the streets sparsely populated. However, there were patrol guards everywhere in the city. He believed that as long as he could hold on for a few moments, patrol cultivators would soon arrive upon hearing the commotion. In the next moment, he sprang up and without hesitation unleashed a thunder strike towards the assailant. He had to block this person, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The thunder strike was as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. The man in black clearly hadn't anticipated that the young man before him would possess such a powerful counterattack and did not take proper precautions, merely raising his hand to unleash a sword light to block. He estimated that this attack would be easily dispelled and posed no threat. But in the next moment he was stunned. With a loud bang, a massive force instantaneously shattered his sword light, and the shockwave from the collision sent him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Hiss! How is this possible? He felt intense pain throughout his body, as if it were about to fall apart. If it weren't for the armor he wore, he might have already lost half his life. The key point was that the young man had seized this opportunity to escape a considerable distance. Damn it! I will kill you. Seeing this, the man in black, furious and embarrassed, disregarded his pain and immediately chased after Yifeng. He guessed that the Qi refining 7th layer kid had only used some sort of disposable treasure and absolutely could not launch a second attack. After all, such an attack was not something a poor kid like him could possess. He would capture the other party and then tear him to shreds. However, just as he got closer and was about to swing his sword, another bolt of lightning suddenly shot towards him. Oh no! With a resounding boom. He hurriedly raised his sword to defend, but was again heavily struck and sent crashing into a wall, his body charred black. How could this be? Seeing this, the man in black revealed an expression of immense anger mixed with a hint of fear. How could that kid have such an attack? How many more would follow? After unleashing 2 thunder strikes, Yifeng saw that the man in black had indeed been repelled, and he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Although this man in black was quite resilient, he believed that the opponent must have sustained considerable injuries by now and should be able to hold him off. However, he was puzzled as to why the patrol team had not yet arrived for such a serious incident.